Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Building the strongest beast team, all Mythical Zoan. 1MZ001 start with 42 Eudemon's fruits, New World. Wano-kuni, Ghost Island. A figure rushed through the door in a panic. Kaido-sama, no, it's not good. In the room, a burly man with horns on his head carried a wine gourd and poured wine into his mouth. Master Kaido, Master Yamato he escaped. 4 Emperors. Kaido glanced sideways, disapprovingly. That stupid son. How could he escape? Master Chi, it's true, we found Master Yamato's exploding handcuffs in the back mountain of the Island of Ghosts, and they have been untied. Hearing this sentence, the strong man who was drunk suddenly opened his eyes and wiped the wine stain from the corner of his mouth. Who let go of my stupid son? He stood up angrily and instantly turned into a giant dragon, with rough air from his nostrils. Seeing Kaido of the beasts in a state of rage, everyone in the attic shivered. The spy just came to report that 2 people stole a boat at Jiuyou port yesterday. It should be Master Yamato and the person who kidnapped Master Yamato. It is very likely that they have left the Wano-kuni waters now, and Lord Jack has already chased after hearing that. Kaido's eyes in the form of a blue dragon erupted with astonishing anger. Whoever dares to kidnap my idiot son, I will kill him even if the world ends. Roar. At the same time, the waters near Wano-kuni. A dhow sails slowly on the sea. At the bow of the boat, a woman looked at the vast sea with surprise and looked around. Is this the world outside Wano-kuni? Fresh air, cool sea breeze, mild sunshine. It's so much better than that lifeless purgatory like Ghost Island. Starting today, I am free. The woman spread her hands and let the sea breeze blow through her long hair. This feeling of freedom makes people feel happy. Her name is Yamato, the titular son of the 4 Emperors Kaido. In fact, it is a daughter. When I was young, I worshipped Odin because I saw Kazuki Odin being boiled in a kettle. Later, I picked up Odin's voyage diary and began to yearn for the outside world. She proposed to Kaido several times that she wanted to be like Kazuki Odin, but every time she was beaten by Kaido. After that, he was imprisoned on the Island of Ghosts, wearing handcuffs that would explode on the island. And now, she finally fulfilled her wish and escaped from the place where she had been imprisoned for 20 years. Don't be too happy, your B******** D father may send someone to catch up at any time. At this time, a man came out of the cabin. The height of 1.9 meters is not worth mentioning in the world of pirates, but the man exudes an unusual aura, as if a wild beast is dormant in his body. Advertisement, so what? They don't know which way we're going. What's more, as long as the old guy didn't go out in person and others chased after him, the young master would knock him unconscious with a stick. Yamato waved the mace in his hand, and hockey was very authentic. Seeing this, Rosen sighed. What a woman, what a stick to play. Still a mace. Ruthless. I don't know if it's right to take her out to sea. Not long after I crossed over, I didn't have a firm foothold, and I offended a sea emperor first. What a sin. Hope you don't get caught up. He wouldn't be willing to take this risk if he hadn't taken a fancy to Yamato's identity as a Zoan Eudemon's ability. Having said that, I have to mention Rosen's identity. He is a traverser who has traveled to Wano-kuni in the world of pirates, under the nose of the 4 Emperors Kaido. Just as he was thinking about how to survive in the perilous Wano-kuni. System activated. The system lets him build the strongest beasts pirates ever. This pirate group is different from ordinary teams. The requirement of the system is that all the recruited crew members must be phantom beasts. When Rosen saw this restriction, she almost couldn't help cursing her mother. Zoan Eudemons, that is a rarer fruit than Logia. Throughout the entire pirate world, there are only a handful of Eudemons that can be named devil fruit. Human fruit Eudemons Buddha form. Fish fruit Eudemons Qinglong form. Bird fruit, phantom species, phoenix form. Bat fruit, phantom species, vampire form. And nine-tails fox form, Orochi form, and more. Any one of these phantom beasts is a big name in the world today. This shows the power of the phantom beast fruit, and all the phantom beasts. I just didn't dare to think about it. But luckily, it didn't take long for the system's novice gift package to arrive. When I opened it, I saw that there were 42 Eudemon's fruits inside. Seeing this scene, Rosen was almost scared to death. There are 42 devil fruits, all of which are rare in the world, and their value is immeasurable. If it spreads out, it will definitely set off a bloody storm on the sea. And this is the startup capital that the system gave him. The purpose is to help him build a mythical beast pirate group whose members are all phantom beasts. In addition, the system also enabled the 10 consecutive draw function. Advertisement. All the official crew members on the ship, every time the total bounty increases by 100 million, can start a 10 consecutive draw, which can extract various precious items. So, for his own grand cause, Rosen resolutely chose to go to sea. And Yamato, as a rare phantom beast in the world, met the recruitment requirements set by the system. Then, at the risk of being hunted down by the 4 Emperors Kaido, Rosen decided to go out to sea with Yamato. Captain, where are we going now? Yamato turned around, excited. It's finally time to start the adventure, and of course she's excited. How'd I know? I'm not a navigator. Rosen spread his hands. Without navigators, it is difficult for ordinary people to tell the direction at sea. Then what? Just float like this, wherever you go. Done. Rosen slumped on the beach chair on the deck, drinking red wine and basking in the sun, forgetting all the troubles. Open the system panel. Divine Beast Pirates. Captain. Rosen Vice Captain. Yamato. Total number of members, 2. Total bounty, 0. System warehouse, Xuanwu demons devil fruit times 41, extractable. Member information name, Yamato. Gender, female. Position, Deputy Captain Bounty, 0. Abilities, dog fruit, demons, Oguchi true god form. Weapon, mace. It's a pity that Yamato has been confined to the ghost island of Wano since he was a child. Few people know that Kaido has a daughter, so he is not wanted by Marine. And it's my first time out to sea. The big pirate group, the current total bounty is only a pitiful 0. If you want to start 10 consecutive draws, you must increase the total bounty by at least 100 million. It looks like it can only come slowly. 002 Marine's target, the mysterious supernova. He now has 3 tasks. First, recruit new crew members. Second, engage in a major event and increase the bounty for yourself and the crew. Third, build a pirate ship of their own. These 3 things are not easy to say, nor difficult to say. Building an exclusive pirate ship can temporarily be slowed down. The first 2 things are their current top priorities. Of the 42 demons devil fruit awarded by the system, I used 1, and there are 41 left. This means that he can recruit at least another 41 crew members. Of these 41 crew members, not everyone can do it. First of all, the opponent must have a certain potential, so as to be worthy of such a precious magical beast, devil fruit. It's like an investment. To invest in a new demon's fruit, in order to pursue the highest return, the person who invests must have as much potential as possible. Secondly, to be a crew member of Rosen, he had to be absolutely loyal, and he didn't want someone like Blackbeard on his ship, who had ill-conceived ideas. Therefore, people must be accurate. The sailboat drifted aimlessly on the sea. Fortunately, sufficient food and daily necessities are prepared on board, so you don't have to worry about living materials for the time being. In addition, before crossing the border, Rosen was also a master of good cooking skills. Even if the chef has not been recruited yet, he can solve it on his own. It was this novel dish that shocked Yamato again and again. This Kung Pao chicken is also delicious. Why is there no fish in this fish-flavored shredded pork? I like this sweet and sour pork ribs so much. It's sweet and sour, it's my favorite style. It turns out that there are so many delicacies in the world. I have learned a lot. Advertisement Yamato is like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world and finds everything novel. Just like that, another 3 or 4 days have passed. Chasing soldiers, not chasing, this is a fortunate thing. But there were no navigators and no recording pointers, and they were still struggling at sea. This day, Rosen, who was taking a lunch break, was surprised by Yamato's voice. Captain, there is an island ahead. Hearing the sound, Rosen immediately sat up, ran to the bow, and took out the binoculars. In line of sight, you can really see a small island. After drifting for 4 or 5 days, I finally saw the island. Put the boat over there, the words fell, and Yamato took the initiative to run to take the helm. Although she is not skilled at the helm, after 4 or 5 days of groping, she can barely control the boat easily. Before recruiting the helmsman, she had to rely on her for this task, who made her strong. The sailboat slowly docked and entered the port. The port is not big, and there are more than 20 ships of various sizes docked, most of which are fishing boats. There is even a large warship. Suddenly, a warship docked not far away caught Rosen's attention. Since there are warships, it means that there must be Marines on the island. This is good news for him. The easiest way to quickly increase your bounty is to start with Marine. But at this time, there was no one on the warship. Presumably they should all be in the town. Let's go ask the situation first. Rosen got off the boat and found a random local person around the port to ask about the situation. Advertisement. After some inquiries, he got a lot of useful information. It turned out that the island was called Hongyi Island, and the town was called Hongyi Town, which was a medium-sized town. Then he inquired about the situation of the large warship in the port. Are you asking about the warships in the port? I heard they came from naval headquarters. A local replied. You know what they're here for? Rosen asked again. What else can I do? It must be catching pirates. I heard that a great pirate has come to town recently. I guess this warship should be heading for that person. Awesome pirate. Yeah, it seems to be a young pirate who has been in the limelight recently. What is it called? Supernova. Yes, it should be called Supernova. Rosen's heart skipped a beat. No wonder it will attract the pursuit of naval headquarters. It is actually a supernova. By the way, fellow, do you know what year this year is? Hearing this question, passers-by glanced at Rosen with strange eyes. Is there something wrong with you? This year is Sea Circle Calendar 1519. 1519. Summit War a year ago. So this batch of supernovae. Is it that person? A figure appeared in his mind. If it's that person, maybe you can consider trying to win over him. If he can successfully recruit it, it will definitely become a big boost for Rosen. Since it's from naval headquarters, that's a lot easier. Rosen looked at the warships in the harbor, and there was a glint in his eyes. What do you want to do? Yamato asked. Rosen smiled at her, and then silently walked towards the large warship. Of course, to announce our arrival to the world. 003. Let me introduce myself. I am a pirate. Wano-kuni, the Ghost Island. 5 days have passed since Yamato fled, and there is no news from Jack's side, which makes Kaido even more manic. Waste, I can't even find anyone, he yelled. Tell Fei Liubao and let them all go out. Whoever can catch my idiot son back will be the new big Kanban. Hearing this, the whole Beast's pirates went crazy. Especially Fei Liubao, as the most powerful 6 real players of the Beast's pirates, they have coveted the position of the 3 disasters for a long time, and this time finally ushered in the opportunity. Soon, several ships set off from Ghost Island, ready to go to sea. And this change also caught the attention of Marine's eyeliner. Naval Headquarters, 4 Emperors. Kaido has another big move. The news came, and Marshal Sengoku frowned. What do you want to do again? As one of the most threatening sea emperors in Marine's eyes, Marine is always paying attention to their movements, and if there is a little trouble, they must cheer up. Seems to be looking for someone, Marine Intelligence explained on the other end of the phone. Who are you looking for? It's not clear at the moment, it should be someone who is very important to Kaido. Well, I see, keep watching, and be careful. Sengoku put down the phone with a solemn expression on his face. Who would the 4 emperors Kaido fight to find? After thinking about it again and again, he made a phone call. Advertisement in Hongyi town, there are bursts of commotion. Damn it, he escaped again, a man in Marine officer uniform scolded. In order to hunt down the supernova, they chased the New World from the Grand Line, but he still escaped this time. Hurt Vice Admiral, call from headquarters. At this time, the soldier brought a phone bug. Catch, after the call was connected, there was a rush of voices from the other end. Hurt, are you in the waters near Wano-kuni? Yes, Marshal? Don't hunt that person for now, you have a new mission. Sengoku's voice sounded again. What mission? Watch out for the Beast's pirates. Hurt frowned. What happened? The Beast's pirates have been making big moves lately and seem to be looking for someone. Sengoku briefly explained the information sent back from the front. After hearing these words, Hurt pondered for a moment, then nodded. I understand, I will pay attention. Hurt Vice Admiral, what should I do now? Let's go back to the warship first. After speaking, Hurt led the soldiers back. However, when he returned to the warship, he found that there was actually a person waiting for them. Advertisement, hello everyone, Rosen greeted them with a smile. Who are you? Hurt frowned. Introduce myself, my name is Rosen, and I'm a pirate. Hearing this, Hurt's pupils suddenly shrank. The Marine soldiers beside him raised their guns in unison, staring at the man in front of him with vigilance. What you up to? Hurt's face sank, but he did not act rashly. Nothing else, I just want you to get to know me. Rosen crossed Erlang's legs and looked at the people in front of him with a half smile. The Marine soldier on the side took out a stack of wanted notices and kept flipping through them, and immediately said, Lord Vice Admiral, there's no wanted notice for this person. Don't look for it, I haven't been wanted yet. I came here this time to introduce myself. Remember my face, my name is Rosen, the captain of the Beast Pirates, a man who is ready to turn the world upside down. Rosen directly stated his purpose. Hearing this sentence, Hurt's pupils shrank suddenly. Divine Beast Pirates? Never heard of this name, his voice became gloomy. It's okay, you'll know soon. Rosen waved. Immediately, he asked again. By the way, ask a question, if you kill a Marine Vice Admiral, how much is the bounty you will get? 004 Cat and Cat Fruit You Demon's White Tiger Form. Ask a question about how much bounty you get if you kill a Marine Vice Admiral. Hearing this, Hurt's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his face instantly turned cold. This is undoubtedly Kai Guoguo's provocation. I don't know how much the bounty will rise, but I know that you are likely to die. After speaking, Hurt stopped talking nonsense. A flash of sword light flashed, and the knife attached to his waist was already unsheathed. Obviously, he is a swordsman. Shave, his figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he came behind Rosen. With a single slash, the monstrous sword energy swept through the sky, and the void was faintly divided into 2 halves. His swordsmanship is extremely powerful. Seeing the opponent attack, a small smile appeared on Rosen's mouth. The footsteps moved slightly, like a ghost, not only did not retreat, but took the initiative to face Hurt's slash and grabbed it. His body changed a little, and his muscles were tense, revealing explosive muscles. The pale claws. An invisible force condensed in his hands, and finally wrapped his hands into a pair of fierce claws. Chong. For a time, sparks were scattered, and the tyrannical shockwave spread around like ripples. Immediately heard the sound of clang. An astonishing scene happened. With his flesh and blood, the man who claimed to be a pirate in front of him actually grabbed Hurt's knife with one hand. What? The Marine soldiers looked in disbelief. Advertisement, crack. Hurt's eyes widened as well. He tried his best to withdraw the knife in his hand, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it. It was as if he was being held by a terrifying force. The corners of Rosen's mouth twitched slightly, and then she pressed her hand hard. Crack. This time, the sound was more pronounced. Immediately, under the watchful eyes of the public, the knife was crushed abruptly. The surrounding Marines were so frightened that their eyes almost fell out. You. Hurt took a few steps back abruptly, his face full of shock. Didn't I tell you? My name is Rosen, gender male, female loving, age 23, from Wano-kuni, currently the captain of the Beast Pirates, 2 crew members, like Black Silk, JK, Student Clothes, Pure Desire Wind. Oh yes, I'm still a demon fruit power, zone you demons. Rosen made his message public without reservation. Phantom. Phantom beasts. Helt's eyes widened, but he didn't expect to encounter a Eudemon's person. He knew very well how the Eudemon species existed. Kaido of the beasts, the Phoenix Marco, the Red Earl, and others are all phantom beasts. Unexpectedly, yet another phantom beast was born. What a surprise! Helt forced himself to calm down. With an order, the hundreds of marines around raised their guns, and the muzzle locked on Rosen. Bang bang bang. The gunshots continued, and the place instantly turned into a Shira field. Advertisement on the other side, Yamato was lying on the bow rail, nibbling melon seeds in his hand, quietly watching the scene. As coming, she spoke slowly, this guy can really show off. The voice fell, and a roar that shook the earth came, and the earth trembled. An illusory divine beast phantom appeared behind Rosen, his short hair instantly turned into long silver-white hair, his muscles exploded, and he was covered with a layer of invisible armor. Cat fruit Eudemon's white tiger form, this is. Hert's eyes widened. This form, he knew, had seen it in an ancient book. The white tiger fruit that is as famous as the Qinglong Kaido, Helt showed an unbelievable look. Unexpectedly, this legendary fruit came out after all. Rosen, who has transformed into the real body of a white tiger, has a surge of momentum, and the blood in his body is surging and flowing, as if he is an unparalleled beast from the ancient times. Wind wall. He raised his hand and waved, and the power of the storm swept through, forming a 100-jong-high wind wall in front of him, blocking all the bullets. 4 god-tier beasts. Suzaku Master Fire, Master burns the sky. Xuanwu is the main water, with the power to control the sea. The divine beast, the white tiger, is also known as the divine beast that controls the storm, with the ability to control the storm. In a single thought, you can summon a hurricane and strangle everything. With the appearance of the real body of the white tiger, over the entire Hongyi Island, the wind and clouds changed color, and the wind swept through, like the end of the world. Remember what I look like, starting today, the world will be appended by me. 005 The legendary fruit is born, Sengoku's shock, Marineford. The marshal's office. Boom. With a slap on the table, Marshal Sengoku sat up abruptly. What did you say? Something happened to Hurt. On the other end of the phone, there was a hurried voice from a marine soldier. Sengoku can't believe it, he had only spoken on the phone with Hurt a few minutes ago, and he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Who did it? Sengoku demanded. He really couldn't understand that with Hurt's means, he was defeated in such a short period of time. The marine soldier on the other end of the phone explained the ins and outs of the matter. After understanding the situation, Sengoku's eyes were full of incredible expressions. You mean, the white tiger fruit was born? He showed a surprised look. That person is simply a monster, it's really terrifying. Screams could be heard faintly on the other end of the phone. He's here, help, help, ah. The next second, the call was forcibly interrupted. Sengoku showed an unprecedented dignified look. There was a sound of footsteps, and it was obvious that Garp heard movement in the office and came over. What's the matter, old man? While eating senbei, he looked at Sengoku. Another legendary fruit has come out. Sengoku's voice became deeper and deeper. Oh, what fruit? Illusory beast species, divine beast white tiger. Garp pouted. Never heard of that. Of course you haven't heard of it. This fruit has only been recorded in ancient books. According to legend, it is a fruit that is as famous as the divine beast Qinglong. The green dragon is the most vital force, while the white tiger is the most destructive force. Advertisement? Qinglong? You mean the Kaido guy? Who else but him? If this person is allowed to grow up, the future threat will probably be higher than Kaido's. Sengoku's eyes showed concern. The reason why Kaido is called the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, is because his body is a blue dragon. The legendary beast Qinglong has the strongest vitality, coupled with the awakening of the Zoan fruit, the body is infinitely strengthened, which makes Kaido's a mortal body. The white tiger is not weaker than the blue dragon, and is known for its destructive power. In terms of combat power, even the divine beast Qinglong cannot compare with it. Is it that exaggerated? That guy Kaido is pervert enough, a rookie pirate will be more threatening than him? Garp disagreed. I'm not sure. Eudemon's fruits are rare, even rarer than Logia. They have infinite potential. If they really become the second Kaido of the beasts, then it will be troublesome. So what are you going to do? Garp asked. Before his fruit ability awakens, this hidden danger must be removed. After that, Sengoku started to issue bounties. Soon, the new bounty quickly spread throughout the Grand Line and New World, causing quite a stir. Hey, another supernova. It's a face I've never seen before. I read that right, this amount, isn't it a problem? Damn it, am I dazzling? 100 million. My god, 500 million Baileys. Really or not, there is a 500 million bounty offered for the first time. Is it listed as a supernova? What is the origin of Rosen? Captain of the Divine Beast Pirates? I haven't heard of it, I'm afraid this bounty is wrong. The first time I was offered a bounty, I directly received a bounty of 500 million. This news instantly exploded the entire New World. To know that this is the first time in history, no pirate can have such a high bounty for the first time. The bounty represents a person's degree of threat to the world government. The higher the bounty, the greater the threat he poses. And the 500 million bounty is no less than the backbone members of the Imperial Regiment. At this moment, Whitebeard was also quite surprised when he saw this reward order on the Moby DK. Advertisement, Jiuyou la la la, what an interesting kid. Dad, what is this person's identity? How could Marine be so aggressive? Marco was also very interested in this. It's not easy for the first-time supernova to have a bounty on par with the current ace. Ha ha ha, brother Ace, your limelight is about to be taken away, you have to be stunned. Foil Beasta laughed. I don't care about the limelight or something, I'm just a supernova that's dying. Ace on the side pushed his hat, not caring what Beasta said. How dare you call the Divine Beast pirates, what a big tone. Since it's called this name, it must be a zone-capable person. A zone in the area is actually worthy of Marines so much fighting. Diamond Yoja curled his lips. Hey, it says this person is from Wano-kuni, isn't that the hometown of Izo? Marco noticed this and looked at Izo next to him. I've been away for so long, even if he's from Wano-kuni, I don't necessarily know him. Yi Zhang smiled wryly. Wait, Wano-kuni? Could it be? Does he have any connection to Kaido? Possible. They all guessed. Wano-kuni on the other side. Kaido naturally also noticed this bounty. People from Wano-kuni? Kaido wondered. Immediately after thinking about it, his pupils suddenly trembled and he stood up abruptly. It must be him, he is the one who kidnapped my stupid son. B*********D, I must kill you, roar. A roar shook the world. The whole Onishima people can feel that palpitating sense of oppression. Wano-kuni is in seclusion all year round, and it is impossible for anyone other than his beast's pirates to leave Wano-kuni. The only exception was the incident a few days ago. 00610 consecutive draws, the seawater curse is lifted. Hongyi Town Port, hey, Captain, you're on fire. Yamato hurried into Rosen's room with a newspaper in his hand. I already know. Early this morning, Rosen had already received a system notification that his bounty had increased to 500 million. Even he himself hadn't thought that there would be so many. Under normal circumstances, the bounty for the pirates who are wanted for the first time is generally around several million to 10 million, and it is very rare to reach the level of 10 million. As the fame gradually increases, the bounty will gradually increase. Pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions have almost all come out step by step. In Impel Down, pirates of this level are generally detained on the 5th or 6th underground floor. And if you are wanted for the first time, the bounty can exceed 100 million, almost none. Even Nico Robin, known as the Son of the Devil, was only wanted for the first time with a bounty of only 79 million Baileys. That's a huge difference from Rosen's 500 million Baileys. Even he himself felt that there was a lot of moisture in it, and it stands to reason that even if he had the strength to hang Marine Vice Admiral, he would not have received such a high bounty. But he didn't know the meaning of the fruit power in his body. It seems that I have to work hard, and strive to become famous in the sea as soon as possible. Yamato was eager to try. Have you bought the record pointer? Rosen asked. Bought. Yamato took a recording pointer from his pocket and handed it to Rosen. This thing can sense the magnetic force between two islands, and with it, we can accurately identify the direction of the next island, instead of drifting aimlessly. Rosen took the recording pointer. I think I saw this thing in Oden-sama's voyage diary, Yamato recalled. In a few hours, the record pointer will be full of records for the next island, and then we'll be ready to go. Advertisement, okay, I'll go get ready. Open the system panel. Divine Beast Pirates. Captain. Rosen, Cat Fruit Eudemon's White Tiger form. Vice Captain. Yamato, Dog Fruit, Phantom Beast, Oguchi True God form. Total number of members. 2 total bounty, 500 million, 0 draws have been drawn, 5 draws available. System Warehouse. Zone Eudemon's Devil Fruit times 41, extractable. Every time the total bounty increases by 100 million, you can start a 10 series draw. This means that he has now obtained 5 10 consecutive draws. System. Start 10 consecutive draws, ding. Do you consume a chance to do 10 consecutive lottery draws? Yes. Ding. Congratulations on getting. Open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket conquerors strengthening potion close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket seawater curse removal card close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket 9 turns golden elixir close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket space ring close black lens bracket 1. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1. Golden soft armor, asterisk 1, seeing and color strengthening potion, asterisk 1. Rosen's eyes suddenly lit up. There was actually a sea water curse removal card. As the name suggests, by using this card, you can ignore the curse of the sea, and even those who are capable can swim in the sea. This is simply too important for zone abilities. Zone-capable people have extremely powerful flesh, superhuman strength and speed. Except for the curse of seawater, they can hardly find other weaknesses. And once even the curse of seawater is lifted, it is basically truly invincible. The space ring is also a very rare item. It comes with a portable storage space, which can bring a lot of convenience. In addition, hockey strengthening potions are also extremely precious. Not only can you use it yourself, but you can also use it for the crew, and you can constantly strengthen your conqueror's haki. Naturally, there is no need to say more about the body refining pill. As a zone-capable person, the body is the most powerful weapon, and the body can be strengthened infinitely by using the body refining pill until it is immortal. Zhouzhang Jindan is a kind of healing medicine. Taking one pill can instantly restore all injuries. As for the golden silk armor, Rosen didn't care much. His body is a weapon, no external force is needed at all. Go on, come again. Rosen was looking forward to it more and more. The harvest of this round was not small. Whether it was the Sea Water Curse removal card, or the space ring, they were all extremely precious items. Ding, start the 10 consecutive lottery draws, congratulations on getting 007 Vegapunk's genetic technology. Ding, start the 10 consecutive lottery draws, congratulations on getting Open black lens bracket heavy weapon exchange card close black lens bracket 1 open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1. Seeing in color strengthening potion. Asterisk 1 open black lens bracket 9 turns golden elixir close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket elixir close black lens bracket 1 open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1 open black lens bracket 6 forms finger pistol close black lens bracket cultivation cheats 1. Open black lens bracket Jiuyin Dan close black lens bracket 1 open black lens bracket swordsmanship enhancement close black lens bracket cultivation cheats 1. Open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1. I actually got the 6 style cultivation secrets. Although there is only finger pistol, since this one can be drawn, it means that other moves have a chance to be drawn. Rosen chose to study immediately. In the form of a white tiger, his hands can be transformed into pale claws, with the supreme power to tear everything apart. If the master has finger pistol, it will be even more powerful. Also worth mentioning is the heavy weapon exchange card. After use, it can be exchanged for a powerful heavy weapon at random. Ding, congratulations on getting the ship-mounted ion laser cannon. The ion laser cannon is a high-tech weapon that can launch an ion laser beam, which will indiscriminately strike all targets within a diameter range. Even large warships can be easily destroyed, and its power can be called devastating. And charging is also very simple. The device inside will automatically absorb solar energy, and it can be fully charged in about 3 hours. This is a ship-based weapon that can be equipped on a ship. After Rosen owns the exclusive pirate ship, this heavy weapon will be able to show its power. The draw is still going on. A total of 5-10 draws have been drawn, and now I have drawn twice. For the remaining 3 times, Rosen drew them all at once. A dazzling light flickered, and the names of various props appeared in Rosen's mind. The most common is the body refining pill. This medicinal pill can strengthen the body, which is of great benefit to those with zone ability. In addition, there are other medicinal herbs. Zhouzhang Jindan can restore injuries, Panacea can cure all diseases, Jiuyin Dan can keep youth forever. These are all extremely precious props. And of course hockey enhancers. Advertisement after 5 rounds of lottery draws, a lot of this potion was drawn. Among them, there are 2 bottles of Conqueror's enhanced potions, 2 bottles of the sight color, and 1 bottle of the armed color. Swordsmanship and marksmanship training sheets are also very useful, and they will come in handy when there are swordsmen and snipers on board. But these are not the point. There are 4 props that really make Rosen's eyes shine. Open black lens bracket demon ability refinement card close black lens bracket 1. Rare weapon 1 hit kill demon sword murmur asterisk 1. Open black lens bracket fast growth potion close black lens bracket 1 open black lens bracket devil fruit appraisal card close black lens bracket 1. Devil fruit identification card. As the name suggests, using this card can identify the information of a devil fruit. Rosen also has 41 phantom beast fruits, and the shapes of these fruits are all unknown. At this time, the identification card is particularly important. The demon sword Murmura was exchanged by the rare weapon exchange card. This knife is an emperor tool with a fierce reputation in another dimension world. If you are cut by this demon knife, you will be infected with curse poison from the wound and die quickly. There is no way to detoxify it. You will kill with one knife, and you will die with scratches. There is no cure. Even, this knife is not divided between enemy and foe. If you accidentally touch it, it will be the same result. Therefore, this knife has extremely high requirements on the user, and it will, suicide, if it is not careful. Open black lens bracket fast growth potion close black lens bracket this potion only needs 1 bottle to convert 10 square meters of soil into nutrient soil, and the plants planted on the nutrient soil will grow 100 times faster. If you plant some fruits or vegetables, they will ripen almost overnight. In the future on the ship, the problem of food shortage will be solved directly. Then there is the demon ability extraction card. After reading the description of the item, Rosen was really surprised. Remember in the original book, there were some weapons with devil fruit abilities? The sword that ate the elephant fruit, cannon that ate alpaca fruit, the robberies that ate the dog fruit, a shredder that ate goat fruit. There's even a poisonous gas mask that ate salamander fruit. This is the genetic technology developed by the world's greatest scientist Vegapunk. Using special high-tech technology, the devil fruit's ability is extracted, and then it is attached to the non-living body using biological gene technology. In this way, these special life forms that should not exist are created. Advertisement. The limitation of this technology is limited to Zoan fruit, because only Zoan devil fruit can extract life. That's right, this demon ability extraction card is an item card that carries this high-tech technology. With him, consuming a Zoan devil fruit can give life to inanimate objects. Good stuff. Rosen couldn't help but marvel. This is simply a god card to him. Just take a phantom beast fruit and extract it, doesn't it mean that the object can be turned into a mythical creature? Take Muramura, the demon sword that he just obtained, for example. Such a heaven-defying weapon, if given life. Just can't imagine how powerful it would be. Used well, this card can surprise Rosen beyond imagination. Since then, all 510 draws have been drawn. The body refining pill alone has drawn 18 pieces, and each time one is taken, one can strengthen one's physical body. Rosen picked up a body refining pill and swallowed it. Soon, the body was burning like a fire. Strengthening begins. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At the same time, a large amount of black impurities were discharged from his pores, and within a short while, a stench began to emanate from his body. This state lasted for a full 2 hours before it eased slightly. But the effect has not disappeared. According to the introduction in the item introduction, it would take 3 days for a body refining pill to be completely digested. During this period, this burning feeling will continue, and at the same time, the flesh and blood of the whole body is constantly being tempered. After taking a shower in the bathroom, the unpleasant smell disappeared. Seeing his stronger 8-pack abs, Rosen nodded in satisfaction. The power has increased a lot. Hey, are you the so-called divine beast pirates? Let Rosen get out. Just got dressed. Rosen heard yelling from outside. 008 Gorgeous Supernova, Cavendish. Who are you? What are you doing with our captain? Yamato looked down on the railing and spoke slowly. A mere rookie who dares to steal the limelight of this young master is simply unforgivable. Let him get out and die. The people outside the boat scolded. Steal your limelight? When did it happen? Why didn't I know? Yamato's face was calm, and the last thing she was afraid of was that others would find fault. I was the supernova that got the most attention, but when that guy named Rosen appeared, the conversation turned to him. Damn it. He took out a stack of newspapers. It's all about Rosen. A man who was wanted for the first time and was offered a reward of 500 million, instantly became a hot topic at the moment. In just 2 or 3 days, the name of the beast pirates has become famous in the sea. Let him come out. I want to challenge him. I want to let the whole world know that I am the most popular man. The man rode a white horse and pulled out the western sword in his hand and pointed it in the air. At this time, Rosen had come out. Seeing the people shouting outside the boat, he recognized them at a glance. It's really you. He was all too familiar with this man. A white cape, curly blonde hair, a cowboy hat, and marten boots, a gorgeous and noble boy. Oh, do you know this young master? The man was stunned for a moment, and then turned his anger into joy. Yes, it is normal for this young master to be known so well. He tossed his curly blonde hair quite narcissistically. The white horse Cavendish, the captain of the handsome pirates, was born in the kingdom of Perchoa and is a swordsman genius. Because of his handsome appearance, young women in the whole kingdom are reluctant to marry. Later, the kingdom had to put her in exile. Punishment. After being exiled, he came to Rommel's kingdom. Because of his second personality with a bloodthirsty nature in his body, he was called Rommel's Kama Itachi, and he was also forced to become a pirate. Later entered the New World under the name of Gorgeous Supernova. Because of its high popularity, the portraits on the arrest warrant were all stolen by women. Rosen told the other parties information one by one. Advertisement. When he heard that Marine came to the island to hunt down the supernova, he guessed the identity of the other party, but he didn't expect it to be this person. It turns out that this young master is already so famous, and even the background of his life is so clearly understood. Giggle. Cavendish laughed outright. Because he has been very popular since he was a child, he has also developed a vanity that likes to be noticed. In the original book, because the appearance of the evil generation robbed him of the popularity that should belong to him, Cavendish vowed to kill the 11 supernovas of the evil generation to regain his popularity. This shows how much he loves vanity, and now, Rosen's appearance has also robbed him of his popularity. Therefore, he aggressively looked for it, but when he heard Rosen's words, he suddenly felt elated, as if he had forgotten the purpose of his coming here. It's a pity, no matter how handsome you are, you will get old one day. At that time, no one will pay attention to you. Rosen shook his head. What did you say? Cavendish suddenly lowered his face. This has always been on his mind, but I do have a way to keep you young forever, Rosen added. Hearing this, Cavendish's eyes suddenly lit up. What way? Rosen unhurriedly took out an elixir from the space ring. This is the Yan Yan Dan, which can maintain youth forever and keep the face forever. Then he flipped his right hand, and a devil fruit also appeared in his hand. This is Zoan devil fruit. After eating it, you can gain super physical strength. Even if you get old, your body will not weaken. These two things, one can keep your appearance unchanged, and the other can keep your body from declining. With them, even after you are 80 or 90 years old, you will still be like a young guy. Hearing Rosen's words, Cavendish was overjoyed. Advertisement. It was literally tailor-made for him. He touched his face. Such a handsome face should be youthful forever. Quick, give it to me. He couldn't wait to rush up to grab it. But Rosen flipped his hand and put the two things away. This can't be given to you. These two things are for my future crew. Seeing Rosen refused to give it, Cavendish was a little anxious. He thought for a while and then said, "That's not easy. If I join you, I will become your crew member. Can't you give me these two things?" Rosen shook his head. "My boat, not everyone can take it." Cavendish is even more anxious. "Then tell me, how can I join you?" "It depends on your sincerity." "Okay, I announce that starting today, my handsome pirates will be disbanded. Also, I swear in the name of the Holy Sword, Durandal, that I, Cavendish, will join you wholeheartedly." "So what kind of pirates are you calling?" "Mythical Beast Pirates." Yamato reminded. "Oh yes, I sincerely joined the Divine Beast Pirates. If I betray me, I will become an ugly monster." Cavendish raised the western sword, Durandal, in his hand, and the white horse under him also called out very cooperatively. Seeing his posture, the corners of Rosen's mouth raised slightly. Sure enough, such a brainless person is best to be deceived. 009 Identification, the shape of the Taiyin Jade Rabbit. Alternate member. Cavendish reserve position, combatant. S**X. Male bounty, 280 million Bailey's abilities. Observation hockey, armament hockey, sword and swordsmanship, second personality. Weapon. Western sword, Durandal, regular requirement. Become Xuanwu demon's demon fruit power. Appeared. Only when a person joins with sincerity will he be recognized as a reserve member by the system. As for those who have ghosts, you can't even get past the system. But Rosen didn't give him the things immediately, but gave him a period of inspection. To stay young forever. Cavendish is quite willing to go out, and after getting on the boat, he began to show his hospitality. "Is there anything I can do to help, madam?" With a rose in his mouth, he held the door frame with one hand, and acted cool to himself. But Yamato didn't look at him at all. "Sail soon. If you are in a hurry, go and put away the anchor." Good luck. The record pointer is full of records, and they can move on to the next island. Rosen is now officially a wanted man. Next, it's up to Yamato. With Yamato's strength, wanting to increase the bounty quickly is not a problem at all. And she is the daughter of the four emperors Kaido. If Marine knew this identity, maybe Yamato's bounty was higher than Rosen's. In addition, the reserve member who just boarded the ship, Cavendish, he already has a bounty of 280 million Bailey. As long as he successfully becomes a regular, these bounties will be counted on the system panel, which is enough to open 10 times twice. Even pumped. And correcting is also simple. Just give him a new demon's devil fruit. What form does he fit in? Rosen picked it out in the system warehouse, and after some struggles, he finally closed his eyes and picked out a random white fruit. Then he took out the devil fruit identification card he had drawn earlier. Using the identification card, the information of a fruit can be identified. But unfortunately, there is only one identification card, but there are 41 fruits. Try your luck, I hope you can identify the right fruit. Advertisement. He used the identification card. Soon, a line of information appeared in my mind. Name. Rabbit fruit, phantom beast species, Taiyin Jade Rabbit form. Function. After taking it, it can transform into the Moonlight Beast, Taiyin Jade Rabbit, Master Taiyin Power. Taiyin Jade Rabbit? In the legend, the rabbit on the moon? Really awesome, even the Taiyin Jade Rabbit is here. It is indeed a phantom beast fruit. This is a very mythical creature. However, this form seems to be somewhat inappropriate for Cavendish. This G good rabbit must be used by a cute little sister. Wouldn't it be rude to give a little white face? No, this fruit must be kept. After thinking about it, Rosen was still reluctant to use it. He secretly recorded the appearance of this Taiyin Jade Rabbit fruit, and then put it into the space ring. Then he took out another fruit. There is no identification card this time, and what kind of ability can be obtained depends on Cavendish's luck. Let's let him dry today, and give him this fruit tomorrow. As for Jiuyin, I'll wait and see how he performs. Rosen made up his mind. At night, Rosen came to Cavendish's room with the chains on purpose. What are you doing? What else can you do to ensure safety? While speaking, Rosen started to tie Cavendish to the bed. After doing this, he clapped his hands. It's safe to do so. Cavendish was tightly bound, unable to move. How does this make me sleep? If you don't tie you up, do you think the rest of us will be able to sleep well when your sleepwalking and your second personality will appear? Rosen rolled his eyes. Cavendish's second personality has a strong desire to kill. Once he falls asleep, the second personality will appear and everything around him will be killed. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Rosen prepared a dedicated bed for him. Okay, that's it, see your performance tomorrow, maybe I'll agree to let you join. After explaining this, Rosen walked out of Cavendish's room. Advertisement. Then, he came to Yamato's room and took out a body refining pill from the space ring. What's this? An elixir that can strengthen the body, Rosen explained. So miraculous? Try it, and then you'll know. He handed Yamato the refinement pill. Yamato was bold, and swallowed it without thinking. But in the next second, she felt a little overwhelmed. The burning sensation made her face flush, as if her body was being calcined by flames. This feeling was extremely strong. If it wasn't for her physical fitness, she would have been screaming in pain. So hot, she was sweating all over, and a lot of dirt began to appear on her body like Rosen before, which was a manifestation of the impurities in her body being expelled. Stab, sound. Regardless of Rosen's presence or absence, she ripped off her shirt. In the ensuing time, Yamato's body was in a state of refinement, and his whole body was boiling, and it took 2 or 3 hours for him to slowly calm down. Although uncomfortable, the benefits are self-evident. For zone-capable people, their physical body is their trump card. With the body refining pill, they can quickly strengthen their physical body and improve their strength. Now she, like Rosen in the afternoon, has gone through a body training, and it will take 3 days for the medicine to be completely digested. At this time, their strength, speed, physique, etc. have been significantly strengthened. And there are more than 10 such pills in Rosen's hand, enough for a long time. Rosen went back to his room. This time, the 5 rounds of 10 consecutive draws are not small. In addition to the body refining pills, there are also hockey strengthening potions. He used the Conqueror's augmentation potion first, one to awaken his conquerors, and the second to strengthen his conquerors. Then came the sight. There are also 2 bottles of seeing, hearing and color strengthening potions. After one awakening and one strengthening, the intensity of the ability to see, smell, and color has surpassed that of ordinary people. He can clearly perceive a sea fish swimming far away. However, it is estimated that there is still a long way to go to achieve the top-level visual ability to foresee the future. Then there is the armed color, and only 1 bottle of the armed color enhancement potion is drawn, which means that it can only be barely awakened. But that's enough. 010 Ancient Species, Spinosaurus and Pachycephalosaurus. Hongyi Island. The day after Rosen's ship left, another pirate ship slowly entered the port. This is a dinosaur ship. The bow is a dinosaur head logo full of fangs. Then, a group of people got off the boat, headed by a young man and a woman. It's been a long time since I came out. Xiaopei, let's go shopping. A woman with blue hair and long horns in a face mask ran cheerfully from the boat. Sister, we are here to perform a mission. If Lord Kaido finds out that we are being lazy, we will be scolded again. The man next to him wears a green and white hat and also has horns. Facing the woman's shopping request, he felt helpless. What does it matter? He lost his son by himself, so why should we help him find it? Runti said confidently. I don't care about me, you have to go shopping with me or I'll roll around. Saying that, Runti was ready to lie down on the ground. For this old sister's unreasonable trouble, Peggy Wan's face is full of love. A few of them have also gone to sea. If they find Master Yamato, they will take away the position of the big billboard, Peggy Wan reminded. I don't want to be the 3 disasters. Whoever they like is to be it, Runti said nonchalantly, pouting. But I want to be. Really, our little Pei has grown up and has dreams and aspirations. I'm very pleased, old lady. Since that's the case, old lady, I'll try my best to find Master Yamato as soon as possible, and hammer the damned trafficker into flesh and put you in the position of the 3 disasters. Runti patted her chest, but the premise is to wait until I finish shopping. Saying that, she dragged Peggy Wan to the town. Advertisement. Nothing can stop her desire to go shopping. Apparently they were the beast's pirates, 2 of the flying 6. Dragon fruit, ancient species, Spinosaurus form. Dragon fruit, ancient species, Pachycephalosaurus form. On this trip, they came to hunt down Rosen. As soon as they entered the town, they heard the sound of discussions around them. Is the devil gone? Go, I saw their boat leave yesterday afternoon. Finally gone, that man is so terrifying, even Marine's vice admiral is no match for him. Didn't all the bounty orders come out? A full 500 million Baileys, can't they be strong? Hopefully Marine will bring him to justice soon. These conversations that I inadvertently heard made Peggy Wan's footsteps stop instantly. He grabbed Runti. Wait a moment. Runti was a little confused. What's wrong? Peggy Wan quickly became serious and he walked straight to the crowd. Who did you just say? The passers-by on the side pointed to her ward. Well, it's this person who has a bounty of 500 million. Peggy Wan took a look at the reward, and his face suddenly turned gloomy. They really ran in this direction. Advertisement. Maritime. Rosen's sailboat is moving slowly. Early in the morning, after unbinding, Cavendish began to show off his hospitality and brought breakfast to Rosen's room. You really want to join us? Look at what you said. I disbanded my pirate group and ran with you all day and night. How can it be fake? Cavendish said with a smile. I can see the sincerity, but, you know, both Devil Fruit and Jiuyin are rare treasures, so I will give you this casually. I'm a loss. Rosen looked at it with a half smile to him. Then you can rest assured, as long as these 2 things can really keep me young forever, my future performance will definitely not disappoint you. It's better than this. I'll give you Devil Fruit first. As for Jiuyin, I'll give it to you when you reach a bounty of 1 billion in the future. What? A billion? Cavendish was stunned. To tell you the truth, my zone fruit is a rare beast species that is even rarer than Logia. With this kind of heaven-defying fruit, you can't even make a billion bounty. Then you are not at all not worthy of joining my pirate group. Rosen turned her back and said mercilessly, Phantom beast ability? Cavendish was stunned. Of course, he knew what kind of existence of phantom beast fruit. This kind of thing only existed in rumors, and he had never seen it before. If it's the ability of a new demons, he took a deep breath. 1 billion bounty, what's so difficult? 011 fish and fish fruit evil animal species Kunpeng form. Ding, I'm about to use open black lens bracket zone U demons devil fruit close black lens bracket ×1, is it bound? Rosen just took out a random U demons fruit from the space ring. Soon, the system detected his behavior and issued a system prompt. After binding, no matter who eats the fruit, the host can withdraw its ability at any time. After forcibly withdrawing it, it will enter a cooling period and cannot be used again within 3 months. Huh? And this function? Rosen was stunned for a moment, and then his heart was overjoyed. Eat my fruit and be mine. In this way, he can recruit crew members with confidence and boldness, and he doesn't have to worry about whoever eats the fruit and then goes back on it. This is Eudemon's fruit? Cavendish looked at the devil fruit that Rosen handed over and looked at it curiously. He was also the first devil fruit to see the Eudemon species. What form? He asked again. Then who knows, it depends on luck, whether you can get good abilities depends on your face. Rosen shook his head and spoke slowly. My skin is so white, my face should be very white, I should be able to acquire a very good ability. Cavendish touched his face, still narcissistic. If you don't eat it, I'll give it to someone else. Rosen couldn't stand it any longer, and urged with a cross on his face. Don't, I'll eat it. Cavendish took a quick bite. A strange smell rushed to the tip of his tongue, and his face suddenly turned green. This thing is all good. It's just that the taste is too unpalatable, and Rosen's expression was almost the same when he ate the white tiger fruit. After Cavendish took a bite of the fruit, Rosen quickly received a system prompt. Ding, congratulations on recruiting a new crew member. Member. Cavendish position. Combatant SX. Male. Advertisement bounty. 280 million Bailey's abilities. Fish and fish fruit Eudemon's Kunpeng form. Observation hockey, armament hockey, sword and sword art, the second personality. Weapon. Western sword, Durandal, damn, Kunpeng appeared. Kunpeng, the legendary beast of the legendary masterworld. It's just that people didn't expect that this thing is not a bird fruit, but a fish and fish fruit. Like Kaido's blue dragon form, it belongs to a kind of fish and fish fruit. So does he prefer the Kun form or the Peng form? Rosen couldn't help but start to wonder. Cavendish opens his eyes. It seems. I feel a change, he said slowly. What changes? Inexhaustible power. Cavendish looked at his hands, then clenched his fists tightly, and a steady stream of power emerged from him. This is the benefit of Zoan fruit. Other fruits acquire special abilities, while Zoan transforms itself and becomes fundamentally stronger. Therefore, the moment he ate the fruit, Cavendish felt a noticeable change. Kunpeng. What is that? After acquiring the ability, the name of this fruit also appeared in his mind, but he had never heard of this name at all. Rosen started explaining to him. The legendary mythical beast has the highest speed in the world, enters the sea as a Kun, can travel around the world, transform into a Peng, and can sway the 9 heavens. No wonder, the information in my mind can be changed into 2 forms. I thought I made a mistake, Cavendish said again. What? 2 forms? Rosen is stunned. This thing, can there be 2 forms? Yeah, the first form can transform into a black fish phantom, master Baiming's power, and the other form can become a Dapeng, flying fast. Advertisement, can the Kun form go into the sea? Rosen's heart skipped a beat. Of course not, but you can control the black fish phantom to slide on the sea. Really, even the legendary Kun, it is impossible to get rid of the curse of devil fruit. But it's not bad if you can glide at high speed on the sea. In this state, because it did not touch the seawater, it would not be cursed by the seawater, which should be the same as brook running on the sea. Think about it, so, doesn't it mean that even the sea can't stop Cavendish's footsteps? Traveling all over the world, swinging for 9 days, coupled with the speed of the world owned by Kunpeng itself. In this world, besides the bottom of the sea, is there any place he can't go? If you add the sea water curse removal card, it's scary to think about. However, there is only 1 item card of this kind at present. Rosen used it himself, so there was no extra for Cavendish. We can only wait for the next 10 consecutive draws to see if we can draw a few more cards. Of course, this is just one of the characteristics of Kunpeng. His real strength lies in Kunpeng's speed. Kunpeng's extreme speed can be regarded as the fastest speed in the world. If it is applied to the ultimate, it will not be too much compared to the speed of light. If the Azure Dragon has the most vitality, the White Tiger has the most combat power, and the Xuanwu has the most defense, then Kunpeng can almost represent the fastest speed. This is a perfect match for Cavendish. You know, his second personality. The state of Itachi is frightening because of the speed that the naked eye can't see. As long as it appears within the attack range of, Itachi, it will be slashed almost instantly. Now with the Kunpeng extreme speed, even if there is no, sickle weasel, state, the speed of Cavendish, should be unmatched. What a terrifying ability. 012 Giant Elephant in the Sea, target Zou Island. Open the system panel. Divine Beast Pirates. Captain. Rosen, Cat Fruit Eudemon's White Tiger form. Vice Captain. Yamato, Dog Fruit, Phantom Beast, Oguchi True God form. Combatant. Cavendish, Fish Fruit Eudemon's Kunpeng form. Total members. 3 total bounty, 780 million Bailey, 5 draws have been drawn, 2 draws available. System warehouse. Zoan Eudemon's Devil Fruit times 40, extractable. Come on, let me see how fast you are. How fast? Rosen also had some expectations. Okay, I'll try it. After speaking, Cavendish was shocked, and a pair of swinging wings appeared from behind. Legend has it that Kunpeng's swinging wings are enough to cover the sky, but in the form of a human and beast. The wings fit very well, and with Cavendish's unique aristocratic temperament, he is even more extraordinary. I'm going. Leaving a sentence, Cavendish soared into the sky, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Rosen was secretly shocked. Even if he is in the state of the wind, I am afraid that the speed is not as fast as this Kunpeng. After a while, Cavendish fell from the sky and appeared on the deck again. You may not believe it, I just flew to the sky casually. Cavendish shook his hair, quite proud. Then he spread out his hand. Look, this is the proof, I just took something out of the cloud. Open it up and take a look, it turned out to be 2 Sky Island shells. You ran back and forth from Sky Island so soon? This refreshed his view of Kunpeng extreme speed once again. Advertisement, Sky Island. What is that? It's an island in the sky, 10,000 meters above the ground. That's not clear, anyway, at my current speed, I can go up for a walk casually. Rosen was secretly startled, this speed is really amazing. It's not bad to think about it, and there will be free errands in the future. Come on, let me see how fast you can travel around the world in your Kun form. After speaking, Rosen took out the record pointer. The direction of this pointer is the location of our next island. Now, go ahead and check the road conditions. Delhi, I'll go too. Cavendish didn't hesitate at all. After noting the direction of the pointer, he immediately jumped off the boat. In the next second, the seawater surged up, rising into the sky, and finally condensed into a phantom of Kun. It looks like a whale, but its body is covered with shining ancient beast patterns, as if it were an ancient beast from the ancient times. Although it is condensed from seawater, it is no different from the real body. It contains the power of the north, which is as vast as the sea. Call out. There was a sound of breaking the air, and I saw a shadow breaking through the waves, galloping past, and disappearing on the horizon in the blink of an eye. Did some big black rat get past it just now? As soon as Yamato came out of the room, he saw Cavendish galloping away with the god Kun gradually disappearing. That's the future errand runner on our ship, Rosen replied with a smile. Running errands? That's right, let him bring back some seasonings later. Rosen was startled. You ran out of seasoning in the kitchen? Didn't you teach me a few dishes 2 days ago? I thought, wouldn't it taste better with more seasonings, so I put them all. And then? Did you eat it? No, throw it down to feed the fish? Thank you so much for the fish, advertisement. Not long after, Cavendish, who went to explore the path, returned to the ship. Hey, guess what I saw at sea? As soon as he got on the boat, he couldn't wait to say that he was more excited than seeing a naked beauty. See what? I was on the road just now, and I saw an elephant walking in the sea. Do you think it's interesting? That elephant has to be so tall, bigger than an island. Cavendish said excitedly. Hearing this, Rosen suddenly stopped the movement of his hands. You mean, the elephant that walks in the sea? Yes, that scene is simply too spectacular. An image popped into Rosen's mind unconsciously. The giant elephant in the sea is undoubtedly that place. How far is it from here? Cavendish thought for a while. It's about a few minutes away. I mean at the speed of the boat. That's estimated to take half a day. Hearing this, I immediately had a goal in my heart. Sail, speed up, target. Zoan Island, the fur tribe. This is really surprising news. In this case, the next crew member can also be determined. 013 The two kings of the fur tribe, the duel begins. Zoan Island, an island attached to the back of a giant elephant. Since the elephant master keeps moving all the time, the position of Zoan Island changes at any time, which also makes it impossible to use the recording pointer to locate. Only if you are lucky and see a giant elephant walking on the sea, can you find this dream island. Obviously, Rosen and the others are lucky. Of course, this is also thanks to Cavendish's ability to travel around the world. Otherwise it would not be so easy to meet the elephant. They drove for most of the day in the direction Cavendish pointed. Finally, a behemoth gradually appeared in their sight. The body is so large that it towers into the clouds, and its thick limbs are like pillars supporting the sky, going deep into the sea and moving slowly. It sure is him. Rosen recognized the elephant at a glance. There are such huge creatures in the world. Yamato was also extremely shocked. This completely refreshed her cognition. Even her father, who is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, is not enough to see in front of this giant elephant. What is a real monster? This is, look, I didn't lie to you, Cavendish proudly asked for credit. Come closer, let's go up. Rosen made a move, and a strong sea breeze suddenly appeared, pushing the sailboat to speed up. This is the power of the white tiger fruit, which can control the wind of nature. If it weren't for this ability, without the navigators, it is estimated that it would be difficult to go this far during this time. Had Rosen not been able to control the storm, their ship would have been sunk by the new world's chaotic weather. As the speed increased, they soon came to the feet of the elephant. Looking up, the huge body went straight into the sky, which shocked the eye. Is there anything on it? Yamato asked. Advertisement? Have you heard of the fur tribe? That's where they live, Rosen explained. Fur clan? Cat Viper and Inu Arashi among the Red Sheath 9 heroes seem to belong to the fur clan. Yamato suddenly remembered. I think that Pit Viper and Inu Arashi accompanied Kazuki Oden to sea and adventure together. They also have a strong entry in Kazuki Oden's sailing diary, so Yamato was very impressed with them. Yes, now these two have become the two kings of the furry principality. So that's the case, then let's go up. Yamato was excited. She has always claimed to be Kazuki Oden and wants to inherit Oden's will. Now she is about to meet Kazuki Oden's retainer, of course she is looking forward to it. Stand still. Rosen cheered. Hearing this, Yamato grabbed the railing very consciously. And Cavendish is still a little unclear. In the next second, Rosen raised his hand and grabbed it, and there was a gust of wind. A gust of wind from top to bottom lifted the whole boat and flew towards the elephant's back. I'm going. What's the situation? Cavendish staggered a few times, and quickly hugged the mast next to him, barely able to stabilize his body. Our captain is a phantom beast with the ability to control the power of the wind, Yamato explained. White tiger? Manipulating the wind? Hanging like that? He immediately looked at Rosen with admiration. It's no wonder that he can get a reward of 500 million when he is wanted for the first time. Rosen stood on the bow, manipulating the airflow to steer the boat. This ability is called Yufeng. Corresponding to the mythical beast Qinglong, Qinglong can fly to the clouds, control the clouds to fly, and even use the clouds to hold up the entire ghost island. And the white tiger is also not weaker than him. The speed of the white tiger can also be controlled by adjusting the wind speed. In terms of speed, it is enough to easily crush the clouds and clouds of Qinglong. The sailboat rose into the sky and soon came to the back of the elephant. Under Rosen's control, they landed slowly. It's finally here, Zujima. This is where the fur tribe lives. Cavendish also has some knowledge of the fur tribe. Advertisement: it is said that the fur tribe is a natural warrior with a fighting ability that is different from ordinary people. Let's go to the furry principality. If nothing else, it should be the time when the king of the day reigns. After the boat was parked, the three of them walked towards the depths of the island. Strangely, they swaggered in and no one noticed them. It stands to reason that the vigilance level of the furry principality is very high. Whether it is the musket team of the king of day or the knights of the king of night, once someone enters Zou, they will be aware of it at the first time. But this time, there seems to be some exceptions. At the same time, there was a chilling atmosphere in the air in the royal city. Almost all the fur tribesmen gathered around a square. Are you going to start again? Every year today, the two kings will duel. I really don't know what happened between them. Since they came back 17 years ago, they have become enemies since then. In order not to see each other again, one person is in charge of the day and the other is in charge of the night, taking turns in charge of the furry principality. Every year, and only today, they will make an exception to appear at the same time, but not to meet, but to duel. Around the square, all the clansmen sighed. The annual duel has already become a habit of the two kings. But the clansmen didn't know why they did this. They used to be close friends and siblings, but eventually turned into enemies who would never meet. Every time they think of this, they can't help but feel sorry in their hearts. It is said that today is the memorial day of a certain important person, and it seems that the two kings turned against him because of that person. I think I heard it too. Really or not, what else is there? You are still young, and there are many things you don't know. Back then, the two kings dragged their dying bodies back to the furry principality, and they never saw each other again. Only on this day every year, in order to pay homage to a certain big man, there will be a duel here. However, the strength of the two kings is equal, and there is no winner every year. There are people from the older generation who know many secrets and tell some untold stories. Hey, I really hope that one day the two kings can be reconciled. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that day, and I hope to see the scene where the two kings are in love with each other in my lifetime. Someone sighed with emotion. 014 a 3-year appointment, a plan to defeat Kaido. Old cat, you are still so stubborn. In the center of the square, the king of the day, Duke Inuarashi, shook his head and sighed helplessly. Old dog, if you didn't stop me from going back, how could Lord Oden die alone and tragically? On the opposite side, a cat with golden hair and brown stripes, with a pipe in his mouth, asked angrily in a questioning tone. What if you go back? It's nothing more than a death sentence. Master Oden just guessed that you would disobey the order, so he asked me to forcibly take you away. Inuland's momentum was not weak at all. You fart. You were greedy for life and afraid of death, so you made up these excuses. So what if you die in battle? At least you won't let Lord Oden go alone. Inuland disagreed. If we are all dead, who will protect the young master? Who will restore the Kazuki family? Who will inherit the will of Lord Oden and let Wano Kuni start the country? His voice became stronger and stronger, and when he said that, he was about to roar out. Obviously, he was also very uncomfortable. It's been 17 years, so may I ask, where is the young master you protected? Did you protect it? Young master. He won't die, he is the inheritor of Kazuki's will. I believe he must still be alive. Inuland's voice became hoarse, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Up to now, you are still making excuses for your greed for life and fear of death. I am ashamed to be with you, old dog. Let's fight. Today is the day of Lord Oden's sacrifice. I must defeat you and pay tribute to Lord Oden's spirit in the sky. After that, a cat and a dog fought together. The two are both vassals of Kazuki, and they have learned swordsmanship from Kazuki Oden since childhood. They are of equal strength. Even after fighting for more than 10 years, they have never won. The surrounding clansmen looked worried when they saw the two kings fighting, but they were helpless. Wanda, what to do? Are they going to fight another day and night this year? In the crowd, a white woman was worried. It should be. They won't give up if they don't fight for a day and a night. The canine fur tribe next to him also sighed. Hey, it would be great if they could reconcile. The rabbit-like fur girl's eyes were full of longing. That's not easy. At this moment, an abrupt voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, the bunny-eared girl Garot was overjoyed, but soon, she seemed to notice something. When he turned around, he was greeted by an unfamiliar face. You! Who are you? She suddenly screamed. Her shout instantly attracted the attention of many people. Eyes came one after another, and they all looked at the strange man. No, more than one. Humanity? In an instant, all the fur tribesmen became alert. When did you sneak in, human? Get out of here. The dog-eared girl on the side pulled out the long sword behind her, and the swords pointed at each other, full of suffocation. Soon, the captain of the musketeer Sicilian led the other members of the musketeer to arrive quickly. Don't be nervous, we are not bad people, maybe we can help you solve the problem in front of you. Rosen smiled calmly. Humans, this is not the place you should come. If you don't leave, don't even think about leaving. Pedro of the Knights group also surrounded the Rosen three men aggressively. Is this how fur tribesmen treat guests? It's rude. Cavendish picked up the rose in his hand and smelled it, and there was a trace of displeasure in his eyes. Are you going to fight? Let me come. Advertisement? Yamato was carrying his mace in an eagerness to try. Rosen shook his head. Immediately, he increased the volume and shouted at the cat and the dog in the fierce battle. Cat Viper, Inuarashi, Wanakuna's friends are visiting. Is this how you treat your guests? The sound came out. The two who were in the fierce battle suddenly stopped. A friend of Wanokuni? They turned to look. The first thing that caught their eye was Yamato. Because of Yamato's dress, it is the dress of the Wanokuni samurai. Especially the bedding rope on the back is exactly the same as that of Kazuki Oden. They looked suspicious. At this time, Yamato stood up and said without thinking, next, Kazuki Oden. Puff, Cat Viper and Inuarashi almost lost their waists. You want to pretend to be Kazuki Oden with a bed on your back? Anyway, come here to pretend to be a man. What are you doing as a woman? Cough, don't get me wrong, what she wants to express is that she is the one who wants to inherit Kazuki Oden's will. Rosen explained quickly. Just you? Why inherit Lord Oden's will? Cat Viper sneered. Just because I have Kazuki Oden's voyage diary. Saying that, a diary book appeared in Yamato's hand. Cat Viper and Inu Lan were shocked, and they came to Yamato's side in a flash, grabbing the country's sailing diary. It's really Oden-sama's diary. They were all too familiar with the things recorded inside. Back then, they followed Kazuki Oden on Whitebeard's ship, and after Kazuki Oden was poached by Roger, they followed Roger's ship. All the adventures that happened during the period, they are vividly remembered. Seeing the diary, they unconsciously shed tears. The time of adventure with Lord Oden was the happiest time for me. Meow? Cat Viper cried out directly. Unfortunately, Lord Oden is no more. Inu Lan also lowered his head. Don't be discouraged. Kazuki Oden is no more, but his will still lives on. Rosen smiled slightly. You mean? She? They look at Yamato. She. It's kind of like that. She has worshipped Kazuki Oden since she was a child, and wants to inherit Kazuki Oden's legacy, defeat Kaido of the Beasts, and then let Wanokuni start the country. Rosen glanced at the big filial daughter beside him and smiled. Hearing this, Cat Viper and Inu Lan suddenly lit up. This ambition is indeed the same as the Lord Oden they know well. But there is someone else who truly inherits Kazuki Oden's will. Who? Rosen turned his hands behind his back and said slowly, 3 years later, that is, the 20th year after Kazuki Oden's death, several souls who should have died will come through time and space, with the will of the Kazuki family, gather partners. The crusade against Kaido is intended to restore the name of Kazuki. Time traveling? Advertisement. They seem to hear something incredible. Yes, this is Mrs. Shi's ability. If it was Mrs. Shi who really did it, maybe, they might really reappear in the world. Cat Viper and Inuarashi looked alike, and their hearts were extremely shocked. So, your current quarrel is a waste of time. If you are really busy, you might as well find a way to deal with the war 3 years later. After all, your useless young master is unreliable. Young master, is he still alive? Hearing the news, they were immediately excited. For them, nothing could be more exciting than this news. The existence of the young master means that the Kazuki family is still there, and their faith is still there. But, how do you know this? They began to question again. Don't worry about why I know, you just need to remember that Kaido wants to kill me, I want to kill him, and you want to kill him, so we're on the same front. Maybe it won't take 3 years before I kill that guy Kaido ahead of time. Rosen's mouth curled with a hint of evil spirit. Cat Viper and Inulan were shocked. In this world, the one who can kill Kaido is such an understatement. It is estimated that this young man is in front of him. Why should we trust you? After a moment of silence, the always calm Inu Lan still maintained a trace of vigilance. You can send people to Wanokuni to investigate and see if there is a poem from Kazuki's time circulating among the people. The poem says, when the world is like the moon in the dark night, it will keep the remnant and hold the defect until the dawn. When the 20 years of Qinghui look through, the 9 shadows will cast the sun and rise to the east. As soon as this poem came out, Cat Viper and Inuarashi were all shocked. 9 shadows are coming to the east, 9 shadows. Inuarashi kept muttering to himself. 9 shadows, they're talking about their 9 retainers, the 9 red sheaths. 20 years later, the return of the Red Sheath 9 heroes will bring new hope to Wanokuni. Hearing this, they all burst into laughter. I knew that the dignified Kazuki family couldn't be cut off just like that. 3 years, right? If that's the case, after 3 years, Laozi will give that B***** D Kaido a little color, even if he will risk his life. When I regained my faith, everything that happened before seemed to be forgotten. The two fur kings looked at each other. Old dog, since there is still hope for the Kazuki family, Laozi will forgive you for the time being. After the 3-year war, we will settle the old account with you. Cat Viper grinned. 3 years is enough for us to be fully prepared. Dog Lan also acquiesced to this reconciliation condition. Seeing that the two kings finally shook hands, all the fur tribesmen present were stunned. Is this reconciled? After reacting, they were overjoyed. Great, they finally shook hands and made peace. This man actually made the two kings who fought for more than 10 years reunite with just a few words. It's amazing. They finally stopped fighting. Our twin kings are back. There were loud cheers from all around. 015 The reserve crew, the bunny-eared girl Garot. Beasts Pirates, Spinosaurus, Lord Runty, Lord Peggy Wan, there seems to be something ahead. The lookout hurried over and handed the telescope to Peggy Wan. Something? Peggy Wan took the telescope and looked in the direction of the lookout's fingers. In the next second, his face suddenly changed. It's actually Xiaopei, what did you see? Such a big reaction. Runty also came over and grabbed the telescope. Hey, why is there such a big elephant? Runty was immediately surprised. It's the legendary Zo, I didn't expect to be met by us. Unlike Runty, who always likes to act like a spoiled child, although Peggywan is the younger brother, he has always been calmer and more knowledgeable, and he recognized the huge elephant in front of him at a glance. Xuanwu. Runty was still a little confused. The territory where the fur tribe lives, the country of Zo. Peggywan's eyes shone brightly. We're chasing in the direction they escaped. Since we can meet Zo, they must have met, maybe they're on it at the moment. After sorting out his thoughts, Peggywan was overjoyed. He seemed to have seen the location of the 3 disasters, beckoning to him. If he is promoted to the position of the 3 plagues, then he will be the youngest 3 plagues in history, and he will definitely be famous in the new world by then. Speed up and pull the boat over. Get your climbing gear ready, we're going to the elephant's back. He began to direct his men. Go on the back of an elephant. Yes, it must be very interesting. Runtui is like a little child who not only likes to act like a spoiled child, but also likes to play. But in reality, she was slightly older than Peggywan. Don't look at her heartless appearance, in fact, she is extremely protective and strong. After all, it is one of the 6 strongest real hits in the Beast's Pirates, and its status is second only to the 3 disasters. Soon, the Spinosaurus came to the feet of Elephant Lord, and they began to take out various climbing tools and set off towards Zo Island on the back of Elephant Lord. After more than half an hour, they finally climbed up. After some searching, they really saw the boat that Rosen and his party had parked on the shore. This ship has the Wano-kuni logo on it. It must have come from our Wano-kuni, so it must be them. Peggy Wan was overjoyed when she saw the exclusive logo on the ship. This means, the target they are looking for must be here. And at the same time, Claude, the capital of the furry principality. In the palace, the king of the night, the eldest cat, Viper, and the king of the day, Duke Inuarashi, rarely appeared in the same frame. Advertisement in the past, they slept during the day and ruled at night, and slept at night and ruled during the day. And today, they finally shook hands and made peace, temporarily letting go of their past grievances and starting to work together to prepare for the war 3 years later. When they heard the news of the reconciliation between the two kings, the whole country cheered and danced and danced. This is a day worth celebrating for the entire fur tribe. A banquet was also held in the palace, and the 3 Rosen, who were distinguished guests, became the protagonists of the banquet. Karuchu, all day, they were surrounded by the highest etiquette of the fur tribe, Kaluchu. You mean, you're recruiting crew? Meow. At the banquet, Rosen stated his purpose for coming here. That's right, now the Beast's Pirates are hunting me all over the world, and if you want to defeat Kaido, I can't rely on my strength alone. I want to build the strongest pirate team in history and then go on an adventure. The Emperor of the Sea, and even the Pirate King. I am bound to win. Although the white tiger fruit is strong, if he does not rely on the systematic lottery, he will never grow up in a short period of time. You know, Kaido is now in his 50s, and after decades of tempering, his azure dragon fruit has awakened to an almost immortal level. The same is true for the white tiger fruit. It is not something that can be achieved overnight if it really grows to the point where it can compete with the 4 emperors Kaido. This requires increasing the bounty to draw the lottery. The fastest way to increase the bounty is to become the Emperor of the Sea or even the Pirate King. Seeing Rosen's confident look, both Inuarashi and Cat Viper were filled with emotion. They seemed to see the shadow of that person in Rosen's body. Captain Roger said the same thing before. I didn't expect that in a blink of an eye. More than 20 years have passed. It's really emotional. They sighed. The days of going out to sea for adventure seem to be still vivid in my mind. But now, it has long been different. If there are young people in the clan who are willing to go out to sea with you, we have absolutely no opinion. Inuarashi made a direct statement. Being able to go to sea to hone in on it is also a blessing for young people. It depends on whether they are willing to go with you or not. Cat Viper also laughed outright. With your words, that's enough. Rosen laughed, raised his glass and drank 3 bowls. To be honest, you guys, I do have a favorite candidate. Rosen said bluntly. Oh, who do you fancy? I'll go and help you pull the strings, meow. Cat Viper smiled and brought his ears close, quite curious. Rosen glanced at the crowd at the banquet and immediately saw the figure. No, that bunny-eared girl. Seemingly aware of Rosen's gaze, Garrett looked over. Advertisement, meow meow meow, not bad, she is one of the most beautiful women in our clan, the young man has vision, meow meow meow, Cat Viper grinned wickedly. Little Garrett, come here, he waved to Garrett. Boss Cat, Lord Inuarashi, what's the matter? Garrett ran over happily. At this time, Garrett was still young, only 12 years old. However, she is tall and looks like an adult. Not long ago, she also passed the assessment of the musket team and became an official member of the Inwaran musket team, and her combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. Don't you always like to listen to me telling stories about our adventures in the sea when you were young? How about it, do you want to go out to sea with this big brother? Inu Lan fondly patted Garrett's head. Going to sea? Okay. Hearing Inuarashi's words, Garrett's eyes lit up. Who didn't have an adventurous dream when they were young? In particular, I often heard Inu Lan tell stories from the past. Garrett had longed for the outside world for a long time. Now that she heard that she could go to sea, of course she could not ask for it. Gallet, at this time, a figure with a dark face stood up. Going to sea is not as easy as you think, and the dangers you will encounter during the period are not something you can bear as a child. This person is impressively Pedro of the Cat Viper. 2 years ago, in order to help Cat Viper steal the text of history, he once went deep into the territory of the Four Emperors' Big Mom, and that time left a deep psychological shadow on him. Therefore, when Garrett said he was going to sea, he immediately stood up against it. Damn Pedro, I wanted to go to sea with you 2 years ago, you thought I was a child and wouldn't let me go, and now you stop me, so I don't want to listen to you, I'm an adult now, don't get old, treat me like a child. Garrett puffed out his cheeks and said angrily. Everyone was laughing when they saw it. Hey, is this our new crew? Hello, my name is Cavendish, dear lady, please allow me to bring you a kaluchu. Cavendish, holding a rose, came to Garrett's side and moved his face close to him. My name is Garrett, please give me some advice, Ka. Seeing that the two were about to have a kaluchu, Rosen pushed Cavendish's face away. Don't come to kaluchu in the future, Rosen said to Garrett seriously. Why? In the eyes of the fur tribe, kaluchu is their etiquette for greeting. But in Rosen's eyes, this thing can't come to everyone. Because the reader does not agree. 016 the fourth crew member, Yakushi, the squirrel nurse. Wanda, I'm going to sea, are you with me? Garrett ran to Wanda excitedly, his eyes shining. Wanda is a canine fur tribe and, like Garrett, is a member of the Musketeers. She is slightly older than Garrett, and at the same time, she is also known as the most potential female fighter of the fur tribe, and is likely to take over the entire Musketeer team in the future. Hearing their conversation, Rosen also turned to look over. Even if Garrett didn't speak, Rosen wanted to say that. In terms of strength, Wanda should be stronger than Garrett. If Wanda can go to sea together, of course Rosen can't ask for it. But unfortunately, the next dialogue broke this idea. I saw Wanda shook his head and said slowly, I just want to protect this land and go to sea. It's not necessary for me. Ah, that's it, Garrett was obviously a little disappointed. Then I'll come back and tell you the story of my adventure at sea, Garrett said immediately. That being the case, Rosen can't force it. Among the younger generation of the fur tribe, the most promising and worthy recruits are probably Garrett and Wanda. Of course, if you want to talk about the entire fur tribe, there should be a Beppo, but it is a pity that Beppo went to sea with Pedro's boat since he was a child, and then got lost and ended up in North Blue. Now he should be by Trafalgar Law's side. As for other fur tribesmen, there may also be people with extraordinary talents, but compared with Garrett and Wanda, they're definitely inferior. Rosen also has 40 Eudemon's fruits, the number is limited, which means that everyone can't recruit them. What he wants is to have a team with a very strong average strength, similar to the Red Hair Pirates. If a Phantom Beast fruit is used by ordinary people, the bounty when it grows up can reach 500 million or 600 million. Then, for those with infinite potential like Cavendish and Garrett, the bounty in the future is likely to exceed 1 billion, or even higher. In order to maximize profits, the talents he wants to recruit must be as high as possible. Alternate member. Garrett preliminary position, lookout. Bounty. 0 abilities. Static electric current, moon lion form. Weapon. Claw gloves advertisement regular requirement. Become Zone Eudemon's demon fruit power. The position assigned by the system is actually a lookout. Think about it too, the rabbit jumps high and looks far, so the position of lookout is quite suitable. As for her fruit form, Rosen had already made plans. By the way, Cat Viper, Inuarashi, I still need a doctor who has a lot of research on the ingredients of medicines. Rosen suddenly thought of something and spoke immediately. Doctor? Yes, if you want to go to sea, a doctor is very important. If you get sick or injured on the ship, it will be very troublesome without a doctor. Inu Lan expressed his understanding. But Rosen said, it doesn't matter whether it will cure the disease or not, as long as there is a certain amount of research on the ingredients of the medicine, or the ability to make medicine. That's enough. He had a bold idea in his mind, but to prove the idea works, he desperately needs a doctor who understands the ingredients. Is that so? Cat Viper and Inuarashi looked at everyone. In the end, their eyes stopped on a goat fur tribe. But soon, they shook their heads at the same time. Dr. Goat is too old to go to sea, and he is the most respected doctor of our fur tribe. We need him. There's also Dr. Leopard. Then, their eyes fell on a leopard fur tribe. Dr. Leopard Girl smiled sweetly. Sorry, there are still my patients here. If I leave, Dr. Goat can't be busy alone. The two most outstanding doctors on Zou Island are Goat and Leopard. The Goat is old, and the Leopard is the successor of the Goat Doctor. Either of them is crucial to the furry principality. Just then, a weak voice sounded, if it's just medicine, I think I should be able to try it. Looking at the reputation, I saw the squirrel nurse next to the Goat Doctor raised her hand timidly. Everyone looked at her. Teacher Goat usually doesn't look very good, and it is easy to make mistakes when dispensing medicine, so I often help him dispense the medicine, and he also specially taught me a lot of knowledge about the ingredients of medicines. Advertisement. It's just that, apart from dispensing medicine, there are a lot of knowledge about healing. I'm not very proficient. Nurse Squirrel squeezed the corner of her clothes nervously, and she obviously mustered up the courage to say this. She is a nurse and is good at nursing, but as the right-hand man by Dr. Goat, she usually learns a lot. Even so, as a nurse, she still has a long way to go if she wants to change her career to become a doctor. But if it's just pharmaceuticals, she's definitely good at this. Because over the years, what she has learned the most is to help the Goat Doctor dispense medicine. Hearing her words, Rosen's eyes suddenly lit up. You can make medicine? Squirrel nodded. I should be able to make medicine. That's enough, what I need is exactly like you. Rosen immediately sent an invitation. Would you like to go to sea with me and become my Yakushi? The squirrel hesitated for a moment, then looked at Dr. Goat. Squirrel is a good match for Yakushi, I can vouch for her. Seeing the questioning glances from many people around, Dr. Goat stroked his beard and said proudly. My eyes are dim, and many times I ask her to help me dispense medicines. In terms of pharmacological knowledge, she has won my true heritage. If she is willing to go to sea, I absolutely agree, Dr. Goat said with a smile. Old. Teacher. The goat turned around, looked at the squirrel and said, you are still young, and you have a long way to go. The young man named Roger, the ship doctor on his ship communicated with me. The medical level in the outside world is much more advanced than our zoo. If you can go out and get some new knowledge, it will be of great help to you. The talented people should not be buried here. But, teacher, can I really? Squirrel bowed his head, still a little less confident. Dr. Goat patted her on the shoulder. Go on, child, the outside world is very exciting. Now Dr. Leopard is also a qualified doctor. She can help me with many things. You don't have to worry about me. He said earnestly. The squirrel gritted his teeth and immediately made up his mind. I would like to go to sea. 017 Demons. Taiyin Jade Rabbit form. Alternate member. Afra preliminary position, making Yakushi. Bounty. 0 ability. Static electric current, Moon Lion form. Regular requirement. Become Xuanwu Demon's demon fruit power. The second preparatory member of this trip, Squirrel Girl Afra, is a professional nurse and is proficient in master pharmacology. With him, the bold idea in Rosen's mind is likely to become a reality. If you were given a medicine, would you be able to detect its ingredients? Rosen came to Afra the squirrel. It's not difficult to just detect what ingredients are in it. Okay, your words are enough. Rosen's heart was beating wildly, a little excited. You must know that he has a variety of magical pills and medicines on him, all of which are produced by the system and have unimaginable effects. 9-turn golden elixir to restore injuries, a panacea pill that cures all ailments, a body-refining elixir that strengthens the physique, and even hockey-enhancing medicines, Jiuyin Dan, etc. Any one of these medicinal pills is enough to affect the entire pirate world. If someone could make these pills in batches with their ingredients, it's hard to imagine what kind of buzz it would cause. Not to mention other things, it's just a body-refining pill. If you can make a body-refining pill in batches, you can strengthen your physical body infinitely. This medicinal pill has no side effects. As long as the quantity is sufficient and the time is sufficient, it can be strengthened indefinitely until it is immortal. Let's talk about the 9-turn golden pill. This is the holy medicine for healing. No matter how serious the injury, just one piece can quickly recover. The same is true for a panacea, which can cure all diseases. If you can research the production methods of these two medicines, what kind of doctor do you need? Take 2 pills directly, and any pain can be easily solved. So, it doesn't matter whether Afra the squirrel can cure or not, as long as she can make medicine. That's enough. Afra, Garot, welcome to join you. I'm the captain of the Divine Beast Pirates, Rosen. This is the co-captain, Yamato. That's the errand runner over there, Cavendish. Rosen introduces them one by one. Hey, what is an errand runner? After all, this young master is also one of the current supernovas and the most popular rookie pirate, Cavendish protested strongly. But no one paid him any attention at all, please advise. Garrett and Avra greeted each other. To celebrate your joining, I have another gift for you. Rosen smiled and cut to the chase. Advertisement? Oh, are there any gifts? Garrett's big eyes flickered with anticipation. Rosen smiled, flipped his hand, and 2 strangely shaped fruits appeared in his hand. This is. Others don't know, but Cat Viper and Inuarashi know it too well. I think they stayed on Whitebeard's ship and even later on Roger's ship, sailed around the world with Roger, and saw many new things. They were all too familiar with this devil fruit. A random piece of this thing is worth hundreds of millions, and some can't even be measured in money. I didn't expect the whole man in front of him to take out two at once. What kind of fruit is this? Is it delicious? Garrett came closer to observe it carefully, and then smelled it, but couldn't smell anything. Just try and find out, Rosen said with a smile. Cat Viper and Inu Land looked shocked. I didn't expect you to have two of such precious things at once. I really underestimate you. Even Yamato and Cavendish were a little surprised. How much fruit do you have? Yamato asked. Not much, barely enough. Rosen perfunctory, did not say. You used one for yourself, one for Cabbage, and now it's two. That's four. Yamato did the math, and immediately showed a hint of surprise. Hey, who is Cabbage? My name is Cavendish, of course. You can also call me the dream of 900 million girls, Cavendish protested again. This is called devil fruit. After eating it, you will gain the power of the devil, but the side effect is that you will be cursed by the sea and become a landlubber. Rosen explained it to them before using it. Duck? That's fine, I hate swimming, Garrett pouted. Afra on the side also showed a look of indifference. The fur tribes hate swimming, so whether they will be cursed by the sea is the same for them. Bosscat, can I eat it? Garrett habitually asked for advice. You decide for yourself, you are already an adult, aren't you, meow? Cat Viper said with a smile. Yes, I am an adult, I can decide for myself. Hearing Cat Viper's words, Garrett was very happy. Then I'll start. Thank you, Captain. Garrett also showed a little curiosity about this so-called devil fruit. Taking the fruit, Garrett took a small bite, then his face instantly turned ashen. It's still an unpalatable taste, but just take a bite and the ability will take effect. As you can see, Garrett has changed very quickly. The rabbit ears on the top of her head trembled slightly, and it grew a little longer, and her skin became whiter and more translucent. The most notable change was that a shadow of a moon appeared on the back of her head, setting her off like a goddess of the moon. Advertisement. Member. Garrett position. Lookout. Gender. Female bounty. 0 abilities. Rabbit fruit. Phantom beast species. Taiyin jade rabbit form. Weapon. Claw gloves. Taiyin jade rabbit. It's the name of this fruit. This is the legendary rabbit on the Moon Palace, master lunar power, and also the incarnation of the moon. That's right, this fruit is the one that was identified with the identification card before. Originally Rosen wanted to identify a fruit suitable for Cavendish, but did not expect to identify the shape of the Taiyin jade rabbit. Obviously, this was definitely not suitable for Cavendish, so Rosen deliberately stayed. The moment he met Zoe Island, Rosen knew Garrett in his heart. Because, no one is more suitable for this fruit than Garrett. What form? Yamato was a little curious. It looks like a jade rabbit. Taiyin jade rabbit. Rosen reminded. Oh yes, Taiyin jade rabbit form. Another phantom beast? Yamato was visibly surprised. In devil fruit, it is roughly divided into 3 types. Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia. Zoan is divided into common species, ancient species, and phantom beast species. Among them, the phantom beast species is the rarest fruit, and even Logia is even rarer. The fruit that she ate at the time of dog fruit, illusory beast species, Oku true god form, was also obtained by Kaido with great effort. Unexpectedly, a fruit that Rosen took out casually was actually a phantom beast. And before that, Cavendish seems to be in Eudemons too. Adding Rosen's own mythical beast, the white tiger. Don't tell me that the other fruit is also a phantom beast? Yamato looked at the other piece in Rosen's hand, the fruit for Afra. You guess, Rosen laughed without saying a word. 018 slow ability, transformed into a moon lion. Come on, transform your body and let me see what kind of abilities you have acquired. Good. Gallet nodded. Immediately, her body began to glow brightly. Take a leap and jump directly into the air. Then her body was suspended in the air, and she transformed into a snow-white moon rabbit with a crescent sign on her forehead. This is the body of the Taiyin jade rabbit, surrounded by bright moonlight, and a crooked moon hangs behind its head, as if illusory. The Taiyin jade rabbit can't fly, but its jumping ability is amazing, and it can hang in the air. Moon rabbit spit out human words and introduced. Hanging in the air? It's also quite a good ability. The jumping ability of the rabbit fur tribe is amazing, and with the jade rabbit fruit, she gains Zoan's super physical ability, and her jumping ability has been greatly enhanced. The current Garrett can jump over 100 meters with an easy jump. Coupled with the ability to hang in the air, it is not much different from flying. And after hanging in the air, the meniscus behind her head is like a real moon hanging in the sky, emitting a bright light, setting her off like a fairy. The Taiyin jade rabbit can release the power of the Taiyin, and the target touched by the power of the Taiyin will be slowed down. Slow? That's right, Garrett nodded. Hearing this, Rosen's heart turned upside down. In his impression, a Paramecia devil fruit has the ability to slow down. Unexpectedly, Yutu's Taiyin power can actually slow down the target. Advertisement moreover, while acquiring the sluggish ability, she will also gain Zoan's powerful physique, so the sluggish fruit is completely incomparable with the jade rabbit fruit. Garrot released his ability to hang in the air and jump down from the sky. In her human form, her body has also grown a lot, her legs are slender and she stands tall. Now, her strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Yes, it didn't disappoint me. Rosen was very satisfied with Garrett's ability. It's more than that. As a divine beast of the moon, Jade Rabbit will also receive the blessing of the moonlight. Under the illumination of the moonlight, my strength, speed, etc., will be greatly improved. Also, the moonlight emitted by the phantom of the moon above my head is also effective for me. Garrett stuck out his tongue playfully, as if showing off. Cat Viper and Inu Arashi on the side were shocked to hear such words. I didn't expect to have such a heaven-defying ability. Rosen was also quite surprised. Good guy, actually comes with a buff bonus halo. The shape of this Jade Rabbit is simply beyond imagination. I can also get a corresponding improvement by adjusting the fullness of the shadow of the moon above my head. Under the full moon state, I can even get double enhancement, but the full moon state consumes a lot of physical strength, Garat said again. Wait, if the phantom of the moon above your head works for you, then... Suddenly, Rosen seemed to think of something extraordinary. If you take the form of a full moon, will you become a moon lion? Rosen made a bold guess. Hearing his words, not only Inu Lan and Cat Viper, but all the fur tribesmen present were stunned. Moon. Moon lion. How did he know this? The state of the moon lion is a secret unknown to the fur tribe, only they know it. Advertisement and the young man in front of him not only knew about the moon lion, but also told the conditions of the moon lion's transformation. Cat Viper and Inu Lan were shocked, and quickly calmed down. By the way, they have Lord Odin's voyage diary, and it is not surprising that they know the shape of the moon lion. A cat and a dog looked at each other, suppressing the shock in my heart. Then they looked at Garrett, and seemed to be a little curious, wanting to wait for an answer. Moon lion? It should be. Okay, Garrett is also a little unsure. I can't control the state of the moon lion yet. If I forcibly enter, I will go crazy. Garrett shook his head, not daring to try it lightly. It doesn't matter, you are still young, take your time, one day you can successfully control the moon lion form. Hearing Rosen's encouragement, Garrett clenched his furry fist with a firm gaze. Well, I'll try my best. Pedro gave me special training before. If I impose exercise, I should be able to transform into a moon lion soon. Garrett is full of confidence. We fur tribe. It seems that we are going to produce an incredible character. Inuarashi said to Cat Viper in a sighful tone. Yeah, it might be the right decision to let her go to sea. Immediately, the two smiled at each other and raised their wineglasses at the same time. 019 Ren Fruit You Demon's Seraph form, it's your turn. Rosen placed another fruit in front of Afra the squirrel. This fruit has not been identified, so its abilities are temporarily unknown. In this regard, Rosen also has some expectations. Garrett's ability brought him a surprise, and he wondered what happened to the ability that Afra had acquired. Thank you. Afra thanked very politely, and immediately took devil fruit. Now that she has decided to get on the boat, she doesn't need to be polite. Taking a light bite, the bitter taste also made her frown. At this time, the system prompt in Rosen's mind also appeared. Ding, congratulations on recruiting a new crew member. Member. Afra position, making Yakushi gender, female. Bounty. 0 abilities. Ren Fruit You Demon's Seraph form. Advertisement damn, angel? This FK, is it so lucky? As expected of the nurse who is known as the angel in white, she can eat a fruit, and she can actually eat the form of an angel. At this moment, Rosen began to believe in fate. This may be destined in the dark. I saw the squirrel nurse Afra shuddered all over, and the sky suddenly appeared bright, and her whole body was also bathed in holy light. Immediately, the 3 pairs of pure white wings suddenly opened, and the holy breath swept all around. Under the soft holy light, everyone could feel a warm and comfortable feeling. My God, this is so beautiful. This scene of angels descending to earth has made countless people intoxicated. The squirrel, who was originally dressed as a nurse, was one of the best beautiful women. After transforming into a seraph, there was a divine aura all over her body. This is an angel, right? Someone recognized it at a glance. I see a real angel, Mom, I'm in love. The light slowly dissipated, revealing the true face of the angel. Although the body is a squirrel fur family, however, after eating the human fruit, Afra's appearance began to be more human-like. The originally furry skin became smoother, and the figure became more plump. The nose became a normal human nose, but the squirrel ears remained. The 3 pairs of angel wings behind her set her off like a god, and even she was surprised by her own changes. Advertisement, I actually turned into an angel. Afra covered her mouth and couldn't believe it. Is this also a phantom beast? Yamato was completely dumbfounded. Although she was already mentally prepared, she was still a little shocked after the idea was confirmed. Counting Rosen himself, this was already the 4th U-Demon's fruit. When did the rare mythical beasts begin to spread all over the streets? Cat Viper and Inuarashi were also shocked and speechless. A second ago, they were still shocked by Garrett's Jade Rabbit form. A second later, another mythical creature appeared again. Whether it is the Taiyin Jade Rabbit or the Seraphim, they only exist in myths and legends, and they appear at the same time, making everyone feel a little incredible. Dr. Goad is very emotional. Nurse Squirrel is his most beloved student and his right-hand man. He is also happy for Afra to be able to get such a blessing at the moment. Okay, it looks like it was the right decision to let you go to sea. Bah ha ha ha, Dr. Goad laughed. I didn't expect 2 phantom beasts to appear at once, it's too surprising, Canoe Land couldn't help saying. Meow, haha, there are 2 incredible juniors. 020 The 100 Beasts Invasion. Open the system panel. Divine Beast Pirates. Captain. Rosen, Cat Fruit Demon's White Tiger Form. Vice Captain. Yamato, Dog Fruit, Phantom Beast, Oguchi True God Form. Combatant. Cavendish, Fish Fruit Demon's Kunpeng Form. Lookout. Garot, Bunny Fruit Epic Species Taiyin Jade Rabbit Form. Making Yakushi. Afra Total Members. 5 Total Bounty. 780 million Bailey. 5 draws have been drawn, 2 draws available. System Warehouse. Zone Demon's Devil Fruit times 38, extractable. With the addition of Garrett and Afra the Squirrel, the number of members finally reached 5. Different from the general pirate group, the 5 of him. Take out any one of them, and they all have the powerful strength of 1 against 100. The storm power of Rosen Master. Yamato controlled freezing capability. Cavendish's World Haste. Garrett's Lunar Power. Afra's Angelic Light. Since then, his pirate group has been regarded as a strong force. Of course, this is not enough. Navigators, cooks, archaeologists, boatmen, snipers, helmsmen, etc. If you want to navigate the world and become a unique pirate group, these are all indispensable. Of course, there must be an exclusive pirate ship. Whitebeard's Moby DK, Red-Headed Red Force, Rogers Oro Jackson. These are the world-famous pirate ships. Since Rosen wants to build the strongest pirate team in history, this ship naturally can't be sloppy. The crew has been recruited successfully, and the 2 kings of the fur tribe are back together. Everything is happy. This night, the entire Xuanwu island was intoxicated with laughter. Advertisement, however, in the second half of the banquet, many fur tribesmen were already drunk. At this time, the accident happened suddenly. Someone invaded. A series of alarms sounded, and the originally lively banquet was interrupted in an instant. Cat Viper and Inuarashi stood up instantly. What happened? It's the direction of the whale forest. They quickly identified the location of the siren. The whale forest is a forbidden area for the fur tribe. It is usually guarded by the Knights of the Cat and Pit Viper, and no one is allowed to approach it. At this moment, the whale forest sounded an alarm, which made their hearts tremble. For a time, everyone entered a state of alert and began to rush in the direction of the whale forest. The fur tribe is worthy of being a natural fighting nation. The first second they looked drunk, and when they heard the alarm, everyone woke up instantly. Pedro bears the brunt. As the head of the Knights group, if the whale forest is damaged, he is directly responsible. Let's go too. Rosen put down the wineglass and chased after him. Whale forest. A fierce battle is breaking out at the moment. Ow! An earth-shattering roar sounded, and a huge dinosaur man stood up, his sharp claws easily tearing apart the surrounding trees. Opposite him, Roddy and Black Buck of the Knights group, surrounded by static electricity, fought with dinosaurs. The back of the dinosaur was covered with thorns, full of fangs, and had a hideous face. It was in the shape of a Spinosaurus. The electric current of the 2 of Roddy hit the Spinosaurus, and it was difficult to cause substantial damage. Dare to bully my little pay. Unforgivable. With an angry shout, another dinosaur appeared in the forest, and a strong anger erupted in his eyes. Brother Protector, Runti, has appeared. Incarnation of Runti in the form of a swollen head dragon. The top of her head bulges high, changing the appearance of a cute girl before. Advertisement. If Xiao Pei cried, who would be responsible? She turned into a shooting star and hit Roddy with a headbutt. Bang! There was a loud noise, and Roddy was knocked away like a cannonball, knocking down more than a dozen trees in a row, and finally smashed into a rock. Black Buck's face changed suddenly, and there was deep fear in his eyes. Roddy's strength should not be underestimated. As one of the leaders of the night team, he couldn't even take a single move from a swollen head dragon. What kind of terrifying power is this? Hey, old lady, who would cry, do you think I'm you? Peggy Wan in Spinosaurus form showed strong dissatisfaction. But there is no room for them to bicker at this time. Because, in the darkness, several figures are approaching at extreme speed. Cat Viper and Inuarashi have arrived. Meow meow meow, what a guts. A black shadow flickered, and the sharp claws of the Cat Viper were torn away towards the Spinosaurus. Pejuan also sensed the crisis through the sight and hearing, and the armed color instantly covered his hands and attacked head-on, with blue veins all over his body. In the darkness, bursts of sparks splattered, and the tyrannical armed impact illuminated the night sky. Immediately, the spiny-backed dragon retreated 3 steps. As the 6th son of Lincoln, his strength is naturally slightly inferior to Jack the Drill. And Cat Viper, as a former crew member of One Piece Roger, his strength is beyond doubt. They can even fight Jack the Drow and turn with Inuarashi for days and nights. If it wasn't for Jack's shady tricks to release gas, they wouldn't lose the slightest. He and Inuarashi, just anyone, have the strength of Jack the Drow. Although Peggy Wan has infinite potential, he is too young after all, and it is impossible to seek some benefits in the hands of Cat Viper. Inu Lan helped the seriously injured Roddy, and his eyes were full of anger. Who are you? How dare you run wild in Laozi's territory? The Cat Viper held a steel fork and glared at it. 021 Kunpeng Extreme Speed, Gorgeous Sword Shadow. Hand over the people, or you will wipe out your entire Zou Island. After seeing the person coming from the opposite side, Pejuan didn't panic at all, as if he had no fear. There's no one you're looking for here. Get out of Laozi's territory. Cat Viper doesn't want to eat this set, and he is not afraid of the sky and the earth, and it is naturally impossible for him to cower in the face of this junior in front of him. And at this time, several figures arrived in the darkness. Rosen walked out slowly, looked at the Spinosaurus in front, and recognized the identity of the other at a glance. If nothing else, they should be looking for me. Rosen stood up with a wry smile. Yamato, who followed behind, showed strong impatience in his eyes. You two guys are really annoying, you can catch up after running so far. Seeing Yamato appear, Peggy Wan's eyes flashed. You are here, Master Yamato. Eh, Master, isn't he a woman? Cavendish was puzzled. Runty reprimanded with dissatisfaction. You willful fellow, you have to run out and make us look everywhere. Go back with us honestly and annoy that person, you know the consequences. She said, of course it was Kaido. That damn old guy actually put handcuffs on his son that would really explode, and he still has the face to come to me. Speaking of this, Yamato suddenly looked angry. She always thought that the handcuffs Kaido put on her were fake, just to fool her. After all, who would really want to blow up their own child? However, the reality is so cruel. The moment the handcuffs were released, the handcuffs exploded directly, blasting a huge pit on the ground. The power is so great that it makes your back chill. It was hard for him to believe that Kaido would actually play her for real. You know, she once had the idea of running away more than once, but she didn't dare to try it easily. Thinking about it now, it's really scary. If she had tried to escape with a fluke, she might have died now. Since that moment, she has the last trace of Kaido in her heart and completely cut it off. Go away, I won't go back. One day I will return to Wano Kuni, defeat all of you, and then inherit the legacy of Lord Odin. Let Wano Kuni open the country, Yamato said righteously. After hearing this, Inu Lan and the others were shocked. She is Kaido's son. No, is it a daughter? All eyes are on Yamato. If she hadn't just said that she wanted to defeat Kaido and let Wano Kuni start the country, I'm afraid the two of them would have been unable to bear it. The enemy's daughter is right in front of them, how can they calm down? But they didn't act rashly, because, it sounds, things are not as simple as they think. It's up to you. Having said that, Peggy Wan took out a phone bug from somewhere, and immediately put it down on the button on it. The next second, I heard bursts of explosions, and then the ground began to vibrate, the rocks cracked, the ground cracked, and a dull giant beast screamed in everyone's ears. What happened? The elephant master is screaming. B********D. What did your target master do? Cat Viper and Inurashi's expressions changed greatly, and they looked at each other with questioning eyes. Apparently, they started taking shots at the Lord. A sneer appeared on the corner of Pejuan's mouth. The Zo elephant has been surrounded by our boat. As long as I press the button of the phone bug, they will launch a special cannonball at the elephant. Advertisement. This kind of special cannonball can easily blow up half of the mountain. Even if the elephant of Xuanwu is rough and thick, with flesh and blood, he can't hold it for long. I advise you to go back with us honestly, so as not to hurt the innocent. Peggy Wan said to Yamato in a threatening tone. You be *******, I won't let you go. With that said, the mace in Yamato's hand smashed towards Pejuan. Thunder 8 trigrams. This is enough to destroy the world, and the space is almost distorted, and the power is so strong that even Cat Viper and Inu Lan are secretly shocked. However, Peggy Wan did not change his face, and the phone bug in his hand pressed again. Another sound of shelling came, the ground shook violently, Yamato almost lost his footing, and the attack in his hand was forcibly interrupted. Elephant Lord let out a piercing scream. As an elephant that has lived for thousands of years, it has suffered such heavy damage at this moment, which makes all the fur tribesmen feel anxious. A hole. Cat Viper cursed, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Why don't you have a long memory? Why don't you just go back with us honestly? Where else can you escape? Peggy Wan shook his head. By the way, the one next to you should be the one who kidnapped you, right? Peggy Wan set his eyes on Rosen again. Lord Kaido wants you to die by name. Rosen touched his nose. Is that so? Then I'm really honored. Master Yamato, kill this person and go back with us. Lord Kaido can forgive you. The future position of General Wano Kuni is still yours. Pejuan pointed at Rosen and said. Who cares about the position of the general? The next one is the one who will inherit Odin's legacy. Still talking nonsense. If you don't want to do it, then don't blame me for letting the whole Xuanwu and everyone here sink into the sea. He raised the phone bug in his hand and threatened. Seeing him so confident, Rosen laughed out loud. If you think you can do it, you might as well give it a try and see if the phone bug in your hand can make the entire Xuanwu corpse sink into the sea. Hearing his words, Inu Lan and the others suddenly changed their faces. B********, what are you talking about? At this moment, all the fur tribesmen were angry. Zo is the place where they have lived for generations, not to mention whether the corpse will sink into the sea. Even if the Zo elephant is traumatized, it is unacceptable to them. However, at this juncture, Rosen actually said such a thing. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting, the fur tribe entertained you, but you still want to pull them back. Peggy Wan laughed. But right now, the phone bug in his hand suddenly rang. Lord Peguin, the enemy invaded, ask for support, ask for support. On the other side of the phone, there was a cry for help. Hearing this voice, Peggy Wan's expression changed suddenly. What did you say? A person suddenly appeared here and destroyed all our cannons. An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Waste, didn't you let you guard the boat? Why were you attacked? Peggy Wan yelled. This person is so fast that we have no time to react. He killed him. Ah, after a scream, the phone bug was forcibly cut off. Peggy Wan clapped the phone bug in his hand, found that there was no sound at all, and angrily smashed it on the ground. A bunch of trash, he yelled. You actually have a backer down below, as expected of a fur tribe known as a fighting nation. I underestimate you, Peggy Wan sullen. Inulan looked at the cat and pit viper. Is it the one you arranged? Advertisement cat viper looked stunned. I don't have it, meow. Who is helping us then? They all looked puzzled. Zo elephant is thousands of feet tall and towering into the sky, and it is a long way to get back to the sea from here. It is impossible to rush to support in such a short time. You didn't find out, is there anyone missing here? At this time, Rosen said with a smile. Hearing his words, people were suddenly shocked. Hey, where did that narcissism go? Garrett suddenly reacted. Elephant at the feet of the Lord. Black shadows flashed past, and the 2 dinosaur ships stationed here were severely damaged, and all the cannons were chopped in half. And the hundreds of crew members on the ship were also screaming in the slaughter of the shadow. It's time for this young master to show his skills again. Sure enough, this young master is the focus of the audience. As he said that, the sword in his hand flashed with afterimages, and another figure fell under his sword. Behind him, Fu Yaoyi shook lightly, and his figure seemed to be moving in an instant. The speed was so fast that he could not see clearly, and he shuttled through the crowd again and again. Roar. A giver who ate the artificial devil fruit roared, turned into a fierce wolf with fangs, and threw his fist at Cavendish. However, in Cavendish's eyes, his speed is not worth mentioning at all. The afterimage flashed past, and his slash had already slashed at the fierce wolf giver. It is a pity that the opponent's physical body is extremely powerful. Although this slash saw blood, it did not cause fatal damage. The strength is still lacking. Cavendish recognized his current shortcomings. Although Kunpeng's extreme speed can make him invincible, he has just acquired Zoan's ability not long ago, and his physical body has not been strengthened, so his strength is lacking. But even so, it is more than enough to deal with these giver legions. P.S. Say a few controversial issues. 1. Question about white tiger fruit. Please, this is the world of pirates, it's not a prehistoric one. What a brother said is right. The wind is from the tiger. The cloud is from the dragon. Since the Qinglong Kaido can control the flame cloud, what happened to the white tiger's control of the storm? It's not incompatible, is it? Speaking of innate Zhengjin, this thing is not too big in the pirate world, right? Innate Zhengjin can cut people, but Fengren can't cut them, and there are many special abilities that can be developed in controlling the storm, which will be shown later. In addition, among the fruits that have not yet appeared, Logia's wind and wind fruit should be expected by many people. You demons can already master some special abilities other than Zoan, and the white tiger can take into account the ability of wind and wind fruit. There is no problem, just like the phoenix can override the undead flames. 2. The white tiger is not strong enough. Again, this is the world of pirates, not a flood. You mainly have to look at the ability of his master. The white tiger is the control of the storm, the jade rabbit is slow, and the Kunpeng is extremely fast. On the sea, the meaning of the storm symbol is self-evident. Why is there no such thing as a high level of crew? Akainu's magma, Aokiji's ice, and Kazaru's light are not bad, right? Why is the upgraded version of Fengfeng fruit not good enough? 3. The question of whether the Eudemon species are strong or not. Does this still need to be questioned? No matter what paramecia, Logia, Eudemons can be merged in, and Zoan's physique is added. For example, Jade Rabbit, he is the slow fruit in the body of the Jade Rabbit, the White Tiger is the fruit of Fengfeng in the body of the White Tiger, the Suzaku is the body of Maramara fruit in the Suzaku, and in the future, there will be an upgraded version of Munch Munch fruit, gluttonous form, sweet fruit the upgraded version, Medusa form, the upgraded version of Soul Soul fruit, black and white impermanence form, etc. There are too many mythical creatures that can be written. As for someone saying, Paramecia is the most awesome, what space and time? You demons don't have the ability to master time and space? Candle Dragon understand? There are so many divine beasts, who doesn't seem to have a special ability. I also saw someone say in the comment section, dark fruit is the strongest, if dark fruit sucks your power, you will be useless. Dude, if you want to do this, then I won't talk about martial arts. When the time comes, I will arrange for you a divine beast with master's secret power, in the form of Ren fruit, phantom beast, and fallen angel, and I will suck it for you. If you want to say that thunder fruit is the strongest, I will give you the entire fantasy version of Sushin form, Master Thunder, and I will give you a bang. If you want to say that Op fruit has no solution, then one of the 10 evils of the ancient times, the ancestor form, with the time in the left hand and the space in the right hand, I will do it with you. If you want to say that clone fruit can change, then one of the 4 monkeys in the world, open black lens bracket Lingming stone monkey close black lens bracket, you are not afraid of 72 changes. The dignified mythical creatures can match your demon abilities? Gotta stay here. 5. Thank you for your support. 022 Sengoku's shocked, Yamato's identity exposed. 3 days later, Wano Kuni, Ghost Island, Master Kaido. A figure hurried in, with a little panic on his face. Did they come back with news? Kaido squinted down. No, Lord Kaido, it's not good. Lord Runti and Lord Pejuan have fallen into Marine's hands, he uttered a startling message. Hearing this, Kaido's pupils shuddered violently. Impossible, With their ability, how could Marine easily catch them? Kaido vetoed. Master Chi, it's true. The man continued. The spy just reported that Lord Runti and Lord Pejuan were seriously injured and were handed over to Marine. Now Naval Headquarters has sent Vice Admirals such as Ghost Spiders and Flying Squirrels to escort them personally. Pell's on his way. Hearing this news, Kaido smashed the table in front of him with a flash of anger in his eyes. Who can beat them? There was a roar of thunder in his throat, arrogant. I heard. The person who handed over the two adults to Marine and received the bounty is a supernova in the limelight. The name seems to be Whitehorse Cavendish. A mere supernova, dare to shoot at my beast's pirates? Kaido burst out with strong killing intent. However, there seems to be a rumor. The man's eyes were erratic, and he hesitated to speak, for fear that telling the truth would make Kaido more difficult to accept. Speak. Kaido's icy gaze locked on him. It is rumored that this supernova named Cavendish seems to have joined the Divine Beast Pirates, the team created by the man who kidnapped Master Yamato. Hearing this, Kaido was really furious, turned into a giant dragon in an instant, and soared into the sky. It's him again, kidnapped my stupid son, and wounded Laozi's subordinates, unforgivable, roar. A roar made the entire Ghost Island tremble, and everyone looked at the giant dragon soaring into the sky, and their hearts were shocked. Assemble the team. Laozi wants to make the whole new world feel Laozi's wrath. Advertisement these days. The second of the 6 sons of the beast's pirates was caught and became a hot topic of the moment. Unexpectedly, the mighty group of beasts would be shriveled in the hands of others. And these people are still a rookie pirate group that has just been founded. Everyone was surprised that the backbone of the dignified beast group was actually defeated by the rookie pirates and handed over to Marine, which was a shame for the beast's pirates. This news, for Marine, is both good and bad. The advantage is that the backbone of the beast's pirates has been caught, which can defeat the prestige of the 4 emperors Kaido. The downside is that Marine has another terrifying opponent. I didn't expect them to make such a fuss so quickly. What a disturbing potential. Marshal Sengoku frowned. Although he knew from the beginning that the legendary white tiger fruit was extraordinary, he still underestimated Rosen's strength. Apart from the 3 major disasters of the 4 emperors Kaido's men, he defeated 2 of the 6 most powerful real hits. How many days have passed since he issued the bounty? And another supernova who was invincible some time ago, the Whitehorse Cavendish, even joined the person's team, which is really surprising. The threat level of this mythical beast pirate group has risen again. Sengoku's face was very ugly. In his hand, he holds 2 new reward orders. One is Cavendish, and the bounty has risen from 280 million to 350 million Bailey. The other person, naturally, was Rosen. Even if Rosen didn't make a public appearance this time, he let Cavendish deliver the man to Marine. However, you don't need to think about it to know that people are defeated by him. So this time, his bounty has been increased to 600 million. This is not a small number. You must know that another supernova who crossed the sea 2 years ago has now joined the Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates. After 2 years of exploration, the bounty is only 550 million Bailey. Not long after Rosen went to sea, the threat level had already surpassed that of Fire Fist Ace. They seem to have something to do with Kaido of the Beasts. Advertisement based on the latest information, Sengoku came to such a result. He was still curious before, that guy Kaido seemed to be looking for someone, but now it seems that it should be related to the rookie pirate named Rosen. Otherwise, the 2 of Lincoln's 6 sons, Runti and Pejuan, would not be able to find Rosen and then be defeated by Rosen. I just don't know what kind of grievance there is between them, if it can be used by Marine. Marshal Chi. A Marine sergeant knocked on the door of the office. Come in, Mr. Marshal, people have been sent to Impergrand Prison, Marine soldier reported. Sengoku nodded. Has there been any useful information from the interrogation? He asked again. Mr. Marshal, I'm here for this. Sergeant Marine's face suddenly became solemn. Through our rigorous interrogation, we have obtained some incredible information. Sengoku suddenly became serious when he heard this. We learned that the Beast's pirates are looking for someone very important to Kaido's side. This person was taken away by Rosen, the captain of the Divine Beast Pirates. That's why the 100 Beasts went after the Divine Beast Pirates with great fanfare. Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. It was exactly as he had guessed. It was learned from the previous intelligence that Kaido was looking for someone, and then a new pirate named Rosen appeared, which also brought a huge shock to Marine. Unexpectedly, these 2 things are actually directly connected. What a Rosen, even the 4 emperors Kaido dared to grab it. Also, we interrogated the person Kaido was looking for, her true identity. Sergeant Marine took a deep breath. His name is Yamato, the son of the 4 emperors Kaido. As soon as these words came out, even Sengoku, who had always been calm, showed an unbelievable look at this moment. 023, Big Mom's plan. Kaido has a son? Sengoku was stunned. This is from the prisoner's mouth, Marine said. They recruited so easily. Speaking of which, Sergeant Marine also smirked. It's strange to say that we originally wanted to interrogate the one named Pejuan first, but another female criminal immediately stood up and said that something was coming at her, and then, she recruited it. Good guy. Sengoku was directly speechless. If Kaido heard this, his blood pressure would probably soar. The title of this brother protecting madman is really not a blow. Encountering her like this, even severe torture is saved. Since Kaido has a son, why did he run away with someone else? Sengoku was a little curious. It stands to reason that with the aura of 4 Emperors Kaido, his son's status in the Beast's pirates will definitely not be low, and it is very likely that he will inherit Kaido's position in the future. However, this guy named Yamato actually ran away with someone else? Still running with a man, is there any special hobby? Any pictures? He asked again. There are pictures, but it's a bit strange. There was also a hint of incomprehension on Marine's face. Why is it strange? The sergeant found a photo from the document in his hand and handed it to Sengoku. Son of Kaido, we didn't see it, but beside Rosen, the captain of the Divine Beast Pirates, we found a woman with a suspicious identity. This is a photo taken by our people on Hongi Island. At that time, there was only a woman on Rosen's body, and the so-called son of Kaido was not seen, the sergeant introduced. Female, he took the photo, and in the picture, it was a woman with horns on her head and a rope on her back. Like Kaido, he has horns on his head, so he should definitely be him, but why is it a woman? Sengoku recognized Yamato's race at a glance, and he has many similarities with Kaido, such as the ghost horn on the top of his head. And she, like Kaido, also carries a mace. Isn't it a son, a daughter? He guessed. Yes, someone like Kaido definitely wants a son to take over his class, and it is understandable to raise his daughter as a son. Issue a bounty? The identity of Kaido's son is too amazing. Sengoku's eyes twinkled. It's getting tricky. Advertisement. Legend has it that the most powerful white tiger fruit is enough trouble, and now there is another son of Kaido. This sea is about to start turbulent. The new bounty order has been updated, making waves in New World again. Rosen made his first appearance a few days ago, and the bounty reached 500 million Bailey, which shocked the whole world. And now, just a few days later, the bounty has actually increased again. Is this person so dangling? The 600 million bounty is so soon? There must be some untold secret about him, otherwise Marine wouldn't be so inspiring. I heard that Kaido's men were sent to prison by him. What a bold person. What did you say? The person who sent Kaido's men to prison, is he? Didn't he say he was sent in by another supernova Cavendish? Some people are puzzled. You don't know yet that Cavendish has also joined his Divine Beast Pirates. FK, true or false, a group of double novae? Brilliant. Wait, what did I see? Latest news, another supernova has appeared. FK, Marine is crazy, and another supernova bounty was issued so quickly. Who is it this time? The name is Yamato, the picture is a woman, and she looks so beautiful. Is it my eyesore? This bounty? Are you sure it's okay? I'm going. Another 500 million bounty, just like the previous Rosen, who was offered a 500 million bounty on his first appearance. Marine, is this too much money to spend? A bounty of 500 million at every turn? Wait a minute, look at the introduction on the reward order. This woman is also a member of the Divine Beast Pirates. FK, it's true, this is not a group of 2 new stars, this is a group of 3 new stars. Soon, Yamato's bounty was announced. As the son of Kaido, she is no less a threat to the world's government than Rosen's white tiger fruit. After a few days, 2 supernovas with a bounty of 500 million appeared, and they belonged to the same pirate group, which made everyone feel incredible. Before that, there were basically a handful of people who had more than 500 million bounties in the entire ocean. However, this time, Marine seemed to be crazy, frequently issuing supernova bounties, which shocked countless people. At the same time, many people feel dissatisfied. Why are they? Advertisement, Lousy has been in the New World for more than 10 years, and only got a bounty of more than 100 million. 2 fledgling little devils are offered a reward of 500 million if they don't come. Marine is really crazy, someone yelled. Hey, since I'm doing this, then I'm going to return to the career of a pirate hunter. This industry was not very prosperous before, but now it seems that the money is endless. Don't say it, I'm ready to go to sea. When I find these 2 people, the 1 billion bounty will be mine. At this moment, countless people began to stare at the heads of Rosen and Yamato. But most people are more sensible. A bunch of idiots. Do you think Marine would post such a high bounty for no reason? If you can easily take away 500 million, wouldn't everyone be able to make a fortune? Since people can get such a high bounty, it shows that they have such strength, and a bunch of idiots are also trying to trouble them, and they don't even think about whether they have this qualification. New World. IWC, Cake Island. The Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, of course also noticed what happened recently. Well, that guy Kaido is really a waste, he can't even solve a hairy boy, and he has all his subordinates in it. The older he gets, the more useless he is. Well. Charlotte Linlin laughed and saw Kaido deflated. She was extra happy. It is a great shame to send someone to chase and kill him, but his subordinates are sent to prison by others. Speaking of which, this kid named Rosen is really brave, and he dares to fight against that reckless man. Charlotte Owen grinned, showing a little appreciation. Mythical Beasts Pirates? It's a bit interesting. It seems that they are determined to be tough with Kaido's Beasts Pirates. Parasparrow also said. There is something to be said about a group of 3 new stars, and I don't know how charming this Rosen is, so that Marine can treat him like this. They have discussed it. Katakuri on the other side sat silently on the side, with Erlang's legs crossed, jelly beans in his hands, and he didn't say a word, but a faint light flashed in his eyes. Katakuri, what are you thinking? The ant noticed the change in Katakuri and asked. I was thinking, since they have become enemies with Kaido, can they be used by us? Katakuri spoke slowly. Well, as expected of my most reliable son, the vision is different, Charlotte Linlin laughed. A mortal enemy in Kaido's eyes, a threat in Marine's eyes, if he could be ours. It would be great, My dear daughter Pudding, it's time to get married. She fixed her gaze on a woman in the corner. 024 The ancient legend of the fur tribe, the treasure tree Adam. Zou Island. Breathing out a heavy breath, Rosen slowly opened his eyes. This is the second body refining pill he took. When the burning sensation gradually calmed down, the whole person seemed to be reborn. This thing can be used once every 3 days, and every time it is used, it can bring him great benefits. Strength, speed, physique, etc., can be strengthened in all directions. When he clenched his fist, the muscles all over his body exploded, and the bones also made a crackling sound. Then he went to the bathroom. After taking a bath, he washed away the dirt discharged from the body, and the whole person suddenly felt refreshed. The bounty has increased again. Rosen has already received a prompt from the system. This time, it wasn't just his bounty that increased, even Cavendish's bounty went up along with it. The reason why he decided to hand over Peggy Wan and Runti to Marine. On the one hand, it's to give Kaido a look and let him know that if you want to hunt me down, you have to pay the price. On the other hand, it was to prove his strength to Marine. Sure enough, after the two were handed over to Marine, the new reward order was updated within 2 days. But what he didn't expect was that Yamato's reward order came out, and it was as high as 500 million Bailey. Is it because they revealed Yamato's identity? Rosen guessed in his heart. Guess that's the only possibility. At any rate, it was also the high-ranking Fei Liubao from the Beast's Pirates that he couldn't help interrogation, which surprised Rosen. But after thinking about it, it is estimated that the woman named Runti did a good thing. Captain Rosen. After a while, Garrett trotted all the way to Rosen's room with a big smile on his face. Captain Rosen, the cat boss asked me to inform you that the wood for shipbuilding has been prepared, and let you go over to check the design drawings, Garrett said excitedly. So fast? As expected of a fur tribe, the efficiency is high. Rosen did not forget to compliment each other. The shipbuilding project, Rosen has entrusted the fur tribe to do it. After all, as the strongest pirate group in the future, how can it be possible without its own exclusive pirate ship? Just now, I came to Zou, and there are many skilled craftsmen in the fur tribe, so they simply settled the pirate ship here. Advertisement knowing that Rosen was going to build a pirate ship, Cat Viper and Inuarashi agreed very readily. Shipbuilding or something is not a problem for them at all. The huge furry principality has also produced many excellent boatmen. When Pedro founded the Nox Pirates, the pirate ship used was personally built by fur craftsmen. Moreover, there is a rare wood on Xuanwu Island, which is an excellent raw material for building ships. I'm looking forward to it. We can have our own exclusive pirate ship soon. Not only Rosen, but even Garrett is very excited at the moment. After all, she is already a member of the Divine Beast Pirates. Come on, let's go and have a look. After changing clothes, Rosen followed Garrett to the dock. Before long, the two came to the factory east of Cloudu. This is where the ship was built. At this moment, many fur workers can be seen busy here. Hello Mr. Rosen, Karuchu. All the fur tribesmen along the way greeted him. Rosen is now the VIP of the fur clan. If it wasn't for him, the Cat Viper and Inulin would not know how many years they would fight. Because of his arrival, the two kings were reunited. This is a great kindness for the entire fur tribe. If Cat Viper and Inuarashi continue to fight, the fur tribe will never have a peaceful day. Meow, brother Rosen, you're finally here. Cat Viper saw Rosen from afar, and came over excitedly and patted Rosen's back. What about Inuarashi? I'm dealing with official business in the palace, I'll be in charge here. It turned out to be so. Fortunately, the wood for shipbuilding has arrived. Come and have a look. This is a rare material unique to our Zou Island. With that said, Cat Viper dragged Rosen to the factory. Then, he pointed to the large amount of white wood stacked in front of him and said proudly, this tree, called the Ivory Treasure Tree, is only owned by us on Zou Island in the world. Looking in the direction of his fingers, Rosen saw the rare wood that the Cat Pit Viper was talking about. This kind of wood is ivory white throughout, as crystal clear as suet jade. This kind of tree has a great background. Speaking of this, Cat Viper suddenly became energetic and couldn't wait to show it off. Do you know the legendary treasure tree Adam? Rosen nodded. I know, the toughest tree in the world is extremely rare. There are only a few in the world. No matter how tragic the war is, this kind of tree will not fall. Advertisement he couldn't understand this kind of tree any better. Because of its toughness, Adam's tree was once the best raw material for shipbuilding. Rogers Golden Jackson and later Straw Hat Crew's Sunny were all made of this tree. According to the word of mouth of our older generation, our ancestors lived under an Adam tree more than 1,000 years ago, when there were no Zou elephants. Later, for special reasons, the family migrated to here. At the same time, there is a branch of the precious tree Adam. Later, this cut branch was transplanted on the top of the Elephant Lord's head, because the Elephant Lord showered his whole body with water every day. The sea water poured down from the top of his head, the washing and baptism of. Day after day, it was upgraded gradually, and after thousands of years, it showed this crystal clear ivory white. That's why we call him the Ivory Tree. Its toughness is even better than Adam's treasure tree. Cat Viper reveals a secret that only they know. Hearing such rumors, even Garrett was quite surprised. It turns out that the tree has such a history. When I was a child, I often climbed it to play, Garrett said in shock. Rosen was also secretly startled. Unexpectedly, it is the upgraded body of Adam Baoshu. After thousands of years of water and rain erosion, it formed what it is now. This also means that he is more precious and rarer than the normal Adam treasure tree. Under the scouring day after day, its toughness has reached an astonishing level. A pirate ship built with such raw materials, not to mention indestructible, but at least he can easily deal with all kinds of emergencies at sea. Even if it is a cannonball attack, it will not pose too much of a problem to him. Threaten. Cat Viper said proudly, this is one of the heritage of their fur tribe. I think when One Piece Roger came here, he had taken a fancy to this precious tree, but unfortunately they already have the Golden Jackson. Well, on such a ship, my future adventures to sea will definitely be more majestic. Garrett's eyes were shining. It's not just Rosen's boat, it's their big guy's boat, and it's another home for them in the future. It is sure to bring many conveniences to be able to take such an adventure to sea on such a ship. It really gave me a surprise. Rosen was also quite shocked. Only such a ship can carry these shining stars of the new era. He was already looking forward to the adventure he was about to embark on. 02510 consecutive draws, the next crew member is scheduled. According to Cat Viper, the construction of this ship will take half a month at the earliest. During this period, the group of them stayed in Zou Island. All kinds of pills, Rosen has handed over to Afra for research, with the help of the goat doctor and the leopard doctor. The research seems to be going well. The first thing they researched was the Zhouzhang Jinden. This kind of medicine pill can quickly treat injuries. If it can be developed, there will be no need to worry about injury in the future. In the past 3 days, they have achieved a lot of results, and they have really detected more than a dozen known important ingredients. Of course, this is still a long way off. According to them, there are at least hundreds of medicinal ingredients in this medicinal pill, which is extremely difficult to detect. Even if all of them can be detected, some of the ingredients cannot be found on Zou Island at all. Maybe the outside world can find it, but no one can guarantee it. If you want to really develop the formula of the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir, Afra must be exposed to more external medical knowledge, and it is not enough for Zou Island alone. Captain Rosen, in the infirmary, seeing Rosen coming, Afra immediately smiled. We found another ingredient, which is a rare hemostatic herb, she reported on the harvest of the past 2 days. Rosen nodded in satisfaction. Seeing her energetic look, Rosen was very satisfied. Here are some research funds, you can use them first, and then ask me for it if you don't have enough. Rosen took out a bag of money. This is the bounty offered in exchange from Marine. Runty's bounty alone is worth 400 million Baileys. In addition to Pejuan's bounty, Rosen already has a fortune in his hands. Both scientific research and medical research are very expensive. So Rosen gave the money to Afra first. It would be great if the formula for making these pills could be developed sooner. Okay, I'll try my best. Afra did not refuse, because she really needed money, otherwise many processes could not be carried out. After explaining this, Rosen left the infirmary. He went back to his room. Now that he is free, he finally has time to start 10 consecutive draws. Divine Beast Pirates. Captain. Rosen, Cat Fruit U Demon's White Tiger form. Vice Captain. Yamato, Dog Fruit, Phantom Beast, Oguchi True God form. Combatant. Cavendish, Fish Fruit U Demon's Kunpeng form. Lookout. Garot, Bunny Fruit Epic Species Taiyin Jade Rabbit form. Making Yakushi. Afra total members. 5 total bounty. 1.45 billion Bailey, 5 draws have been drawn, 9 draws available. System Warehouse. Zone U Demon's Devil Fruit times 38, extractable. After this, their total bounty has increased a lot. Cavendish went from 280 million to 350 million. Yamato raised the bounty from 0 to 500 million Bailey. And he also changed from 500 million to 600 million. In addition to the 5 draws already drawn at the beginning, there are now 9-10 consecutive draws. This time, I don't know what good things will come out. Advertisement. Rosen took a deep breath. First sacrifice Cavendish for 20 years, and try to get a few more seawater curse removal cards. He had already used a card of this kind before, so he could ignore the curse of seawater. But the other members are not yet. He wondered if he could use one for Cavendish. He wondered whether his Kunpeng would be able to enter the sea. If it is possible, then there is no need to worry about naval battles. In terms of aerial combat, Seraph, Kunpeng, and his ability to control the wind in the form of a white tiger can all do it. Needless to say, in terms of land warfare, zone-capable people are not weak in land combat capabilities. The only thing missing is the naval battle, because the system requires that all his members must be phantom beasts, so he cannot recruit the Murlocs. And demon fruit power can go to sea. In this way, all the hope can only be placed on the sea water curse removal card. Turn on, 10 consecutive draws, ding, congratulations on getting. Open black lens bracket 9 turns golden elixir close black lens bracket 1 open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1 open black lens bracket swordsmanship enhancement cheats close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket firearms and weapons exchange cards close black lens bracket 1 open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket devil fruit appraisal card close black lens bracket 1 open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket conquerors strengthening potion close black lens bracket 1 open black lens bracket rejuvenating medicine close black lens bracket 1. Rosen's eyes lit up, another devil fruit identification card. This is also a very useful item for him, which means that another appraisal can be carried out to know the shape of the fruit in advance. As for the rejuvenation medicine, it is a pill that has never been smoked before. As the name suggests, this pill can rejuvenate after use, and each use can make oneself 5 years younger. However, there are restrictions on the use of this drug. It will only take effect if used by people over the age of 50. In other words, this medicine, at most, can restore people to the period of 45 years. And a person can only use the rejuvenating medicine 5 times at most. Equivalent to an extra 25 years of life expectancy. Although only 25 years old, you must know how important these 25 years are for some old people. If a 70-year-old takes 5 rejuvenating pills, he can return to his 45-year-old peak. If it is 80 years old, it can only be restored to 55 years old. And so on. However, the difficulty of extracting this medicine should not be low. After so many draws, he barely managed to draw 1. Advertisement trying to get 5 pieces together is probably a problem. Of course, if Afra can develop a formula for this drug, that's another story. But this drug is of great significance, and it should be a huge project if it is to be successfully developed. In addition, a firearms and weapons exchange card was drawn. Like the previous, rare weapon exchange card, and heavy weapon exchange card, using this card can randomly acquire a corresponding weapon. Ding! Use firearm weapon exchange card. Congratulations on getting unlimited bullet version bullet sniper rifle. 3 types of ammunition can be switched. Unlimited ammo. 3 types of ammo. Rosen was stunned on the spot. This FK played so much, the infinite bullet version of bullet is here. You must know this thing, but it is known as the king of heavy snipers and infantry artillery, and its power can be called destroying the world. He quickly checked the item introduction. Good guy. These 3 types of ammunition switch forms, namely, sniper armor-piercing bullets, explosive armor-piercing bullets, and incendiary armor-piercing bullets. What are armor-piercing bullets? It was a product of modern technology, with a sharp warhead that could easily penetrate thick steel plates thousands of meters away. Compared with the muskets and lead bullets in this world, armor-piercing bullets are simply a big killer. The lead bullets in this world are spherical, like small steel balls. Although they are enough to kill people, their power is very limited. Not to mention armor-piercing bullets, even modern ordinary caliber bullets can completely abuse lead bullets. Bullet cannons equipped with armor-piercing projectiles can easily penetrate even thick steel plates, not to mention the human body. The infinite bullet drawn by the system is equipped with 3 kinds of ammunition, which can be switched freely. Sniper armor-piercing projectile, with fast loading speed and strong penetration, suitable for one-shot headshots. Explosive armor-piercing projectiles, as the name suggests, not only have the ability to penetrate steel plates, but also produce a violent explosion after hitting, which is so powerful that even a tank can be easily destroyed. As for the armor-piercing incendiary bomb, it carries a high-temperature incendiary agent, and it will burn violently when it hits. The temperature is extremely high, and it is difficult to extinguish. This is the perfect weapon for a sniper. Rosen was ecstatic. Although no snipers have been recruited yet, weapons have been drawn in advance. It's hard to imagine how terrifying power this high-tech killer will exert in the world of pirates. Not to mention the penetrating power and destructive power of this kind of weapon, the amazing rate of fire alone is enough to make people hard to guard against. Unless it's an extremely advanced observation hockey, otherwise, the general seeing and hearing color, it is estimated that the bullet has already shot you in the head before you can react. Will the next crew member be a sniper? Rosen couldn't help but start looking forward. Snipers also play an important role in the pirates. It's just, if it's a sniper, what kind of phantom fruit is suitable for? 026 shocked. Double fruit accommodates physique. In the second round of the lottery, nothing came out. Probably ran out of luck in the first round. The only thing worth mentioning is that I have drawn 2 bottles of hockey enhanced potion, one of the armed color and the other of the sightseeing color. In addition, there is a space ring. This is the second time I've drawn a space ring, and Rosen is wearing one at the moment. This one, he plans to leave to Afra. After all, if you want to develop the formula for those pills, you need a lot of medicinal materials, and it would be more convenient to give her a space ring. In the third round, with a flash of light, Rosen's eyes were attracted by a tool called Universal Bait Fishing Rod. Equipped with a special lure that emits biosonic waves, this rod is extremely attractive to sea creatures. And this bait can be used permanently, as long as it is not damaged. At the same time, the quality of the rod is beyond imagination, and it can even catch huge sea beasts. Good stuff. Presumably the future sailing adventures should not be too boring. In addition to this, there is a panacea, which is the second panacea he has drawn. The fourth round finally appeared. Open black lens bracket seawater curse contact card close black lens bracket. With him, you can make those who can ignore the curse of the sea. This is also a card that he desperately needs right now. His goal is to make everyone ignore the curse of seawater. And this is only the second card he has drawn. In addition, this round also drew a bottle of maddening potion. According to the introduction of the system, This potion is also known as the Madness Potion, because after using it, it will enter the madness state, and the strength will increase several times. However, the side effect is that in a state of madness, it will be indistinguishable between us and enemies. Similar to Cavendish's second personality, after being enchanted, he will kill all surrounding targets. Therefore, the use of this drug must be extremely cautious. In the next 5th round, the main event finally came. Advertisement in the first 4 rounds of draws, except for the appraisal card, the cursed contact card, and the bullet, he was not very satisfied. Until the 5th round of the lottery, the appearance of a prop instantly made Rosen breathe faster. Open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1 open black lens bracket random herb seeds close black lens bracket 100. Open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1 open black lens bracket double fruit storage constitution inheritance card close black lens bracket 1. His eyes were fixed on the double fruit accommodating constitution inheritance card. Rosen couldn't calm down just by seeing the name. What is the double fruit accommodating constitution? In the world of pirates, a person can only use 1 devil fruit at most. Once he eats the second one, he will explode and die in an instant. There is only one exception. He is a member of the 2nd division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the evil pirate who will dominate the legendary battle, Summit War, in the future. Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach, in the history of the pirate world, he is the only one who has 2 fruits. The reason is that he has a physique that is different from ordinary people. This physique is the double fruit accommodating physique. A person with this physique can eat 2 devil fruits at the same time. Brilliant. After being shocked for a long time, Rosen slowly spit out 2 words. Apart from this word, he couldn't think of any other words to describe this card. The preciousness of this card is not weaker than the Demon Ability Extraction card, obtained before. One is that the ability of Zoan Devil Fruit can be extracted to non-living body by means of genetic technology, so that it can gain life. One is to get 2 Devil Fruit abilities. In this way, Rosen can obtain an additional ability under the premise of possessing the White Tiger Fruit. As expected of the system, only I can't think of it, and it can't be done without you. Advertisement Rosen refreshed his view of the system again, and it was really awesome. The most powerful mythical beast, the White Tiger, already possesses heaven-defying combat power. If you add a second devil fruit, it's hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence he will grow into in the future. That's right, I am the captain of the dignified beast pirates, the future king of the beasts. If there is nothing special, how can I deserve this title? Rosen suddenly felt that his future was bright. It's just this second fruit, he has to study it carefully. He already has the body of a white tiger with unparalleled combat power. In this way, Zoan's fruit does not need to be considered, and it is better to keep recruiting crew. Because he can't become 2 divine beasts at the same time, right? This is not like Cavendish's Kunpeng, which has 2 forms in itself. If he eats the second phantom beast, it is definitely impossible to transform at the same time, and it will only appear nondescript. In this way, you can only choose between Paramecia and Logia. If it was Logia, his master's storm ability is similar to Logia's wind and wind fruit, except that it cannot be elementalized. It is almost not much different from the wind and wind fruit. And Zoan doesn't need elementalization at all, invincibility of the flesh is enough. Then the result is obvious. For this second fruit, there is no doubt that Paramecia should be chosen. Zoan's flesh, Logia's storm, and another Paramecia ability. The 3 types of fruit ability he can take up all alone. Hopefully I can come across a suitable Paramecia in the future. Rosen's eyes flashed. Think about him in the future. The divine beast, the white tiger, with unparalleled ontological combat power, roared and shook the sky and earth. When he raised his hand, the wind swept through, and the other hand, master Paramecia ability, looked down on the world. That picture, just thinking about it, makes one's blood boil. This is worthy of his identity, 027 identification, 5-color peacock form. In the 6th round of the lottery, Rosen once again drew a devil fruit appraisal card. With the previous one, he can identify 2 devil fruits this time. In addition, this time I also got a recipe, Sichuan Dabu soup recipe. According to the introduction in the recipe, this soup is a nourishing holy product. Long-term consumption can wash the marrow and cut the pulse, prolong life, nourish yin and replenish yang, and has many benefits for the human body. It's just that there are so many materials needed to make this kind of soup, and some have never even heard of it. Of course, this is because Rosen is not familiar with the ingredients in this world, and can only find a way to make this soup after recruiting professional chefs in the future. If there is a bowl of Sichuan Dabu soup every day, everyone on the ship will be alive and kicking, full of energy and high fighting spirit. The next 2 rounds of lottery draws did not yield much. Basically they are some body refining pills, and occasionally 1 or 2 rank 9 golden pills can be drawn. However, it unlocked a new medicinal pill, Weiyuan Dan. This kind of medicine pill is similar to Zhouzhang Jindan, and it belongs to the recovery medicine. Zhouzhang Jindan can heal injuries, while Weiyuan pill can quickly restore physical strength. The appearance of this elixir made Rosen quite moved. Because, although Zhouzhang Jindan can restore injuries, his role is not essential for Zoan ability people with strong self-healing ability. But Weiyuan Dan, which can restore physical strength, is too powerful. Although Zoan-capable people have extraordinary endurance, strong continuous combat ability, and even fight without sleep for days and nights, it is not a problem for them. However, strong endurance is always only strong, not infinite physical strength. If there is Wei Yuan Dan, it is the true physical strength, and the battle is endless. Take Garlet's Taiyin Jade Rabbit as an example. She can obtain attribute bonuses through the shadow of the moon above her head, and she can even double her strength under the full moon state. But the disadvantage is that it consumes a lot. If there are enough Wei Yuan Dan, Garret's stamina problem can be solved. Even in the form of a moon lion, she can persist for a long time and will not fall down due to lack of physical strength. In addition to Wei Yuan Dan, there was also a copy of Spear Skill Enhancement Cheats. Like the Swordsmanship Enhancement Cheats, this is quite a skill book. After using it, you can comprehend the corresponding skills. If it is a sniper, using marksmanship to enhance the cheats, marksmanship can definitely be improved to a higher level. At present, Rosen has drawn 3 swordsmanship enhancement cheats and 2 marksmanship enhancement cheats. To strengthen swordsmanship, you can consider using it for Cavendish. After all, he is a swordsman genius. Now that he has Kunpeng extreme speed, his sword speed has reached an astonishing level. Advertisement. Even Rosen had a hard time avoiding his sword. Although it may not pose a threat to the body of the White Tiger, it is enough to see the potential of Cavendish. If he were to undergo several baptisms of body refining pills to strengthen his physical body, perhaps Cavendish's strength would be even more terrifying. Since then, there have been 9 rounds of lottery draws, and only the last one is left. Whether we can bring him some more surprises depends on this last time. Open 10 consecutive draws, congratulations on getting. Open black lens bracket detoxification potion close black lens bracket 1 open black lens bracket deep sea night pearl close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1 open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1 double swords and profound truth cultivation cheats 1. Open black lens bracket universal pill close black lens bracket 1 seeing and color strengthening potion asterisk 1. Open black lens bracket back to Yuan Dan close black lens bracket 1 open black lens bracket enlightenment tea tree seed close black lens bracket 1. Open black lens bracket body refining pill close black lens bracket 1. The deep sea night pearl can emit a bright light at night, and has the effect of soothing the spirit and dispelling fatigue. If it is embedded on the boat, it can not only solve the problem of night lighting, but also have the effect of sleeping, which is definitely a rare treasure. As for the double swordsmanship profound truth, cultivation secrets, ordinary people can master the duality swordsmanship. If they are swordsmen who have mastered the duality swordsmanship, then the swordsmanship of the duality swordsmanship can be improved. Then there are the enlightenment tea tree seeds, which can grow into an enlightenment ancient tea tree after planting. The tea leaves of enlightenment tea have the effect of refreshing the mind. Long-term drinking can make one's brain become ethereal and reach a state similar to the state of enlightenment. There is no doubt that this tea must be something good. Coupled with the fast growth potion, drawn before, Dao enlightenment tea tree can gain 100 times the growth rate. Since then, all 9 draws have been used up. The most satisfying one is undoubtedly the double fruit accommodating constitution inheritance card. Advertisement also get a bullet cannon with unlimited ammo, ready for future snipers. Then there are all kinds of medicines, and more than 30 body refining pills have been drawn. In addition to the previous dozen or so, there are now more than 50 body refining pills, and each of the 5 people on board can get 10. Even if you only use it every 3 days, it's enough for a whole month. A month later, the overall strength of all of them will have a qualitative leap. As for all kinds of formulas, potions, seeds, secrets, etc., there are also quite a few, and Rosen kept them in the space ring. Hockey fortified potion, 1 bottle of Conquerors, 3 bottles of sight color, 1 bottle of arm color, a total of 4 bottles. By the way, there are still 2 Devil Fruit appraisal cards. Use Devil Fruit identification card, ding. Congratulations on your successful identification of a devil fruit, please check it out. Name: Bird fruit, phantom species, 5-color peacock form. Function: after use, it can be transformed into a 5-color peacock, master 5-color divine light, nothing is brushed, nothing is broken. Cowbatch: the 5-colored peacock also appeared. And also the 5-color divine light in the master's legend. This kind of divine light is too awesome. In the prehistoric world of Tianjiao, it is an existence that hangs and beats everything. It's just that this is the world of pirates, and it shouldn't be as pervert as the 5-color divine light in the world of floods. But even so, it's certainly not weak. This is definitely a top-quality fruit, no weaker than Garrett's Taiyin Jade Rabbit and Afra's Seraphim. Come on, the second one, let's see what else comes out. Rosen took out a second devil fruit at random, ding. Congratulations on your successful identification of a devil fruit, please check it out. 028 The future pirate ship, the Xuanwu. Name: Turtle fruit, Eudemons, basalt form. Ability: after use, it can be transformed into a divine beast Xuanwu, with absolute defense. Rosen's pupils shrank. The divine beast Xuanwu, as famous as the Qinglong and the White Tiger, finally appeared. Qinglong is known as the strongest vitality, White Tiger is known as the strongest destructive force, and the divine beast Xuanwu is the strongest defense. His eyes were fixed on the word, absolute defense, on the ability introduction. What is absolute defense? Immune to all damage, it is called absolute defense. In Paramecia devil fruit, 1 fruit is an absolute defense. That is the barrier fruit that is about to appear in the future and will shine brightly. Once the barrier is opened, no matter how powerful the attack is, even if the world is destroyed, the barrier will not be destroyed. This is the horror of absolute defense. And the mythical beast Xuanwu, as the fruit of the mythical beast species with the strongest defense, possesses this kind of absolute defense ability. An upgraded version of the barrier fruit? Rosen was startled. Just the description of absolute defense is too amazing. Once you use this basalt fruit, you can not only get a powerful basaltic body, but also the strongest defensive barrier in the world of Master, and you can be invincible. The appearance of this fruit brought Rosen a great surprise. Isn't this the strongest meat shield? Now that the ship has the strongest combat power and the strongest speed, if you add the strongest defense, it will be perfect. Wait. Xuanwu. Rosen looked at the word, Xuanwu, displayed on the identification card, and a bold and amazing idea suddenly appeared in his mind. As the divine beast that dominates the sea, can Xuanwu swim? After thinking about it, he quickly shook his head. No, it's impossible. Even the divine beast Xuanwu will never ignore the curse of the sea. Advertisement, then. What if you add the sea water curse removal card? He suddenly remembered a sea water curse removal card he had just drawn. Originally he intended to use it for Cavendish, but now, he has changed his mind. At this moment, his breathing quickened. Then, he took out a few things from the space ring. The first is the seawater curse removal card. Using this card, a person with basaltic ability can ignore the curse of the sea and become a mythical beast that can swim freely in the sea. The second, yes, demon ability extraction card. This is a prop card that is compressed and fused by the biological gene technology developed by the world's greatest scientist Vegapunk. Use this card. The living body can be extracted from the zone devil fruit, and then injected into the non-living body to make it obtain life. Such as the elephant sword in the hands of Spandam. That is to inject the power of the elephant fruit into a sword, turning it into a sword that can transform into an elephant. The goat shredder next to Martial Sengoku was also made by Vegapunk. There are also alpaca cannons, dachshund-shaped guns, salamander-shaped gas pods, and civet-shaped teacups. These are the products of this genetic technology. And this prop card in Rosen's hand can also use this technology to create a similar life form. He only needs to consume a new demon's fruit. Then use this card to extract the divine beast gene from the phantom beast fruit. Then inject it into an object. The object can be turned into the corresponding mythical creature. Thinking of this, Rosen went on to take a third item from the space ring. Ship design drawings. That's right, this is the blueprint given to him by Cat Viper, designed by the most outstanding craftsmen of the fur tribe. This ship. Advertisement. It is the pirate ship they will take in the future. It is made of the unique upgraded body of Adam's treasure tree, Ivory Tree, which is tougher than Roger's Golden Jackson and Straw Hat Crew's Sunny, of a ship. Put the basalt fruit, the sea water curse removal card, the demon ability extraction card, the ship design blueprint. These four things are placed together. Rosen's heart skipped a beat, and his mind was buzzing. A ship is also an inanimate body. If the ability of the basalt fruit is injected into the future pirate ship. Use the seawater curse removal card to gain the ability to swim in the sea. Is it possible to build a ship that can transform into a mysterious beast, and has autonomous consciousness? Thinking of this, he couldn't calm down. This idea is really too amazing, even a little whimsical. But, thinking about it, it doesn't seem impossible. Since the shredders around Sengoku can turn into goats. So, why can't your own ship become a basalt? Even Caesar's poisonous gas mask can eat salamander fruit and turn into a slime monster, indicating that there are no restrictions on this technology. As long as it is a non-living body, it is feasible. If you can really ride the Xuanwu to sail the sea, that's not invincible? Rosen was shocked and felt as if he had discovered a new world. Fortunately, after I drew the demon ability extraction card, before, I didn't use it indiscriminately. This idea, just thinking about it, is amazing. A pirate ship that can be transformed into a divine beast basalt and has absolute defense capabilities of the master. I don't know what kind of waves it will make on the sea in the future. In this way, the name of the ship in the future can also be determined. It's called Xuanwu, 029 Kaido's Fury, New World Shakes. Everything is ready, just wait for the pirate ship to be completed. At that time, once the genes of the divine beast Xuanwu are injected, their sixth partner can be born. In the meantime, Rosen has a few things to accomplish. Whale Forest. The forbidden area of the fur tribe, here, is covered with an ancient stone. The legendary historical text, one of the 4 road signs, is in charge of the fur tribe. It is said that the ultimate place can be found by collecting the 4 historical texts of road signs and interpreting the information recorded above. Raftel. This is also the ultimate goal of all adventurers. And Rosen, although he doesn't care about the truth of history, doesn't care about the title of One Piece. However, there is one thing he likes very much, that's One Piece's bounty. If you find Raftel to become the new One Piece, the bounty will have to increase by at least several billion. That's what Rosen had in mind. His goal isn't to correct history, he doesn't have that lofty ambition, and he doesn't want to be a hero. What he wants is the strongest in the world. Defeat Kaido, defeat I Am, and leave a bright mark in the world of pirates. The condition for achieving this goal is to continuously become stronger through the system lottery. If you want to draw a lottery, you must find ways to increase the bounty of all members. Therefore, he will try all methods that can increase the bounty. The Emperor of the Sea, the Pirate King, and even directly attacked the world government and celestial dragons. These are a matter of time, and the text of the 4 road signs is also inevitable for him. Of these 4 road signs, there is one in Zou Island, one in the treasure house of the 4 Emperors Big Mom, and one in the general mansion of Wano. The only problem is that the last stone tablet is temporarily unknown. But he believes that one day he will find it. Now, he and Inuarashi are on their way to the text of the signpost on Zou Island. Zou Island's signpost stele is located inside the beluga tree in the whale forest. Following the long tunnel, they went all the way down, and it didn't take long before the two came to an empty space. See, the red historical text. Rosen's eyes were quickly drawn to a red boulder standing in front of him. This is what our fur tribe guards from generation to generation. Inanlon came to the text of the red road sign and swept away the spider webs and dust on it with his hands, and the ancient words in it gradually revealed. Captain Roger also came here and found other stones. With the information recorded above, we found the legendary place. Advertisement. It's a pity that I didn't follow them to that ultimate place, Inu Lan sighed. Then he took out a blank piece of paper and began to help Rosen print a text. It's hard to find anyone in the world who can recognize this kind of writing today. Rosen nodded. Indeed, there should be no more than 2 people in the world who can interpret these historical texts. 2 people? Quanlin was stunned for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. There are more than I thought there was none. Haven't you heard of a guy named Nico Robin? I haven't heard of it since the death of Lord Odin, the old cat, and I have never left Zou. What? Does that person named Nico Robin know this kind of writing? Inuarashi was a little curious. He is the only survivor of the archaeological Holy Land of Ohara, and Ohara Island has the world's largest number of scholars and the world's largest collection of books, Tree of Omniscience. They have studied ancient texts quite a bit, so they know it naturally. Rosen explained. So it is. It was also the first time that Inu Lan heard such a speech, and couldn't help but nodded. That's good. I thought that since the death of Lord Odin, there will be no one in the world who can interpret this kind of text. Inu Lan showed a look of emotion. Since someone knows it, it would be better. Soon, the rubbing of the text was completed, and Inuarashi handed it to Rosen. Rosen glanced at the content above, and immediately put it into the space ring. There is still a lack of an archaeologist on the ship. If there is no archaeologist, even if he finds all the stones, he will not be able to interpret the information on it. Only, there are too few people in the world who can interpret this kind of text. And Nico Robin, who should be with Crocodile at the moment. But unfortunately, Robin is a paramecia-capable person and cannot meet the requirements of the system. Unless Rosen can draw the second, double fruit accommodating Constitution inheritance card, otherwise, it is impossible for Robin to board the ship as a phantom beast. By the way, you said that there are at least 2 people who know this kind of language, so besides this Nico Robin, who else is? Who is it? Inu Lan asked again. The other one. After thinking about it, Rosen quickly shook his head again. Forget it, that person's abilities haven't been awakened yet, so they shouldn't be able to interpret it for the time being, let's not count it. Inu Lan heard a bit of fog. Rosen has no explanation. The rubbing of the text of the road sign has been obtained, and then he left the whale forest. Done this, next, you only need to wait for the Xuanwu to be completed, and then you can go to sea. Advertisement during this period of time, some incredible events are also happening in the outside world. Among them, the most shocking was the anger of the 4 Emperors Kaido. Have you heard? 4 Emperors Kaido is looking for someone like crazy. Who? Why don't you ask? It must be the guy named Rosen. They sent the 2 battle forces of the Beast's pirates to prison. How could the 4 Emperors Kaido let him go? What a daring person, even the 4 Emperors Kaido dares to provoke him. This topic is being discussed everywhere. Kaido was really anxious this time. He couldn't find anyone and took out his anger on Marine. I heard that yesterday he led his team to directly destroy a Marine base. It's really awesome. FK. Is it true? Is there still a fake? Marine has already exploded for this matter, and frantically mobilized troops to New World. Marine slumped this time, so he probably won't let it go. Fight, let's fight, anyway, just don't bring trouble to us. Countless people are waiting to watch the fun. Meanwhile, New World, a certain island. Kaido of the Beasts turned into a giant dragon, spitting out a breath of heat, completely turning the building below into ruins. Immediately, he raised his head to the sky and let out a roar. Hoo-ho, let me find you, and I will cut you to pieces. And my stupid son who dared to betray me, get ready to suffer Lousy's wrath. For a time, the situation changed color, accompanied by the explosion of thunder, as if the end of the world, shocking the world. This is the power of the strongest creatures in the sea, land and air, and the world is shocked. Marineford. In response to the surprise attack of the 4 Emperors Kaido, an emergency meeting of all Marine executives was called. That be ****** D Kaido, did you want to start the World War ahead of time? Someone scolded. It seems that the garrison of New World still needs to send more people. By the way, that guy named Rosen, is there any whereabouts of him? If you tell Kaido of his whereabouts, maybe they will kill each other, and then we can reap the benefits. If we found that person's whereabouts, we would have taken action long ago. The key is that since Hongi Island, that person seems to have disappeared, and several islands around Hongi Island have disappeared. Strange. Where would they be? Ofrio Home Steel, return to Wano. What? You mean? Kaido himself. Rosen was a little surprised when he heard the news. And it even had a head-on conflict with Marine, directly destroying one of Marine's bases, Cavendish said with excitement. It should be because the subordinate was arrested, and I want to get back some ground. This is the information that Cavendish went out to find out. Rosen was lost in thought. I didn't expect Kaido to be so restless. But think about it, not only abducted his daughter, but also sent his subordinates to prison, which must be a great shame for him. With his violent temper, it's understandable that he couldn't help himself. So, isn't Wanakuna's defense weak? Suddenly, Rosen thought of this. All the Fei Lu Pao were dispatched to hunt him down all over the world, and Jack the Drill also went out to sea a long time ago. Now, even Kaido himself is on the scene. Wano-kuni, isn't there only Plague Quinn and Firebane left? You said, if we entered Kaido's lair at this time, how would he react? Rosen spoke slowly. Ah, do you play so much? Rosen smiled and looked out the window. There is still about a week before the completion of the Xuanwu. Idle is also idle, it is better to play a big wave. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's absolutely impossible for the Beast's pirates to dispatch so many people in normal times. In the entire 100 Beast group, only 2 of the 3 disasters were left with the most powerful combat power, and among them, Jin was a little dreaded. However, Rosen did not intend to confront them head-on. We just need to sneak in and steal the historical text and make a little noise. Rosen's mouth twitched slightly. You know, the reason why the later King Luffy was able to be promoted to the 5th Emperor was because he made a big noise in the territory of Big Mom. If he also makes a fuss about Kaido's turf, I don't know what kind of sensation it will cause. Advertisement. The more Rosen thought about it, the more feasible it would be, not only to make his name hit the New World again, but also to teach Kaido a lesson. At the same time, the text of the second road sign can also be obtained by the way. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to get to the sky if you want to steal the landmark text from Kaido, unless you can beat Kaido one day in the future. But with Kaido's immortality, it's easier said than done to defeat him. At least for now, it's too early. Maybe when he gets the second fruit in the future and has a team that is enough to match the high-end combat power of the Beast's pirates, at that time, it is estimated that he can compete with Kaido head-on. Rosen told Inuarashi and Cat Viper about his plan to steal home. What? It's too risky. Inu Lan was shocked when he heard this. And the Cat Pit Viper laughed. As expected of you, you can also think of such a loss. Rosen smiled lightly. You must have Wanakuna's permanent pointer on your body. Lend it to me, I'll go back quickly. Meow meow, of course, Wano-kuni is our second home. Cat Viper immediately sent someone to his room to get it. With a permanent pointer, Rosen can go straight to Wano-kuni. If this trip goes well, I should be back in a few days, and my ship should be almost finished by then, Rosen estimated. That's necessary. We are already speeding up the process. It should be completed within a week. Cat Viper patted his chest. Rosen nodded. He was very relieved about the work efficiency of the fur tribe. This trip, Afra doesn't have to go. Let her study the prescription with peace of mind, and when we finish these things, we will come back to pick her up and go to sea together. Afra's job is a nurse, and she is not good at fighting. Although the Seraphim form is very strong, Rosen is not willing to let her take this risk for the time being. After all, Afra was very important to Rosen. Okay, I'll help you tell him, Inu Lan nodded. Out to sea this time, it was Rosen's first declaration of war against Kaido. At the same time, it is also a battle to prove its strength to the world. Before that, neither the defeat of Marine Vice Admiral nor the duo of Fei Liubao was enough to match his 600 million bounty. Suddenly there's a feeling of enthusiasm. If we succeed in making a scene in Kaido territory, we will definitely become a star that attracts much attention. Thinking about it makes me excited. Advertisement. When Cavendish thought that he was about to do something big enough to shock the world, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Once successful, his popularity exploded instantly. At that time, the little girls who adore him will not be able to live and die in love. I'm so happy. I didn't expect that I would be able to participate in such an important operation for the first time when I went to sea. Garrett is also eager to try. She has longed to go to sea for a day or two, and now she will go to the Four Emperors' territory as soon as she goes out to sea. Can she not be excited? Under the guidance of Pedro 2 days ago, I successfully entered the Moon Lion form once. Although my body is not very controllable, I can already keep my mind clear. I think after a few more tries, I will be able to successfully control the Moon Lion form, and I will definitely be able to help you a lot at that time. Garrett was full of confidence in himself. That's really good news. Maybe it will work this time, Rosen laughed. Really? Well, I won't let you down. Garrett waved his furry fist. I didn't expect to go back so soon. When Yamato heard the news, he couldn't help but lift the mace in his hand. Finally, I can give that guy a bit of color. The guy who wants to blow up his own daughter. Yamato's face could also see the obvious desire to fight. As expected of the famous, big filial daughter, although she is Kaido's daughter, she has been imprisoned by Kaido since she was a child, and she is often threatened with death, and even detained with her enemy. She is already dead. It is because of such a tragic childhood that Yamato is desperate to escape, and she dreams of inheriting the will of Kazuki Oden and letting Wano-kuni start a country. This time, although it may not be fatal to the Beast's pirates, the abilities of a few of them are enough to make the other side hurt. Especially Yamato. After all, she is capable of fighting against Kaido formidably. In addition, today's Rosen has undergone several physical enhancements and hockey enhancements, and his strength is not what it used to be. Even if they encounter the flames of fire, they are not afraid. Get ready, we're going. A sailboat slowly fell from Zou Island and came to the sea. According to the permanent pointer given by Cat Viper, they went straight to Wanokuni. 031 Wanokuna's first beauty, Oiran Shaozi. When they arrived at Wanokuni, it was 3 days later. With the White Tiger's ability to ride the wind, their ship easily entered the Wanokuni realm. There was still a haze in the air. The factories all over the place have caused the whole Wanokuni to be seriously polluted, and people everywhere are living in poverty. And the culprit of all this is Kaido's ally, the current general of Wanokuni, Kurozumi Orochi. The primary target is the text of the road sign, which is also the original purpose of Kaido's invasion of Wanokuni. Rosen had a precise plan for this operation. Kaido will absolutely go crazy if he steals the text of the sign. So, after they entered Wanokuni, they went straight to the flower capital. The capital of flowers, the capital of Wanokuni, is also the most prosperous area of Wanokuni. The general's mansion is located here, and the historical text of the red road sign was hidden in the attic of the general's mansion. At this time, the general's mansion was also very lively. Kurozumi Orochi feasts in all directions, and nobles from all over the world are invited to come. According to Kurozumi Orochi, today, he has a big decision to announce. Shaozi, where is my Shaozi? Hasn't it arrived yet? At the banquet, Kurozumi drank wine from a big bowl, accompanied by various beauties. He seemed a little impatient, so he asked anxiously. General Chi, Miss Z is putting on makeup, she'll be there soon, someone reported. Hee, great, my little Z is finally here. Saying that, he pushed away all the beauties around him. Compared with that woman, these beauties are not worth mentioning at all. At the table, the underworld boss Kwang Shi Lang showed a penetrating smile, sitting alone in the corner drinking wine, but his eyes flashed with unknown light. After a while, the door was slowly pushed open. Advertisement. Surrounded by several servants, a woman wearing a splendid kimono, high clogs, and long emerald hair walked in. Seeing this person, Kurozumi's eyes lit up, and his eyes stared straight at this woman who is known as Wanokuna's first beauty. My little Z, you're finally here, come and sit next to me. Kurozumi the big snake couldn't wait to greet Xiao Z to come beside him, and his saliva was almost drooling. Lord General, you are too impatient, and the little girl will dance a dance first to cheer up the general. The Oran Xiaozi Qingcheng smiled, and many dignitaries present were obsessed with it. Well, Kurozumi rubbed his hands excitedly and couldn't wait to enjoy the dance of the first Oran. Soon, a group of musicians entered and began to accompany Xiaozi, the Oran. In the field, the woman with pierced sparrow embroidery and pink flower ornaments started her own performance. The splendid jade hands, graceful waist, every frown and smile reveal a noble temperament, which is enough to turn all living beings upside down. Kurozumi Orochi was completely engulfed in the dance of the Oran Xiaozi, staring straight at it, as if the whole world was nothing but the beautiful woman in front of her. But soon, a commotion from outside the door suddenly broke this sense of intoxication. No, not good, there are thieves, come here. With a shout, the atmosphere of the entire banquet became solidified. Kurozumi Orochi was furious. B*******D, who is making a noise outside and wants to die. It is taboo to disturb his yaxing, he looked angrily. I saw a figure hurriedly pushed open the door and came in. Report to General Orochi, a thief has just invaded, and the stone you kept in the attic was stolen by someone. Hearing this, Orochi was stunned for a moment and immediately stood up. What did you say? The red stone in the attic was his bargaining chip with Kaido. If it wasn't for this stone, how could Kaido have helped him secure his position as a general? Once lost, this is a devastating blow, and Kaido will definitely not forgive him. Angrily, he quickly ran out the door. In the darkness, a shadow gradually disappeared at a very fast speed. Advertisement, trash. Why are you still standing there, Chase Lousy? If you can't get back the stone, I'll cut you all down, the big snake roared. Immediately, the Yuding Fanzong around him quickly dispatched, disappeared in a blink of an eye, and chased the figure in the dark. Kurozumi couldn't help but cursed. Damn, how dare you steal Lousy's head, and if you catch you will be smashed to pieces. Lousy's proposed marriage proposal was all messed up by this D, FK it. The more Kurozumi thinks about it, the more angry it gets. Today, he was originally a big day for him to propose to Xiaozi, the Oran, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing before the declaration of the proposal was spoken. Xiaozi, the Oran on the other side, was shocked when she heard this. Marriage proposal again. This old thing is so anxious. The last time, Xiaozi used the excuse of being too young to reject the big snake once, but he still wouldn't give up. At this moment, Xiaozi felt a hint of happiness in her heart. If it wasn't for an accident, she really didn't know what excuse she should use to refuse this time. Kuroshio in the corner also blinked again and again. Kangshilong, do you want to be lazy? You haven't brought your people to chase me back? The big snake scolded. Kuroshio showed a penetrating smile and stood up slowly. As ordered, General Orochi. Damn, if the stone can't be found, that guy Kaido will definitely turn against Lousy when he comes back. The big snake showed a look of anxiety. The reason why he can sit firmly in the position of General Wanokuni is thanks to the help of Kaido, and Kaido also needs to use the hand of the snake to control Wano Kuni, as well as the red historical text. Once the chain of interests is broken, the balance will definitely be lost. At that time, his position as a general will not be so easy. Don't wait for him to come back, you can't wait for him. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew in the night, whistling like a ghost crying. And a cold voice also sounded slowly from the darkness. 032 beheading, Orochi form. Hoo-hoo. The gust of wind blew up the dust, and the temperature in the air plummeted to freezing point. The lights in the general's mansion were quickly blown out, and the light suddenly dimmed. A gust of cold wind blows in the face, and the Kurozumi snake feels a biting chill. WH. Who? He showed a trace of panic. In the darkness, a few eyes were faintly flickering. Escort, escort, there are assassins. His face changed greatly, and he kept stepping back. However, at this time, the Yuding fanzong around the snake had already been led away, and no one heard his voice. As for the guests at the banquet, who can protect him? Rosen walked out slowly, followed by Yamato and Garrett. The person who stole the historical text just now and led the guards away from the big snake was naturally Cavendish with Kunpeng's extreme speed. Kill you, Kaido should be crazy, Rosen spoke slowly. The current big snake still has great use value for Kaido. After all, Orochi is the proper General Wano Kuni, and with him, the beast's pirates can easily control Wano Kuni. Even if Kaido plans to kill Orochi in the future and let his son succeed General Wano Kuni. But that's for the future, and now, the time is not yet ripe. If the snake is killed in advance, Wano Kuni will inevitably become a mess, which will definitely cause great trouble to Kaido. Help me. Orochi was very timid, and when he heard Rosen said he was going to kill him, he immediately backed away in fright, wanting to go back to the banquet hall. But as soon as Rosen raised his hand, a wall of wind instantly blocked Orochi's retreat. And the guests in the banquet hall had already started to flee. Most of them are prominent figures in Wano Kuni, including nobles, officials and even businessmen, and they are not willing to lose their lives for the snake. Who are you? Why did you come to assassinate me? There is panic in the eyes of the big snake. Immediately, he said, let me go, I can protect your prosperity and wealth for a lifetime. Even Yamato couldn't help showing a trace of disdain when he heard this. Rosen shook his head slowly. Since you are here, how can you easily let go of you? As he spoke, he raised his hand, and an invisible wind condensed in his hand. Seeing that the big snake couldn't get over it, his face became ruthless. Since you are determined to oppose me, don't blame Lousy for being cruel. As he spoke, he let out a roar, and an astonishing aura erupted from his body. Several heads suddenly stretched out from behind him, transformed into a monster with 8 heads. Snake fruit, phantom beast, Orochi form. That's right, he is also a phantom beast ability. However, he is cunning, and extremely timid. Even with the powerful fruit ability of the Orochi, he still habitually begs for mercy when he is in danger. So many heads. Garrett behind him was surprised again and again. It was the first time he saw a creature with 8 heads. Do you think you can kill me by taking away the guards around Lousy? Who are you, Lousy? Lousy is Wanakuna's general, Kurozumi serpent. The 8 heads opened their bloody mouths full of fangs, grim faces, and stuck out their tongues, biting towards Rosen. Rosen's face didn't change. A wind sickle condensed in his hand and slammed forward. His master's wind, known for its super cutting power, can cut it down in the form of a wind sickle, and even steel can be cut. Immediately after hearing a poochie sound, a snake head fell to the ground. The incision was smooth and neat, and the scarlet blood kept dripping down. This head, I didn't expect that a nearly invisible wind sickle would break his skin so easily. To know, Kurozumi Orochi was still a child when he ate this fruit, and now more than 30 years have passed, his Zoan body has been greatly strengthened. Yet even so, his head was still easily chopped off, but one could imagine how sharp the wind sickle was. I heard you have 8 lives. I'd like to see how many times you can hold it. Rosen looked at him with a half smile. The big snake who lost his life had unprecedented fear in his eyes. Advertisement Rosen wouldn't talk nonsense with him. As soon as he raised his hand, the second wind sickle condensed and formed again. The serpent pulled out his double swords and used his serpent, 2 swords. He tried to cut off the oncoming wind sickle, but after a clanging sound, his double knives were cut off. Rosen smiles. Compress the power of the wind to the ultimate, forming a wind blade that is thinner than the cicada's wings. The wind in such a state has the power to sever everything. Compared with the cutting power of the wind, the snake's knife is nothing. Losing his weapon, Kurozumi Orochi's last remaining fighting spirit was also extinguished. He desperately wanted to escape, but how could Rosen give him a chance to escape? His hands were wrapped in invisible wind, turning into the appearance of sharp claws of beasts. Rosen's body moved, turned into a cannonball and rushed towards the big snake. Claw down. Rosen ripped off a piece of flesh from the snake's back, and he howled in pain. Let me go. I can give you anything, and I can let you be the general. Orochi just wanted to live now. When he was young, he often lived such a life of running away and begging for mercy, so he developed his timid character. Rosen was unmoved. The killing intent has already been fully demonstrated. If you don't kill the big snake completely, if you want to kill him in the future, it is estimated that it will take a lot of effort. Just then, there was a sound of slow footsteps. The big snake turned his head and looked around, as if he saw a life-saving straw. Kangxilong, save me, escort me. With the appearance of Kurumi Lang, the big snake showed ecstasy on his face. Very good. The savior has finally arrived. General Orochi, the little escort is late. You must forgive me. A strange smile appeared on Quangxilong's face. Forgive your innocence, hurry. Hurry up and kill these assassins for me, this general will reward you a lot. Orochi desperately rushed towards Quangxilong, however, what awaits him? But a sharp knife pierced his heart. Jiuyou. Orochi's painful face showed endless hatred, and he glared at Kuoshiro. How dare you betray me? Even if he died, he couldn't understand why the obedient madman like a dog tomorrow would kill him at a critical moment. Jia, don't you think I'm a little familiar from the beginning to the end? There was a hint of madness on the face of mad laughter. At this moment, Quangxi was like a murderous evil spirit. You are. Although the big snake has 8 heads and 8 lives, the heart is his death point. Once it is pierced through the heart, he will surely die. And this is also the secret that Kuyoshiro has learned from following him for many years. Why did he help us? Yamato, who was watching from the side, looked puzzled at the moment. He had seen Quangxilong long before, and every time the snake went out, he would take him with him. Even Kuroshio himself calls himself the general's dog to the outside world. However, at this moment, Quangxi, who has always been obedient, actually slashed at the big snake with a knife, which is really puzzled. Seeing this, Rosen lifted the pale claws. Then, the raging wind in the night sky slowly calmed down. Aren't you going to continue to hold back? Rosen looked at Kuroshio with a half-smiling expression. You know me? Kuroshio was a little puzzled. He didn't remember any interactions he had with the man in front of him. Well, forget it, I'm too lazy to ask so much. Kuroshio withdrew the knife in his hand and threw the serpent's body aside. Long story short, I've read your news, and I'm aware of the grievances between you and Kaido. And I, for some special reasons, had to hide my identity, incarnated as a madman, and went undercover beside Orochi. The reason why my true identity is revealed this time is because I have something to ask for. Advertisement saying that, Quangxilong put the sword in his hand back into its sheath. The strange smile on his face disappeared, and instead showed a calm face. Tell me. Rosen took a hint of interest. Kuroshio turned to look at the banquet hall. At this time, the graceful figure in the banquet hall also trotted out. Are you okay? The Oran Xiaozi came to Quangxi anxiously. I'm fine, Princess Hiwa. Princess? Garrett looked over curiously. Oran Xiaozi asked in confusion, why did you kill him now? Quangxi smiled cruelly. If you don't do anything, if he forces you to get married, it will only be more troublesome then. He expressed his worries. Xiaozi strongly endured. I was the one who dragged you down, causing you to be exposed in advance. Princess is serious. The mission below is to protect your safety, said Kuroshio. Also, haven't you revealed your identity yet? Kuroshio looked at Rosen. So, are you sure that I will bear the death of Orochi, so you choose to take the risk of revealing your identity? Rosen said. Kurumi smiled and said, Kaido is chasing you all over the world, and you chose to come back at this time. Didn't you just anger Kaido and teach Kaido a lesson? If you don't let people know that the big snake was killed by you, wouldn't you be wasting your time? Makes sense. Rosen didn't deny him. Afterwards, Quangshiro's breath changed and he began to get serious. Next, Denjiro, Kazuki Oden's retainer, has been undercover for 17 years, only to protect the safety of Princess Hiwa and to seek revenge. Now, Wano-kuni is about to be in chaos, so I implore you all, take my princess out to sea and keep her away from this place of right and wrong. Kuroshio gave Rosen a deep salute with a sincere look on his face. After the death of Kazuki Oden, Denjiro was full of grief and anger, and finally he was possessed by an angry monster, completely changed his appearance, and appeared as Kuyoshiro and gained the trust of Orochi. And now, in order to protect Kazuki Oden's daughter, Kazuki Hiyori, he had to reveal his identity in advance. Hey, are you Denjiro? Yamato was slightly taken aback. She is very familiar with the name of the Red Sheath 9 heroes. I just didn't expect that the loyal Kurozumi who has followed Kurozumi for more than 10 years, is actually the same Denjiro. Rosen touched her nose lightly. Why do you think that I will definitely take her out to sea? I'm not a saint. I don't like doing charity work very much. My ship. Don't accept useless people. After speaking, Rosen looked at Kazuki Hiyori, who now has the identity of the Oran Xiaozi, and shook his head. No. Useless people. Kazuki Hiyori was stunned and immediately blushed. This was the first time someone said she was useless so directly. Want to get on Rosen's boat? Or people like Garrett and Cavendish, who have good combat power in themselves and have infinite potential? Or someone like Afra, who has a special role, and Kazuki Hiyori? Obviously not compatible. It is obviously unrealistic to want Rosen to take in her because of her beauty. But at this time, Kuroshio continued to speak. I know that it is impossible for someone to take in Lord Rihei for no reason, so I was prepared very early. He turned to look at Kazuki Hiyori and took a deep breath. Hiyori-sama has an ability that you can't refuse. He have the ability to interpret the text of history. 0331 one of the 3 most beautiful women in the world, Kazuki Hiyori. She has the ability to interpret the text of history. As soon as these words came out, Rosen's pupils shrank. The historical text was built by the Kazuki family, a family of masons, 800 years ago. It cost about 30 pieces. Among them, 4 pieces of road sign text, 26 pieces of intelligence text, and 9 pieces of intelligence text recorded important information. The method of interpreting the historical text has been inherited by the head of the Kazuki family from generation to generation. However, when it was passed on to Kazuki Oden's generation, due to a sudden accident, he sacrificed before he had time to pass on the method of interpreting text to the next generation. Since it has been cut off, how could Kazuki Hiyori know how to interpret it? Rosen didn't quite believe it. This kind of ability should have been passed down by the head of the Kazuki family, but because Oden-sama died young, it was not passed down. However, as one of the first retainers to follow Lord Oden, I know that in addition to the inheritance of the patriarch, there is another way to obtain the Kazuki family's ability to interpret the historical text. So, it took me more than 10 years to finally find a place with the convenience of my current position. Denjiro took a deep breath, his eyes glowing. The ruins of the Kazuki family's ancestral home. He named the place. Over the years, he's not only been by Orochi's side to seek revenge, he's also shouldered the revival of the Kazuki clan. Interpreting the historical text is the mission of the Kazuki family from ancient times to the present. It would be sad if they were cut off. And Denjiro, in order to live up to Kazuki Oden's expectations, lives up to the Kazuki family. So, from a long time ago, he was looking for a place to re-inherit the historical heritage, the ruins of the Kazuki ancestral home. Fortunately, he did find it. Hearing this, Rosen was also a little surprised. In his memory, the Kazuki family's line of interpreting ancient texts was indeed cut off at the hands of Kazuki Oden. But who can guarantee that the Kazuki family will not leave behind? As the maker of the historical text stele, the ancestors of the Kazuki family would never want this inheritance to be cut off for some reason, so it is understandable to leave other inheritance methods. I just didn't expect that Denjiro could actually find the ruins of Kazuki's ancestral house. You know, that is the place that Orochi and Kaido and others want to find, and there are amazing historical secrets hidden in it. I know that you formed a pirate group, so you definitely need someone who can interpret the text of history to help you find that legendary place. You took the risk this time to come back and steal the historical text of Orochi, doesn't it explain everything? Denjiro showed a smile. So I believe that you will not reject a crew member who has the ability to interpret the historical text. He looked at Rosen silently, as if waiting for an answer. Indeed, if that was the reason, Rosen would be hard-pressed to say no. Only Nico Robin is known in the world to be able to decipher the text of history. And probably has the ability to interpret. There is also a three-eyed clan. Nico Robin is a paramecia flower fruit capable person. Regardless of system limitations, if she can be recruited, it is definitely worth it. Advertisement. But his pirate group has systematic restrictions, and all members must recruit phantom beasts. Therefore, Nico Robin, who is a paramecia capable person, must not be able to meet the requirements of the system. Unless, Rosen gave her the dual fruit holding physique card for her use, and gave her an Eudemon's fruit, so that Nico Robin became a dual fruit ability person with Eudemon's ability and paramecia ability. Otherwise, Nico Robin will definitely not be able to pass the system. It's just that these two fruits hold the physique inheritance card. There is only one card at present. Rosen definitely wants to keep it for himself. This also means that if you want to recruit Nico Robin, you will face a lot of trouble. As for the other three-eyed clan, there is only one Charlotte Pudding known so far. Moreover, his three-eyed ability has not yet awakened, and it is currently impossible to interpret the historical text through racial talent. At the same time, Pudding, like Nico Robin, is also a paramecia capable. Therefore, both of the known people are not the best choice. And now, he suddenly learned that there is another person who can interpret the text of history and has never eaten the fruit. This is of course thankful. We've only met for the first time, so you are so confident to entrust people to us? Rosen was a little curious. I have read your news and inquired about your deeds. The person next to you should be the son of Kaido. Someone Ishin wants to inherit Lord Oden's legacy. Denjiro looked at Yamato. He had been with Kurozumi for so many years, and he had already heard about Kaido, the wayward son. Then he looked at Garrett again. The other one is the Fur Tribe. It should be the Cat Viper and Inuarashi. He is also the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath. Of course he can trust Cat Viper and Inuarashi. As for you, you are Kaido's enemy. Kaido is my enemy, the enemy's enemy, isn't it a friend? Denjiro smiled. Makes sense. Rosen was powerless to refute. However, this Kazuki Hiyori is really important to him. I can promise you to take her away first, but whether she can meet my request and become my official crew member depends on her own performance. After all, not everyone can get on my boat. Rosen agreed to Denjiro's request. Hearing this promise, Denjiro finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hiyori-sama, go, leave this place of right and wrong, and wait for Momonosuke-sama and the others to return in the future, after the liberation of Wano-kuni. Come back again. Denjiro urged sincerely. What about you? Kazuki Hiyori showed a hint of concern. Denjiro grinned. I'm the boss of the underworld in the flower capital, the popular man next to the general. Kaido has thrown an olive branch to me more than once, so it'll be alright. As long as Hiyori-sama is safe, I can let go of my hands and feet completely, and I don't have to worry about it anymore. Denjiro gave a wild smile. Advertisement. Kazuki Hiyori looked at Denjiro silently, thinking that he was dragging him down again and again, so he gritted his teeth. I won't need anyone to protect me in the future. She clenched her fists. I'm going to get back the sword my father left me, the famous sword Yanmo. From now on, I will also become a powerful female samurai on my own. Seeing this weak, yet firm appearance, Denjiro's heart was slightly touched. Master Rihei, when you grow up, Master Oden and Mrs. Shi will definitely be very pleased. As he spoke, there was an untraceable tear in the corner of his eyes. Immediately, it was quickly concealed by his evil smile. Giggle, I'm here, sleeping maniac, on the orders of General Orochi, hunt down the thieves. Leaving this sentence, he reincarnated as the figure of the sleeping madman, and stepped back, gradually disappearing into the dark night. But also to continue his undercover, to prepare for the future. Rosen looked at the distant back and said nothing. The serpent is dead, and the text of the road sign is in hand. This trip is full of rewards. He came to Kurozumi Orochi. At this time, the system prompt sounded quickly. Ding, snake and snake fruit, illusory beast species, Orochi form. Devil fruit was detected. May I ask if you want to extract it? Rosen knew from a long time ago that the system had the function of extracting the fruit of phantom beasts. As long as the phantom beast dies, the system can extract the corresponding phantom beast fruit from the corpse. Extract. Ding, the extraction is successful. Congratulations on getting snake and snake fruit, illusory beast species, Orochi form. The 8-headed snake with 8 lives is also a good ability. It's a pity that the Kurozumi Orochi can't develop it all, and only knows how to enjoy it, so it buried this fruit. Since it fell into Rosen's hands, he must find a suitable person to inherit and let the legendary Orochi revive Kamui. P.S. About Kazuki Hiyori, let's think of her as an artist like Robin in the future. In Wano Kuni, it is divided into geisha and G-women. People like Black Maria should be G-women, while Kazuki Hiyori and Robin are geisha. That is to say, the type of people who make a living by dancing and playing strings, although many wealthy businessmen and the like are eyeing her, but Denjiro is secretly protecting her, so she should still be innocent. Well, I think it should be. With Denjiro's status, it's easy to protect her from harm. Anyway, that's how I set it up here. After all, it is officially recognized as one of the 3 beauties in the pirate world. Emperor Hancock, Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi, Wano Kuni Princess Kazuki Hiyori. 034 Fire Calamity, Ancient Species, Toothless Pterodactyl. Alternate Member, Kazuki Hiyori Prep Job, Archaeologist. Bounty, 0 Weapon, Famous Sword Yama Ability, none. Regular Requirement, Become Xuanwu Demon's Demon Fruit Power. The problem of interpreting the historical text has also been solved. As for becoming a regular, you can ignore it for the time being, and it will not be too late to leave this place of right and wrong. Captain Rosen, I'm back. The port of Flower Capital is their pre-agreed meeting place. As a galloping figure flashed, and then saw Cavendish with his swinging wings open, carrying a huge red stone tablet on his back, came to Rosen. I got rid of it all, and I brought back what you asked for. Boom. The red stone tablet was placed on the ground by Cavendish, and the ground shook. Seeing this, Kazuki Hiyori next to him dropped his jaw in shock. With such a heavy stone tablet on his back, he can easily get rid of the chaser. This is too exaggerated. Didn't I ask you to bring it back in this ring? Will you just carry it and run? Rosen was also stunned. He gave the space ring in his hand to Cavendish in advance, but he didn't expect the other party to use it at all, so he just carried it and came back. I didn't understand how to use it, so I just carried it back. Cavendish clapped the dust on his hands. Thanks to the body refining pill you gave me 2 days ago, otherwise I wouldn't be able to run very fast with this thing on my back. After eating Zone Devil Fruit, his physique will be greatly improved, and he has used the body refining pill, so Cavendish can carry the historical text stone tablet so easily. Rosen was impressed by the Kunpeng fruit again. This fruit is simply the best tool person. It can go anywhere in the sky, and it is perfect for running errands. Advertisement. If it wasn't for the system's inability to communicate, Rosen really wanted to make a suggestion to the system and ask him to change the position of Cavendish, Kunpeng, to errand runner. Can you recognize the text above? Rosen looks at Kazuki Hiyori. Hiyori looked at the stone tablet and nodded immediately. The record above is a place. Hearing her words, Rosen can be sure that Kazuki Hiyori has indeed possessed the ability to interpret the text of history. Because of this red road sign body, each one points to a place. Once the 4 landmark texts have been collected, draw the 4 landmarks on the map and connect them together. The most central location, the ultimate place, Raftel. That being the case, Rosen had nothing to say. He put the text of the road sign into the space ring, and put it together with the text previously printed on Zou Island. Mr. Captain, I need to get my knife back. At this time, Kazuki Hiyori spoke up. The famous sword, Enma, is one of the 2 swords of Kazuki Oden. One, called Tianjiao Zan, is known as a knife that can cut through the sky. The other is Yanmo, who has Kamui who cuts through hell. I want to be a powerful warrior like my father. I don't want to be a useless person as you say. She clenched her teeth, revealing a little sunere. Rosen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said nothing. Gallet, you go with her. Exactly, I have other things to do. Rosen looked at Onishima. Okay. Garrett agreed. Ghost Island, the home base of the Beast's pirates. After Kaido left, the head of the 3 plagues, the Flames, was in charge here. Advertisement. It was already late at night when he received a call. What did you say? That fellow Orochi was assassinated. Jin stood up instantly, a look of shock in his eyes. As General Wanokuni, with the powerful Yuding Fanzong around him, someone could actually assassinate Orochi. Who would do it? Is it the remnants? This is trouble. Mr. Kaido just left a few days ago, and I didn't expect this to happen. As soon as the snake dies, it will be even more troublesome for us to completely take over Wanokuni. There was a trace of worry on his face. But soon, on the other end of the phone, another message came. Lord Jin, there is some bad news. The red stone tablet on the general's mansion was also stolen. As soon as the voice fell, the flames all over Jin exploded instantly. What did you say? His tone was full of strong killing intent, and the flames instantly filled the entire room. Then, a high-pitched hissing sound sounded. Then I saw a huge creature with flames all over its body rising into the sky, and its wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun. Dragon fruit ancient species toothless pterosaur form. Jin, who transformed into a flame toothless pterosaur, went straight to the flower city. If it was just the death of the big snake, although it would bring them a lot of trouble, it would not hurt their foundation. But if the text of the road sign is stolen, that is too serious. After all, this thing is the basis for Kaido to compete for One Piece. 035 Official Declaration of War on Kaido, the capital of flowers. The blazing embers, who incarnated into a flame toothless pterosaur, appeared above the general's mansion. At this time, the general's mansion was full of people. Yuding Fanzong, with a stiff face, looked at the corpse of the big snake. Sleeping Madman, holding his sword, sat on the side without saying a word. The servants of the general's mansion fell to their knees, shivering. Jin's mind was not on Orochi's body, but rushed to the attic of the general's mansion. The red stone tablet that was originally placed here has really disappeared. Fire Calamity was furious. Without the text of the signpost, Kaido is bound to rage, and no one can take that responsibility. A bunch of trash. The hissing sound shook the sky, and an astonishing murderous aura erupted from Jin's body. Search the entire Wanokuni. If you can't find the person who stole the historical text, I will let your entire general's mansion be buried with him. The monstrous flames spread out, and his whole person seemed to be transformed into a sun, and the light of the flames illuminated the entire night sky. Death of the serpent. It is bound to cause chaos in the entire Wanokuni. The loss of the text of the road sign was also an unacceptable blow to the beast's pirates. However, what Ling Yanzhan didn't expect was, this is just the beginning of the nightmare. The other side, in the waters near the Ghost Island, a sailboat sailed to the Ghost Island by the night. What's this? On the way to the Ghost Island, Rosen came up with something full of technology. Advertisement, he called, ion laser cannon. Rosen took out the open black lens bracket ship-mounted ion laser cannon close black lens bracket that he had drawn earlier. This thing is a high-tech weapon that can launch an infinitely powerful ion laser beam, so powerful that even a large warship can be instantly destroyed. Originally, Rosen was going to load it on the Xuanwu, but now, he is going to test its power in advance. Laser cannon? Hearing this name, Cavendish was instantly interested. A cannon that can fire lasers? Rosen didn't answer, but installed the ion laser cannon on her own. Soon, there was a silver cannon full of technology in the bow of the ship. Because it is for temporary use, the installation site is relatively simple, but it does not affect its power. There's a ghost island ahead. Yamato held the binoculars with mixed emotions in his eyes. Looking at the place where she had been imprisoned for more than 20 years, she did not have the slightest nostalgia, but was full of disgust. Do you want to? Hearing that the ghost island was ahead, Cavendish's eyes widened. Dude, it's too bold to go straight to Kaido's home base. It's all here. If you don't give him a big gift, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Rosen patted the ion laser cannon in front of him, and then looked in the direction of Onishima with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Cavendish twitched the corners of his mouth. Still running in vain? You killed allies and stole things from other people. You call this a waste of time? Soon, the shadow of the ghost island gradually emerged. It was an island in the shape of a skull, with a pair of sharp horns on the top of its head, which was extremely eerie. Although the ghost island is uneven, it should be more than enough to blow up the ghost island, where the attic of the beast's pirates base camp is located. With this, let's officially declare war on Kaido. This night, the wind was blowing, the clouds were dense, the waves were surging, and the air was filled with a chilling breath, indicating that something big would happen. Ghost Island. Advertisement. Because of the loss of the historical text, most of the beast's pirates were sent out to search for thieves. Makes the current Ghost Island, the defense is extremely sparse. At the first checkpoint, Rosen raised his hand, and the wind swept through the room, blowing out all the lights. They pass easily when the light is dim. The second checkpoint, Cavendish turned into a ghost, and the sword in his hand was harvested again and again, easily killing everyone. This way, unimpeded, soon, they came to the Ghost Island. You can already see the luxurious attic ahead. In the attic, Epidemic Quinn, casually drinking Enko soup. The big snake guy? If he's dead, he'll be dead. If he's dead, no one will rob Xiaozi from me, giggling. As for the historical text, he suddenly burst out laughing. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Lord Kaido left everything to that guy Jin before he left. If something is lost, it must be Jin's responsibility. Ah ha ha ha. Quinn gets happier the more she thinks about it. Orochi was his rival in love. It would be better if he died. The loss of the historical text is Jin's dereliction of duty. It has nothing to do with him, he can enjoy his anko soup to the fullest. Huh? What's so bright? After drinking a bowl of anko soup, Quinn suddenly felt something dazzling outside the window. Immediately he looked out the window. On the sea, a beam of intense light is rapidly condensing and continuously compressing. After reaching the critical point, the light blazes out. Damn. 036 Big news, shocking new world. This is big news. News service of the world. Morgans, one of the underground kings of the new world, held a submission in his hand, and his eyes glowed with excitement. Jia ha 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 ha, interesting, really interesting, there is still such a ruthless person in the world. Now, we can create a super hot topic again. Morgans spread his hands and laughed. Around, one journalist after another is busy. Morgans made a big move. Little ones, work harder, this time. Our newspaper can explode again. Jia ha 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 ha. Wild laughter echoed through the newsroom, and before long there were swarms of albatross postmen, flapping their wings and flying high, flying around the world. Dressrosa. In the palace, a man with sunglasses crossed Erlang's legs, and an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fu, wants me to help him kill? This is not within the scope of cooperation. But soon, an albatross flew past the window and delivered a newspaper to the window. Toripal walked over to pick up the newspaper, read it briefly, and immediately revealed a deep shock. Advertisement, more. Dover, it's incredible. He hurriedly handed the newspaper to Doflamingo. Look at it, immediately, Doflamingo's pupils shrank violently. What a shocking news. On the other side, on the Moby DK. Whitebeard, who was also holding a newspaper, his eyes flashed again and again, and he immediately laughed. There are really 2 times, this kind of thing has been successfully done by him. Dad, what are you talking about? Marco looked over. See for yourself. Whitebeard handed over the newspaper. Marco, who took the newspaper, suddenly shook his pupils. This is really a ruthless man, he couldn't help but marvel. That guy, Kaido, has a deflated day too. Whitebeard laughed. Chasing murderers all over the world, but they ran to his base camp. This is not something ordinary people can do. Marco was shocked. He thought to himself that if he were replaced, he would definitely not be able to do this. Advertisement soon. The contents of the newspapers also spread among the Whitebeard pirates. Damn, this guy is awesome. Just ran back and blew up Kaido's base camp. What kind of shit is this? Inexplicably wanting to see Kaido's expression at the moment, it's probably more uncomfortable than eating shit. A rough man with messy hair also laughed, and his eyes flashed with a supernatural luster. Thief ha ha ha, even the historical text of the road sign was stolen. This kid did what we all wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. It's really awesome. Diamond Yoja also changed his previous contempt. I heard that this guy kidnapped Kaido's son, so he was chased and killed. I thought he would honestly hide, but I didn't expect that people would take the initiative to attack and run to blow up their base camp. Kaido has a son. Someone wondered. I just heard that this is what happened. The man continued to answer. Kaido's son? Hearing this, Fire Fist Ace turned his attention. I should. No, I have played against her before, and it is a terrible opponent. Hey, Ace, you actually met Kaido's son? Did you fight? The people next to him were suddenly surprised. To be exact, it should be Kaido's daughter, Ace thought for a while. Abduct someone's daughter? 037 The Fury of the Five Elders? Cake Island. Wanakuna's road sign history text was stolen? When 4 Emperors Big Mom heard the news, a scorching light flashed in his eyes. That's what the newspaper said. According to the character of that guy Morgans, if it's fake news, it's absolutely impossible for him to publish it, Baron Eggy reported. That's really nice. Charlotte Linlin has excited eyes. If I can get the historical text of this road sign, plus the one in my hand, I will have 2 road signs. Oh well. There are 4 road signs in total. If she owns 2, she can gain the greatest advantage in the competition for one piece. Mom, let me go. There's a rookie pirate. Kaido can't handle him. It doesn't mean we can't do anything about him. Charlotte Owen stood up first, aggressive. I am going too. Dafu also agreed. Well, don't worry, as long as this steel leaves Kaido's territory, it will belong to us sooner or later. I'm more interested than this. Is this kid named Rosen? Charlotte Linlin looked at the photo in the newspaper with a weird smile on her face. As the newspapers ran, the Wano-kuni incident shocked the entire new world. The Beast's pirates were dispatched aggressively to hunt down a rookie pirate all over the world, but others seized the opportunity to go deep behind the enemy, and even the base camp was blown up. This is the first time this has happened in decades. Advertisement before that, everyone would shy away from the 4 emperors, let alone provoke the majesty of the 4 emperors. You know, he bombed more than just a base camp. What he blew up was the face of 4 emperors Kaido. This is a shame for the Beast's pirates. In addition, he stole the historical text of road signs that are crucial to Kaido. What? The historical text he stole is the key to finding the ultimate Raftel. I don't know who leaked the news, and soon, a story spread in New World. Real or fake? Questions were raised. Is there still a fake? It's not a secret. It is said that there are a total of 4 historical text stones that record the road signs. By deciphering the mystery of the 4 road signs, you can find the legendary Raftel, people explained. FK, this is the first time I've heard such a statement. Doesn't it mean that whoever owns the stone has the potential to become the Pirate King? That's understandable. If that's the case, the impact would be too great. The emergence of this statement has once again refreshed people's views on this event. Hey, if I grab this stone, does that mean that I can also qualify to compete for One Piece? Advertisement. The ambitions were soon revealed. Don't fight Lousy. Lousy likes this stone. Whoever robs me will kill me. Who do you think you are? Don't argue, that thing, our lion pirates have reserved. Haha, it's not certain who will kill the deer. With the exposure of the news, all ambitious people turned their attention to the historical text in Rosen's hands. For a time, the entire new world began to undercurrent. This change also quickly alerted the world government. Who leaped the wind? Facing the questioning of the five elders, Sengoku's face was also very ugly. In the past, although some people knew the mystery of the text of the road sign, but after the suppression of the world government, this mystery has never been widely spread. And now, with the explosion of the Kaido incident, the secret has spread. This is your dereliction of duty, Sengoku. If someone really collects all the road signs, successfully deciphers them, and finds that place, the blame will be placed on them, and even we can't take that responsibility. The five elders were furious. That newcomer named Rosen, we must find a way to get rid of it. The trouble he has caused us is too big. The old man holding the sword said solemnly. 038 Shichibukai's invitation. Zou Island. Shichibukai's invitation? When Rosen heard the news, a wry smile suddenly appeared. There's something wrong. Who cares about a mere Shichibukai position? Rosen shook his head. Once you become a Shichibukai, you will be revoked by Marine and the bounty will not increase. And Rosen's purpose of going to sea, but in order to increase the bounty to draw a lottery. How could he see the position of a Shichibukai? It seems that this disturbance has caught Marine's attention. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent me a Shichibukai invitation. Rosen thought to himself. What he wants is this effect. Lord Rihei, I didn't expect that you are still alive. It's great, woo-woo. Claude Palace. The moment they found out about Kazuki Hiyori's identity, Cat Viper and Inuarashi immediately burst into tears. We thought you were in trouble, but we are so happy to see you alive now. Even the calm Duke Inuarashi could not restrain his emotions at this moment. Dog, Cat, I miss you too. Tears flashed from the corners of Kazuki Hiyori's eyes, and she couldn't be more excited when she saw the two uncles, who used to play with her when she was a child. Advertisement. 23 years ago, she was born on Whitebeard's boat. At that time, she went to sea with Kazuki Oden, and there were three people, Cat Viper, Inuarashi, and Izo. Among the three, Kazuki Hiyori likes to play with the cat and dog because of the furry body of the Cat Viper and Inuarashi. Similarly, this cat and dog also like Kazuki Hiyori like a porcelain doll very much. It can be said that Cat Viper and Inuarashi watched Kazuki Hiyori grow up slowly from infancy. They witnessed Kazuki Hiyori's growth and accompanied her childhood. They never saw each other again after that tragedy 17 years ago. Now that they meet again after a long absence, all three of them are moved to tears. I thought I would never see you again. Kazuki Hiyori fought back tears. Lord Riwa, it's our incompetence. We failed to save Lord Oden. We have no face to see you. Cat Viper gritted his teeth, showing guilt. Mao, it's not your fault. It's Orochi and Kaido's fault. By the way, did you know that the big snake guy is dead? We've heard that B**********, Orochi, should have died a long time ago, but unfortunately he didn't die in my hands. Cat Viper's face showed ruthlessness. It was Denjiro who killed him, Kazuki Hiyori said again. What? Denjiro is still alive. Yes, he has been protecting me all these years, so I can live to this day. Hiyori-sama, you have suffered. It is hard to imagine what kind of life a little girl who was only 6 years old was struggling to survive in the turbulent Wano-kuni at that time. What a torment it is for a little girl who is only 6 years old and has experienced the pain of losing her father and mother. During the war at that time, it was Hesong who saved me. We both hid in Tibet. Mr. Hesong gave me the stolen food every time, but he was full of poisonous fish in the river. We survived the hardships. Time. Advertisement. When I was 13 years old, I couldn't bear to drag Mr. Kuwamatsu, so I left alone. Fortunately, I encountered another hidden identity, Denjiro, who was undercover next to Orochi, and then under his protection, I can live safely until now. Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help but feel the grief in his heart every time he recalled the past. Hearing these words, Cat Viper and Inuarashi were touched. Lord Rihei, everything has passed. From now on, Lao Mao and I will not let anyone bully you again. Inu-lan gritted his teeth and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Yes, Hiyori-sama, stay with us in the future, and we will never let you suffer again. Kazuki Hiyori shook his head firmly. I'm going to sea with Mr. Rosen. What? Are you going to sea? Understanding history is a mission passed down by our Kazuki family from generation to generation. I don't want this mission to be cut off from my father's hands, so I want to continue to complete this mission for my father. At the same time, I want to be a great samurai like my father. One day, if the prophecy does come true, I would like to contribute to the recovery of the Kazuki family. Kazuki Hiyori picked up the famous sword, Enma, with determination in his eyes. Beneath the seemingly weak exterior, however, hides a strong heart. Looking at the girl in front of them, Cat Viper and Inuarashi were filled with emotion. The wild boy, who used to be naughty and lively and liked to say hello with flying kicks, has grown up. The spirit of the two adults in the sky will definitely be very gratifying. 039 Transform, Moon Lion, Cat, dog, please teach me swordsmanship. Kazuki Hiyori's eyes are fixed on the two. Denjiro taught me before, but I didn't have much time to practice. Now, since I have decided to become a powerful samurai like my father, please teach me, she said sincerely. Inu Lan smiled. Our swordsmanship was originally taught by Lord Odin himself. Now, it is only natural that we pass his swordsmanship to you. Time is running out, and I hope it's easy to master before Captain Rosen decides to go to sea, so let's get started now. Kazuki Hiyori couldn't wait. Cat Viper and Inuarashi are both masters of swordsmanship. They have followed Kazuki Odin since childhood and have mastered most of Odin's swordsmanship. If they can get their teaching, they will definitely benefit a lot. At this time, the construction of the pirate ship has also come to an end. The whole body is made of ivory white jade-like material, crystal clear and full of luxury. Every part of the hull has been carefully polished by fur craftsmen. The overall decoration presents Huxia style. Storage area, living area, rest area, everything is available. The kitchen, specially designed and built according to Rosen's requirements, meets the specifications of Huxia food. There is also a medical research laboratory dedicated to Afra, and a medicinal herb cultivation greenhouse is specially built on the balcony of the laboratory, which can be used to grow some precious medicinal herbs. In addition to the medical research room, there is also the scientific research room, which is to prepare for the scientists recruited on board in the future. Also, there is a gym. Advertisement: since all the members are zone capable, physical fitness is indispensable, so a large gym has been set up on the ship. As for the greening of flower beds and the like, it is even more indispensable. Rosen is a person who knows how to enjoy life, so the design of the ship is full of leisure atmosphere. In addition to the decoration style, the design of the hull is also from his hands. The bow of the boat is a symbol similar to a snake's head, but under Rosen's deliberate design, this snake head is more inclined to a dragon's head, with clear scales on it, showing a heroic and divine aura, and Haki's side leaking. The legendary beast Xuanwu is the body of a turtle and snake. It only needs to wait for the ship to be completely completed, and inject the bloodline factors of the turtle fruit, the phantom beast species and the basalt form into it, and then the basalt can be revived and become a mythical beast basalt ship with an independent life. During this period, Rosen and his party were not idle either. After using the body refining pill again, their bodies have been significantly strengthened, and now each of them has a physique comparable to that of a humanoid beast. Especially Rosen and Yamato. Yamato was born with terrifying powers and inherited Kaido's Oni bloodline. And Rosen, with the powerful physique of the mythical white tiger, is far beyond human reach. His pale claws inherit the cutting power of the wind and can shred everything. Even steel can be easily crushed, which is also his most a source of strong destructive power. On the other hand, Garrett is also undergoing special training. The moon lion form is the most powerful power of the fur tribe master. Every night when the moon is full, when they look at the full moon, they will go into a rampant state and turn into moon lions. However, because Garrett is too young, he cannot completely master the terrible power. Under Pedro's several special trainings, she gradually became familiar with this kind of power. At the beginning, after she transformed, she would go completely crazy, and her 6 relatives would not recognize her, and she would not calm down until her physical strength was exhausted. Advertisement: and now, after she transformed, she can maintain a clear consciousness. You are different from all of us. After you have the ability of a phantom beast, you can control the shadow of the moon, and even if it is not a full moon night, you can turn on the moon lion form at any time. So, you must master this terrible power as soon as possible. He can help you a lot. Although Pedro disagreed with Garrett going to sea, he still chose to respect her decision. At this time, Garrett had blood-red eyes, long silver hair fluttering all over his head, and electric currents swirling around his body. His expression was painful. She felt that her body was a little out of control, but after these special trainings, she could barely control herself and stop going crazy. However, the terrifying power poured out of her body still made her want to run wild. Hold on, don't be controlled by this force, try to control him, Pedro yelled. But in the next second, Garrett, who was in the form of a moon lion, still couldn't help rushing out, knocking Pedro several dozen feet with one paw. Pedro stood up with difficulty. The damage this blow caused him was really not small. After obtaining the jade rabbit fruit, her strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Coupled with the strengthening of the body refining pill, even without the moon lion form, Pedro would have a hard time fighting against him, not to mention that in the moon lion state, her strength skyrocketed several times. If it wasn't for Garrett's strong control, I'm afraid the power of this blow would be even more terrifying. What a terrifying talent! Not only can the moon lion form be turned on at any time, but also has such a powerful physique. Pedro began to look forward to Garrett's future. 040 Xuanwu completed. This day, early in the morning, Cat Viper sent someone to inform that the pirate ship Xuanwu was officially completed. This also means that their day to go to sea has finally arrived. A group of people rushed to the shipyard. What catches the eye is a ship with a crystal clear body and fine workmanship. Like the design drawings, it was built perfectly according to Rosen's requirements. Meow meow, you guys are finally here, come and see our masterpiece. Seeing Rosen and his party coming, Cat Viper couldn't wait to show off the fruits of their labor. This ship, in appearance, is indeed Haki. The head of Xuanwu stood proudly on the bow and stared ahead. Although it had not been activated, the aura of the divine beast had already been revealed. This is much more handsome than my original ship. Cavendish couldn't help but exclaimed. As the only person in the current team who has experience at sea, Cavendish is very aware of how delicate this ship is. Not to mention the rare shipbuilding materials, the workmanship of the fur tribe is enough to kill most ships in seconds. The physical ability of the fur tribe is different from that of ordinary people, so during the shipbuilding period, they have many conveniences, and they can achieve absolute precision in many details by virtue of their natural animal instinct judgment ability. The group came to the ship and began to get acquainted with the pirate ship that belonged to them. The kitchen is so spacious. Garrett's eyes lit up, and he liked everything he saw. There is actually a greenhouse dedicated to growing medicinal materials in my medical room. It's awesome. Afra found her room and couldn't put it down. In a while, I'll have someone bring all my things over, and I'll do drug research here in the future. Afra couldn't wait to move in. Advertisement: there's actually a place where you can soak in hot springs. Yamato pushed open the door of a room, and inside was a hot spring room. The hot spring pool was covered with pebbles, simulating a natural environment. Just turn on the switch, the heating device below will increase the temperature, and then you can soak in the hot spring beautifully. Man, you have to enjoy it, eh? Whose room is this? Cavendish walked into a room, which was sealed off with sturdy steel bars. No doubt, it's yours. Rosen walked in. You also prepared a cage for me? Cavendish protested. Who made you like sleepwalking? You can't be locked up. What if you fell asleep and hacked people? Rosen patted him on the shoulder. I didn't lock your entire room, just locked your bed, blocked your sleeping area, and other places are still free. It's just that you can't control your second personality. When you can control it one day, not only can you remove all these, but I also have a gift for you. As soon as he heard the word, gift, Cavendish immediately regained his spirits. He is very aware of this mysterious captain of his own, and every time he takes out something, it will surprise people. For example, the body refining pill that can strengthen the physique. It's a deal. Cavendish patted his chest. Rosen comes to the control room. There are a lot of buttons here, the equivalent of the main control room for the entire ship. Advertisement: he found one of the red buttons, Kakaka. A mechanized voice sounded, and Xuanwu on the bow slowly opened his mouth. In the mouth, there is a silver glowing gun barrel full of technology. This is where the ion laser cannon is loaded. With the push of a button, the laser cannon fires a laser that can destroy any building, even large ships. Moreover, the charging of the ion laser cannon only needs to absorb solar energy, and it can store energy once every 3 hours. This is an extremely powerful killer, and this time it was able to knock down Kaido's base camp, thanks to the ion laser cannon. This boat, Rosen is indeed very satisfied. After all, he personally participated in the design. But that's not where the boat really shines. Have you finished your visit? Rosen called everyone out. Get off the boat after the tour, and I'll show you a magic trick. The real highlight is coming. 041, the 6th member, the beast that dominates the sea. Magic? Garrett turned his head over curiously. Under everyone's attention, Rosen slowly took out 2 cards and a devil fruit. Seeing this new devil fruit, everyone was stunned. Another one? My god, how many devil fruits do you have? They stared at the fruit in Rosen's hands with wide eyes in disbelief. You know, before that, he had already taken out 2 for Garrett and Avra, and now he has another one. And, according to Yamato, Rosen ate one of the fruit himself and gave another to Cavendish. These 4 fruits are all phantom beasts. White tiger form, Kunpeng form, Taiyin jade rabbit form, seraph form. If you add this one in front of you, it's already the 5th one. Is it another phantom beast? Where on earth did you get these fruits? Even Yamato couldn't help asking at this moment. Pick it up. Rosen shrugged and smiled mysteriously. Where did you pick it up? I'll try to pick it up too. Cavendish stuck his head out. Rosen didn't say a word, but made the movements of her hands on her own. Open black lens bracket devil gene extraction card close black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations on your successful extraction of the divine beast Xuanwu gene. Please select the injection target. It can be seen that after the gene extraction, the basalt fruit in Rosen's hand has dimmed directly. Obviously, this fruit has expired. With the card in hand, Rosen came to the Xuanwu. Excuse me if you want to inject, Rosen immediately chose to confirm. A ray of light flew out and flew into the basalt statue on the bow. The next second, the mutation suddenly started. Buzz. A humming sound sounded, and immediately, the hull began to vibrate, making a click sound. The basalt statue on the bow was wrapped in light, and an extremely powerful aura raged out. What happened? The surrounding fur craftsmen looked surprised. Because under their gaze, the shape of the newly completed mythical beast Xuanwu pirate ship actually changed. Crack. On the lower part of the hull, a texture similar to a turtle shell appeared and extended to both sides. Then, 4 sturdy claws stretched out from the hull. This scene shocked everyone, but it's not over yet. When the lower half of the hull was deformed, the statue of the basalt head in front of the hull suddenly opened its eyes. Wow! The head of the turtle and snake made a thick hissing sound. The sound was earth-shattering and shook the eardrums. Advertisement: those sharp eyes seemed to tear the sky apart. In the next second, the limbs stomped heavily on the ground, supporting the huge hull, and the monster actually stood up. Strange. Monster. Someone stepped back in horror. This sudden turn of events really made people feel unprepared. Even Cat Viper and Inuarashi were stunned when they witnessed the transformation of the divine beast Xuanwu. White turtle pack. The body of Xuanwu in the lower body, carrying the cabin of the Xuanwu, turned into an unparalleled beast, with eyes like torches, and extraordinary martial arts. Member. Mythical beast Xuanwu position, pirate ship. Bounty. 0 abilities, turtle fruit, eudemons, basalt form. The 6th official crew member was born. As a vital pirate ship on the voyage, the mythical beast Xuanwu occupies a pivotal position in the team. The legendary mythical beast Xuanwu, the master, is the most powerful defensive barrier in the world, and can be immune to all damage. Today, the pirate ship built with Xuanwu's genes also inherits the ability of the divine beast Xuanwu. Rosen stood at Xuanwu's feet, and compared to this gigantic creature, he seemed incomparably small. However, under Rosen's gaze, the Xuanwu lowered his head. 2. What's going on? Everyone present was full of doubts. How can a good ship become a monster? Cat Viper had witnessed the whole process of building this ship, and now he was extremely shocked by this situation. This is the B******D. No, snake tortoise? His name is Xuanwu. Rosen reached out and touched the head of Xuanwu. Except for the indestructible basalt tortoiseshell, the rest of his body was covered with thick scales, and the scales were covered with mysterious and ancient animal patterns, which were harder than steel. You call this thing magic? Isn't this magic? Cavendish still couldn't believe the scene in front of him. It's not magic, it's science, Rosen explained with a smile. Have you heard of a guy named Vegapunk? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Only Cavendish stood up. You mean, among the Marines, the man who is known as the greatest scientist in the world? That's right, it's him. He is known as a scientist who has been ahead of today's technology for 500 years. He has the top wisdom. He discovered the bloodline factor and solved the transmission conditions of devil fruit. In addition, Master has many advanced technological means. And the creature in front of me uses the devil fruit transmission condition technology developed by Vegapunk to extract the genes from Zoan devil fruit and inject it into an object, so that it can obtain Zoan's life. This explanation made everyone around him listen in a fog. It looks so awesome, but I don't understand it. Although I don't understand it, I still think it's awesome. You mean, this is a product of technology? Duke Inulin was shocked. Rosen nodded. Advertisement? I didn't expect such amazing technology in the world, they sighed with emotion. Obviously, he couldn't understand this technology, but witnessing the birth of the Xuanwu was enough to explain everything. Next to Kazuki Hiyori, she didn't know anything about what they said, but looking at this behemoth, she knew it was definitely not easy. My god, doesn't it mean that we will ride this big B********** to sail in the future? Garrett's eyes glowed, and he was immediately excited. It's fun to think about, riding the Xuanwu to sail, this force is absolutely full. Wait, you mean, he was made from the genes of Zoan devil fruit? Yamato seemed to have thought of something. So, wouldn't he be unable to swim? What's the use of a boat that can't swim? Rosen snapped his fingers. It's on point. Rosen took out the second item card in his hand. Open black lens bracket seawater curse removal card close black lens bracket. This is also a technology that allows demon fruit power to ignore the curse of the sea. Rosen came to Xuanwu with a curse removal card. Ding, successful use. After a burst of light, this item card also turned into a little starlight and merged into Xuanwu's body. Since then, this mythical beast Xuanwu can ignore the curse of the sea and gain the ability to swim in the sea. Can ignore the curse of seawater? Really? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. You must know that demon fruit power will be cursed by seawater. The more I heard it, the more incredible it became. Could it be that the technology of the outside world has reached such a level? Cat Viper and Inuarashi were all shocked. The fur tribe stayed on Xuanwu Island all the year round and were almost isolated from the world, while Cat Viper and Inuarashi had never left since their return 17 years ago. As for Kazuki Hiyori, it is even stranger to the outside world. Hearing these words at this moment, they were a little skeptical. The only one who knows a little bit is Cavendish. Is there such a technology in the world? He looked bewildered. Demon gene extraction technology, he has indeed heard of it, and he has also encountered someone in Marine who uses similar demon gene life forms. But he had never heard of this seawater curse removal technology. For everyone's doubts, Rosen did not have too much explanation. He made a big move and said to the few people around him. Pack your luggage, we go to sea. After so long in Zou, they can finally go to sea. Unknown adventures, unknown partners, are waiting for them. Now that they have the mythical beast Xuanwu, their navigation will be very convenient. A divine beast that dominates the sea, in this sea, I don't know what kind of waves it will cause. 042 The upgraded version of the barrier fruit, the basalt barrier. Divine beast pirates. Captain. Rosen, cat fruit eudemons white tiger form. Vice captain. Yamato, dog fruit, phantom beast, Oguchi true god form. Combatant. Cavendish, fish fruit eudemons Kunpeng form. Lookout. Garrot, bunny fruit epic species Taiyin jade rabbit form. Making Yakushi. Afra pirate ship. Mythical beast Xuanwu, turtle and turtle fruit, illusory beast species, and Xuanwu form. Total members. 6 trainee. Kazuki Hiyori total number of trainee members, 1. Total bounty. 1.45 billion Bailey, 14 draws, 0 draws available. System warehouse. Zone eudemons devil fruit times 38. Add a new Orochi fruit. On the sea, the Zou elephant stepped and walked slowly. Suddenly, a behemoth fell from the sky and smashed into the water, causing thousands of waves. FK. It's so exciting. On the Xuanwu number, everyone exclaimed in surprise. The Xuanwu that fell into the water instantly opened the Xuanwu barrier, guarding the cabin on his back, and all the waves were isolated. It's amazing to be able to open the barrier to protect it, Garrett said excitedly. This is the ability of the divine beast Xuanwu, the barrier guard. The Xuanwu barrier is an absolute defense, and nothing can break through it. Even if the world is destroyed, the barrier is still intact. This is an upgraded version of Paramecia barrier fruit. As long as the barrier is open, no attack can come in, but similarly, the attack inside can't come out. With this terrifying ability, the Xuanwu can be transformed into an impregnable fortress and a mobile fortress. It's more than that. With this barrier, even if the Xuanwu ship dives into the bottom of the sea, we will be at peace with each other. Rosen looked at the Xuanwu barrier above his head, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As long as the barrier is opened, the Xuanwu can transform into a giant submarine. Like the coating on the bottom islands of Sabaody, it forms a space isolated from seawater. Advertisement, however, the plated boat membrane cannot be compared with the basalt barrier. Although the boat membrane is tough, it is not indestructible. Once it is attacked by more than the withstand strength, the boat membrane will be broken. Xuanwu barrier does not have this concern. Really? Then can we go into the water and see? I haven't dived before. Garrett's eyes suddenly lit up. Can. Rosen immediately gave orders to the Xuanwu. Xuanwu has an independent consciousness and can understand human words. After receiving the order, he carried the cabin and began to dive. The barrier above the head is like a glass cover, isolating the seawater, and at the same time, you can clearly see the scene outside the barrier. Wow, so beautiful. As I continued to dive, I soon came to the deep sea area. Colorful underwater corals, a variety of deep sea fish. There are even huge sea beasts. However, compared with the divine beast Xuanwu, these sea beasts are really not worth mentioning. With just a glance from Xuanwu, those sea beasts trembled and sweated, then turned around and ran away. So cool. The most excited was Garrett. She jumped directly to the observation deck on the ship, standing high and looking far away, to have a panoramic view of the bottom of the sea. It was also the first time that Afra saw the underwater scenery. Her big eyes flickered and she felt new to see everything. The outside world is so beautiful. After all, Yamato had just gone to sea and saw the underwater scenery for the first time. Not to mention Kazuki Hiyori, she was just born on the Whitebeard ship, she didn't know anything, let alone seen such a scene. Although Wano-kuni also has a sea, it is only a shallow sea, and it cannot compare with the deep sea in the outside world. Except for Rosen and Cavendish who had seen a little bit of the world, everyone else in the boat was like a first-time town bumpkin. This ship is really awesome, invincible. After all, Cavendish has completed the first half of the Grand Line, and he still has some insights into sailing. A boat that can dive is very useful. Suddenly I felt that joining this team was the right decision. Not to mention how strong his Kunpeng fruit is, this unique divine beast Xuanwu is enough to conquer his heart. Hearing his words, Kazuki Hiyori who was beside him secretly clenched his fists. Going out to sea with these people may really be the right decision. But now she is still a trainee crew and has not been recognized by Rosen. Advertisement thinking of this, she strengthened her belief that she wanted to become stronger. If she doesn't become strong, she will never be able to escape the fate of needing protection from others, and she is tired of such a life. This time, after getting on their own pirate ship and having a few trusted partners, their real voyage is finally about to begin. Now, what they lack are chefs and navigators. Although Rosen can cook, as the captain, he can't always go to the kitchen. What's more, these few people on board can eat more than one. After all, he inherited Zoan's physique, and he eats much more than normal people. It's really hard for him to satisfy the appetite of all the staff. Before recruiting chefs, you can make do with hot pot every day. I'm too busy to cook every meal for you. Rosen just gave up. The hot pot is so good and convenient, you can get whatever you want to eat by yourself. I think it works. This is the first time I have eaten such delicious food. Gobbling down one by one, without caring about the image. It turns out that the food in the outside world is so delicious, our Wanakuna's food is so mediocre. Our Zou Island is the same. I've never eaten such delicious food when I grow up so big. Garrett didn't care about his body shape anymore. I've never seen the world before, and you'll be satisfied with a mere hot pot. When you've eaten braised pork, chopped pepperfish head, sweet and sour pork ribs, you will know how good the captain's cooking skills are. Yamato is the only one who has seen Rosen's true craftsmanship. When she and Rosen just went to sea for a few days, Rosen only needed to manage the food intake of 2 people, so the workload was small, and she made a lot of delicious food every day. Now that there are so many people, he finds it troublesome. Listening to what you said, I suddenly don't want to find a chef anymore, Garrett chuckled. It's beautiful to think about. Rosen knocked her brain out. 043 insect fruit, phantom species, skyhorn ant form. Another identification card. Rosen took out an identification card that he had just drawn. This time, he blew up the 4 Emperors Kaido's stronghold, and rejected Marine's Shichibukai's invitation, increasing the bounty directly to 780 million Baileys. In this way, the total bounty of the Divine Beast Pirates has finally reached 1.63 billion Bailey. With the 2 new 10 consecutive draws, he once again drew a devil fruit identification card. Name: Insect Fruit Eudemon's Skyhorn Ant Form. Abilities: after using it, it can transform into one of the 10 ancient evils, the Skyhorn Ant, the ultimate master's power, breaking all methods with one force. Another incredible fruit has been identified. Kunpeng's speed in the world and the ultimate power of Tianjiao Ant are the top abilities in the world. From Kunpeng's power, it is enough to see that Tianjiao Ant is absolutely extraordinary. As a result, Rosen will get another strong crew. With this horned ant fruit, Rosen already has 2 identified fruits in his space ring. Insect Fruit Eudemon's Skyhorn Ant Form, Bird Fruit Eudemon's 5-color Peacock Form. There is no doubt that both the horned ant and the 5-colored peacock have extremely powerful abilities. Sure enough, the phantom beasts are all fine. Rosen couldn't help but sigh. The 42 phantom beast fruits presented by the system, plus an Orochi fruit he extracted from the corpse of Kurozumi, and the Oguchi Shinshin fruit owned by Yamato, a total of 44 pieces. It means that his mythical beast pirate ship will have at least 44 members in the future. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the power of the mythical beast pirates will develop when all 44 members of the Eudemons are recruited. It's getting on the right track. Rosen is very satisfied with the current state. He looked up out the window. On the deck, Kazuki Hiyori, holding the famous sword Enma, is practicing his sword. Although his swordsmanship is full of flaws, it is not bad for a novice samurai. You must know that she used to be the #1 beauty in Wano-kuni, with a halo around her body, so where does she need to practice swords? Just a word, there are thousands of men going through fire and water for her. But now, everything is different. Dragging others down again and again makes her tired of this life that needs the protection of others. Therefore, she wants to become strong and does not want to be a burden to others. Oden Flo Togen Shirataki. Kazuki Hiyori scolded lightly, and Yanmo in his hand burst into an amazing light, slashing forward with a sword, and the ghost-like sword light swept across the sky. Immediately, she gasped for breath, as if this blow had drained all her strength. Advertisement seeing her slash, Rosen's heart trembled slightly. Is it because of Yanmo? His eyes were fixed on the famous sword Enma in the hands of Kazuki Hiyori. At a certain moment just now, he vaguely felt a trace of evil, which was undoubtedly emitted by the famous sword Yanmo. As expected of a sword that can cut through hell. The slash just now is definitely Yanmo's masterpiece, otherwise, with Kazuki Hiyori's ability, it is not enough to deliver such a powerful slash. I'm expressing strong dissatisfaction because I feel the owner's weakness? Rosen was a little puzzled. But soon, he understood, no, this is not a protest, but, wanting to help Hiyori. Yes, Yanmo's protest is not like this. Recalling the original book, after Kazuki Hiyori gave Enma to Zoro, the evil aura almost devoured Zoro's arm. If it wasn't for Zoro himself being strong enough, he could forcefully regain his power, otherwise his entire arm would be abolished. And when facing Kazuki Hiyori, Yanmo is not the attitude of wanting to devour his master. From Kazuki Hiyori, he felt the breath of the previous owner Kazuki Oden, so he recognized Hiyori. The slash just now was secretly instructing Hiyori. Rosen quickly figured out what Yanmo was thinking. This is a good thing. Although Kazuki Hiyori is currently weak, it is enough to be recognized by a powerful sword. The reason why Rosen has been holding her back is because she wants to inspire Kazuki Hiyori. It now appears that the purpose has been achieved. Captain Rosen, there's a ship ahead. At this moment, Garrett, who was holding a telescope on the observation deck, issued a warning. Hearing the movement, Rosen and his group came out one after another. It was the first time they encountered other ships at sea. Rosen also took out the binoculars. It should be a pirate group from New World. Rosen didn't know the pattern on the other side's flag, so it shouldn't be a big pirate. Let's rush over and grab them. Yamato immediately regained his spirits, and when he lifted his mace, he was eager to try. I read Lord Oden's voyage diary that robbery or something is the most interesting. Her eyes were full of light. Rosen rolled his eyes. Advertisement? You learn these things by reading his diary together? Then what should I learn? Kazuki Oden's bounty is at least 2 or 3 billion, you should learn more about this. Yamato curled his lips. It doesn't matter how much the bounty is. That guy Jack has a bounty of 1 billion, and it's not because I was hammered by me. She can fight Kaido one-on-one, and she also fights people back and forth, so Jack the Drow naturally ignores her. And after these few body trainings, her strength has been significantly improved. It has nothing to do with you, it has something to do with me. I need the bounty. Why do you want so much bounty? The higher the bounty, the more famous it is. I like to count the bounty numbers on the bounty. No way. Rosen rolled her eyes at her. At this time, the head of the divine beast Xuanwu came out of the sea. He seemed to be asking Rosen if he wanted to speed up. Captain, they turned around and approached us. On the observation deck, Garrett used a telescope to get a panoramic view of the opponent's actions. Interesting. A smile appeared on Rosen's mouth. He came to the bow and looked at the pirate ship on the sea horizon. Through the telescope, the size of the other party was not small. In this case, there must be a lot of treasure on board. After all, none of the pirates who can come to New World is a generalist. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, his pupils shrank suddenly. Okay. As soon as he saw it, he sensed a hint of danger. Immediately, he tilted his head sharply, and a bullet blazed past his ear. If it weren't for his powerful ability to see, this bullet might not necessarily be able to escape. Although with the mere buckshot, Rosen can be harmed. But the other party was able to accurately aim at his head from such a distance, which was enough to see the extraordinariness of this sniper. Looks like there's a good sniper on the other side, Rosen smiled. 044 Doflamingo's plan, Oakdale Pirates, Captain Oakdale, with a bounty of 176 million Baileys, is quite famous in the New World. The beau is a strong man with a scarred face. He held a newspaper in his hand, and his eyes reflected light. Dressrosa, Arena, Prize Paramecia Devil Fruit. Ah la la la, that guy Doflamingo, what is he doing? He burst out laughing. But since the first place can get a Paramecia Devil Fruit, then I have to go. He squeezed the newspaper. But at this moment, someone on the boat shouted, Captain, there's an unseen pirate ship behind. Hearing the news, the scarred man Oakdale immediately raised his spirits. Looking through the telescope, you can really see a pirate ship with a white body and luxurious decoration. Ah la 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 la, such a beautiful boat, it should be able to sell for a good price. He took a fancy to the white boat at a glance. Captain Oakdale, there are only a few people on the other side, let's go. The crew members were eager to try. Oakdale put down the telescope and made a big move. It was delivered to the door. Little ones, copy the guy. Old rule, men hack to death, women strip. Be careful, don't destroy that ship, that's what Lousy was looking for, ah. They didn't fire, because once the cannon is fired, in case the ship is damaged, the price will definitely be greatly reduced. That's right, they are the famous ship hunters in the New World. They often make a living by killing, looting, and selling ships. They are also famous in the New World. They also have a certain cooperative relationship with Doflamingo of 7 Warlords of the Sea. Every time they grab a ship, they will be shot by Doflamingo's underground organization, and the income is also extremely high. As soon as he saw the handsome appearance of Xuanwu this time, he was deeply attracted. The two ships approached quickly. The two sides very tacitly did not fire. One took a fancy to the other party's ship. One took a fancy to the treasure on the other side's ship. Shish. There was a burst of sound. Dozens of steel cables shot out and were nailed to the deck of the Xuanwu. Immediately, a large group of pirates swarmed up and invaded the Xuanwu along the tightrope. What an idiot. Seeing that we didn't run away, we foolishly leaned over. Since you were courting death, don't blame us, ha ha ha. I just saw a lot of beauties on this ship with my binoculars, don't rush me, I want to book one. They are also battle-hardened veterans, and all of them exude an astonishing suffocating aura, which is not something that ordinary pirate groups can match. With the bright swords flashing with a cold glow, they rushed over in a hurry, aggressive. However, in the face of their invasion, not only did the young men and women on the opposite side not panic, but some of them had glowing eyes. Great, I haven't fought for a long time, and I can finally move my muscles. The voice fell. I saw a woman with a mace and a rope on her back, slowly putting on the Prajna mask. The moment he put on the mask, Yamato seemed to have changed a person, and his body erupted with amazing momentum. She swung the mace in her hand and slammed it hard in front of her. Ming Dysprosium. Under the collision of the armed colors, black lightning condensed on the mace, and after a short charge, a tyrannical shockwave surged forward. Boom. The shockwave rampaged with a destructive momentum, instantly blasting the pirates along the way, and bursts of screams came. The scene was shocking. This scene shocked everyone. Even Garrot, Avra and others on Rosen's side widened their eyes. Advertisement. The power of this stick is too terrifying. It was the first time they saw Yamato's real shot, but they didn't expect it to be so terrifying. FK. Big sister is awesome, Cavendish also called out awesome. Xuanwu Rai, his hand holding Yan Mo, was shaking. This kind of terrifying power has surpassed her cognition. Compared with the woman in front of her, she is too weak. Even they were shocked, not to mention the opposite Oakdale pirates. Strange. Monster. The pirates on the opposite side were terrified. The scarred man standing on the bow also showed surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect there are such masters on this ship. He knew that this time he would definitely hit the iron plate. However, as a veteran of New World for 7 or 8 years, he will not be frightened by this scene. Looks like it has to be taken seriously. The words fell, and several men beside him stood up with a sneer. Obviously, they are the cadres on the Oakdale ship, and the ones who have just been kicked out are all little scoundrels. This BCH is hot enough, I like it. Among them, the fat man with a fat face looked at Yamato with a smirk. But at this moment, the sea breeze suddenly blew on the sea, and it whistled like a wolf howling. This sudden gust of wind raged, stirring up the rolling waves, and there was a cold breath in the air. And Rosen on the Xuanwu also slowly stood up from the beach chair. Ask a question. How much are your heads worth? He looked at each other with a half smile. Heads? Ha ha ha, Lousy's bounty is 120 million? Our captain is 176 million. There are 3 people on our ship with a bounty of over 100 million. How much is our head worth? Another short man said with a smile. Hearing their words, Rosen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, there are more than 400 million, plus the treasure on the ship, it should be able to earn 500 million or 600 million. The scarred man laughed. I heard it right, he still wants to make money from us? For the first time in so many years, I've heard someone say they want to make a fortune from our boat, ha ha ha. Don't move, let me come, I will wake him up. The thin man laughed and rushed over, holding a machete, and his speed was not slow. Shong. A sharp slash sounded. Rosen didn't dodge, let the opponent's slash attack. However, the moment the opponent's machete touched him, sparks flew everywhere. What? The short man's eyes suddenly widened, and the original playful expression disappeared instantly, replaced by a deep shock. It's useless to even armed, but I can block my attack with my flesh and blood. His face changed greatly, and he could no longer calm down. It's fine if it's armed. The key is that the opponent is useless even armed color. His full blow can't even break the skin of others. What a terrible body is this, I do not believe. The thin man's eyes were fierce, and the machete in his hand was raised high again, and he used all his strength to cut out the second knife. Rosen, however, held his knife with just one hand. If it's just this level, that's it. Crack. With a little force on the hand, the machete shattered directly. Immediately he clenched his fist. Boom. Advertisement. The figure of the man flew out like a cannonball and fell into the sea ruthlessly. Seeing this scene, the Oakdale pirates could no longer be calm. What, is he still human? With the body of flesh and blood, he resisted the slashing hard, and he did not even leave any scars on his body. Simply unbelievable. Rosen, on the other hand, looked at the place where he had been slashed. It is impossible to say that there is no scar left. It can be seen that a white imprint was left in the place where it was cut. Although it failed to break the skin, it was still there. It's still a long way off, the body refining pill must continue to be used. Rosen shook his head in disappointment. If this changes Kaido's body, not to mention leaving traces, it is estimated that even a knife can shatter you. You. Oakdale's face began to change. He couldn't be more clear about the strength of the short man just now, and it was a bit appalling to be able to defend against the slash just now without armament. Ship. Captain, that person. Seems to be. At this moment, a man behind Oakdale held a bounty in his hand and couldn't help swallowing. He is Rosen, the Rosen who blew up the Four Emperors Kaido base camp. With a cry of exclamation, the audience instantly fell silent. In the next second, after reacting, all of them showed panic. He's the one who's been making a lot of noise lately. The captain of the Beast Pirates, Rosen? Knowing this name, some people's legs are frightened. That is a ruthless man who can make the Four Emperors Kaido shriveled. How can they be able to compete with such characters? Oakdale, who has always been invincible, also began to feel guilty. Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. A trace of sweat appeared on his forehead. The reason why he can be so rampant in New World is because his backer is Doflamingo. And the man in front of him was someone who didn't even give the Four Emperors Kaido's face, and Doflamingo was a piece of shit in his eyes. Don't get me wrong, I haven't had enough of it yet. Yamato can't handle that much, just throwing his mace is a mess. The fat man who had despised her before was directly smashed by him with a thunder 8 trigrams, several of his ribs were broken, and he was coughing up blood constantly. For a time, screams burst out. That Oakdale wanted to run away immediately, but was blocked by a wall of wind from Rosen. Nearly 200 million heads, can't let go. Rosen's eyes seemed to be looking at a pile of money. Afra's research funding is still far behind, nearly 200 million Bailey's head, he is not willing to let it go. Don't kill me, let me do anything. Oakdale panicked completely and began to beg for mercy. I am Doflamingo's partner, I can bring you more than 200 million wealth, I just ask you to spare my life. He wanted to show that he still has value. Oh, Doflamingo? Rosen did hear a noteworthy name? By the way, Doflamingo recently held a gladiatorial contest at Dressrosa Arena. The final winner can get a Paramecia Devil Fruit as a reward. The value of Paramecia fruit is more than 200 million. As long as you let me go, I can find a way to get this fruit and give it to you. Okay. Rosen's eyes suddenly narrowed. It seems that I heard some great news. 045 amazingly talented sniper. You mean, Dressrosa is holding a gladiatorial contest, and the prize for the first place is Paramecia Devil Fruit? Rosen came to Oakdale, staring at him coldly. Yes, it is. Rosen squeezed his chin. This is a familiar scene. Same gladiatorial match, same devil fruit prizes. As expected of that person, the routine is the same. But in the future, Doflamingo is to use Mara fruit to lead out Straw Hat Crew. So this time, he took out the Paramecia Devil Fruit as bait. The purpose, what would it be? Is it me? Rosen suddenly seemed to understand something. Doflamingo has the ambition to compete for one piece, and in this case, the historical text of the road sign is also attractive enough to him. In this way, it seems to be able to figure it out. Want to use devil fruit to lure me out? Interesting. Rosen's mouth twitched slightly. A mere Doflamingo, he hasn't paid attention to it yet. But this Paramecia Devil Fruit, Rosen was really interested. What fruit? Rosen couldn't help wondering. He drew the Devil Fruit Accommodating Constitution Inheritance card, and after using it, he could eat 2 devil fruits. The first one, the White Tiger Fruit, has the destructive power of tearing everything apart and the ability to master storms. The second fruit, he decided to have another Paramecia ability. In this way, Zone, Logia, Paramecia, he is all alone. When does the game start? Rosen asked again. 3 days later. 3 days is enough to get to Dressrosa. Since you are Doflamingo's business partner, then, Dressrosa's permanent pointer, you should have it. Oakdale didn't dare to hesitate at all. Yes, if I give it to you, you will let me go. Maybe, I only know that if you don't give it to me, you will die immediately. Rosen looked at him with a smile. Advertisement. Oakdale shivered. The seemingly understated smile gave people an extremely terrifying feeling, and even communicating with Doflamingo was not as oppressive as the man in front of him. Give it to you, I'll give it to you. Afraid of causing Rosen's displeasure, Oakdale immediately took out a permanent pointer from his body. How long does it take to get to Dressrosa? About 2 days. That being the case, I have to go there anyway. Don't you want to leave me out? Then we have to see what kind of waves a Doflamingo can turn out. As for Kaido, then don't worry. If Doflamingo really wanted the text of the road sign, he couldn't have colluded with Kaido. Because he is also ambitious. Although he is afraid of Kaido, it does not mean that he will be willing to be someone else's younger brother. What's more, he and Kaido are just a cooperative relationship, that's all. Oakdale bowed his head timidly. However, in his eyes, there was a faint glimmer of light. Seeing Rosen fell into contemplation, he secretly felt that the opportunity had come. With a flip of his hand, a cyan bead appeared in his hand. He suddenly burst out and smashed the cyan bead in his hand towards Rosen. Hey, eat a gas bomb from Lousy and die. Gas bomb, the latest chemical weapon developed by Doflamingo and scientist Caesar, is selling for a lot of money on the black market. Once it explodes, it will release a large amount of poisonous gas. This is his last trump card. Although the man in front of him is invulnerable, poisonous gas, no matter how strong you are, as long as you inhale a little bit, you will be poisoned immediately. However, how could such a clumsy trick threaten Rosen? At the moment when the gas bomb exploded, with a big wave of Rosen's hand, a gust of wind suddenly swept through, whizzing forward, blowing away all the poisonous gas. At this time, Oakdale had already fled backwards. He is not capable. As long as he jumps into the sea, there is still a chance of survival. But at this time, Rosen had not waited for his shot. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Boom! Advertisement. The bullet precisely hit the back of Oakdale's head, the blood exploded, and the headshot was shot. Okay. Rosen's heart skipped a beat. There are currently no gunmen on his ship. So who would have fired this shot? In the direction of the gunfire, Rosen turned to look. But I saw a teenage boy on Oakdale's boat, holding a musket, aiming in the direction of Oakdale. Rosen was stunned for a moment. The one who shot was actually a teenage boy. Who are you? Rosen looked at the little boy. My name is Eyes, the sniper of the Oakdale pirates. The little boy grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Sniper? Just you? Rosen looked at him with a smile. Don't underestimate me, I almost shot you in the head before. The little boy grinned. You shot that shot? Rosen was a little surprised, but didn't show it. The previous shot, if it wasn't for Rosen's powerful ability to see and hear, he might not have been able to escape. To be able to hit such an accurate sniper, Rosen thought he was an incredible sniper, but he was just a teenage boy. Then why did you just kill your captain? Rosen asked again. Captain? It doesn't count, I just joined them for less than a week. The little boy thought for a while. A week? This came as a surprise to Rosen. Yeah, I originally wanted to find a suitable team to go out to sea with, but I met them. I thought they were not weak, but they were not a gang that illegally sold ships. Such a team is not worthy of me to join, so I killed him. The little boy put down the gun in his hand and looked at Rosen. I've seen your news, you are supernova, right? The world is full of rumors about you recently. Then, his eyes lit up. Let me join you, only a team like you is worthy of me joining. I want to be the greatest sniper in the world, 046 Beckman's apprentice. Rosen looked at him quietly. There are too many people who want to join my team, why? I was awakened by my knowledge at the age of 7, and now I am 11 years old, and I have become a sniper who can hit every shot. The boy puffed out his chest. 7 years old, that's an amazing talent. If observation hockey was awakened at the age of 7, his talent is indeed amazing. So, please let me get on the boat. Lord Beckman told me before that with my talent, I will definitely find a boat that can carry me in a group of partners worthy of my life. When I saw the news a few days ago, your glorious deeds deeply moved me. I went to sea with them this time to find you. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. I recognized you when I sniped you before. That shot was also my test for you. I didn't expect you to actually escape my bullet. The little boy said excitedly, and there was a hint of admiration in Rosen's eyes. Huh? Beckman? Rosen seemed to have heard a strange name. Yes, I met a group of people 2 years ago, and one of them was an uncle named Beckman who saw my talent and taught me marksmanship. You mean your marksmanship was taught by a man named Ben Beckman? Rosen was a little surprised. Not only that, but also Lord Usopp, Lord Reiki Lu, they all instructed me. No wonder. Advertisement, you can have such a level of marksmanship at a young age. If you are an apprentice of Beckman, you can figure it out. Who is Beckman? That was the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, a man of great strength and wisdom. Once Kick Bandit King pointed the gun at Marine Admiral and said, "Don't move." Even Kizaru could only raise his hands obediently. When it comes to the best snipers in the world today, Beckman definitely has a place. And Usopp is equally extraordinary. It claims to have the superb marksmanship of knocking out the antennae of ants with one shot from 100 feet away without hurting other parts. There is also Reiki Lu, one of the first members to follow the Red Hair, and his marksmanship is not inferior to others. Any one of the three of them can be called a top sniper. Getting the guidance of the three of them is enough to see how extraordinary Eyes is.
So can you take me out to sea? I came out this time to find you. You guys are so cool, even the 4 emperors suffered at your hands. Among the rookie pirates now, you are the most famous, so I also want to join you and become one of you. Eyes was quite excited. Rosen touched her nose. Good guy, he's actually a little fanboy. Still such an amazingly talented fanboy. Advertisement. Lord Beckman and Lord Yasop have told me many stories of their sailing adventures in the past, and I also dream of finding a boat that can carry me like them one day. And you are my choice. No doubt, this is also a teenager who was poisoned by red-hair pirates. Just like the Leng Tu Qing wearing a straw hat, the family originally had a great future in marine by virtue of his grandfather's status, but as a result, he was led away by this group of people and became a pirate. The same is true for this young man in front of him. But it is worth mentioning that Rosen is indeed optimistic about him. Just the shot he shot at Rosen before was enough to see some doorway. You really want to join us? Of course it's true. The 4 emperors Kaido is now chasing me all over the world, and Marine has also issued a high reward order. Are you not afraid to implicate you? What's there to be afraid of? If you back down because of this little risk, what kind of risk is it? Eyes didn't care at all. Rosen nodded secretly. In this case, I will give you a position as a trainee member. Whether you can get my approval and become a regular member depends on your performance. Hearing this, Eyes jumped up excitedly. Great. 047 turn positive, 5-color peacock fruit. Alternate member. Ease. Ready position. Sniper. Bounty. 0. Weapon. Musket. Ability. Observation hockey. Regular requirement. Become Zoan-U Demon's demon fruit power. ... Since then, a new trainee sniper has been added to the ship. I have to say that Izai's talent is obvious to all. The awakening of observation hockey at the age of 7 is such a terrifying talent. Rosen thought of the infinite bullet version of the bullet sniper rifle in his space ring. He seems to have found a good owner for this gun. But before that, he had to find a suitable fruit for Eyes. The fruits he has identified so far include a 5-colored peacock fruit and a skyhorn ant fruit. After thinking about it, these 2 fruits don't seem to match well with Eyes. Try luck. What kind of ability he can get depends on his own creation. Rosen looked at the sky. If the next stop is Dressrosa, it is very necessary for him to make the 2 trainee crew regulars in advance. As the underworld boss of New World, Doflamingo has power throughout the entire New World. Although Rosen does not regard him as a threat, it is still necessary to prepare well. ... What a beautiful boat. After boarding the ship, Yais was immediately attracted by the luxury of the Xuanwu. Oakdale's ship can't be compared to the Xuanwu. After all, it was designed by Rosen himself, and it incorporates many modern elements. Can I choose a room? He asked Rosen impatiently. Random. After being allowed, Izai ran to the room on the 2nd floor excitedly. I've chosen to move things, this time there's a lot of loot. Rosen shouted at him. Oakdale is a boat dealer and usually makes a living by robbery, so there are many treasures on the boat, most of which are stolen by them. Xuanwu slowly stretched out his head and built a bridge between the 2 ships. Rosen and his party followed the bridge and came to Oakdale's boat. As soon as Oakdale died, the others on the ship lost their will to fight and began to flee in a panic. Some people jumped on several small boats and fled quickly with oars. ... Oakdale's boat is not small. Led by Izai, they found the ship's warehouse. Into the eye is a box of supplies. Just open a few boxes to see, treasure, ammunition, etc., everything. It took a while before they emptied the treasure on the Oakdale ship. As expected of the famous ship hunter in New World, there is a lot of treasure on board, and there are more than 100 million Baileys in cash alone. There are also 2 boxes of jewelry, all of which are of high quality, and can be sold for a lot of money if they are sold. As for weapons and ammunition, there are countless more. Doflamingo's business is mainly in the sale of arms. As a partner of Doflamingo, the arms and equipment on Oakdale's ship are naturally impossible. Advertisement. Rosen also picked up a box of the gas bombs he had just seen. Don't kill me, I'm just a ship doctor, their evil deeds have nothing to do with me. In the infirmary on the Oakdale ship, Rosen found a middle-aged man in a white coat. Since he was a ship doctor, Rosen naturally wouldn't embarrass him. However, he would not let go of the medicines and medicinal materials in the infirmary. Soon Afra, who was wearing a nurse's uniform, came here, looking at the medical books and medicines in the room, her eyes were shining. Afra's purpose of going to sea is, firstly, because she is attracted to several pills in Rosen's hand, and secondly, to study medicine from the outside world. She was very interested in the medical books, so Rosen asked Cavendish to help move them to Afra's room. ... It took them hours just to pack up the loot. Looking at the empty boat on the other side, Rosen closed his hands with satisfaction. A lot of good stuff. Weapons, ammunition, food, medicinal herbs, jewelry, wine, etc., filled the warehouse of Xuanwu. Yamato and others were all excited when they saw these trophies. It turns out that robbery is so interesting, no wonder everyone wants to go out to sea and become a pirate. Yamato said with emotion. The looted food alone was enough for them to eat for a long time. In addition, they also found a new world chart in the navigator's room. With the chart, it will be much easier to travel in the future. To celebrate today's full harvest, tonight, Starlight Party, Rosen announced. Great. The crowd cheered. Since it is sailing, how can there be less parties? With so much food and wine, if you don't destroy some, won't it spoil if you leave it for too long? There were only a few people on board, and the food on the Oakdale ship was enough for dozens of people, enough for them to hold several banquets. At night, the ship lights up with various neon lights. Above the top of the ship, a bright deep-sea night pearl shone. Even at night, the light would not be too dim. Accompanied by music, Kazuki Hiyori put on an exquisite peacock-embroidered costume, stepped on high clogs, and began to dance. As Wanokuni's most beautiful dancer, her dance moves are often seen only by dignitaries. Now, she has become the atmosphere responsible for the banquet. Music, dance, wine, food. Happy laughter echoed on the Xuanwu. 3 rounds of wine. Rosen is also ready to announce a serious business. 3 days later, we will enter the country controlled by Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Until then, I hope you all have a certain ability to protect yourself. So, I prepared presents for the 2 trainee crew members on board. Rosen looks at Kazuki Hiyori and hits Izawa. Gift. Aiza's eyes suddenly lit up. Did I have a gift just now? I'm so embarrassed. He chuckled. Advertisement. Kazuki Hiyori also stopped dancing and looked at Rosen. Under everyone's attention, Rosen reached out and wiped the space ring. In the next second, 2 strangely shaped fruits appeared in his hands. Again, Yamato seems to have guessed it would be this. After the first few crew members joined, without exception, they all got a devil fruit as a gift, and now, as expected. How many devil fruits did you pick up? This question has been asked more than once by Yamato. But Rosen never answered directly. But this time, Rosen wasn't going to be perfunctory. There are more than 40 fruits like this on me. Hearing his words, everyone took a deep breath. 4. More than 40. FK. Real or fake? Although Garrett, Afra and Kazuki Hiyori don't have much concept of devil fruit. But the other 3 people can't understand more about this rare fruit. At this moment, even Ease was stunned. He has had a pirate dream since he was a child, and has always fantasized about going to sea, so he has long heard of the famous devil fruit in the sea. It is said that each of these things is worth a fortune, and even on the black market, the cheapest fruit is worth hundreds of millions. The most expensive ones can even sell for billions. To know that the bounty of the 4 emperors is only 3 or 4 billion. The op fruit, the most expensive auctioned in history, once fetched a high price of 5 billion. How come there are so many? Although Yamato was prepared, he was still a little stunned when he heard this. This is my secret, and it is also the basis for me to create the Divine Beast Pirates. And I can tell you clearly, the more than 40 devil fruits are all phantom beasts. Rosen said an astonishing fact. What? It's all phantom beasts? Now they were even more shocked. You must know that among all devil fruits, Zoan's Eudemon's fruit is the rarest, even rarer than Logia. However, to hear Rosen say that he has more than 40 phantom beast fruits on his body, this is really a fantasy. Incredible. Yais was stunned when he heard such amazing news as soon as he joined the team. Rosen continued. The reason why it's called the Mythical Beast Pirates is because the more than 40 pieces on my body can turn people into magical beast fruits of mythical creatures. In the future, my ship will only recruit phantom beasts. And now, Izawa, Hiyori, if the 2 of you eat my fruit, it is equivalent to becoming a full member. You're welcome to join us. Rosen said with a smile.
2MZO485 Color Divine Light, nothing is brushed. Bird Fruit Eudemon's 5-color peacock form. This fruit was prepared by Rosen for Kazuki Hiyori. He put the 5-colored peacock fruit in front of Kazuki Hiyori. Are you going to eat him? Kazuki Hiyori asked. She has never been in contact with devil fruit, but from the conversation just now, she can tell that this thing shouldn't be easy. Eat him, at the cost of being unable to swim, in exchange for the ability of the devil. Didn't you always want to become stronger and become a reliable female samurai? With demon abilities, you can become stronger at the fastest speed. As soon as he heard that it could become stronger, Kazuki Hiyori took the fruit and took a bite without any hesitation. Soon, her body changed. At the corners of the eyes, colored eyeshadows appeared, and the eyebrows also began to be colored. Kazuki Hiyori, who had a stunning appearance originally, looked more beautiful and full of exotic flavors under the colorful makeup. The peacock-embroidered clothes on the body, combined with this colorful makeup, looked very matching. Meanwhile, behind her blue, yellow, red, black, white. 5 colors of light flow out. It turned into a 5-color divine light, floating up and down behind her, as if it contained mysterious power, and you could see the extraordinariness of this light at a glance. Wow, so beautiful, what has this become? Garrett's big eyes flickered, and even a rabbit was amazed by Kazuki Hiyori's makeup. Kazuki Hiyori opened his eyes, and there was more information about the fruit in his mind. Kong. Peacock? She looked at the changes on her body and was immediately surprised by her appearance. She raised her hand, and the 5-colored divine light of blue, yellow, red, black, and white circulated at her fingertips, which contained great power. Is this the legendary devil fruit? Ease also widened his eyes full of curiosity. He has only heard of the rare fruit of the mythical beast in the legend. Let's talk about what kind of ability you have acquired. Yamato can't wait to find out what abilities Kazuki Hiyori has acquired. Kazuki Hiyori played with the 5-color magic light in his hand. She swiped at the wine glass in front of her. The next second, the wine glass disappeared. Advertisement, this. What ability is this? They were all shocked. Seeing this scene, Rosen quickly understood the ability of the 5-color divine light. The 5-color divine light is the 5-color peacock's 5 fundamental life feathers. It contains the power of the 5 elements. The 5 elements are integrated to build the universe. Nothing is not brushed, and nothing is not collected. That's right, although the 5-color divine light here is not as powerful as the Hongwang version, it can also contain the 5 elements. With just a swipe, the items can be swiped away and entered into the inner space of the 5-color divine light. Items here, including any inanimate objects. It should even be able to brush away Rosen's wind. This also means that no non-living body can get close to Kazuki Hiyori's body. What an interesting ability. Even Kazuki Hiyori himself finds it interesting. She swiped again, and the wine glass that had just been swiped reappeared. Then she brushed against the barbecue next to her, and the barbecue disappeared. Simply magic. Rosen thought about it, and immediately said, "You try to brush away my attack, and then release it and see what effect it will have." Okay. The two came to the deck. As soon as Rosen stretched out his hand, a wind blade condensed in his hand. On the other side, Kazuki Hiyori was surrounded by 5 colors of divine light, with a serious expression on his face. With a wave of Rosen's hand, the wind blade broke through the air. Kazuki Hiyori showed a hint of panic, and hurriedly brushed against the oncoming wind blade. The wind blade disappeared out of thin air. Sure enough. Release the attack just now, Rosen reminded. Good. Kazuki Hiyori did so obediently, and the 5-color divine light swiped again, and the wind blade that had just been swept away appeared again, slashing forward with unabated power, splitting the sea. Impressive. The crowd exclaimed. This ability is simply too strong. As long as you save some attacks in advance and release them at the right time, they can produce miraculous effects. What an amazing ability, even Rosen couldn't help but say. The most powerful thing of the 5-color peacock is not the physical strength, but the ability to brush everything. Advertisement in the face of some non-physical powerhouses, Kazuki Hiyori can be invincible. Even in the face of some powerful swordsmen, she can easily take away the opponent's sword chi attack, and even have a chance to take away the opponent's weapon. That's great, Hiyori's sister, this ability is awesome. Garot leaned over excitedly, very interested in this magical 5-color divine light. Yi Zi on the side smiled bitterly, isn't this Tien Kami? Unexpectedly, just after going to sea, he met his nemesis. Fortunately, he joined Rosen's team. The nemesis has become his partner. Otherwise, his proud sniping ability will be useless when he encounters him at sea in the future. What about me? Can I also have a new demon's fruit? Ys stared straight at the other fruit in Rosen's hand. Seeing Kazuki Hiyori gain such a powerful ability, to be honest, he was jealous too. Rosen turned to look at him. Although you only joined us today, it stands to reason that there should be an assessment period, but time is tight. In order to make Dressrosa's trip smoother, I can give you this fruit in advance. In fact, Rosen didn't need to be assessed at all. Because, after the system is bound, the fruit can be forcibly withdrawn. If a crew member's performance makes him dissatisfied, Rosen can withdraw the other party's ability at any time. It is because of this that he has no fear. Very good, thank you big brother, I will not disappoint you. Izawa was overjoyed. His fruit has not been identified, so I don't know what kind of ability I will get. However, Rosen could conclude that all the Udemon's fruits rewarded by the system should not be easy. Kunpeng's speed in the world, Yudu's slowness ability, Seraph's angelic holy light, Xuanwu's absolute defense, and 5-colored peacock's 5-color divine light. As well as the previously identified ultimate force, the horned ant. These are all superb fruits. No matter how bad it is, this fruit cannot be so weak. It depends on whether Izai's luck is good or not. If that's the case, then I'll start. Izawa took the fruit from Rosen's hand solemnly. The first bite he took, his body reacted. 049 Listen to all things, 6-eared macaque. It's starting to change. What form will it be this time? Everyone turned their attention, and even Xuanwu stuck his head out, a little curious. Under the watchful eyes of the public, some changes began to appear in Yiza's body. Relatively speaking, his changes were much smaller, but it could still be clearly seen that new ears began to grow under his ears. But not just one pair. Huh? You actually grew 6 ears? Garrett's eyes widened in surprise. Others reacted the same way. Seeing his change, Rosen's mind quickly came up with a name. At this time, Izawa, who had grown 6 ears, also opened his eyes. Seems very amazing. He sorted out an extra piece of information in his mind, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Let's talk about it. What form is it? Cavendish also came over. It seems to be called. Yi searched for a moment in his mind, and then spoke up. Human fruit Udemon's 6-eared macaque form. Sure enough, this is it. Rosen was overjoyed. Even 6-eared macaques appeared. And this kind of creature seems to be very compatible with the sniper profession. 6-eared macaque. No wonder it has 6 ears. Garrett was very interested in his ears. What a strange form. There are monkeys with 6 ears in the world. What are the abilities of this 6-eared macaque? Yamato asked. Speaking of abilities, Ys suddenly became proud. This ability is awesome. The six-eared macaque has the ability to hear all things, and the hearing range is very wide. As he spoke, he began to close his eyes. 500 meters away there's the sound of a seafish blowing bubbles. 1,200 meters away there's the sound of a seagull pulling a piece of shit. Brother Cabbage made a fart sound just now. Even the sound of your heartbeat, the sound of blood flowing, I can clearly hear it. Hearing this, everyone showed a surprised expression. Can you hear the heartbeat and blood flow? You must know that it is difficult for me to hear the sound of my heartbeat, and the sound of blood flow is even more subtle. And Yeez was able to hear the heartbeat of others clearly through the ability of the six-eared macaque. Isn't it scarier than top-level seeing and hearing? Good at listening, able to observe, knowing before and after, everything is clear. If nothing else, if you can develop the ability to the ultimate, you can even perceive what is about to happen in the future through hearing in advance. Although this is Rosen's guess, it is not impossible. You must know that if you develop the ability to see, hear, and color to ultimate, you can achieve the ability to temporarily predict the future. And the ability of the six-eared macaque is stronger than that of seeing and hearing, and its scope is wider. Combined with the description of the six-eared macaque in mythology. So his guess might really come true. Advertisement. Do you foresee the future? Yeez thought for a while.
It should be possible. Based on my current level, I can simply judge a person's next movements through details such as the sounds made by other people's joints and the direction of blood flow.
But I had to be extremely attentive to really hear clearly, he added. As soon as these words came out, even Rosen was ecstatic. This is simply an enhanced version of the ability to see S**X. This has just acquired the ability to temporarily predict the future. If developed, it's hard to imagine what level it will reach. This ability is a perfect match for his sniper status. If you can judge the enemy's next second action, wouldn't you be able to accurately predict? Cavendish's eyes also lit up. Nothing is more suitable for a sniper than the abilities of a six-eared macaque. As soon as the hearing is released, everything in the battlefield will enter his detection range. And as long as he is within his sniper range, he can almost hit 100 shots and get the head of an enemy general among a million troops. This is the scariest place for snipers. Great, with this powerful ability, I will definitely be the greatest sniper in the world. I really look forward to meeting with Lord Beckman and the others one day. Azawa's eyes shone brightly, full of longing for the future. Little Yeez, I have another gift for you. Thinking of this, Rosen took out the weapon in the space ring. There are still gifts? Yeez was stunned. Just from this six-eared macaque fruit, he has already earned blood. He looked at Rosen. I saw Rosen reach out and wipe the ring on his left hand, and suddenly, a black, metallic sniper rifle with a very hockey-shaped appearance appeared in Rosen's hand. This is. He stared straight at the sniper rifle in Rosen's hand. This is a high-tech weapon given to me by a scientist friend of mine. It's called a bullet sniper rifle. Rosen came up with a random reason for making a friend out of nothing. Bullet. Yeez couldn't wait to take the gun, with the gun body of Masuo, his eyes glowing with hot light. This gun is heavy. But Yeez has inherited Zoan's physique and his strength has been strengthened to a certain extent, so he can easily pick up this sniper rifle. This bullet cannon full of technology, the length of the gun body is about to catch up with the height of eyes, and when he holds it in his hand, it gives a feeling of hockey side leakage. What a quality gun, it must have a long range, his eyes were shining. The effective range is about 2 kilometers, and the maximum range is 6 or 7 kilometers. What? Yeez was stunned. Most of the muskets in this world are flintlock guns, with a maximum range of about 400 to 700 meters, and an effective range of only 200 to 300 meters. This bullet sniper rifle has a range 10 times that of ordinary firearms. Not to mention the power of the bullet, just the advantage of the range, can kill all the firearms in this world in seconds. Can I try? His mouth was suddenly dry, and his eyes were full of hot light. The status of firearms in the eyes of snipers is no different from the status of famous swords in the eyes of swordsmen. And the bullet sniper rifle in front of him has a higher status than the Supreme Big Knife among the famous knives. There are 12 Supreme Sharp Knives, and the bullet sniper rifle in front of him has 10 times the range of normal firearms. Throughout the entire pirate world, it is difficult for all firearms to reach this height. Of course, Rosen said with a smile. How do you get the bullet? Advertisement eyes fumbled for a moment, but couldn't figure out the doorway. No need to reload, this gun. Unlimited bullets. Yeez suddenly raised his head and looked at Rosen. No. Infinite bullets? He was immediately stunned. What is the concept of infinite bullets? Even as a sniper, he has never passed a gun with such infinite bullets in the world. Don't be surprised, my scientist friend can do anything. The friend here naturally refers to the system. Yamato and the others suddenly thought of the Devil Gene Extraction card, and Seawater Curse Removal card, that Rosen had taken out before, which seemed to be some kind of high tech. By the way, there is also the Ion Laser Cannon, that shocked them before, that power. It simply refreshed their cognition. Not only unlimited bullets, he can also switch between 3 ammunition forms at will. One is a normal sniper bullet with a sharp warhead that can easily penetrate a 1 centimeter thick reinforced steel plate from a kilometer away. One is an explosive bomb, which can explode instantly after penetrating the target, and it is extremely powerful. The last type is an incendiary bomb, which is equipped with a high-temperature incendiary agent, which is not only extremely hot, but also difficult to extinguish. Listening and listening, Eyes was dumbfounded. This was completely beyond his knowledge. Can a gun do that? Although you may not understand it, you must know that the power of science is infinite. Of course, you don't need to understand, you just need to know how he uses it. Rosen told Ying about the ammo switching method for the bullet sniper rifle. The method is also simple, and Ying quickly mastered the essence. It's me who is ignorant, so there are such high-tech guns in the world. Ying's heart was beating wildly, unable to calm down. You try to see if it fits well, what do you want to fight, you decide. Rosen asked him to experiment. He also wanted to see how strong the six-eared macaque's detection ability and Ying's sniping ability were. Just 1,500 meters away, the seagull flying in the sky. Ying quickly passed the ability of the six-eared macaque and heard a seagull flapping its wings 1,500 meters away. At a distance of 1,500 meters, Rosen and others couldn't even see it clearly with the naked eye. And Ying raised the gun so slowly, next second, pull the trigger. Boom. The powerful recoil almost made the gun in Ying's hand slip out. In the distance, the seagull also fell into the sea. FK, hit, awesome. Although I couldn't see the figure of the seagull, I could clearly see that something fell into the sea, causing a wave of waves. This gun is really strong. Even Ying didn't expect such a recoil. However, he didn't care about the recoil. In his eyes, he only saw the power of the gun. Rosen looked in the direction where the seagulls were falling, with a look of satisfaction. Come on, Dressrosa soon, you don't have to shoot the seagulls to try the gun. 050 Dressrosa, a country ruled by Shichibukai Doflamingo. Here is the new world's most famous gladiatorial arena. In the past few days, with the holding of a competitive competition, most of the new world has been disturbed. It is said that the Don Quixote family got a paramecia devil fruit from nowhere and used it as a prize for a grand gladiatorial event. Whoever can become the first place in this competitive game, whoever can get this paramecia fruit. Once the news came out, countless people went crazy. A paramecia devil fruit is worth hundreds of millions, and if you're lucky, it may even exceed 1 billion. Therefore, this game instantly attracted a large number of new world powerhouses. In just 2 or 3 days, the number of applicants reached several hundred. Jiuyou, ha ha ha, this fruit must belong to my T-beard. Outside the arena, a big fat man with a 3-braided beard laughed wildly. Like him, who are everywhere in Dressrosa, who can have the courage to participate in the gladiatorial competition, there is no ordinary person who is full of confidence in themselves. Hearing Shabeard's confident words, many glances were cast around him, and Kakuzu smiled contemptuously. It seems that there are quite a few competitors too. In the corner, a tall man with a forked mustache and drill-like horns on his head gave a sharp laugh. On the other side, there was even a giant clan, whose huge body was particularly conspicuous in the crowd. Hey, even the giants are attracted. Advertisement. This competition is worth watching. The residents of Dressrosa showed their anticipation. This competition is rare. Although the usual gladiatorial arena is also very exciting, compared with the gladiatorial fights of many powerhouses in New World, it is obviously a lot worse.
King's Heights. Inside the palace, the man wearing sunglasses looked in the direction of the arena through the window, with a strange smile on his face.
Furfur, there are quite a few people here. I don't know if that fish will be hooked. There is no doubt that he is the current king of Dressrosa, Doflamingo, known as Heavenly Yaksha, in the New World. This gladiatorial competition was also managed by him. Dover, if that person doesn't come, won't we waste a rare fruit? Torpal, who was running nose, showed a hint of concern. We took a lot of energy to get this fruit, he added. Doflamingo smiled wickedly. If that person doesn't come, no one can take anything from my sight. Of course, if he comes, it's even more impossible for someone to take it away. Furfur. In Dressrosa, he was able to cover the sky with one hand. Dover, I always think that person should not be easy. Even Kaido was played around by him. And, even if we succeed, if Kaido knows that the thing has fallen into our hands, he will definitely want to go back to us. Torpal frowned. He always felt unreliable about this matter. Where is Kaido? It's a tricky question, but I have my own plans. Doflamingo's eyes lit up. Kaido is indeed a big threat to him. Advertisement. However, relatively speaking, a historical text stone that can give him the potential to become One Piece is more attractive to him. Not long after, the door was pushed open. Young master, those people want to see you. Doflamingo turned around. Is it coming so soon? It's really efficient. Furfur. Port of Dressrosa. A white pirate ship has entered the port. Finally here, is this the Dressrosa? The captain said. What a big island. Garrett jumped off the observation deck. Rosen comes to the bow. Of course it's big, this is a country, and its predecessor was one of the 20 legendary kingdoms. Rosen spoke slowly. For his statement, the people behind him were all confused. Rosen didn't explain either. He gave the Xuanwu an order to stay, and the head of the Xuanwu slowly sank into the water, turning into an ordinary pirate ship. Then, Rosen took the lead off the boat. Let's go and see this so-called gladiatorial arena. 051 Bullfighting Arena. Wow, what a bustling city. Is this a city inhabited by humans? As soon as he entered the city, Garrot felt that his eyes were not enough. Dressrosa is indeed a very developed kingdom, and it was one of the most powerful countries hundreds of years ago. After being seized by Doflamingo, it became the largest underground arms trading venue in the New World. At the same time, by buying and selling arms and various illegal industries such as artificial devil fruit, the Don Quixote family made a lot of money from the national disaster and war, making Dressrosa even richer. Lots of fun stuff. Most of the people on the Rosen ship were going out to sea for the first time and contacting the outside world for the first time, and everything they saw was novel. Captain Rosen, I'd like to visit the pharmacies in this country. Afra also took off her nurse uniform and changed into a crisp shirt. Looking at the various shops around, she was eager to go to the pharmacy to make a big purchase. During this period of time, her research on the Zhejiang Jindan prescription has been quite effective, and the detection of the ingredients of the body refining elixirs is also in progress. But the only problem is that she has only been in contact with various medicinal ingredients in Xuanwu Island, and she is not familiar with medicinal ingredients in other places. This Dressrosa, as one of the big countries of medicinal materials, will definitely give her a lot of gains. Gallet, you and Avra go shopping in the city, buy what you need, we're not short of money for the time being, Rosen said to them. Really, that's great. Hearing the purchase, Garrett's eyes lit up. After shopping, just go back to the boat. If there is any danger that is difficult to solve on the way, run to the Xuanwu. When you go back, let Xuanwu open the barrier, and no one can come close. It was precisely because I had the Xuanwu that Rosen was not afraid of any danger. Even now, the four emperors Kaido suddenly appeared in Dressrosa, and with the Xuanwu barrier, Rosen didn't have to worry about his safety at all. As soon as the barrier is opened, Shanshan can be invincible. Advertisement: as long as Xuanwu's physical strength is not exhausted, no one can break the Xuanwu barrier. As for stamina, Rosen still has Wei Yuan pill in his hand, and one Wei Yuan pill can restore all his stamina. Come on, go shopping. Garrett dragged Afra and ran into the city like a wild horse. Let's go to the arena and see. Rosen and his party walked towards the bullfighting arena. The bullfighting arena is a very typical landmark of Dressrosa. It is usually a martial arts competition for gladiators, and occasionally large-scale competitions are held. And this time, the game is undoubtedly very rare. After all, in this arena, there has never been a competition with devil fruit as a prize. Walking on the street, Rosen could detect a lot of unusual auras in the crowd. Obviously, there are indeed a lot of people who came here this time. In addition to those who came to participate in the competition, there were also many who came to watch the game. After all, this level of competition is hard to see. That person actually came. In the crowd, Rosen saw a familiar figure. Giant mercenary, Helding. The giants were too conspicuous in the crowd, and Rosen could see the huge figure when he looked around. 3 years later, in the battle for Mara Mara fruit, he is here. The current Paramecia devil fruit, he is actually there. Advertisement: I'm pretty obsessed with devil fruit. But it is understandable when you think about it. Helding has always had the ambition to become the king of giants, wanting to unify Elbaf and resurrect the giant pirates that once shocked the world. To realize this dream, devil fruit can play a big role. At the same time, in the corner, a man is holding a phone bug. Mr. Marshall, I have already signed up for the competition, he said to the phone bug. Be careful, Doflamingo makes such a big noise, there will definitely be a lot of wanted criminals. On the other end of the phone came the voice of Marine Marshal Sengoku. I know, I will pay attention to concealing my identity. By the way, plus Vice Admiral and Guillaume Vice Admiral have also arrived at Dressrosa, and they will contact you shortly, Sengoku added. The middle-aged man was overjoyed when he heard it. That's great, since they're here, it must be foolproof. I'll leave it to you over there, Sengoku ordered. I see. After hanging up the phone, Maynard strode to the bullfighting arena. 052 identity exposed. News King Morgans, ha ha ha, how could such a major event be without me? In the crowd, there was a figure with a camera phone, showing excited laughter. That guy Doflamingo dared to warn me and tell me not to meddle in my own business, who cares about him? Lousy is the greatest news king in the world, Morgans. Morgans kept taking pictures, ignoring Doflamingo's warnings. He is the president of the World News Agency and one of the 6 underground kings of New World. He is known as the News King, taking both black and white. Where there is major news in the world, there is a World News Agency. They aim to report the most sensational and blockbuster news, and they will not give face to anyone, including world government. Hey, even the giants are here. It's interesting, really interesting. Morgans noticed the huge figure in the crowd. The most conspicuous here is undoubtedly the giant Helding. That one over there. If I remember correctly, it should be the tyrannical monarch wanted by Marine, the evil King Pizarro. I didn't expect him to come too, ha ha ha. There's a good show to watch. Morgans, there was light in his eyes. The appearance of these people means that this major gladiatorial event will inevitably be turbulent. He sneaked behind Pizarro and took a few pictures, and at the same time, the other party seemed to notice it and turned his head, showing a cruel smile. Morgans quickly dodged, for fear of being discovered. He didn't want to expose it in advance. If Doflamingo knew that he was here, he would definitely be in trouble. After all, that guy, Doflamingo, doesn't want his plans to be exposed. Wait, It didn't take long for Morgans to notice a few more figures. He quickly found 3 bounty orders from his body. After some comparison, he showed excited eyes. Ha 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 ha, it really is them, I didn't expect them to come too. They are the hottest topic of conversation recently, ha ha ha. With a bounty of 780 million, the strongest supernova in the contemporary era, known as a generation of ruthless men, A huge threat in Marine's eyes. A thorn in the eyes of the four emperors Kaido. Captain of the Beast Pirates, Rosen. A bounty of 500 million, suspected to be the son of the four emperors Kaido, the second character of the Divine Beast Pirates, Yamato. As well as a bounty of 350 million, the former captain of the Handsome Pirates, known as Rommel's Scythe, White Horse Cavendish. These three are the currently known members of the Divine Beast Pirates. Advertisement. The few around him should be the crew members who haven't been exposed, right? It's really surprising news. Morgan's eyes glowed. If the identities of these members are exposed, it will definitely cause quite a stir. Ha 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 ha. First didn't expect Marine to find out before I found out, Morgan's laughed. He quickly found a suitable angle and took a close-up of Rosen's group. With makeup, Kazuki Hiyori looks absolutely beautiful, and her appearance is not inferior to the Pirate Queen. A short boy with 6 ears, eyes, carried a weapon that looked like a firearm wrapped in a holster on his back. These two are characters who have never been seen in the Divine Beast group, and I don't know how they will behave. They went to the arena, and they should be preparing to participate. Ha ha ha, it's getting more and more interesting. Morgenstern felt like he had made the right choice by risking his presence against Doflamingo's warning. What's wrong? Rosen noticed that Ys was looking in one direction and asked. It seems that I heard some incredible sounds, Ys grinned. We were recognized and took pictures. Ys looked at Rosen. Do you want to get rid of this person? No, it's a good thing. Hearing his words, Rosen quickly knew what was going on. Is it okay to take a photo? Maybe the bounties of other members will come out in a few days. What Rosen is most afraid of is exposure. Let's go. Go and sign up first. Rosen walked towards the bullfighting arena. Let me participate, and I'll help you clear all obstacles. Yamato carried his mace with a look of eagerness to try. Are you going too? Rosen looked at her. Well, such an interesting game, how can I be missing? She is a fighting maniac and likes to join in the fun the most. Advertisement. It's not that Rosen doesn't trust Yamato, but he has great confidence in Yamato's strength. Throughout the entire New World, as long as the four emperors didn't make a move, there were really not many people who could beat Yamato. You know, in the original book, in the face of the swollen-headed Long Run T, the Straw Hat Luffy still needs to open the fourth gear to deal with it, and Yamato directly kills it with one stick. Look at the dome battle again. Luffy was knocked off the Ghost Island, leaving Yamato and Kaido one-on-one. In the Thunder 8 Trigrams duel, the two were evenly divided, with no winners or losers. You know Kaido's thundering 8 Trigrams, but can knock fourth gear Luffy back to its original shape. And Yamato smashed Kaido with the same move, without losing the slightest, which is enough to see how terrifying her power is. Even in the confrontation, Yamato knew to use the Mirror Mountain defensive method in advance, blocking all the impact of Kaido's thundering 8 Trigrams, but Kaido took a solid blow. Although, Kaido's physical strength has declined after the turns of battle. But even so, not anyone can provoke the majesty of the four emperors, let alone make the four emperors collapse. Yamato's battle with Kaido continued until Luffy returned, during which she held off Kaido, the blue dragon in human beast form, and caused substantial damage to Kaido several times. One can imagine how terrifying Yamato's strength is. As for whether Kaido has mercy on his daughter. Of course, there may be. But you must know the situation at that time. The rebels have already entered the Ghost Island. Quinn and Jin in the 3 disasters were dragged by Marco, and the 6 volleys were also steadily suppressed by the Straw Hats, and the situation was more inclined to the rebels. At this time, Kaido had no time to educate his daughter. But even so, Yamato forcibly dragged Luffy back and reversed the situation. This alone is enough to prove the strength of Yamato. At least at the level of the Deputy Emperor, there is no doubt about that. Looking all over Dressrosa, it is estimated that there is no one who can play with Yamato. If she competes, no one can pass her level. Alright, since this game has been such a sensation, it's time to show the world what we're really good at. Rosen's mouth twitched slightly. Isn't there a candid shooter? Since you like candid photography, show it thoroughly and let the world know their true level. 053 Marine Beauty, Vice Admiral Dion. Dover, the list is out. Torapal rushed in with a list. They did appear. He handed the list to Doflamingo, and a simple search on the list revealed the names of Rosen and Yamato. They actually entered the competition under their real names. It seems that they are very confident. Doflamingo showed a strange smile. Dover, we still don't know their strength, are you really sure of winning them? Torapal showed a worried look. The strength that Rosen and his party have shown so far is limited to defeating Marine Hurt Vice Admiral, as well as the 2 siblings Pejuan and Runti, and General Wanokuni Orochi. And the real battle scene is still unknown. Whether they were crushed to win or narrowly won, these are uncertain. Based on these alone, it is impossible to determine the true strength of Rosen's group. We don't need to shoot, even if we can't win, we will lose a devil fruit at most. Doflamingo smiled. Can those people really be trusted? You know they're. Are you questioning my judgment? No, Dover, that's not what I meant. I just don't believe in the style of those people. They are people who kill people without blinking an eye. Cooperate with them. I'm worried. Doflamingo looked in the direction of the bullfighting arena. They have their purposes, I want my interests, isn't that the best of both worlds? Look at it, it will be wonderful. Fur.
Bullfighting arena. As the time came, a large number of spectators entered, and the auditorium was instantly full. It's about to start. It's a rare match. There are also pirates among these spectators. They knew that they were not sure of winning the game, so they chose to watch the game. Captain T-Beard is invincible, he can definitely win the game. Hey, what is a T-Beard? I've never heard of it before, it's just a small character, and I dare to speak madly. Someone smiled contemptuously. UB ***************** D, you will know that our T-bearded boss is very powerful in a while. ... In the crowd, the three of Cavendish also followed the flow of people to the auditorium and found a seat to sit down. Hey, I'm really looking forward to seeing the captain and the others take action. Yai's instantly turned into a little fanboy, full of expectations for the strength of Rosen and the others. They are very strong. Kazuki Hiyori recalled the scene that night when Rosen defeated Kurozumi Orochi, and couldn't help but say. Open your eyes for a while and take a good look. Their performance will definitely exceed your expectations. Cavendish is quite familiar with the strength of the Rosen duo. Advertisement. Yi's ears moved slightly, but he heard a lot of voices. It seems that the auditorium is also a master like a cloud. Yai swept his eyes. What did you hear? There seems to be the voice of Marine talking in the dark, and some people claiming to be the Revolutionary Army whispering. Marine is here too. Cavendish was a little surprised. It looks like there are quite a few people coming. You pay more attention to their conversations and see what they're going to do. ... This competition is divided into 2 stages. The first is the qualifiers, which are divided into 4 groups in total. Each group will have a big fight. In the end, only one person can stand on the stage and successfully advance. After the promotion, the 4 people will compete with the defenders of the arena to compete for the only one fruit. Who can grab it depends on their strength. Fortunately, Rosen and Yamato were not in the same group. Yamato is in Group A and Rosen is in Group C, which can be perfectly staggered. In this way, they can cover 2 of the 4 places in the qualifiers. Waiting field. The opponents in your group are basically not a big threat. It's enough to pay attention to that giant clan. Rosen glanced at the group list and analyzed. It's just giants, don't take it seriously. Yamato patted his chest, full of confidence. Indeed, although the giants possessed superhuman strength, Yamato's strength was equally not weak. As the bell rang, it meant that the players in Group A were about to play. Yamato put on a Prajna mask and walked to the field with a mace. In this group, there are more than 100 people in total, and they are densely standing on the field, and everyone shows a bad face. Hey, Lousy is the only one to be promoted. You rubbish, you all have to die. A man with a giant sickle showed a strange smile, full of murderous intent. On the other side, Rebecca, a sword fighter in golden armor, held a great sword and her eyes were full of determination. On the arena, the most conspicuous is of course the giant Helding. He is also a threat in the eyes of many contestants. Many people set their target on Helding from the beginning.
Let's work together to get the giant out of the game, and then we'll win the match. How about that? A man invited a few people around him to join forces. Good idea. Someone nodded in agreement, but their eyes were glowing with light. With the appearance of the contestants, the audience burst into fierce cheers. Gladiator Capman, Gladiator Rebecca, the 2 gold medal sword fighters in the arena are here. This group is really strong. I'm still more optimistic about the giant Helding, after all, he has an innate advantage. The pirate named T-Beard is also there. I heard his subordinates brag about his bullshit everywhere these days, and I don't know what level it is. That guy, I've heard of him, but he's just bragging. Although he has a bounty of more than 80 million, his strength seems to be average. The bounty of more than 80 million yuan is not too low, it must still be of a certain level. Advertisement. In the waiting field, Rosen looked into the field through the window. Gladiator Kepman. Seems, is Marines, Rosen recalled. This man, whose real name is Maynard, is a Marine Vice Admiral who came to Dressrosa in his early years to go undercover in the bullfighting arena as a gladiator. Presumably, there must be Marine coming to Dressrosa, too, Rosen guessed. With Maynard around, news of the match must have reached Marine's ears long ago. With such a grand competition and so many famous New World pirates, Marine had no reason not to send someone. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. It looks like it's getting more and more lively. Come on, here comes Yamato's sister. Ise got up from his seat excitedly. This mask is so cool, he said involuntarily. Yamato, who wears the mask of Prajna, exudes a palpitating aura, and with the mace on his shoulder, it gives a full hockey feeling. Come on, Boss T-Beard, give them a little color. Someone is shouting. In the corner, 2 people with extraordinary breath came and sat down slowly. Yo, Maynard is here. I haven't seen him for years. The long-legged beauty in a pink gown with a mole on the corner of her mouth looked at the arena and said. Compared to this, when are you willing to accept my confession? Next to him, the man with a wretched face and a brown gentleman's hat said with a smile. Itchy skin again. Believe it or not, I told Garp Vice Admiral that you were here to harass me again and delay my official duties? The woman with the beauty mole on the corner of her mouth looked at him impatiently. It's ruthless. The wretched man shrugged helplessly and could only admit his counsel. There are so many pirates here. Qilin looked around and found many familiar faces, many of which had been seen on the reward order. If it wasn't for Marshal Sengoku who said that we couldn't scare the snakes for the time being, I really wanted to bring them all to justice. Jiuyou gritted his teeth. Hey, the game is about to start. Maynard has quite a few opponents, even the giants. Jade looked at the arena with a smile. There is a guy named Yamato on the list of Group A. Could that be that person? Qiyuan's eyes showed a dignified look. You mean, the one from Marshal Sengoku's mouth, the son of Kaido? Will it be the guy with the mask? At the same time, they set their sights on Yamato wearing a Prajna mask. 054 Yamato's strength, one-shot kill. Welcome to Krita Arena, I'm the commentator of this game, Gaz. A man in a speckled helmet and a white cape appeared on the commentary stage. He was Dressrosa's famous live announcer, and the crowd cheered as he appeared. The Krita Arena is the real name of the bullfighting arena. Originally, it was a place for sword fighters to compare sword skills, but since Doflamingo came to power, it has become a place purely for mutual killing and grandstanding, and every day is full of blood and violence. Next, it's the Group A qualifiers for this competition. Gaz gave an introduction to the rough rules of the game. In this competition, there are no restrictions, the contestants can use any means to defeat everyone, and the one who finally stands on the stage can become the advancer. More than 100 people can only advance to one person, it's cruel. Even the audience in the auditorium could not help but sigh. On the high ground of the king, in the palace, Doflamingo is also paying close attention to the situation on the field through the videophone bug. Yamato. He muttered the name silently. Even as Kaido's partner, it was the first time he heard that Kaido had a son. Furfur, that guy's son, I don't know what kind of performance he will have. He was also curious about Yamato's strength. Soon, the battle is about to break out. When the narrator issued the command to start the battle, several figures rushed out in an instant. Kill the most threatening first. This is what they thought. For them, the biggest known threat is undoubtedly the giants. Seeing several people attacking together, Herding didn't change his face, he waved his giant fist and smashed it forward. Advertisement: the giant's body is so huge, this punch is like a big mountain. On the other side, Shabeard with a machete was aggressive, but he was wandering on the edge of the battlefield, looking for some people who were alone to start. The truly powerful one was Marine Vice Admiral Maynard, who entered the battlefield as the swordsman Kepman, armed with a knife, and slaughtered several people. If it weren't for the inability to use Marine 6 styles, his strength is estimated to be stronger. That guy Maynard, his strength has improved a lot, Guion Vice Admiral secretly said. This level of explosion without Marine 6 styles is enough to see Maynard's growth in the bullfighting arena over the years. He became more and more comfortable with the identity of a swordsman. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent noise in the field, and the ground shook. All the audience were shocked. Their first reaction was to look at the giant Helding, but they found that the sound was not caused by Helding. Look over there, at this time, I don't know who shouted. Immediately, after some searching, the audience finally found the maker of the noise. FK. Seeing the scene on the field, some people were immediately shocked. I saw a figure wearing a mask and carrying a rope on his back, waving a tyrannical shockwave forward. In an instant, the ground cracked and a long gully appeared, and all the contestants on the path were knocked away by the shockwave and fell out of the field. What's the situation? What happened just now? How come 20 or 30 people were sent flying in an instant? Am I right? A ditch was blasted out of the ground? The audience was dumbfounded. Advertisement: the venue of the bullfighting arena is made of extremely dense rock. It has been used for so many years and it has rarely been seen that anyone can destroy the floor, but today they have seen it. Big sister is awesome. Ys couldn't help shouting out. The power of this move is truly terrifying. Rosen also saw this scene, and the corner of his mouth raised. Yamato's Dysprosium is a move that can compete with Kaido's Dysprosium, and it's not easy for some minions. Doflamingo in the palace saw this scene, and there was a thought-provoking smile on his face. As expected of that guy's son, what a terrible power. The two Marine Vice Admiral in the audience also showed solemn expressions in their eyes. All the contestants, including Herding, were shocked. They all looked at Yamato wearing a Prajna mask. Deal with him first. There are more than a dozen figures who made a decision at the first time. The next second, they charged Yamato with their weapons in hand. Is that the only level? Yamato shook his head in disappointment. He originally came with the mentality of fighting, but he did not expect these people to be so vulnerable. It wasn't even worth her turning on human beast form. Godfoot White Snake Drive. Her eyes flashed, and she accelerated instantly, charging forward. 055 Thunder 8 Trigrams versus Hero Gun. Hiss, another spike. It's too strong, it's more terrifying than a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Countless shocking eyes came from the audience. The figure in the field, with the iron rod in his hand, swept away everything like a smashing rod. The number of hundreds of contestants was reduced by more than half in a few rounds. This scene even frightened the contestants. Gladiator Kepman, also known as Marine Vice Admiral Maynard, flashed a fierce light in his eyes, and then disappeared, appearing behind Yamato, and slashed with a tyrannical slash. However, what greeted him was a cold iron rod. Yamato has a powerful Conqueror's Haki, and even has a Conqueror's with the potential to become a king, so naturally he is not bad in terms of knowledge and color. The ability is swept away, and the battlefield is in his master. Boom. Guion and Cage's pupils suddenly shrank, and under their gaze, Capman, the powerful Vice Admiral, was directly smashed by a stick and fell out of the field. Capman only felt that the tiger's mouth was chapped, and the hand holding the sword was trembling constantly. Looking down, blood was already dripping down his fingers. Having fallen off the court, he has already lost his qualifications for the challenge. On the field, the only person who can pose a threat to Yamato is the giant Helding. I heard that the giant's strength is very strong, come and touch it. Yamato's face under the mask showed a strong desire to fight, waving his mace and rushing towards the giant Helding. Helding also let out a dull roar, and his fist like a mountain smashed downwards. Thunder 8 trigrams. Hero gun. The two unparalleled attacks erupted with palpitating pressure before they touched each other. Rosen in the waiting field is also watching this scene. Advertisement in his mind, the punch that the giant Helding threw against dignity that surpassed his own limit could not help but emerge. That shot of the hero's spear directly knocked the 10,000-ton body of Mahabe, the ton of fruit pressing ability, into the air, and he himself was also attacked, and his arms were broken inch by inch. Just imagine the terrifying impact of a 10,000-ton body falling from a high altitude. However, Helding not only resisted the impact, but also punched the opponent away. You can imagine how powerful that punch was. At this moment, Yamato's Thunder 8 trigrams resisted the giant's heroic spear, the collision between power, and the surrounding void was faintly twisted. Actually confronted the giants, it's really courageous. It's so strong, why are you stupid enough to compare your strength with the giants? Unfortunately, I thought it would be a dark horse, someone shook his head. Before the outcome was decided, the audience seemed to have expected the result. No way, giants have an innate strength advantage. If the strength of a normal adult is 10, then the strength of a normal adult giant family can reach more than 150. Even Yamato's strength is the best among humans, but, you must know that Helding is also a leader among the giants. This congenital gap, which exceeds 10 times, is not so easy to make up. Black lightning wrapped around the mace, a fusion of conquerors and armament, and it's clear that Yamato took the hit very seriously. Boom! At the moment of contact with the Spear of Heroes, a tyrannical shockwave spread to all directions, and some of the remaining contestants on the field were overturned by this force. The next second, the void seemed to be torn apart. And accompanied by a click sound. The metal gauntlet on Helding's wrist exploded instantly and turned into pieces. His pupils suddenly turned white, and the terrifying power from his arm hit his brain, and the whole person actually lost consciousness for a short time. Advertisement then. The incomparably huge giant body was 3 feet off the ground, and the whole person leaned back. It can be seen that even his metal helmet cracked at the moment. Just the impact force can shatter the metal helmet. This kind of terrifying force impacts the human body, and it is conceivable what kind of terrifying impact damage Helding suffered. What? Many audience members in the auditorium stood up in an instant with a look of astonishment. Gion and Kaji also showed deep solemnity and gloomy eyes. On the height of the king, Doflamingo in the palace witnessed this scene through the videophone bug, and the original smile on his face began to slowly solidify. Although he had expected such a result, Yamato was that person's son, after all. But at this time, Yamato's strength was still beyond his imagination. Yamato's figure fell on the ground, and even his breath didn't fluctuate much. Compared to those guys, it's still a bit worse. Yamato was referring, of course, to those monsters on the Ghost Island, Beasts Pirates. You know, Yamato has been fighting with the monsters of the Beasts Pirates since he was a child, especially those tyrants who are huge in size. The tyrants are the ancient giants that Kaido bought from Caesar. The failure, although it is a failure, its power not inferior to the ancient giants. Compared with the savage tyrants who possessed the physique of the ancient giants, Helding's power really does not pose a threat to him. Looking around, the remaining contestants have been overturned by the impact just now, and they fell out of the field and lost their qualifications. This competition in Group A was easily won by her. Even the commentator Gaz was stunned for a long time, unable to speak for a long time. After reacting, he announced the result of the game with excitement. 056 The purpose of the Revolutionary Army, Marineford. In the conference room, the top Marines, led by Marshal Sengoku, were sitting in front of the big screen, watching the video from Dressrosa. In the picture, the person wearing the Prajna mask, holding a mace, black lightning flashing in his hand, and the blow of the confrontation with the giants made the void shake. When the giant was knocked flying, everyone's pupils shrank. Oh yo, even the giants were knocked out, so scary. Admiral Kizaru made a fearful expression and sighed. As expected of that guy's son, he can show such great strength at such a young age. Doberman's vice admiral also showed deep shock in his eyes. What a terrifying talent. What if she grows up? Ghost Spider sternly. That guy, Maynard, can't even take a blow from this person. Such a person's life in the world is simply a great threat to us. The flying squirt also rarely expressed his opinion. Sengoku said nothing, quietly watching the amazing scene on the screen. This was the first time they saw Yamato make a move, and they didn't expect to be so powerful. At this time, Sakazuki, who is admiral, snorted coldly. HMPH, if I say so, I will send troops directly to Dressrosa and catch all the criminals. Kid Sakazuki, don't be so impulsive, Dressrosa is a member of the world government. Without the above instructions, even our Marines cannot send troops at will. Vice Admiral, who was Marines Chief Staff Officer, gave Sakazuki a faint glance. Humph. Sakazuki's face was gloomy, he turned and twisted to one side, taking 2 cigars in his mouth. Mr. Marshal, Gion Vice Admiral has sent back a list of entries. At this time, a Marine sergeant entered the conference hall and handed the list to Marshal Sengoku. Looking around, he saw quite a few familiar names on the list. This Rosen played in the third qualifier. Also, there's even that terrifying guy from the Evil King. Even, there are figures of the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly. Hearing his words, the surrounding Marine vice admirals were also shocked. The Revolutionary Army actually ran to join in the fun? What do they want to do? Those guys are everywhere, damn it. Sengoku's eyes flashed again and again, as if he was thinking about something, and then he said, they should be heading for Pizarro. Pizarro's brutal guy, who made the country into chaos, was chased and killed by the Revolutionary Army. Since he appeared in Dressrosa, the Revolutionary Army must have followed in Pizarro's footsteps. Advertisement Sengoku analyzed. The ghost spider on the side twitched the corners of his mouth. Pizarro and the guys in the Revolutionary Army are all heinous bastards. They can't fight better, it's better to fight both. Hearing this, Garp, who was sitting in the corner, buttoned his booger, as if it had nothing to do with him. I don't know how this Rosen will behave in a while. More than that, Sengoku cared more about the guy named Rosen. A supernova with dreadful potential, and the captain of the Beast Pirates. Even Yamato, the number 2 figure in the Divine Beasts, had such an amazing performance. As a captain, Marine had to pay more attention to him. Back to Dressrosa, after the game of Group A, the game of Group B started soon. In this group, what impressed Rosen the most was the man with drill-like horns on his head and wearing a leopard print coat, the king of evil, Pizarro. This future impelled down is one of the most ferocious criminals on the 6th basement floor, a figure who is desperately trying to erase the existence of history by the world government, and is also the captain of the 4th ship of the future Blackbeard pirates. If I remember correctly, this person should have been born in North Blue and was the king of a certain kingdom. Because of the brutal tyranny and rule, the kingdom and the people were not living well, and he was later targeted by the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army liberated the kingdom while defeating the evil king. The man was then imprisoned by Marine in the 6th basement of Impel Down, because the crime was so serious that Marine even erased its history. It stands to reason that the king of evil politics is not far from being imprisoned, but he did not expect to appear in Dressrosa now. Crack. Pizarro's shot was extremely ruthless, and he broke a sword fighter's arm, and the crisp fracture sound was clearly audible. The players present and the audience were all stunned. It was clearly just a competition, but they actually killed him directly. The method was so sad and mad. Grumbling, anyone who doesn't surrender to me will have to die. Pizarro laughed, and the players around didn't even dare to approach him. Seeing this, Rosen can already guess the final result of this group. That guy. At the same time, in the waiting arena, in addition to Rosen, there was another look at Pizarro who was laughing wildly on the field. This man was wearing a black feather cloak, his head was bald, and his eyes were full of killing intent. The contest in Group B ended soon. The promotion was naturally the brutal Pizarro. It's finally the captain's turn to take action, I'm looking forward to it. In the audience, Izawa rubbed his hands together, a little impatient to see Rosen make his move. With him here, he is the only one to be promoted. That is required. Advertisement, it's the third group's turn. Rosen walked slowly towards the arena with the crowd. He has seen the list of players, and there is not even a name in his group that deserves his attention. The only one with a seemingly familiar name is a gladiator named Ricky. The name felt familiar to Rosen, but didn't quite remember it. It wasn't until after he entered the field that he glanced at the hundreds of competitors and noticed a sword fighter in armor. I remembered. Seeing his appearance, Rosen was impressed. Yes, must be that person. The original king of Dressrosa, King Riku. After being robbed of the throne by Doflamingo's tricks, Riku Dold III had nowhere to go, so he came to the bullfighting arena and turned into the sword fighter Ricky. In order not to be recognized by the people, he put on a full coverage helmet to hide his identity, and with a sword without a blade, he also gained a lot of fame in the arena. Although it attracted Rosen's little attention, King Riku was not a threat to him. Although this king is worthy of respect, but Rosen is no saint and doesn't have time for trouble with Doflamingo. Then let's fight quickly. So far, the only threat in this competition is the evil king Pizarro. However, the battle with that person has to wait until the decisive battle. Now this Group C qualifying match, Rosen hasn't paid attention to it yet. Furfur, it's finally here. The eyes in the palace stared at the figure in the picture. I don't know, what kind of ability will it be, to attract Marine's attention? A reward of up to 500 million was given for the first time wanted, which is enough to see that this man is not simple. You know, before he became Shichibukai, Marine only offered him 340 million Baileys. With the identity of Kaido's son, Yamato is understandable to get a bounty of 500 million. But this man, who can get such a high bounty by defeating a Marine vice admiral, is really curious about what is so special about him. At the same time, the two eyes in the audience were also on Rosen. Finally there, the man that Mr. Marshall spoke of. Guillaume's eyes were fixed on Rosen, as if he wanted to see what kind of secrets he had. 057 Kamui, the White Tiger, the dreaded potential. The battle begins. Two figures soon followed Rosen. One held a musket and shot Rosen in the head, another man slashed over with a long knife. But in the next second, something shocking happened. The bullet hit Rosen's forehead, but it bounced off without breaking the skin. The other, slashing at Rosen, only had sparks. What? The two of them were suddenly shocked, and their faces showed surprise. Actually, invulnerable. Doflamingo in the palace showed a weird smile. Arm color is useless, so it's zone ability. He saw the door at a glance. What form would that be? Doflamingo couldn't help but wonder. I don't have time to waste time on you little characters. The corners of Rosen's eyes reflected light. He wanted a quick decision and directly started the final decisive battle. While speaking, Rosen did not forget to look at the audience. Marine, it's definitely coming. News of the world, it is impossible to miss this event. If that's the case, then do it well. Maybe, the bounty can increase a lot. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He is not just here to snatch the Paramecia devil fruit. His purpose is to show the world his true strength. As soon as he raised his hand, the invisible wind condensed on his hand, wrapping his right hand, forming a huge beast's claws. The pale claws. The claw with the most destructive power in the world. Although the fruit ability has not yet awakened, the destructive power has not reached the ultimate. However, with his current strength, he can still easily shred steel-like substances. This claw is where the white tiger fruit is truly powerful. If it is only to control the storm, it is not enough to obtain the title of the most destructive power. What really makes the white tiger fruit gain supremacy is the claw of the white tiger that can tear apart everything. Wind strikes. Advertisement. He waved his pale claws and slammed into the front, and suddenly 3 giant wind blades dozens of feet long appeared, tearing away from the front. On the ground, there were 3 deep ravines left, and the devastated competition field, which had been destroyed by Yamato, was severely traumatized again. The super cutting force of the wind blade can even cut through metal, not to mention the stone floor. My god, what ability is that? What a terrifying power, even the ground is cut open. The audience exclaimed again and again. Of course, casting the wind blade wasn't Rosen's real purpose. After dividing the ground into several pieces, he raised his hand again. Pale claws erupted with tyrannical pressure, and immediately slapped the ground fiercely. Boom. Taking the cut marks left on the ground as a trajectory, the ground cracked instantly, and the originally complete arena was torn apart in an instant. What? My god, he actually destroyed the entire arena directly. My god, what a terrible power this is. The bullfighting arena, which has not been destroyed for hundreds of years, was directly torn apart. The audience burst into exclamations. If it wasn't for Rosen's deliberate control of the force, and it didn't affect the audience, the scene would have been even more astonishing. This scene shocked everyone. With the destruction of the arena, all the contestants fell into the rubble. They reacted a little faster and could barely escape to the side, but when they left the arena, they were considered eliminated. Look at his feet. That's when someone noticed Rosen's feet. The huge arena was torn apart, but only the small area under Rosen's feet remained the same. He just stood on this small stone slab with his hands on his back and smiled. He hasn't been eliminated yet, he's still on the court. It's amazing. Rosen actually destroyed the arena except under his feet, causing all the players to fall off the field. So, the finalists of this group of competitions are also born. The narrator's tone became more and more excited. He has explained countless battles before, but today is the one that shocked him the most. I'm going. This is too wild, and even the arena is destroyed. Even Ease and the others were frightened by Rosen's actions. Advertisement waiting area. Yamato twitched the corners of his mouth. What a showy guy. On the other side, Pizarro, the evil king, also showed a cruel smile. Hey, he's even more ruthless than me. In the palace, Doflamingo showed a weird smile. It's really energetic, even my arena was destroyed. Although he had a smile on his face, he could feel a deep chill in him. Torpal swallowed his saliva secretly. Dover, how do I feel? Even if those people take action, it seems that they may not be able to deal with this kid. This time, Doflamingo didn't speak, but quietly looked at the image in front of him. Look, it seems that we are going to start changing venues for the next Group D game. Looking at the devastation, the commentator Gaz had a bitter expression on his face. The other side, Marineford. As this shocking image was transmitted back to Naval Headquarters, there was a brief silence in the conference hall. This is what Mr. Marshall said, the most destructive white tiger fruit? Even Aokiji took a hint of interest in the man in the picture. As expected of a fruit comparable to the blue dragon Kaido, what a terrifying power. This kind of potential is really terrifying. You must know that he has just left the sea. If he really grows up, I don't know how difficult it will be. Kaido alone is enough to give people a headache, and now there's a Rosen. Huashan Vice Admiral covered his forehead. Oh yo, what a terrifying potential. Admiral Kizaru also made a surprised expression. Sakazuki on the side did not speak, but there was a look of disdain in his eyes. I can't let him go anymore. The competition is over, and after they leave Dressrosa, let Gion and the others take action. With a twinkle in Sengoku's eyes, he finally made a decision. P.S. It will be on the shelves tomorrow. Let's not talk about it. Save the manuscript overnight. It will be less than 100,000 words in 3 days. You play my lil JJ. By the way, the second fruit is coming. Guess what fruit it is, and who the next crew member is, and guess who will reward the authors with 2:058. The final begins. Doflamingo's whole card. You're really in the limelight. Waiting area. Seeing Rosen coming, Yamato couldn't help but give him a blank look. It's not for a quick fix. Rosen smiled. Let's go. The finals start in the afternoon. Let's eat something first. With that said, Rosen walked towards the arena restaurant. Don't you have to watch the next qualifier? Yamato wondered. Don't look, I already know who will advance in the next match. Rosen waved his hand. Oh, it hasn't started. How do you know? There's that person in the fourth group, and no one can compete with him. Yamato was bewildered, and Rosen smiled and didn't explain anything. It's noon. The final round has finally begun. 4 advanced players, plus the arena's special defender, compete for the final reward, Paramecia Devil Fruit. And this defending player used to send some powerful sword fighters to the field. But this time the game was different, therefore, the defenders are also different from usual. I heard that the cadres of the Don Quixote family are guarding the fight in person. In the audience, someone is discussing, it's true, that's too shameful. The Don Quixote family cadres are all powerful. With them around, who can steal the reward? They just can't afford to play. Suddenly someone showed dissatisfaction. There's no other way, whoever lets people be the organizers, people have the final say. Do you think the dignified Paramecia Devil Fruit will let these people win away casually? Someone sneered. Soon, the commentator Gaz arrived. Motivated by his excited commentary, the atmosphere in the audience reached a high level. The final is about to begin. Let me announce the rules of the finals. Gaz was enthusiastic. At this time, the venue of the competition has been changed to another large arena. Rosen is also familiar with this arena. The final 3 years later was also held in this arena. Advertisement surrounding this arena is a deep pool. The waves in the pool are surging, and there seems to be some unknown creature. Soon, several fins cut through the water and exposed. This scene made many aborigines in Dressrosa wide-eyed. It's a ferocious betta. There are so many fighting fish in the pool outside the battlefield. If they are eliminated, they will surely die. This fish can tear a person to the bone in an instant. What a cruel game, even the fighting fish were dispatched. Commentator Gaz explained. The final prize, Devil Fruit, was tied to one of the large betta fish. If you want to get Devil Fruit, you must not only resist the defender's blocking attack, but also accurately pay attention to the large betta that carries the prize, and also beware of attacks by other bettas. If you don't pay attention, it will be doomed. Hearing such a rule, some people in the audience were already excited. It's so exciting, it is indeed the largest competitive competition in decades. The rules of the competition alone can make people's blood boil. It's on fire. There were cheers from the audience. By the way, I forgot to introduce it just now. In this final, in addition to the defending team, there is also a group of special guests. This group of special guests is our great king. Doflamingo specially invited players to participate in the competition. The purpose is to make this final more exciting. In this way, the team groupings for the finals have already come out, and there are 3 teams in total. The first team, there are 4 advanced players. The second team is one of the top leaders of our Don Quixote family, the Cube Army led by Lord Diamante. The third team is our special guest group. What? Any special guests? Damn, this is too much. Don Quixote family's cadres don't even need to appear, and now an additional special guest team is added. This is determined not to let the advanced players steal Devil Fruit. Bah, can't afford to play, it's rubbish. There were bursts of protests from the audience. I heard that there are also special guests. Rosen in the waiting area couldn't help looking at the field. Is it specially prepared for me? It's interesting. If nothing else, this should be Doflamingo's trump card. Advertisement thinking about it too, with Doflamingo's character, he wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure about. Just relying on the Don Quixote Cube Army to stop Rosen's footsteps is far from enough. It's just that he was a little curious, who would be the whole card that Doflamingo invited. The development of things seems to be more and more interesting. Yamato, who was on the side, didn't care and patted her chest. It's alright, leave it to me, you just need to find the fish that carries Devil Fruit. Yamato was most afraid of fighting. The more people, the more she likes it. P.S. A brief testimonial on the shelves. It finally came out. In the next chapter, the second fruit of the protagonist is about to come out, and it feels like a very interesting fruit. Zoan's White Tiger, Logia's Wind, and Paramesh's Fruit are quite compelling. In addition, at Dressrosa, his next crew member is also on board. Guess who it will be and what form of fruit it will be. As for the plot in the future, it has already been set, please rest assured. By the way, spoiler for a few upcoming fruits, and guess which characters these fruits are suitable for. Sheep Fruit Eudemons by Z form. Cow Fruit, Phantom Beast, Unicorn form. Bird Fruit Eudemons Golden Crow form. Ren Fruit Eudemons Battle Saint Ape form. Ren Fruit Eudemons Black and White Impermanent form. Human Fruit Eudemons Forest Spirit form. Ox Fruit Evil Animal Species Sky Blue Ox Python form. Inugu Fruit Eudemons Roaring Dog form. Cat and Cat Fruit Eudemons Nine-Headed Lion form. Bird Fruit Eudemons Golden Wing Dapeng form. Fish Fruit, Phantom Beasts, Merman form. Spider Fruit, Phantom Beast, Net Bride form. Snake Fruit Eudemons Medusa form. The fruit name is given to you, who to arrange it for, you have the final say, see you in the comment area. 059 Special Guest Identity announced, Paramecia Devil Fruit. It's coming, it's finally starting, so excited, hoo. As the final bell rang, the auditorium instantly boiled. The first to appear were the 4 who had been promoted before. The finalist of Group A, Yamato wearing a Prajna mask walked out slowly, with a mace in her hand, she exuded an amazing aura. Then came Pizarro from Group B, with a cruel smile on his face. Among all the contestants, his methods are the most ruthless. Then, when Rosen came to the stage, Pizarro immediately cast his eyes. Crack-cack. He didn't speak, just smiled with interest. The last to appear is the promotion of Group D. A bald man in a black feather coat walked out slowly. At this moment, Rosen and Pizarro looked at this man at the same time. Call. Pizarro twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a ruthless look. What a ghost, he said. After the bald man stepped onto the stage, his eyes were fixed on Pizarro. You can't escape, Pizarro. Shout, who do you think you are, because Dorag is not here, you want to take me down? Pizarro smiled cruelly. It's enough for me, the bald man's eyes flashed. Rosen watched the two of them quietly, and soon knew what was going on. Bald man in black feather coat, Rosen meets the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Karas, nicknamed the Crow, can transform into a crow group and is one of the 4 major commanders of the Revolutionary Army. He was the player who successfully advanced after defeating everyone in the Group D qualifiers. Rosen wasn't too surprised by the appearance of Callus. The King of Evil was once the tyrant of a certain kingdom in North Blue. Because of his brutal tyranny, he attracted the attention of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army liberated the kingdom with powerful means, and hunted down the evil king all the way to the New World. Callus, the commander of the Revolutionary Army North Blue, came to hunt down the evil ruler this time, and it was only natural. In Rosen's memory, 3 years later, in Impel Down, Pizarro was imprisoned on the 6th floor as the most vicious criminal. It must be because he was defeated by the Revolutionary Army, and then was picked up by Marine and locked in Impel Down. If so, it all makes sense. That's fine, since Callus and Pizarro have a grudge, it saves Rosen from being distracted to deal with them, which is equivalent to missing 2 opponents. Callus wasn't targeting Devil Fruit. He is only trying to bring the evil king to justice. After a while, they will definitely fight against each other. With him holding back the thorny guy, the evil king, the two of Rosen can concentrate on dealing with the Don Quixote family cadres, as well as those so-called special guests. Next, let's give a round of applause, Guard Team, Don Quixote family Cube Corps. As the host, the cadres of the Don Quixote family immediately aroused cheers from the audience as soon as they appeared. One of the 4 highest cadres of the Don Quixote family, codenamed Cube, the one who flutters the fruit, the Bannerman, and Diamante. Members of the Don Quixote family Square Army, Jiuyou and Banyuman, and Dellinger. Don Quixote family member of the Square Army, Fighter, Rao Ji. A member of the Don Quixote family, a member of the Cube Army, a water-fruit-capable person, a swimmer, and Senor Peak. A member of the Don Quixote family, a member of the Cube Army, a ton of fruit-pressing ability, a weight man, and Mahabath. Known as the most powerful fighting army among the 4 major armies, the Cube Army is undoubtedly a powerful combatant under Doflamingo. Any one of them has a powerful ability that is beyond ordinary people. With them on the air this time, it is impossible for ordinary people to successfully capture Devil Fruit under their obstruction. Master Onisher, he is so handsome, he is indeed the real man of our Dressrosa. Even, just by looking at him, I was deeply fascinated by him. Lord Diamandi actually appeared in person, and I have no regrets in this life to see him make a move. With the appearance of these 5 people, the Aborigines of Dressrosa began to cheer. Under Doflamingo's administration, these Aborigines were often indoctrinated with various brainwashing knowledge, making the Don Quixote family in their eyes, like gods. The group led by Diamandi slowly came to the arena. Their eyes quickly fell on Rosen. You're the man, the young master said. There's nothing special about it, the young master is really making a fuss. Diamandi gave Rosen a disdainful look. Rosen touched his nose and smiled immediately, without refuting his words. It's not that easy to steal Devil Fruit from us. The soft sword in Diamandi's hand made a sharp sound. The 4 behind him also glanced at Rosen lightly, but did not regard him as a threat. Advertisement: this is the 2nd team in the final. Next, is the last special guest panel. For these so-called special guests, even Rosen showed a hint of curiosity. Among Doflamingo's partners, in addition to Beast's pirates, there are other people who can be regarded as whole cards by him. Is it really the Beasts? If it was a group of beasts, Doflamingo would have no chance to get the historical text of the road sign at all, which is not his character. Thinking of this, Rosen turned his attention to the 3rd entry channel. Zazaza. The thick stone gate slowly opened, then, 3 figures slowly walked out of it. They are? When the special guests appeared, the audience showed their doubts. Most of the people present showed the same expression. Even some experienced pirates who have been in the New World for many years are unfamiliar with the identities of these 3 people. Only a few people, when they saw the appearance of these 3 people, suddenly widened their eyes. They. The 2 vice admirals, Cake and Guillaume, almost stood up from their seats in shock when they saw the so-called special guests. You know, they are one of the 2 most outstanding young vice admirals in Marine Vice Admiral, and they are regarded as the most promising potential stocks to become the next Marine Admiral. But even they, when I saw these 3 special guests, I couldn't sit still. How could they be here? Guillaume was extremely surprised. It's amazing, they're here as Doflamingo's partners. Are those people crazy? Body Vice Admiral, who always laughed, couldn't laugh anymore. In the corner, Haku, who was known as the karate instructor, followed the crows to Dressrosa in the Revolutionary Army, also showing incredible eyes. It's unbelievable that those people openly partnered with Doflamingo. Like them, The ones who were shocked by the people who came out were as far away as the Marine executives in Marineford. In the images sent back by the videophone bug, everyone in the Marine conference room looked at the three figures with inconceivable expressions. What? How did they show up in Dressrosa? Oh, amazing. Even Marshal Sengoku, who has always been calm, shrank his pupils when he saw this scene. Those people, what are they doing? Could it be? This is what those 5 old guys told me, they will use their own means to solve it? Sengoku couldn't help cursing. Cuckoo. With the sound of neat footsteps, the 3 special guests slowly came to the arena. The moment he saw them, even Rosen was really surprised. It turns out that this is Doflamingo's trump card. Rosen figured it out quickly. No wonder Doflamingo held a gladiatorial match so confidently that he was willing to pull out a paramecia devil fruit to lure him over. It turned out to be working with these people. Yes, other than Kaido, Doflamingo's biggest cards are these people. Who are they? In the audience, Kazuki Hiyori looked puzzled. I don't know either, it looks like it's not easy. Cavendish also shook his head. The identities of these people are mysterious. If their names are mentioned, many people may have heard them, but very few people have seen their real faces. I seem to hear some noises. At this time, Izai spoke. He pricked up 6 ears and seemed to be eavesdropping on someone's conversation. As a 6-eared macaque fruit ability, his hearing can be extended, covering the entire arena, and he can even hear conversations in a part of the area outside the arena. Among the many miscellaneous voices, he picked out some useful voices, and then from the conversations of some people, he learned an incredible name. I heard the plainclothes marine over there saying what these 3 seem to be called. CPO. As soon as these words came out, Cavendish suddenly looked shocked. What? He almost stood up. In the arena, Rosen smiled lightly. It turned out. So, did Doflamingo get in touch with you as celestial dragons? Advertisement, no wonder. He's so confident. The moment he saw them, Rosen knew it. No one else knew, but Rosen knew it all too well. Doflamingo, as the former celestial dragons, has been deprived of the power of celestial dragons, but he still has the blood of celestial dragons in his body. Even the 5 elders of the world government did not dare to do anything to Doflamingo. The former Doflamingo was even bold enough to steal the heavenly gold tribute to celestial dragons, in order to coerce the world government to give him Shichibukai power. And this time, he is obviously in the capacity of celestial dragons to get in touch with the strongest intelligence agencies of the world government, and start cooperation. Really surprising news. Unexpectedly, the world aristocrat celestial dragons, a secret cipher pole, and even known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons, who has never shown his true face, will unexpectedly appear in front of the world this time. Is it because I'm making those old guys anxious? Rosen smiled, as if to understand something. Yes. In order to increase the bounty, in order to pose a greater threat to Marine, he even disclosed the secret of the historical text of the road sign to the public. Just this, he touched the bottom line of world government and even celestial dragons. So those people wanted to get rid of the hidden danger of Rosen at all costs. CPO, the strongest cipher pole in the world. As the strongest shield of celestial dragons, CPO's main responsibility is to protect celestial dragons. No matter what celestial dragons do, there will be no bottom line to protect them. In addition, CPO usually conducts various secret activities, such as investigation of arms smuggling, secret assassination, and secret arms trade with countries that are not members of the world government. At the same time, they have one of the most important powers. Kill permission. As the direct subordinate unit of celestial dragons, CP0 has the right to kill anyone who interferes with the mission, whether it is marine generals or princes and nobles, they can kill at will. To put it bluntly, their actions represent the will of celestial dragons. So even Marine has no right to intervene. Not only that, all of them in CP0 are top powerhouses, they're top 6 style users, each of them has a powerful strength above Marine Vice Admiral, and some people are even infinitely close to Admiral level. The 3 masked CPO members in front of them are also experts in the organization. One wears a white mask, one wears a red mask, and the other wears a black and white mask. Wearing white suits and dark ties, they walked slowly towards Rosen. That's right, they have only one goal. How good, Zhao? Rosen. They seem to be coming after you. Yamato on the side came over. Rosen smiled and said, be confident and get rid of the appearance. Roar. Then do you want me to give them 2 sticks? No, you just need to take care of those guys over there. I can handle these 3, Rosen waved his hand. Since the world government has directly torn its face, then he does not need to be timid. His goal from beginning to end is to increase the bounty. There is nothing easier to increase the bounty than facing the world government. Especially in the world government, it is endowed with the legendary CPO organization. Good, Yamato nodded, she couldn't be more reassured about Rosen's strength. In this way, the lineup for the final has already been played. There are 4 promotions who want to snatch Devil Fruit, 5 defenders who guard Devil Fruit, and 3 special guests who are running towards Rosen. A total of 12 people. In addition, on the edge of the arena, there are dozens of ferocious and large fighting fish, which can devour people in an instant, leaving only bones. And the paramecia devil fruit was on one of the large betta fish. Thump. Sensing the breath of the living, the betta fish around had begun to churn. They have been starved for half a month, and they are very hungry. Once a living person enters their attack range, they will launch an attack desperately. And now, the time has come, with the referee's order. Combat is imminent. Crowd. It has started. The audience immediately widened their eyes, for fear of missing the details of this world-shattering battle. 060 The real body of the white tiger, the real body of the wolf god, and the real strength of the magical beast fruit. As Rosen had guessed before, as soon as the battle started, the crows of the revolutionary army attacked the evil King Pizarro. Woo! Impatient guy. The king of evil politics is not a good stalker. He fired a 3-barreled cannon and blasted away towards the crow. Quack quack. In the next second, Callus turned into a crow flying in the sky, dodged the cannonball, and immediately rushed towards Pizarro. The strength of these two people is extraordinary. One is one of the 4 major commanders of the revolutionary army. One is the captain of the 4th ship of the future Blackbeard pirates. The confrontation between them attracted the attention of many viewers. At the same time, the 5 members of the Don Quixote family, as the guardians of Devil Fruit, will not sit still. The man named Rosen was regarded as a thorn in their side by their young master, so their main target was still on Rosen. Gia. Inheriting the murderous character of the fighting fish, Dellinger immediately rushed towards Rosen. But soon, a cold iron rod stood in front of him. Yamato shot. A stroke of thunder 8 trigrams, flashing black lightning, the air was smashed whirring. Instinctively aware of the danger, Dellinger immediately gave up his attack on Rosen and turned to fight with Yamato. However, his strength is still a bit worse than Yamato's after all, and he can't fight head-to-head at all. Onisher, who is swimming fruit, rushes towards Yamato as a real man. Fighter Raoji put on a fighting stance, and the hunting of Dion's punches sounded. However, even they, in the face of Yamato's terrorist attack, did not dare to fight head-on. As for Rosen's side, the 3 masked men launched the attack without the slightest hesitation when the match started. Sentence. Marine 6 styles shaved. The instant movement is achieved by hitting the ground hundreds of times in an instant and the resulting rebound force.
In an instant, their figures disappeared. So fast. In the audience, even Cavendish looked surprised. As a Kunpeng fruit person, Master Cavendish is the fastest in the world. However, even he couldn't help but marvel when he saw the speed of the 3 masked men. Compared with the Marines who could use the 6th form he had encountered before, it was many times stronger. Is this the real power of the CPU? Finger pistol. A long-handed man with a black and white mask instantly appeared on the right back of Rosen, and he stretched out his index finger and aimed at Rosen's head, shooting a finger pistol. At the same time, the tall man in the red mask also launched an attack. A tempest kick kicked out a tyrannical slash. Their attacks were swift and fierce, giving no time to react at all. Even Rosen felt a strong pressure. Armed color, hardened. Even in the original book, these 3 had never shot, and Rosen didn't know their strength yet. But the 3 of them can serve as the representative figures of the CPO, indicating that their strength is definitely beyond the General Marine Vice Admiral. Rosen's current physical strength, although it can achieve the level of invulnerability, but in the face of the real strong, if only relying on the physical body to resist the attack, it is far from enough. Just like in the 6 forms, the early stage is regarded as a magical skill, and the later stage is regarded as a joke. Iron body, skill. There is always a young man who is invincible for his iron body, and then he is greeted with a violent beating. Rosen wasn't that arrogant. Before the white tiger fruit awakened, his body was not strong enough to resist the attack of the strong. Finger pistols chirping, tempest kicks slash, hits the hardened armed color. A fierce spark erupted in an instant. Another man with a white mask appeared behind Rosen like a ghost. He suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Rosen's wrist, and locked it with his backhand, trying to control Rosen. However, competing with Zoan's ability is a bit boring. Roar. A beast roar came. Everyone can feel a sense of oppression from the soul. The phantom of the divine beast appeared behind Rosen, his short hair instantly turned into long silver white hair, his muscles exploded, and he was covered with an invisible armor of wind. Human form. The real body of a white tiger. Facing the siege of these 3 people, Rosen directly entered the human beast form. The long silver white hair fluttered in the wind, and the body was 3 feet tall, turning into a human-shaped beast. The most conspicuous is Rosen's sharp claws on both hands. His arms are wrapped in a layer of invisible wind, turning into thick claws of beasts, giving people a feeling of domineering. Shocked, the man in the white mask who was trying to lock Rosen's hands behind him couldn't help but take a few steps back. Oh my god, it's actually transformed. There were bursts of exclamations from the audience. They were instantly attracted by the transformed Rosen. This wild shape, domineering arms, and the invisible storm lingering around him set him off like a wild beast. Is it a Zoan-capable person? It's so cool too. What animal can have such a kamui? Looking at Rosen's eyes, full of excitement. Advertisement. On this occasion, it is extremely difficult to see a Zoan-capable person transform. Meanwhile, King's Heights. The eyes of the palace were fixed on Rosen in the state of the white tiger's real body. Duo. What ability is this? What a terrible breath. Torapal couldn't help swallowing. You can feel the overwhelming aura through the screen. This kind of momentum, they only felt in Kaido of the Beasts. No wonder Marine is so excited, no wonder the guys from the 5 elders offered to work with me. This fruit actually came out. Are they scared? Fur. Doflamingo's face had a creeping smile. It's like a smile, but it can also make people feel a deep chill. He had read the Devil Fruit illustrated book, and also read an ancient book with related records. Legend has it that the white tiger fruit, which is as famous as the green dragon fruit, has finally come out. The immortal body of the blue dragon, the claw of destruction of the white tiger. In terms of threat, the white tiger fruit, which is known for its destruction, is even more threatening than the blue dragon. Kaido of the beasts, with the most powerful green dragon fruit, has achieved his title of the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, and has also become one of the most powerful people in the world. And the advent of the white tiger fruit will naturally make those people feel deeply disturbed. Dover, do you know this fruit? Tory Bolt was suddenly curious. Yeah, in the Devil Fruit illustrated book, this fruit has a key mark. Doflamingo showed a weird smile. Toripal was shocked. This is the first time I see Dover with such a solemn expression. Is this fruit really so powerful? Doflamingo didn't answer his words. His eyes locked on the figure in the picture, and his eyes shone brightly. The eyes of the man in the white mask flashed again and again. Kill to kill. Even seeing Rosen transformed into the real body of a white tiger, he didn't flinch at all. They are killing machines cultivated by the world government. They have grown up among the corpses since childhood, and their hands are covered in blood. Finger pistol, mystery, Six Kings spear. The three of them moved and instantly appeared behind Rosen. At the same time, they displayed the Six Kings spear and attacked Rosen. Six Kings gun. The super attack that the master can launch with the highest profound meaning of finger pistol, condenses the power of the whole body in the hand, and bursts out in an instant. The power generated is several times stronger than the impact shell of Sky Island. Three of the most powerful Six King spears aimed at Rosen at the same time. It is hard to imagine how terrifying destructive power it will cause. Even the body of steel will be destroyed in an instant. Faced with such a tyrannical attack, Rosen finally got serious. Roar. Rosen's pale claws condense black lightning, a manifestation of Conqueror's entanglement. That's right, Rosen has also mastered Conqueror's twist. In high-end games, Conqueror's entanglement is the real powerful means. The three-way chi shock is raging. There was an astonishing light in Rosen's eyes. The pale claws shredded the void, black lightning surged out, and the tyrannical three-way and Six King spears charged like a destructive force, and the moment of confrontation with the pale claws. Void. Cracked. The eruption of black lightning made the whole world seem to have turned black. The harsh crashing sound made the eardrums hurt. And in the next second, the pale claws actually grabbed the three shock waves that were destructive. Immediately squeezed. Boom. As if a nuclear bomb exploded, the three spears of the Six Kings were directly crushed by the pale claws. And the ground under Rosen's feet also turned into powder under this impact. What? Even the high-ranking officials of the CPU, at this moment, they are also showing horror. BFEA conquerors. This man really has the potential to become a king. This scene shocked everyone. In the Marine conference room, the Marine executives who witnessed this scene also showed their horrified eyes. He actually shredded the impact of the Six Kings spear. Such terrifying destructive power is really too terrifying. The vast majority of the people present believed that they were no match for the three CPO officials in terms of the six style attainments. However, even if they were, the Six Kings spear they displayed was still unable to shake the white tiger's claws. Could this man have grown to such a degree? Such a growth rate is too amazing. Hell's tons buys. The other side. High in the sky, the person with the ability to crush fruit, Mahabe, the weight man, dropped his weight to zero and floated, and aimed at Yamato below. Immediately, the weight suddenly changed. In an instant, a 10,000-ton body fell from the sky. Come on, Lord Mahabath's Tarzan has appeared. As soon as Lord Mahabath makes a move, the person wearing the Prajna mask will surely die. Yamato fought against the 5 senior officials of the Don Quixote Cube army alone, effortlessly. But at this time, Mahabe found the right moment and launched a fatal blow. The weight of 10,000 tons fell, and even the void made a sound. Advertisement. Yamato sensed the opponent's attack through his sensibility ability. She raised her head sharply, revealing excited eyes. I haven't encountered such a powerful attack in a long time. With a weight of 10,000 tons, in the future, this move will fight against the giant Helding's hero gun, directly smashing the arm bone of the giant Helding and smashing the fracture. This blow is absolutely terrifying. Yamato wasn't even so excited about the punch he had faced Helding earlier. Because Hyrding's punch was not a life-threatening blow, so it couldn't be compared to Mahabath's 10,000-ton weight. This blow made her serious. Yamato, who was in a serious state, let out a long howl in the sky. Then, her figure began to change. The ears became sharp, the hair began to grow, the horn of the ghost on the top of the head turned red, and the body was surrounded by blue flames. Although it was a flame, it was full of icy aura, and the surrounding temperature also dropped to freezing point in an instant. Human and beast form, the real wolf god. The true god Oko, who controls the flame of ice, is a creature in Wano-kuni folklore, whose body is a wolf and is worshipped as a god. Ice Zoo. The mace wrapped in the flame of freezing air, wrapped in black lightning, aimed at Mahabe who fell from the sky. Yamato swung out the mace, which was enough to destroy the world. At the moment of contact, time seemed to stand still. The entangled breath of conquerors caused a brief distortion in the space. The tyrannical shock waves swept in all directions, and even the auditorium was affected, and a large number of the audience were overturned by the impact and screamed. This is a battle of pure power. After a deafening crash sounded, it could be seen that the slate under Yamato's feet cracked instantly, and the gravel splashed. And an even more shocking scene. It was the figure of Mahabhath who was knocked out. In the palace, Doflamingo's face suddenly jumped, and Torapal next to him was so frightened that he almost lost his footing. Mahabhath's 10,000-ton weight, Jiuyou was actually knocked out. Torapal couldn't understand the power of Mahabhath's blow. The weight of 10,000 tons fell at an extreme speed, and the impact force was terrifying. However, even so, it was still knocked out. Simply unbelievable. Another phantom beast. Doflamingo's eyelids twitched, and this day, brought him too many accidents. Although he knew from the start, Kaido's son was anything but simple. And Rosen, who made Marine extremely jealous, couldn't be weaker either. But even so, he did not expect the strength of these two to be so strong. Both of them are rare demons in the world, and they also awakened conquerors and mastered conquerors' entanglement. One person inherited unparalleled power. One person has the terrifying destructive power to tear everything apart. Such a terrifying existence has become a partner. Is another royal group about to be born? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. In a certain corner of the auditorium, Big News Morgan's eyes showed madness. At this time, he, like Doflamingo, was inexplicably frightened by the strength of the divine beast pirates. The reputation and strength of this team have undoubtedly met the requirements of the Imperial Group. In addition to the fact that the power is too small and the members are too few, they definitely already have the confidence to challenge the Imperial Group. Woo woo woo, they are two terrifying monsters, fortunately I didn't face them. The King of Evil government broke free from the Crow's siege, and at the same time noticed the movement on the other side of the battlefield. The terrifying impact was really tingling. At this time, Izawa in the audience suddenly seemed to hear something. He yelled at Rosen in the arena. Captain Brother, the fish carrying devil fruit has appeared. Through the hearing of the six-eared macaque, despite such a long distance, he could still hear the movement in the pool. As soon as the voice fell, all the audience were excited. Through the detection, Rosen has also detected the breath of the betta fish. At this time, Diamante, who had not yet shot, had to do it. His task is to protect the Paramesha devil fruit from being stolen. With the fruit of Paramesha appearing, he must act. Kikik finally appeared. The evil King Pizarro's purpose at the beginning was this devil fruit, so he tried his best to break free from the attack of Crow Callus, and rushed towards the fighting fish desperately. Rosen condensed a giant goggle as thin as a cicada's wings in his hand, and waved it violently in front of him, forcing the three masked men back. Immediately, there was a gust of wind all over him. In the state of the wind, he also rushed towards the fighting fish at high speed. His second fruit appeared. 061 Sengoku's shock, double fruit holds physique. Thump. In the pool, the figure of a behemoth rushed out of the water droplets glistening in the sky, and the sharp fangs flashed coldly. The most conspicuous is an iron box tied with iron chains on the back. It's devil fruit has appeared. With the appearance of the box, the audience exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting fish carrying the box, and they could not wait to grab it immediately. Box with devil fruit. Whoever can grab it will be the winner of this final and get the reward of Paramesha devil fruit. For a while, three figures rushed out at an extremely fast speed, reaching out to grab the fighting fish. King of Evil, Rosen, Diamante. Two people intend to snatch, one is ready to block. Sword snake sword. Diamante turned the western sword in his hand into a state as light as silk and satin, and threw it at Rosen and Pizarro. Pin. Rosen did not dodge and let the snake sword slash at himself. After bursts of sparks, Diamante's snake sword could not shake his skin at all. I blocked Lord Diamante's attack with my flesh and blood, my god! Exclaimed from the audience. Diamante's pupils shrank suddenly. Such an astonishing physical defense made his face startled. Diamante gritted his teeth, knowing that he couldn't catch up with the two people in front of him. Army flag. The flying fruit was activated, and the ground of the entire competition field changed instantly. Like a flag, the ground turned into a satin state, and it was soft when stepping on it, and it was impossible to stabilize the footsteps at all. The evil King Pizarro's legs were weak and he almost fell. Afterwards, Diamante reached out and grabbed the ground and yanked it. Pizarro, who was about to rush to the edge of the arena, was pulled back instantly. A-hole. Pizarro cursed. After being pulled back, he could only watch Rosen reach for the box on Jiuyou. At this time, Rosen is 3 feet off the ground in the state of the wind, and walks in the wind. Since he did not step on the flag ground, he would not be affected at all. The speed is still unabated, and when he sees it, he quickly reaches out and catches the betta. Do not. The figure of the man in the white mask instantly appeared in front of Rosen, and the finger pistol in his hand hurt Rosen's heart fiercely. He wouldn't let Rosen take the devil fruit. Rosen's eyes sank. The armed color instantly covered his front, he did not dodge or dodge, and slammed into it with a tyrannical body. Boom. The white masked man was knocked into the air like a cannonball, and his attack was blocked by the hardening of his armed color. After all, he still underestimated Rosen's physical strength, and just this collision caused a violent shock from his body. After hitting the masked man, Rosen's hand was only 1 step away from the body of the large betta. Roar. The big betta let out a laugh and opened its bloody mouth to bite at Rosen. Then he was greeted by a sharp beast's claws. PFF'd. In an instant, the blood was destroyed, and Jiuyou's huge body was torn in half. Then, the iron box flew out. Not good. Diamante and others changed their faces. Dellinger, also trying to get out of Yamato's offense, sprinted to the box. But it was too late. Rosen reached out and grabbed it, the wind swept through, and the big hand sucked the iron box over as if it had suction. Devil fruit box, get it. What? Diamante looked incredulous. O'Neill is also livid. They felt humiliated when Rosen snatched the box containing the devil fruit. Snatched. Oh my god, I actually stole the reward under the nose of the Don Quixote family cadres. What a surprise. The audience looked in disbelief. In the eyes of the Aborigines of Dressrosa, the Don Quixote family is omnipotent. As long as they make a move, it is absolutely impossible for someone to take the reward in front of them. However, the fact shocked them. Even if all the members of the Cube Legion shot, with all the enemies, they still failed to keep devil fruit. Great, it worked. The captain is so handsome. Izawa in the auditorium jumped up excitedly and instantly turned into a little fanboy. Rosen's performance was an eye-opener. Before that, his opinion of Rosen was limited to the news, a man who could make the 4 emperors eat their nests. Now, seeing Rosen's true strength, he's starting to admire him even more. Kazuki Hiyori also showed excitement. The man on the field who grabbed the iron box with one hand was surrounded by gusts of wind, making him look like a god. The appearance of this man may really be an opportunity to change her destiny. Damn it, he stole the limelight again. It's really impossible to take him. Cavendish propped his forehead. Although he was very jealous, he had to say that his current captain's performance really impressed him. If it was someone else, he would not allow others to steal his limelight. But if it's this man, that's another story. Because he's used to it. Really, a disturbing man. Plus Vice Admiral's smiling face also showed a rare dignified look. Advertisement. The first beauty in Marine, Vice Admiral Guillaume, didn't say a word and looked at the figure. New World has such an amazing newcomer. The Revolutionary Army karate instructor, the fishman Haku, showed deep shock on his face. And the crow Karas, who originally wanted to defeat the evil king, stopped his hand and looked at Rosen not far away. From this young man, he seemed to sense a dreadful potential. King's Heights. Dodo was really robbed. Torapal spoke in a panic. Doflamingo stood up instantly. A bunch of rubbish. He felt the frustration he had never felt before. The first-hand plan not only failed to achieve his goal, but also lost an extremely important devil fruit. For so many years in New World, it was the first time that he had failed like this. Even if he has always been calm, it is difficult to calm down at this moment. Before that, the CPO's people kept saying that they could get it, but now, even if the 3 CPOs shot together, they couldn't take the slightest advantage in Rosen's hands. The 5 members of Don Quixote's Cube Army and the 3 members of the CPO shot together, and even the mere 2 people couldn't take it. It was really hard for him to accept. He is a zone-capable person and has already eaten a fruit, so it is impossible for him to eat this one. There is still a chance, can't let him out of the arena. Doflamingo's eyes burst with amazing killing intent. Rosen with an iron box. Under the watchful eyes of the public, one crushed the box. Inside, a purple kiwi fruit resembling a lychee was exposed. Paramesha devil fruit. As long as he eats this fruit, Rosen can have 2 demon abilities. White tiger body, storm control, and this unknown Paramesha ability. The function of the double fruit to accommodate the physique can be fully exerted. The only problem is that Rosen no longer has the devil fruit identification card, so he cannot identify the specific information of this fruit. This also means that he does not dare to eat this fruit easily. In case, after eating the fruit, the ability obtained does nothing for him, it is simply too wasteful. After all, there is only one physique inheritance card in the double fruit, and he can only gain 1 additional ability. Once the second ability becomes tasteless, this is a blow that he cannot accept. System, can this fruit be bound? Rosen asked in his heart. Ding, it can be bound. Rosen's eyes suddenly lit up. This is undoubtedly good news for him. Once bound, even if he eats this devil fruit, he can forcibly withdraw the fruit ability at any time. The recovered fruit cannot be used again within 3 months. And the person whose fruit ability is withdrawn will not be able to use other devil fruits for 3 months. Although there is a cooling off period. But, as long as it can be recovered, it is enough. If the ability obtained after using this fruit cannot satisfy him, he can forcibly withdraw the fruit and enter a 3-month cooling off period. After 3 months, he can also use the other Paramesha devil fruit as his secondary ability. It's like giving him a layer of protection. If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. Under the watchful eyes, Rosen picked up the devil fruit on the spot. What does he want to do? Suddenly, the eyes of the audience in the auditorium widened. Hasn't he eaten a zone fruit already? Does he want to eat the second fruit? Damn, isn't that suicide? I heard that once a person eats 2 fruits, he will explode and die in an instant. He wouldn't think so much, would he? There were also knowledgeable people in the audience, and naturally they knew the consequences of eating 2 devil fruits. They all showed surprised eyes, and some couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Damn, what is he doing? Cavendish and the others panicked when they saw this. Couldn't he, the captain, know the consequences of eating 2 devil fruits? No, their captain is well informed and knows a lot of little-known secrets, so he shouldn't even know this. King's Heights. Doflamingo was shocked when he saw this scene. Hey, true or false? Toripal said. He doesn't really want to eat 2 fruits, does he?
Even if you don't want to leave the fruit to us, you won't die. Toripal was full of puzzlement. Doflamingo, on the other hand, had light in his eyes. He knew that the man in front of him could never be so stupid, he didn't even understand the most basic principles. Since he dared to do so, suddenly, Doflamingo's pupils shrank violently. Is he with the identity of celestial dragons? Doflamingo also knew many secrets that ordinary people could not know. It is recorded in an ancient book that there is such a unique physique in the legend. Is he that kind of physique? At this moment, he could no longer calm down. Same reaction as him, and Marineford's Marine. These Marine Vice Admirals were amazed when they saw this picture for the first time. They all thought that the man was committing suicide. Except for Sengoku. Is it? An incredible guess also appeared in Sengoku's mind. For flowers. Zero, what are you trying to say, Sengoku? As a longtime comrade in arms, Advertisement Suru Vice Admiral saw the change in Sengoku's expression at a glance. No, it's impossible that this kind of physique exists in the world. Sengoku didn't reply to Vice Admiral's words, but shook his head to himself. Even so, there was still a trace of worry in his heart. Dressrosa. In the final of the bullfighting arena, after successfully binding the Paramecia devil fruit, Rosen raised his head and swallowed it. What? The audience was shocked. Everyone looked at Rosen with an incredible look. He actually dared to eat 2 fruits. It's over, I'm sure to explode and die. They seemed to have expected the next second of the picture. It's a pity, such a strong strength, but so hard to think about. Some people shook their heads, showing a look of regret. But next, the picture they were worried about did not happen. After eating devil fruit, Rosen quickly felt the changes in her body. There was also a rush of mixed information in his mind. After 3 seconds, his eyes suddenly opened, his eyes were like torches, and he was imposing. Okay, a good fruit. After learning about the ability of this fruit through the information in his mind, Rosen burst into laughter. Everyone was puzzled by his laughter. The imaginary scene of exploding and dying did not happen, but Rosen, who ate 2 devil fruits, was laughing. Even Cavendish and others were confused by Rosen's actions. Doflamingo in the palace sat down as if electrocuted. At this moment, all the fighting spirit in him disappeared. A second ago, he was ready to stay with Rosen forever. But now, he was completely lost. Really. The bold guess in my mind came true. In any case, he did not expect that the man in front of him actually had the kind of physique in the legend. That special physique that only exists in historical books and has long since existed in the world. Dover, what's wrong with you? Toripal was taken aback by the change in Doflamingo. He had never seen Doflamingo so lost. The same scene, in the Marine conference room, was the same. Everyone is waiting for Rosen to explode and die. However, they did not wait. Instead, the sound of the other party's laughter pulled them back to reality. He ate 2 devil fruits and died without exploding. What is the problem? They are desperate for an answer. And Marshal Sengoku also showed a rare sadness on his face. The kind of physique that once dissipated in the long river of history has finally been born, he muttered to himself. Crane Vice Admiral looked puzzled. What physique are you talking about? Everyone looked at Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku took a deep breath and opened his mouth slowly. Double fruit, accommodate physique. Damn it, B*******D. Actually ate our devil fruit. A surprising murderous intent erupted in the eyes of Diamante and the others. The task Doflamingo gave them was to protect this fruit.
However, the man in front of them actually ate the fruit in front of them.
It's a shame for them, as if they had expected it. Doflamingo was furious. Once that person gets angry, none of them can bear the consequences. High-heeled. Guillotine. Jiuyou Dellinger's eyes turned blood red, and the Jiuyou bloodline in his body was completely stimulated. He approached Rosen at a very fast speed, turned over and kicked out the guillotine with high heels. What greeted him, however, was Rosen's icy paws. Rosen, who had the second fruit, burst out with amazing momentum at this moment. Crack. A fractured sound suddenly sounded. Dellinger let out a terrifying cry, and even the betta fish around the pool began to become irritable. Boom. After crushing Dellinger's leg bone, Rosen threw it aside with a blank expression. Dellinger, Diamante and the others all changed their faces. Unforgivable. At the same time, the 3 masked men of the CPO continued to take action. Devil fruit or something is not important to them, they only care about the man in front of them. Although I don't know why you didn't explode and die, but, we are here, you will still die today. Obviously, even the celestial dragon's lackeys do not know that there is such a thing as a double fruit in the world to hold a physique. All they know is that their mission is to kill this man. Not only does he possess the threatening white tiger fruit ability, but Rosen also announced the secret of the historical text of the road sign, which brought great trouble to the world government. Even the 5 elders were outraged and named Rosen out. Therefore, he must die. Tempest kick, 0621 shot kill, Diamante. North Blue. A kingdom. The kingdom once ruled by the evil King Pizarro has now been liberated by the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army Base. Dorag, leader, Haku instructor is back with news. A soldier pushed open the door and entered. In the command battalion, several high-level Revolutionary Army leaders headed by Dorag were all present. Finally there's news. That guy Pizarro really knows how to run away, and he fled to the New World if he wasn't careful. Sabo pushed his hat. Soon, a videophone bug was handed to Dorag. A video is actually sent back. Clar also moved his head closer. Didn't the crows come back and say, what game did that guy Pizarro play in Dressrosa? Is that so? Ivankov wondered. Soon, they turned on the videophone bug, and a projected video began to play in front of them. In the picture, it is an arena with an ancient architectural style. It's Dressrosa's bullfighting arena. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago recognized this place at a glance. The video starts playing. There are a total of 3 video clips in the phone bug, the first of which is the battle between the evil king and the crow in the final. It seems, they have already fought, Sabo said. Pizarro's strength is extremely strong, and even the crow, the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army, is difficult to gain the upper hand in Pizarro's hands. The video of the confrontation between them only lasted for more than 30 seconds, and until the end of the video, the two could not decide the winner. Then came the second video, also in the finals. However, the character in the picture turned into another man. Who is this? Why did Haku and the others come back with such a video? We don't know this person. Clar revealed a puzzled face. 437. Wait, look. Suddenly, Sabo seemed to have discovered something, and he focused his attention on the screen, opposite the man, the 3 men in white suits and masks. Seeing these 3 people, Dorag's face suddenly sank. It's the CPO. As soon as these words came out, Ivankov and the others suddenly widened their eyes. What? You mean, these people are CP0? World government's most mysterious espionage organization? Lightning was surprised. Drago nodded. These people, he is simply too familiar. How could they be in Dressrosa and show their true colors? They do not claim to be. No one has seen their true colors, and all those who have seen their true colors have been killed by them. This time, it's actually showing up righteously, and it's still in Shichibukai Doflamingo's territory. What a surprise. Several other Revolutionary Army cadres showed incredible expressions. This man. I think I've seen it somewhere. At this time, Clar recalled something. Lightning on the other side also nodded. It seems to be a supernova who is very popular in New World, and the 4 emperors Kaido suffered losses in his hands. You said that, I remembered. His name is Rosen, like something, the captain of the beast pirates. Clorton remembered. Look, they're starting to fight. In the video, the 3 masked men of the CPU shot at the same time and joined forces to besiege the man, and the man's skills were not simple, and he did not lose the slightest. It turned out that, the 3 CPU officials who were able to stabilize the regulation by themselves. You must know that any one of the CPO officials has the strength of Marine Vice Admiral or more, and the 3 of them shot at the same time, so they couldn't gain the slightest advantage in this man's hands. It seems that the world government wants to get rid of this person. Drago, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, saw the clue at a glance. Let the CPO take action. It is enough to see that the world government attaches great importance to this person. Just why does he attach so much importance to him? Could it be that there is something in him that makes the world government jealous? Or, what did he do that the world government cannot forgive? I heard that he seems to have released the secret of the historical text of the road signs. Claire is considered to be relatively 8 trigrams, so he knows more. The text of the road sign history? What is that? Most of the cadres are not very clear about this. The only person here who has any knowledge of the historical text of road signs is Dorag. No wonder. Hearing Clar's words, Drago quickly understood the reason for the matter. If it is related to the historical text, then it can be said. The world government tries to cover up the existence of the historical text, especially the text of the 4 road signs that guide the direction of the ultimate land. And this man announced the secret of the text of the road sign, which is tantamount to touching the bottom line of the world government. Once, Ohara, known as the Holy Land of Archaeology, was forcibly obliterated by Marine for similar reasons. It is conceivable how resolute the world government is in facing the historical text. Since the bottom line of those people has been touched, the appearance of CP0 is understandable. Look, this man. Actually transformed. Is it a Zoan-capable person? Yes, only Zoan can have this kind of change, and it seems that it is not an ordinary Zoan. Advertisement Rosen's human beast form immediately caught the attention of the Revolutionary Army cadres. At this time, Dorag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, suddenly shrank his pupils after seeing this scene. Is it? A name came to his mind. Dragon, do you recognize this Zoan form? Seeing Drago's reaction, Ivankov asked. A light flashed in Drago's eyes. This is a rare fruit in the world that can attract attention to him. Divine beast, white tiger. He spoke slowly. You demons? Even Sabo was a little curious. Drago stood up. Speaking of which, this fruit has something to do with me. Drago seemed to fall into memory. After speaking, he raised his hand and made an exaggerated gesture. Dragonclaw. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag's famous stunt, Dragonclaw Fist. With this stunt, Dorag has conquered the world of the Revolutionary Army and became the most vicious criminal in the world, in the eyes of the world government. Speaking of Dragonclaw Fist, its reputation is no less than the Iron Fist of Marine hero Garp. However, people only know that Dragonclaw Fist was created by the Revolutionary Army leader Drago, but no one knows the reason for the birth of this stunt. My Dragonclaw Fist was created with reference to the white tiger claw of the white tiger fruit. Dorag said an astonishing fact. Hearing his words, Sabo was surprised. Dragon Claw Fist, he will too. As Dorag's apprentice, he inherited this super powerful attack method.
I just didn't expect that such a powerful Dragon Claw Fist was only created with reference to a mythical creature. Just for reference, Dragon Claw Fist can have such a powerful power that it can easily crush a person's skull, and even if it is successful in practice, even crushing steel is no problem. So how terrifying will the real White Tiger Claw be? Hard to imagine. What's the third video? Just the appearance of the White Tiger fruit is enough to shock, so what kind of message will this last video convey to them? Video starts. The same man. One crushed the iron box, and then a purple devil fruit appeared in his hand. What is he doing? How do I feel? He seems to be ready to eat this fruit. How is it possible? Doesn't he already have the ability of the White Tiger fruit? If he eats the second fruit, wouldn't he commit suicide? Someone soon questioned.
But in the next second, an astonishing scene happened. Damn, he actually really ate it. The moment Rosen ate the second fruit, the entire command camp exploded in an instant, and everyone looked in disbelief. However, next, the expected explosion and death did not happen. Instead, there was a burst of laughter, which made all the Revolutionary Army cadres immediately bewildered. Why is he okay? Won't it explode if you eat the second fruit? Even Sabo was puzzled. Drago's pupils shrank violently, even he couldn't calm down at this moment. Shocked for a long time, he slowly opened his mouth. Double fruits. Accommodating physique, Drago uttered an amazing name. The screen returns to Dressrosa. Rosen, who has acquired a new ability, exudes an astonishing aura at this moment. He originally had the attitude of giving it a try. If the ability of this fruit cannot meet his requirements, he will use the system to forcibly take back the fruit, and then find a way to replace it with another Paramecia fruit. But now, obviously, he did not choose to accept the ability. Because, this fruit is unexpectedly powerful, I really didn't expect that there is such a pervert ability in the world. He always thought that among Paramecia, shock fruit, op fruit, soul fruit, etc., were powerful enough. Unexpectedly, the Paramecia devil fruit he just ate was not inferior to those ceiling level fruits. After eating that fruit, you can't leave alive today anyway. Diamante burst out with astonishing killing intent. Half Moon Funeral. He waved a huge wave of sword energy in the air, and faintly divided the void into two halves. This sword, with his anger, has the power to cut everything. However, in the face of this terrifying blow, Rosen did not dodge, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Next second, a surprising scene happened. The wave of sword energy raged past, and the moment it touched Rosen's body, it actually penetrated. What? Not only Diamante, but everyone in the arena was amazed. Sword chi actually penetrated his body. Diamante couldn't believe it. Advertisement, correction, down, it's not the sword energy that penetrated my body, it's me. Through him. The voice falls Rosen exploded in an instant, and he opened his mouth to inhale a lot of air. Wind-style vacuum Jade. Compressed the air in the mouth to the ultimate, and then spit it out in the form of bullets, forming a rain of vacuum bullets. Of course, the wind duct or something, is just made up by him. This is different from the wind duct of another channel. What he spits out is the wind element power controlled by the White Tiger fruit, which is the real wind. Name doesn't matter. The important thing is that the bullets formed by these wind elements inherit the super penetrating power of wind. Fly the cape. In the face of these overwhelming vacuum bullets, Diamante directly pulled up the cloak behind him. His cloak, originally a thick steel plate, turned it into a soft cloak through the ability to fly the fruit. With the release of his ability, the cloak changed into its original form, turning into a steel shield, blocking the body, forward. The vacuum sphere that fills the sky, break out of the sky. He was about to be blocked by a steel cloak. In the next second, an astonishing scene happened again. Peefed. Peefed, a series of piercing sounds sounded. The sky-filled vacuum bullets passed through the steel cloak strangely and hid Diamante as much as possible. For a time, blood splattered. In a moment, Diamante was punched out of countless blood holes, and blood continued to flow out along the blood holes. What? Why is that? His bullets can penetrate the steel cape. Everyone who witnessed this scene widened their eyes. That's right, it's penetration. The fruit Rosen eats is called Paramecia penetrating fruit. It was a brand new fruit, and even Rosen heard the name for the first time. According to the ability information in his mind, Rosen knew the terrible ability to penetrate the fruit. Penetrate. Defenses can be ignored, it can also penetrate all substances. The wave of sword chi just now, as Rosen said, was not the sword chi that penetrated him, but he, with his penetrating ability, passed through the sword chi attack. Make an analogy. It's like comparing the sword energy to a wall, and Rosen, relying on the ability to penetrate the fruit, easily passed through this wall. Therefore, the sword energy did not attack his body. As for ignoring defense, the vacuum sphere he spat out penetrated Diamante's steel cloak in a gesture of ignoring the defense. That is, in the ability to penetrate the fruit, all Rosen's attacks can ignore defense and cause true damage. In addition, what really shocked him was that ignore defense here including armed color hardening. P.S. An original fruit can pass through walls, pass through obstacles, penetrate attacks. It can also penetrate armor 4.0 color, and even skin. Why can it penetrate the armed color? It is because penetrating the fruit is not about destroying a substance and then passing through it. Instead, you don't need to touch, just skip the space and go through it. For example, like a wall. When passing through the wall, it can be understood as opening a space tunnel in front of the wall, passing through the space tunnel, and coming to the back of the wall. It is this sense of going through the wall. The same principle applies to penetrating defenses. Although there is no clear master space, it can penetrate the space. Therefore, he doesn't need to touch the armed color, he can penetrate it and directly attack the skin under the armed color. In this case, it does not violate the setting of armament hockey in the original work, and it is not a bug. Of course, there may be some friends to ask at this time. Why don't you write about space fruit directly? The first is that the space fruit has been written rotten and has no new ideas. Second, the space fruit and the pirate world are quite contradictory. In addition to the relatively reasonable space involved in op fruit, the profound meaning of the orthodox space is too inclined to the prehistoric fantasy fairy tale. Forcibly written in the pirate world, it is somewhat nondescript. If it is to penetrate the fruit, it makes sense logically, and the principle is also very reasonable, basically in line with the setting of the pirate world. So, don't ask me why I'm writing space directly. There are also friends who say that the candle dragon form is so awesome, and the Xuanwu form is so awesome, why do you write trash white tigers? Still the above sentence, this is a pirate, not a flood. Although it is a fan, it must be a little reasonable, and respect the original work. 063 When the fish dies, the net is broken, and the whole team starts to transform. Peeved. Rosen swung the giant wind sickle and slashed towards the red-masked man who was rushing towards him. The man in the red mask was shocked, his hands condensed and hardened, trying to block Rosen's attack. However, in the next second, after a slashing sound, he covered his armed arms, and he was cut open with a deep visible slash. How is this possible? Even a battle-hardened CPO member, at this moment he showed an incredible look. The armed colors covered with both hands are still there and have not been damaged. Yet even so, the opponent's attack still slashed him. Severe pain in his arm, irritating his brain. In any case, he couldn't understand why the opponent's attack could cut through his body through the armed color. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the man in the white mask and the man in the black and white mask next to him. Do not, Tempest Kick K Bird, Tempest Kick slash was coming, and Rosen still didn't dodge, letting the attack penetrate himself. These two powerful slashes still failed to touch his body. Seeing this scene, the hearts of CPO members rose a little bit of solemnity. They knew in their hearts that the man in front of them was different from before. He seems acquired some incredible ability. In the palace of the King's Heights, Doflamingo sat dazedly in front of the videophone bug, looking at the man in the picture, without saying a word. Dodoriver, haven't you read the devil fruit Pokédex? What kind of fruit did he just eat? Torpal was also surprised by Rosen's change. To be able to attack someone else's body through armament hockey is simply too heaven-defying. You must know that in the field of powerhouses, armament hockey is the truly powerful means, and some of the peak powerhouses are all relying on top armament hockey to make a world. Such as Marine heroes in Marine, Garp the Fist, even Kong, Black Arm Zephyr and many more. They all relied on pure armed color and powerful physical skills to suppress the old era. And Wu 15 loaded color is also a means to restrain many devil fruit abilities. Such as the unsolvable Logia elementalization. Without armament hockey, Logia's elementalization would be invincible. One can imagine the importance of armament hockey. Armament hockey is also one of the strongest defense methods. A powerful armament hockey holder, with armament hockey, can be immune to almost any attack, even more effective than the Flash of Zoan. But now, there is an ability that can penetrate armament hockey and invalidate the hardening of the armed color, which is almost a devastating blow to those who are strong in taijutsu. It took a lot of effort to get this fruit, but in the end, it was a wedding dress for others. Doflamingo's face was very ugly. He has long known the horror of this fruit. If it weren't for the fact that he already owns the string fruit, this fruit would be his first target. With this fruit, even the defense of Qinglong Kaido is worth mentioning. But now, it's too late. In any case, he never imagined that he was clearly just a fledgling boy. Why would he possess such terrifying strength, and yet he could still gain the upper hand under the siege of the CPO? Is it because CP0 has a false name? No, these people are absolutely impossible to have a false reputation. They have been trained as killers since they were young, and they have grown up in the pile of blood and dead people, and their strength is extremely terrifying. It can only be said that the strength of that man is too unexpected. Even Doflamingo didn't expect that the opponent would suddenly be the legendary White Tiger, and he mastered Conqueror's entanglement at a young age. Destructive power. The strongest White Tiger fruit, Conqueror's potential, double fruit to accommodate the physique, and now plus the penetration fruit that ignores defense. Just uttering these names made Doflamingo's heart skip a beat. What terrifying level will this man grow into? On the playing field, Rosen had a playful expression on his face. What a surprise for me, Doflamingo, Rosen murmured. The ability to penetrate the fruit was indeed something he did not expect. Now, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Looking at the three CPOs, Rosen no longer had the serious attitude in his eyes. Since the world government has forcibly made an exception for me, and will not hesitate to expose the secret identity of the CPO, it will kill me. Then, let me give them a big gift too. A smirk flashed across Rosen's mouth. Immediately, he moved slightly. Cut. The next second, his entire body disappeared in place. What? The faces of the three masked men changed drastically. Unexpectedly, this man will also do this trick. The strongest movement in the 6 styles. Do not, this trick, of course Rosen will. Advertisement. In the 10 consecutive draws of the system, I have drawn a copy of Finger Pistol Cultivation Cheats at the very beginning. And in the lottery 2 days ago, I got it. With Zoan's physical strength, the speed and quickness of his movements are not inferior to those of CPO members with decades of training. The masked man looked around vigilantly, but did not notice the figure of that person. At such a speed, even they couldn't catch it. Is this Zoan's terrifying flesh? Suddenly, the man in the white mask was shocked. He felt a hint of coolness coming from behind him. I was about to turn around, but it was too late. An icy paw had penetrated his body and grasped the hot heart. Kill you, world government, it will definitely go crazy. Rosen's chilly voice rang in his ears. That ghostly figure was right behind him at the moment. A hand penetrated his suit, skin, flesh and blood, and even bones, pointing directly to the heart. Jiuyou. The man in the white mask was completely panicked, with deep fear in his eyes. Rosen, who held his heart in one hand, showed no mercy. Mixed. To mix means to destroy, heart means the heart. This move is a move that Rosen has just researched. Through the ability to penetrate the fruit, ignore the flesh and skin, and point directly at the target's heart. At this moment, through the palm of his right hand, he could feel the beating hot heart. The corners of Rosen's mouth flashed coldly. Immediately, a pinch burst. Peefed. Nothing is more deadly than this one. Under the mask, the eyeballs were full of bloodshots, filled with an indescribable sense of fear. Rosen withdrew his hand slowly. At this time, the right hand has been dyed red by the blood of the heart, full of strange colors. After pulling out his right hand, the corpse collapsed limply. Even though he died, he didn't leave any scars on his body. The eyes of the man in the red mask and the man in the black and white mask revealed deep inconceivable. And Guillaume and Cage in the audience stood up in shock. The strongest elite cultivated by the world noble celestial dragons, a CPO member, was killed. And in front of the world, he blatantly killed him. Is this declaring war on world government? Is this man dying? Does he not know what kind of anger he will bear if he really angers the world government? Or, he didn't care at all. King's Heights. Doflamingo in the palace was in a trance just a second ago. Now, seeing this scene, I suddenly laughed. Interesting, really interesting. It looks like there is a good show to watch. Wow wow wow. It seemed that the world government would not be able to let this man go without him making another move. It's really nerve-wracking. This guy is really tossing, Captain. Cavendish rubbed his forehead. He seemed to have expected the scene of being chased and killed by the world government desperately next. Although on the bright side, Marine is facing the 4 sea emperors. But in fact, the world government behind Marine is the real terrifying force. Exciting, so exciting. This is the adventure of my dreams. This is my favorite team. Yi's showed excited eyes, as if he was afraid that the world would not be chaotic. And Kazuki Hiyori has no concept of these. All he knew was that his captain seemed to have done something extraordinary.
Hey ha ha ha, but big news. This world is about to change. Knock ha 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 ha. Morgans laughed. In the next second, there was a sudden sound of violent footsteps. Marine appeared. The two of them, Guillaume and Kako, ripped off their casual clothes. Advertisement. The CPO officials were killed, and they had to do it anyway. In just a blink of an eye, Marine rushed into the field and surrounded Rosen. Killing. World government officials, special felony. A gun was aimed at Rosen on the field. Pizarro and the Crow, who were fighting on the other side, stopped very tacitly. Neither of them wanted to face Marine directly. They fled quickly when Marine's attention was not on them. The people of the Don Quixote family also flashed light in their eyes and slowly stepped back. In a short time, only Rosen and Yamato were left on the field, surrounded by Marine. Guillaume and Kagome had already donned the Marine mantle, along with Vice Admiral Maynard. The development of the situation exceeded their expectations. If no CPO officials were killed, they could not show up, but since the officials of the world government were killed, they could not sit idly by anyway. It's finally here, Marine. Rosen wiped the blood from her hands and slowly looked at Guillaume and Kaji. He also knew these two. Marine First Beauty, Vice Admiral Guillaume, one of the future admiral candidates, codenamed Momosugi. Vice Admiral Plus, one of the future admiral candidates, codenamed T. I didn't expect it to be them. What a daring boy who dares to kill even an official of the world government. This is a capital crime. Guillaume couldn't help but curse. Rosen touched her nose. You seem to have something wrong. They want to kill me, so they won't let me kill me. It's just world government, what's the point of it? Rosen waved his hand lightly. What a mere world government. Jaji stepped forward. Although I really don't want to shoot, but I can't help it. Since the officials were killed in front of my 437s, if we don't go out, we can't justify it anyway. The extra seems to be a little helpless. The black and white masked man and the injured red masked man flashed and came to Marine. This person is a felony, kill him. They have the right to order Marine. Hey, there are so many people surrounding our captain and deputy captain, some don't talk about martial arts. Sudden, the lazy voice of the barrel sounded. Immediately after seeing it, a dark shadow disappeared. Clang clang. The black shadow shuttled through the crowd, and there were bursts of gorgeous sword shadows. Then, screams were heard. Who? Vice Admiral Maynard's expression changed in Marine's cape. Among the Marine soldiers, one figure after another fell, screaming in agony. In just a few breaths, the Marine soldiers collapsed. Gion and Kakashi's pupils shrank at the same time. The speed of that shadow made even them feel deeply apprehensive. The battlefield was quickly cleared as Marine soldiers fell one by one. Then, a shadow flashed and appeared beside Rosen. It was Cavendish with his swinging wings stretched out. A-hole. Vice Admiral Maynard pulled out his knife, trying to counter the shadow. However, the next second, an icy voice came. Hey, don't move. The audience in the auditorium had already fled in panic. A short boy stood on the railing of the auditorium, holding a black metal sniper rifle, aiming at Maynard who was trying to shoot. The 6 ears moved slightly, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Move a little bit and blow your head off. Although it is far away, I can still feel the sudden sense of death crisis. Yan. A crisp hissing sound came, and bursts of colorful rays of light broke through the sky. Human form, Peacock real body. Kazuki Hiyori, who was holding Yama, suddenly appeared beside Rosen Yamato, with a colorful light that was particularly dazzling. Get out, get out. Several of his partners who never showed up have also shot. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting. Morgans kept taking pictures from different angles, not wanting to miss a single picture. 064 The Fifth Emperor at Sea is presented. His crew, did you show up? In the palace. Doflamingo's heart skipped a beat. The figures after the transformation impacted his brain. All in one phantom beast ability. If it's just Rosen and Yamato, it's still acceptable, but now, the appearance of the third, fourth, and even fifth phantom beasts is really incredible. Before that, look around the world. There are no more than 2 digits of known Udemons abilities. However, now, just in this person's team, there are already 5 Udemons capable users. When did Devil Fruit, a rare beast species than Logia, start to rot? The Divine Beast Pirates. What a Divine Beast Pirates, the origin of the name is actually for this reason. Doflamingo's eyelids jumped. Yais, who transformed into the real body of a macaque, grew macaque hair on his body. The 6 most conspicuous ears also grew a bit longer, and his eyes glowed with a lively luster. The pitch-black bullet sniper rifle was already set up, and the muzzle was aimed at Marine. If there was a slight disturbance, he would immediately shoot. The other side, Kazuki Hiyori, who first transformed into a peacock's real body, also exudes an unusual atmosphere. Behind her, blue, yellow, red, black and white, the 5 fundamental life feathers turned into 5-colored divine light, constantly rising and falling, containing a mountain-like aura. The famous sword Yan Mo in his hand also uttered an excited sword cry, as if he was eager to fight. Cavendish was much more relaxed. He held a rose in one hand and sniffed the fragrance of the flowers gracefully, while the western sword, Durandal, in the other hand was dripping with blood. And behind him, the illusory swinging wings vibrated gently, holding up his body, as if it only needed a thought to instantly disappear in place. Yamato in wolf form, carrying his mace, walked over to Rosen. The whole body was surrounded by icy blue flames, and the mouth was full of sharp pre-fangs. With every breath, the freezing air raged, and even the temperature of the air suddenly dropped. At last, it was Rosen with his arms folded on his chest, a white tiger phantom behind him, and his long silver white hair fluttering in the wind, looking at Marine with a half smile. Naval headquarters, with the signal cut off, they saw only the last picture. The other members of the Divine Beast Pirates appeared. However, they did not see the specific appearance. The picture stops when Marine, who is holding the phone bug, is slashed by a black shadow. The CPO official was killed. The always calm Crane Vice Admiral also showed a dignified look at this moment. As for the other Marines, their complexions were ashen. Marshal Sengoku, his face is even more ugly. There is no doubt that those 5 old guys must be going crazy. CP0 is the strongest shield developed by the world government for celestial dragons. It can also be understood that they are the people of celestial dragons. This time CP0 was killed in public, it's hard to imagine how much anger the celestial dragons would explode. No one could bear such anger, including him, Marshal Marine. Advertisement. Revolutionary Army Base. The crow's call came back. What, you mean, the CPO was killed? Even the leader, Drago, was extremely shocked to hear this news. The first time he heard the news, the man who had the power of the white tiger fruit in the picture just now appeared in his mind. He grinned. What a ruthless man. Shocking news, shocking news. Ha 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 ha. Soon, over the bullfighting arena. The white albatross fluttered and flew away, carrying a large number of photos on them, and would fly to the news agency of the world stronghold. With these photos, the news agency of the world must be able to write super heavy news that can shock the world. Mariajoy. World Government Headquarters. When the 5 elders learned that the CPO had been killed, it was already that night. Bang. A sound. In the hall, there was a heavy slap on the table. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Surprising anger erupted in the eyes of the 5 old men. A mere rookie pirate can beat all 3 of them. Trash, really trash. CP0 will not die and will not cause any loss to them. If they can train a CPO official, they can train countless CPOs. However, CPO represents the facade of world government. Killing the CPO is equivalent to slapping their world government, and even slapping celestial dragons in the face. Blame it on the top, even they can't bear it. Marine is also a waste. There are so many people that even 5 people can't solve it. The old man with the sword looked coldly at Sengoku below. Sengoku didn't shy away from his eyes. I only know that your wrong decision has implicated my people, and until now, they haven't heard the slightest bit of news back. Sengoku's face is ashen. Are you blaming us? The eyes of the 5 old men were cold. You know that Doflamingo is ambitious, and you choose to cooperate with him. Even we Marine are kept in the dark. This is what you told me before. You will use your own methods to solve it. Sengoku asked. Tone asked. Well, we don't need Marine's permission for our decision. You've crossed the line, Sengoku. The atmosphere in the hall froze instantly. They hadn't heard anything from Marine since Dressrosa's signal went out. There is no doubt that Gion and the 2 of them are likely to be more fortunate than others. Even Sengoku was reluctant to believe that even the amazingly talented Vice Admiral of the 2 Marines, facing Rosen and his party, had an uncertain fate. Advertisement. On this day, they saw too much unbelievable. The Kamui of the White Tiger, the double fruit accommodates the physique, easily defeats the powerful strength of the CPO, and the team of all phantom beasts. The threat of this mythical beast pirate group is beyond Marine's imagination. News of the world. All the journalists were working overtime, returning to Morgan's on the news boat, giggling all day long. Little ones, work harder. Morgan's shouted at the reporters. Shortly afterwards, a man in a suit came over and handed an envelope to Morse. Morgan's opened it, and his pupils shrank. Inside the envelope was a thick stack of banknotes. So that's the case, news manipulation order. Morgan smiled contemptuously. Give it back to them. Who do they think Lousy is? Lousy is the great news king, Morgan's. Hearing his words, the man in the suit did not act. Okay. Morgan's looked at the man. The next second, the man tore off the human skin mask, revealing his true appearance, and immediately took out a pistol from his arms and aimed it at Morgan's. This can't be done, you'd better be obedient. He threatened. Morgenstern was shocked. When did you sneak in? He was extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, undercover personnel from the world government appeared in his team. Well, Zhao Morgan's anger flashed in his eyes, and then suddenly burst out. Boom. As one of the 6 underground kings of the New World, his strength is also very good, and he can knock out the espionage personnel with 3 or 2 punches. Little ones, we've moved. In the next second, I saw a hot air balloon-shaped news ship, slowly going deep into the sky, being pulled by countless albatrosses and flying to another shelter. Ha ha ha, if you want me to hide the truth, that's not okay. There was only Morgan's crazy laughter in the air. The next day, the exclusive newspaper of the World News Agency was officially published, and countless postman albatrosses fluttered their wings and flew to all parts of the world. The information recorded in it immediately shocked the whole world. On the Moby DK. Jiuyou la la la, what an unexpected news. Even Whitebeard, when he saw the news content, couldn't help but his eyes narrowed, and then he burst into laughter. 065 The next crew member, the identity is confirmed. On the Moby DK. Jiuyou la la la, what an unexpected news. Even Whitebeard, the moment he saw the news content, couldn't help but stare, and immediately let out a hearty laugh. Hey, these brats are so brave, they dare to kill even the CPO. The world government is definitely going to explode, ha ha ha. Inexplicably happy. There were bursts of laughter from the boat. It's unbelievable that these people are all phantom beasts. The Phoenix Marco was amazed. He is also one of the phantom beasts, so he knows very well how rare phantom beast fruits are. Looking at the world, there are not many phantom beast fruits, but at least 5 phantom beasts have appeared on this ship. It's incredible to think about. No wonder it was called the Divine Beast Pirates, it turned out to be the case. There is nothing wrong with being called the Mythical Beast Pirates, who are all phantom beasts. Speaking of which form they are, do any of you know each other? Someone couldn't help but wonder. Marco, do you know him? As those with the ability of phantom beasts, the first thing they thought of was Marco, the phoenix. How do I know what form it is? Marco smiled bitterly. Yizo took a look at the newspaper, focused his attention on Yamato, and thought for a moment. I seem to know this one. It should be the god of Oguchi, the mythical creature in our Wano-kuni folklore, also known as the imperial dog. A Zong guessed. As the big mouth really god. It seems to be quite powerful. This Yamato, it is not simple, he can actually beat the giants. By the way, this peacock person is so beautiful. The LSP on the boat looked at the photo of Kazuki Hiyori and drooled. Send, why, I inexplicably feel that this peacock capable person seems to be a little familiar, as if he looks a lot like someone on our ship before. Che, she's a beautiful woman and you feel familiar, old-fashioned critic. Someone rolled his eyes. No, I'm serious, don't you think he looks a bit like Sister Shi? You mean, Mrs. Odin's wife. 437. It really is. Maybe beautiful women look like this, ha ha ha. They laughed and didn't take it seriously. In the corner, a big man with messy hair, holding a newspaper in his hand, stared straight at the man in the photo, his eyes reflecting a dazzling light. Thief, ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. Eat 2 devil fruits without exploding. Is this guy the same as me? Ha 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 ha. New world. A boat with a red dragon head logo. It seems that there are a few incredible newcomers. A man with a broken arm looked at the photos in the newspaper and sighed a few words. Beckman, doesn't the child in the picture look familiar? Suddenly, Lucky Roo seemed to notice something, tearing off a piece of thigh meat in one bite, and said. Okay. Hearing his words, Beckman set his sights on the picture. It really is. Beckman was slightly surprised. Yasop heard the conversation and looked over. Ming, isn't this the kid I met before? I didn't expect him to be in the newspaper, really. Yasop laughed. This kid actually joined this team. Beckman's eyes sank. After thinking about it, it seems that there is nothing wrong. It seems that he has also found a ship that can carry his destiny. Good boy. Thinking back to the gifted kid they met by chance 2 years ago, they didn't expect that after 2 years, the kid has changed so much. Hey, you've actually become a power user, it's just zone power. Yasop snorted. This is no ordinary zone. Shanks on the side spoke up. Yeah, you know him. I don't know each other, just look at these people next to you. Advertisement. If nothing else, they should all be phantom beasts. Shanks made an astonishing guess. What? All the phantom beasts? Everyone was shocked when they heard the words BFEA. The divine beast pirates, so that's what happened. Shanks smiled, and quickly figured out the origin of the name. Looks like that kid back then has already had a lot of good fortune. Beckman sighed with emotion. New World. Wanokuni. Ghost Island. Newly built loft. Kaido of the Beasts crushed the newspaper in his hand. That guy, his eyes burst with astonishing anger. One day I will tear you into pieces. White tiger. A fruit. So what? Lousy is a mythical beast, a blue dragon. Kaido's throat made a sound like thunder. The shape of the person in the picture after his transformation may not be known to others, but he can't be more clear. He had already heard about the divine beast, the white tiger, which was as famous as his azure dragon fruit. No wonder that kid had the confidence to oppose him, it turned out to be the fruit of the guard of honor. And my stupid son, does it already possess such strength? It is indeed the blood of Lousy. It's just that you still chose the wrong path after all. The fate of betraying Lousy is very miserable. Roar. An earth-shattering roar shook the entire Ghost Island. Dressrosa. On the Xuanwu. It's so annoying that we missed such a wonderful show. Garrett heard that Rosen and the others had a shocking battle yesterday, but she and Afra missed it because of shopping, and immediately regretted it. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't go shopping. Seeing Garrett's angrily remorseful appearance, Rosen felt helpless and rubbed her ears with a smile. I'll definitely bring you next time. It's done. Don't go back. Garrett was satisfied. By the way, brother, you ate 2 devil fruits yesterday, why didn't you explode and die? Eve still couldn't figure it out. It was unreasonable to see Rosen raised his head and swallowed, but there was no reaction at all. Because of me, I have a dual fruit accommodating physique. Rosen told the secret. What? Double fruit? Even Yamato's eyes widened when he heard this, showing an incredible look. Is there still such a physique in the world? Yai's looked bewildered. The fact that someone could eat 2 devil fruits at the same time really refreshed their cognition. Anything is possible. Rosen smiled. If there is a system, everything is possible. Then big brother, what exactly is your second ability? Yiz's eyes were shining, and he couldn't wait to know. Even Kazuki Hiyori put her ears close, she only recently learned that there is such a thing as devil fruit in the world. Hearing Rosen and the others discuss this, Kazuki Hiyori was also very interested. Paramesha. Penetrates fruits and has the ability to penetrate all substances. Rosen spoke slowly. Penetrate. No wonder your attack could pass through someone else's defensive cloak yesterday. Eve suddenly realized. Not just ordinary defense, my penetrating ability can penetrate armament hockey. As soon as this word comes out, the audience was silent for 3 seconds. Immediately, Yamato's pupils shrank suddenly. What did you say? Penetrating armed color. She knew all too well how powerful armament colors were. That is the strongest defense. As long as there is a strong enough armament hockey, it can be almost invincible. However, I just learned from Rosen that he has acquired the ability to penetrate armament hockey, which is really unbelievable. Don't be too surprised, my penetrating ability can penetrate not only armed colors, but also blood, skin, and bones. By the way, you can still walk through walls. With that said, Rosen walked over to the wall and began to demonstrate to them. Advertisement. He faced the wall and stepped out immediately. The next second, his body actually passed through the wall and entered the room. Then, he stepped out again, with a faint smile on his face. Damn, you can still walk through walls, that's awesome. Eve was suddenly surprised. After that, the eldest sister on the ship, the rabbit sister, the angel sister, and the peacock sister, you have to be careful, and be careful that the captain sneaks through the wall in the middle of the night and enters your room to do bad things. Eve grinned wickedly. However, what greeted him was Rosen's head smashed. Use you to meddle with your business. Quack quack. A postman albatross flew over them and dropped a newspaper. Kazuki Hiyori pick it up and take a look. We're in the headlines. The entire newspaper is devoted to yesterday's events. For this, Rosen had already guessed it. The dignified World News Agency, it is impossible to miss such a major game. Therefore, he had guessed for a long time that the person who took the candid photo in Ice's mouth was obviously someone from the news of the world. This, Morgan's, will really add oil and vinegar. After a brief reading, Rosen twitched the corners of his mouth. As expected of the news king who fears that the world will not be chaotic, Morgan's, the ability to add fuel to the fire and stir up the flames has never fallen. But well, that's exactly what Rosen expects to see. This time, what will Marine, and even the world government, do? Rosen even showed a hint of anticipation. It didn't take long. A dark shadow flashed across the ship. Cavendish suddenly appeared on the boat. I'm back. Rosen looked at him. Well, did the news get to naval headquarters? I'm doing things, don't worry, everything has been arranged. Cavendish patted his chest. What did they say? What else can I say? I can only be forced to agree to your request. After all, these two people are important figures in Marine, and they have admiral potential in the future. With that said, Cavendish looked at the two figures in the cabin who were bound by Wu Wada. Gion and Kageki have already fallen into their hands. Even these two future admiral candidates would not be able to make any waves in front of the current mythical beast group. After all, they are only admiral candidates, not real admiral. On the other hand, Gion's strength surprised Rosen. Gion, who holds the famous sword Jin Kunluo, can be regarded as a great swordsman of the generation. If it wasn't for Master Rosen's ability to penetrate the fruit, it would be quite difficult to take down Gion with only the body of an unawakened white tiger. As expected of Marine's first beautiful legs, can't suck, the first beauty. I'm not asking too much, and they won't refuse. Rosen had already guessed that Marine would agree. You use 2 hostages for 1 person, and we lose blood in this transaction. Cavendish said involuntarily. It doesn't matter, I won't get any benefit by killing them anyway, it's better to exchange for something that is beneficial to me. Rosen waved his hand, saying it didn't matter. Marine said to bring people in 3 days, but let's keep these 2 safe. Cavendish added. Rosen nodded. Just take this opportunity, let's take a break. In addition, on this island, there is a partner who must be recruited. After speaking, Rosen looked up in one direction. The next crew member, he has already decided. 066 new member, Goblin family, please subscribe. To the north of Dressrosa, there is an uninhabited island, and the desert island and Dressrosa are connected by a dilapidated iron bridge. Now, the iron bridge has long been dilapidated and rusted everywhere, making it difficult to pass. In the sea area around the iron bridge, the water surface is undulating, and a large number of sharp fins can be seen piercing the water surface, which is full of extremely dangerous atmosphere. A long time ago, this iron bridge was still passable. But since 200 years ago, a large number of ferocious fighting fish appeared here, the iron bridge has been completely abandoned. And at the end of this iron bridge is the deserted island with lush vegetation and towering ancient trees. Due to the inaccessibility of people all the year round, the plants here are extremely lush, and even the ordinary weeds can't surpass the top of people's heads. It looks like a primitive forest. Roar. On the sea, a gleaming white beast let out a roar. Hearing this domineering roar, the surrounding ferocious Jiuyou trembled, and immediately ran away without a trace. Take a closer look, the white giant beast is carrying a boat on its back, and there is a shadow on the boat. Cow. Little Xuanwu. Eyes was immediately pleasantly surprised by the majestic performance of the Xuanwu. Even the bloodthirsty and ferocious Jiuyou can only flee in front of Xuanwu, and it is worthy of being the divine beast that dominates the sea. Rosen came to the bow, stared straight ahead. Captain, I saw the island you mentioned, just across the iron bridge. On the lookout. Garrett held the binoculars and scouts the situation ahead. Through the telescope, she could really see the lush desert island that Rosen had mentioned. There are tall plants growing everywhere, and some plants are just like a leaf that blocks the sky, not to mention some towering ancient trees, which are even bigger and scarier. Big brother, what is the island you are talking about? Why is there such a strange island in the north of Dressrosa? Izawa asked. They looked at the abandoned iron bridge next to them, and were immediately puzzled. Unexpectedly, there is an iron bridge to the desert island in the north of Dressrosa. Since there is an iron bridge of this size, it means that there was a close connection between the island and Dressrosa. But now that it has been abandoned, it means that the exchanges between the two sides have long since been cut off. There is Greenbit Island, there is a special race. Rosen said slowly. A particular race. Hearing this name, Garrett and Avra pricked up their ears. Speaking of special races, the two of them should also be counted. Yes, this race is called Fairy, in Dressrosa, and there is a fairy legend on Greenbit Island. Goblin. Is it the kind of goblin with pointed ears, exposed body, fair skin, and all of them are beautiful women? Yiz's eyes lit up when he heard it. Rosen knocked him on the head angrily. If you don't learn well at a young age, you will know beautiful women. Eyes felt pain and looked aggrieved. He was obviously just curious, not really lecherous. It's not the kind of goblin you understand. The goblins here are just the white lies of Dressrosa's former royal family, the Liku family. This race called Goblin, whose real name is the Dongdongta clan, of course, can also be called the Little Human Race. Speaking of the Little Human Race, in Dressrosa's history, this race has a very strong stroke. Since ancient times, the Dongdongta clan, known as the Little People, have lived in the underground kingdom of Greenbit Island in the north of Dressrosa. They have God-given gifts. Although it is small in stature, it moves extremely fast and possesses strength several times higher than that of humans. They are extremely industrious and are the darlings of nature. They claim that there are no plants in this world that cannot be cultivated by little humans, so they are also called green managers. At the same time, the Dongdongta family is also extremely kind and simple, and even easily believes the most complete lie in the world. Even with superhuman strength and speed, they never take the initiative to harm anyone, and they live peacefully in their little kingdom. Until 900 years ago. In order to seek resources that the kingdom of Dongdongta did not have, they began to venture out to sea. But when they reach Dressrosa, near Greenbit Island, they are deceived and hunted by evil humans. At that time, the royal family that ruled Dressrosa, the Don Quixote family, proposed to the villains an agreement for resources and security, in exchange for a little labor. The innocent little people readily agreed. However, this so-called agreement was a huge scam, and the Yoyoda family began to fall into the most tragic history in history. They became slaves. For the benefit of the Don Quixote royal family, they are endlessly oppressed, day after day, year after year, day and night to create wealth for the Don Quixote family. Dressrosa also became one of the most prosperous and wealthy countries at that time. 800 years ago, Dressrosa's royal family, the Don Quixote family, moved to the Holy Land Mariajoy as world nobles and became the supreme celestial dragons. Instead of the Don Quixote family as Dressrosa's new royal family, it is the Liku family. The Liku family, who first ascended the throne, soon learned of the tragedy hidden deep in the dark underground of the kingdom. Advertisement. After learning about the inhuman persecution suffered by the little people, the new king couldn't help kneeling down to the little people to apologize and took the act of atonement. In this country, the Dongdongta family no longer needs to work, and they can ask for anything they need in life. Since then, the theft of the little people has become legal. The king at the time called the bizarre disappearance of supplies a fairy's prank, and hoped that the people would laugh it off. In later generations, the citizens who gradually learned about the so-called truth of fairy pranks on the island also accepted this agreement without exception and chose to silently protect this once torn race. As a result, the fairy tale began to spread gradually. And formed a peculiar tradition in Daxia that, not only does not pursue the stolen things, but regards them as luck. On the other hand, because of the kindness of the Liku royal family, the Dongdongta family began to disregard their previous suspicions and worked hard to transform the country into a land of flowers and greenery. In this way, there is the current Dressrosa. You mentioned before, our new partner, is it the little human race? Eve suddenly felt very interesting. Rosen looked at Greenbit and nodded. The little people are the green managers of nature, and there are no plants in the world that they can't grow. Medical research on Afra requires a lot of precious medicinal materials, and some medicinal materials are even rare, and it is difficult to find them all over the world. But if there is a small human race as our planter, all the problems will be solved. This is Rosen's plan. The kinds of medicinal pills he has on hand, the system-produced medicinal pills, can bring them infinite benefits. According to Afra, the research and development of Jojuan Jinden has entered the second half. Except for some medicinal ingredients that are difficult to find, most of the medicinal ingredients can be found in Dressrosa's pharmacy. Of course, this is also related to the existence of the little people. It is precisely because of the efforts of the little people that Dressrosa has become one of the great powers of medicinal materials in the New World. When Afra and Garrett were shopping in the city 2 days ago, they found a lot of useful medicinal herbs. Not only has the research and development of Jojuan Jinden entered the second half of the process, but the component testing of the body refining Dan has already been completed. As long as the corresponding medicinal ingredients are matched, the research and development can begin. For Rosen, these elixirs are of extraordinary significance. It can bring a lot of convenience to his pirate group. And it can even bring them amazing wealth by virtue of these almighty medicine pills. Medical research and development, and future scientific research and development, require huge amounts of money to maintain. Once they successfully developed one of the medicinal pills, they would be able to solve it in an instant in terms of funding. Just like Doflamingo's identity in New World. Through the cooperation with the scientist Caesar, he illegally sold all kinds of high-tech arms and weapons, and even sold artificial devil fruits, which brought him huge wealth. Rosen has the same plan. As long as Jojuan Jinden is successfully developed and can be produced in large quantities, they can completely say goodbye to poverty and live a prosperous life. After all, wealth is omnipotent in both the previous world and the current pirate world. Hear what Rosen has to say. Afra, who was sitting on the side drinking coffee, suddenly looked over. You mean, this little human race can grow any plant in the world? Afra was a little surprised. This is simply too important to her. If the little human race is really that powerful, from now on, those scarce medicinal materials will no longer be a problem. Yeah, not only are they good at planting, but they know the names and species of all the plants in the world, and when it comes to plants, they're pretty much omniscient. Rosen said with a laugh. My God, there is such a magical race in the world. Not only Afra, but everyone on the boat was surprised. So, little human crew, we have to recruit one no matter what. Rosen looked in the direction of Greenbit with deep eyes. If nothing else, with the help of the little human race, those medicinal pills can be successfully developed soon. At that time, many of his actions can be further implemented. Just developing the pirate group is not enough. His future opponents, in addition to the Imperial Regiment, Marine, the aloof world government, and even celestial dragons. With only a team of more than 40 people, it is impossible to fight against a behemoth like the world government. For flowers, 0. The power in the dark will eventually develop. Just as the 4 Emperors Big Mom controls the Wan Kingdom, the 4 Emperors Kaido controls the Wano-kuni. He, the strongest pirate group in the future, can't be worse than these people. So the money is still very important. Fortunately, he has these magical medicine pills and some black technologies produced by the system. If he wants to make money, it is not a problem for him. The easiest and fastest method by far. It is to let Afra quickly develop medicines for wounds and diseases. Once these all-purpose medicines appear on the market, they will inevitably cause a new round of sensation. This will be one of the foundations of his future. With the deterrence of Xuanwu, the surrounding ferocious fighting fish did not dare to approach, and they easily reached Greenbit Island opposite Dressrosa. Advertisement. Boom, boom. The stout limbs of the Xuanwu walked ashore, and the huge body shook the ground. In addition to being invited to swim in the sea, the Xuanwu can also walk ashore, and the walking speed is not slow at all. But in order not to disturb the little people, Rosen still let him stop on the shore. The limbs retracted into the tortoise shell, and the Xuanwu began to stand still. Afterwards, the group slowly got off the boat. Ahead is a lush jungle, a weed as taller than a human head. Walking into this virgin forest, with the tall plants around them, they also seem to have turned into little human races. It's amazing that there are such huge plants in the world. Garrett felt that her eyes were not enough, and the surrounding plants were full of plants she had never seen before. Her nimble body jumped onto a giant mushroom 7 or 8 meters high, looking around, thinking it was very interesting. Soon, however, another wild flower more than 10 meters high caught her attention again. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to believe that there is still such a place in the world, where an enlarged version of the virgin forest is alive. Soon, Izzy's ears twitched suddenly, as if something is coming. Through the 6-eared macaque's ability to hear everything, he quickly sensed movement. Rosen stretched out his hand, telling the people around him not to act rashly. Because if there is no accident, it should be the little human race. Wow, an imperceptible shadow flashed by, and it was even difficult to see clearly with the naked eye. Next second, there was an exclamation from Kazuki Hiyori. My knife. In front of everyone's eyes, the famous sword in the hands of Kazuki Hiyori was scrapped and snatched away. Big sister, head, their next target is you. Through listening, Izzy predicted the opponent's actions in advance. Sure enough, after stealing Kazuki Hiyori's famous sword, Yama, those indiscernible figures began to run towards the mace in Yamato's hand. I can't give you what I have. Yamato was instantly excited. Want to steal something from him? Isn't that making fun of yourself? The invisible shadow grabbed the mace and tried to take it away, but Yamato's power was so terrifying that it was impossible to give the opponent any chance. Disarm and don't kill, otherwise, get out of this island. A cold voice came. Obviously, the other party is indeed a small human race. Because of being harassed by humans all the year round, Yoyoda Kingdom has implemented a law that all humans entering Greenbit Island must disarm. Otherwise, they will be forcefully expelled by the warriors of the Kingdom of Dongdong Tower. Little guy, we're not intruders. At this time, Rosen spoke slowly. Hearing Rosen's words, the other side was stunned. The next second, the figure really let go of Yamato's mace. So, if it's not an intruder, then you don't need to disarm. Soon, the miniature shadow appeared in front of everyone. Send. It's so easy to believe. Seeing this scene, Garrett and the others were shocked. Good guy, believe whatever you say, but it's true. The miniature shadow held the gap between the famous swords, and then returned it to Kazuki Hiyori very politely. Although you are not intruders, it is best not to get close. Humans are not welcome in our kingdom. The mini shadow said with a serious face. The little human race was only the size of a human slap, wearing a green hat, goggles on the hat, and green overalls. Seeing his appearance, Rosen quickly recognized the identity of the other party. 067 Botanist, Villain, Leo. Little Leo, please go and inform your king that we want to negotiate a deal with you Yoyoda Kingdom. Rosen looked at the slap-sized little man in front of him and said with a smile. Send. Do you know me? Leo was surprised. It was strange that this stranger in front of him knew him. Of course I do, the captain of the Dongdongta clan, Leo, who is known as the strongest warrior of the younger generation, how could I not know you? The strongest warrior. Leo blushed instantly. The little hands were twisted together, and steam was steaming from the top of the head. Hate, talk the truth. Ha 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 ha. This immediately made him elated. This shy appearance does not show the demeanor of the strongest warrior at all. However, these little people are generally cute, and Leo is already relatively normal. Wait, the deal you just said. What is it? Leo quickly reacted and returned to the topic. Rosen walked up to him and spoke slowly. On my ship, I need a botanist to accompany me on an adventure to the sea, and your little people are known as nature's darlings and green managers, so I want to recruit a partner in your kingdom of Dongdongta. Quote. Luo, 437, Sen expressed his request. That's it, but our Dongdongta kingdom will not go to sea easily, and it is estimated that you may be disappointed. Hearing the sea, Leo immediately shook his head. They have lived on Greenbit Island for generations, and the furthest they have been is Dressrosa across the Iron Bridge. It is almost impossible for the Dongdongta family to go to sea. I know this, so I'm here to negotiate a deal. Rosen smiled. Of course he knew the customs of the Dongdongta clan, and it was not so easy to let them go to sea. How to trade? Leo scratched his head. Rosen took a deep breath and said immediately. I will help you rescue Princess Mancherry, and your people will accompany me to the sea. Suddenly, Leo's pupils shrank violently, and the whole person stiffened for 3 seconds. What did you say? He suddenly came to Rosen, his face became extraordinarily serious. Rosen smiled and repeated. I said, I will help you rescue Princess Mancherry. Do you know where Princess Mancherry is? Leo's tone began to rush. Of course. Hearing this, Leo was instantly excited. Really? Can you really help us rescue Princess Mancherry? Nothing is more exciting than this news. For their Dongdongta kingdom, it was a great kindness to rescue Princess Mancherry. If I couldn't do it, I wouldn't be here. Very good. If you can help us rescue Princess Mancherry from the evil Doflamingo, you are the benefactor of our Dongdongta family. No matter what request, we will unconditionally agree to you. Leo immediately caught Rosen's in his hands. He looked excited. My conditions have just been said. No problem. As long as you can rescue Princess Mancherry, I, Leo, can accompany you to the sea in person. Leo patted his chest immediately. Advertisement. Glancing at the little man the size of a slap. If it was Leo, as the commander of the Dongdongta clan and the most talented warrior of the younger generation, he would naturally be able to meet Rosen's requirements. Only, Rosen shook his head. If you are not someone with the ability to crack fruit, it is indeed the best choice, but unfortunately, I don't accept people with paramesha ability on board. Those who have the ability to sew fruit can produce silk threads to sew objects without injury. They can sew people or any objects on others, or sew opponents to the ground as tightly as sewing clothes, so that they cannot move. No matter how tough the object is, his silk thread can easily pass through the target, which is a rare ability. And Leo in the original book is the one with the ability to sew fruit. Sewing fruit. What is that? Leo suddenly scratched his head, a little unclear. It's your kind of thaumaturgy that can sew anything up, Rosen explained. Talmus. What are you talking about? I can't do thaumaturgy. Leo was even more confused. Rosen was also stunned. Aren't you eating the seam fruit yet? Rosen's heart skipped a beat. I don't quite understand what you are talking about. As for the thaumaturgy you are talking about, I only know that Princess Mancherry has a thaumaturgy that can heal injuries. She is the pride of our Dongdongta family, although she is now just a crybaby. Cough right, the fruit you just said. Kaboo, Bian and I, when we were patrolling in the forest 2 days ago, we picked up 3 colorful fruits, one for each of us, and mine is still in my house. Leo seems to have thought of what happened 2 days ago. Rosen's heart suddenly burst into joy. It's a coincidence that I haven't eaten yet. If nothing else, the 3 fruits Leo just mentioned should all be devil fruits. So the fruit. Insect fruit, unicorn shape. Insect fruit wasp form. The future captain of the Dongdong Tower Corps, and the abilities of the 2 captains. This is really surprising news. If you haven't eaten the fruit of the sea, it is indeed my best choice. Rosen said immediately. Then we agreed, as long as you help me rescue Princess Mancherry, I will accompany you to the sea and be your botanist. It's a word. The most outstanding warrior in the kingdom of Dongdong Tower, Leo. Possesses strong physical fitness, superb fighting skills, and is born with the super strength of a small human race. A body that is less than the size of a palm can exert a strength several times stronger than that of a normal human. If this ratio is enlarged, it is almost equal to that a normal human has a power several times stronger than that of the giants. You can imagine what the concept is. In addition to these factors, Leo also inherited the little people's affinity for plants, and can recognize all the plants in the world. At the same time, any plant in the world can grow rapidly in his hands. Just like this Greenbit Island. The super large plants here are the handwriting of the little human race. However, the evil Doflamingo and his family are very powerful. Can you really help me rescue Princess Mancherry? Leo hesitated a little. Okay. Rosen didn't even need an explanation for the little people. Sure enough, when Rosen said yes, Leo immediately believed it. That's great. I'm going to inform our king. Please come with me. Advertisement. Soon. Under the leadership of Leo, they soon came to the underground world where the kingdom of Dongdong Tower is located. There are slap-sized little people everywhere. Walking in Yoyota Kingdom, they were afraid to step on someone else's house. If it were to go down, it would definitely be razed to the ground. Leo, why did you bring the big humans in? Soon, patrols arrived at the scene, for fear that Rosen and his party were intruders. They are good people, Leo explained. Hearing his words, these patrolling soldiers were stunned, and immediately put away their weapons. It turns out that he is a good person, so don't worry. Send. I believe it again. I don't need a reason to believe it. This is so deceiving. Garrett and others immediately thought that this was an interesting race. I finally understand why the little people were enslaved by the Don Quixote family 900 years ago for nearly 100 years. This simple appearance, it is estimated that if someone sells it, it will help others count the money. Leo came to the palace, and he directly informed King Gancho of the intention of Rosen and his party. Knowing that they were here to help rescue Princess Mancherry, King Ganjo was immediately excited. You must be sent by God to help us, great benefactors, please accept my respect. King Gancho also instantly believed in Rosen, believing that he, like Rolando 400 years ago, was sent by God to help them get through the difficulties. The evil Doflamingo took away my dear daughter Mancheri, and he also helped our Dongdonga family to help him grow some medicinal herbs. My poor daughter is still alive and dead. If you can help us rescue Mancheri, you will be the benefactor of our Dongdonga clan. Goncho was moved to tears. Before Doflamingo came to power, they had an excellent relationship with the Liku family. Greenbite also lived in harmony with Dressrosa for hundreds of years. Until Doflamingo used a trick to take the throne, the Dongdonga family was quickly persecuted by Doflamingo. Not only did they capture Princess Mancheri, who had the ability to heal 4.0 fruits, but they also deceived the Dongdonga family, saying that Mancheri had a strange disease and needed a certain medicine to cure. So let the Dongdonga family help him grow medicinal materials. And these medicinal materials are the raw materials of artificial devil fruit. Only later did they find out that Doflamingo had deceived them. But with the strength of the Dongdonga family alone, it is impossible to fight against the powerful Don Quixote family. They didn't even know where Princess Mancheri was kept. And now, Rosen's appearance has given them hope. With the instincts of the Yoyoda family, they didn't have the slightest doubt about Rosen's words. Since they trust Rosen so simply, Rosen will not let them down. Merely Don Quixote family, Rosen hasn't paid attention to it yet. Now that the conditions have been negotiated, then Leo, my future botanist, come with us, your Princess Mancheri, I saved you. Yes, future captain. Leo's eyes flickered with light. 068 Seraph, holy light strikes. Did they leave? King's Heights. In the palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo's cynical smile was gone. In the arena incident 2 days ago, the shocking pictures he saw through the phone bug projection stimulated his brain. The performance of Rosen and his party completely refreshed his cognition. He never imagined that a rookie pirate could have such amazing strength. In the final battle with Marine, new members appeared one after another, which also shocked him. Even that person's companion surprised him secretly. You must know that these talents have just left the sea. If such a team grows up, it is difficult to imagine what a terrible existence it will become. It should have left. I saw that their ship was no longer in the port. Behind him, Toripal, Pika, Buffalo and others were all there, and each of them had solemn expressions on their faces. Until now, Diamante and others are still seriously injured. In particular, Mahabe received Yamato's ice slash firmly. Under the backlash of the 10,000-ton body weight, the strong impact caused his bones to be broken inch by inch, and he has not been able to wake up until now. If it wasn't for the final appearance of Marine, which attracted the attention of Rosen's group, the consequences would have been worse. The only good thing is that Doflamingo didn't completely tear his face, and the other party wouldn't bother them yet. Unfortunately, it was just the CPO and Marine. Through the arena's projection phone bug, Doflamingo saw the end result. CP0. Annihilated. 2 of Marine's elite vice admiral were also kidnapped and held hostage. He thought to himself that even he could not have done it. Little Lord, something is bad. Suddenly, Gladius of Spades broke into 15, and couldn't even knock on the door. He was breathing heavily, his eyes full of panic. Doflamingo looked at him sideways. The young master's smile factory was attacked, and all 500 villains and toy workers were released. Our people also suffered heavy losses. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed, and he grabbed Gladius' collar. What did you say? At this moment, even Toripal and the others also widened their eyes. Feeling the strong killing intent coming from Doflamingo, the temperature of the entire room suddenly dropped. The raw material factory was destroyed, Gladius said with a trembling voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Doflamingo jumping out of the window with a chill all over his body. Seeing this situation, Pika and the others followed with a panicked expression. Smile Factory. It is the raw material factory for the manufacture of artificial devil fruits, which has extraordinary significance to them. The reason why Kaido will cooperate with him is also because of the artificial devil fruit. Once there is a problem with the raw material factory, it is almost a devastating blow. Gladius, what the hell is going on? On the way to the Smile Factory, Toripal frowned and asked. I also received a call from the factory, saying that someone had invaded. When I arrived at the scene, the raw material factory had been destroyed, and the little people and toys had all fled. Gladius said. Who did it? Pika has a dark face. This incident has touched the bottom line of the Don Quixote family. The factory was destroyed, and it cannot be forgiven in any case. It's those people in the arena 2 days ago. As soon as the voice fell, Toripal and the others suddenly changed their expressions. B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** reconnaissance, and indeed saw that the ship of Rosen and his party had gone to sea. Why did he come back? They came all the way from the underground factory. I suspect they got in through the underground passage of the little human race. Damn it. High in the sky, Doflamingo flew very fast with the ability of string fruit, and came to the location of the Smile factory in a blink of an eye. In the next second, his pupils shrank violently. The door of the factory has been blasted open. And the device containing the raw materials has also exploded. The Minahuman slaves and toy workers also all fled in a hurry. Advertisement. The whole factory was a complete mess. Not far away, the Dressrosa Thunder Corps and the Toy Corps are fighting a group of people. Bang bang bang. Soldiers fired again and again. However, the woman who transformed into a peacock's real body swept away the five-colored light in her hand, and all the shots were taken out of thin air. Another fur-clad woman with white body, rabbit ears, and a crescent moon shadow on top of her head, with static electricity lingering in her hands. Her movements were extremely fast, and every time she made a shot, a large number of soldiers would fall. In midair, a black shadow passed through the toy flying soldiers, bursts of gorgeous sword light raged, and the toy flying soldiers fell like rain. It could be vaguely seen that it was a man with a pair of illusory wings on his back. On the other side, a woman with 6 pairs of pure white wings and holy light shrouded her body, showing a little hesitation in her eyes. But in the end, he gritted his teeth, held the holy light in his hand, and raised his hand towards the front. Angel, holy sword. With a light reprimand, I saw a great sword of holy light falling from the sky, causing an indiscriminate ranged blow to the soldiers below, and screaming suddenly. After releasing the attack, the woman who looked like an angel showed a hint of unbearable expression. As if her shot was extremely reluctant. Afra, if you don't want to hurt people, you don't have to shoot, just leave it to us. The bunny-eared girl seemed to see Afra's doubts, so she shouted to her. As a nurse who saves and heals the wounded, let alone murder, even hurting others is a great sin for her. It's okay. I am also a pirate now, and I must adapt to this status as soon as possible. After speaking, Afra's eyes flashed with determination. Yes, how can a pirate who does not hurt anyone be considered a real pirate? Saving people and hurting people are two different positions. Save, there are people who should be saved. Injury, there are people who should be hurt. Thinking of this, she took off her nurse uniform, took out a coat from the space ring Rosen gave her, and put it on. As soon as the nurse's uniform was taken off, she no longer cared. The holy light in his hand condensed into a holy sword, and when Afra moved, it turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place, rushing into the toy legion. She is a fur tribe after all. Fur tribes are natural warriors, master static electricity and agile skills. Although Afra was a nurse, she was rarely involved in combat. However, she never lost her innate fighting nature. Angel Holy Light is also very good, not only can it be transformed into healing holy light, purifying holy light, but also into hot holy light. Avoiding the destructive power of the holy light is very terrifying. With her shot, the toy legion collapsed. Awesome. While fighting, Garrett was still able to pay attention to the situation on Afra's side, with a posture of ease. As long as she is touched by her Taiyin power, the target will enter a state of sluggishness, and she already has a strong fighting power, so she hardly has any effort in the face of these little minions. A-hole. Doflamingo was furious like never before. A large number of transparent silk threads condensed in his hands, entwined together to form a thick thread column, and then he slammed downwards. Super Strike Whip. Attached to the lines of the armed color, it has extremely strong toughness. This is a hard attack, and it has the power to cut everything, and even the void is faintly divided into 2 halves. No wait or ice. At this moment, a terrifying blast of freezing air suddenly shot out, instantly swallowing Doflamingo's Super Strike. The freezing air raged, and the silk thread in Doflamingo's hand froze instantly. A palpitating breath came, and the temperature in the air suddenly dropped to freezing point. Doflamingo's heart was shocked, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the freezing air. Yamato, who had transformed into a human beast form, was surrounded by frozen flames, and slowly walked out of the factory gate. Who are you? Doflamingo. Yamato is wearing a mace, and her mouth is full of sharp fangs. In her human beast form, she is full of domineering aura. I smashed your factory. If something came at me, if you didn't accept it, come down and take the hammer. Yamato pointed at Doflamingo defiantly. She doesn't care if you're Shichibukai or not, and she doesn't know what celestial dragons are. Anyway, she only knew that if she wanted to fight, she would always be there for her. Advertisement. Looking at this hockey figure, Doflamingo's eyelids jumped wildly. The pressure on this woman was not much worse than Kaido's. He didn't act rashly, because the woman in front of her with a heart-pounding aura was only the number 2 among these people. The real number 1 figure has yet to appear. At the same time, the real number 1 person has come to the palace. On his shoulder, stood a little man the size of a slap. Behind him, there is a little boy with 6 ears, eyes. Ease's ears moved slightly. It should be here. There is a clear area between the heartbeat frequency of the little people and humans, and in this auditorium, the heartbeat of the little people is heard. He said. As expected of the legendary 6-eared macaque, such a powerful hearing ability is truly shocking. Even the villain Leo looked at Eyes with admiration. To be able to tell the difference between the heartbeat of a human being and a small human race is simply incredible. Also, she seems to be crying. Ease went on to add. Cry. Then it must be Princess Mancherry, she is a crybaby. Leo immediately became excited. Go. Rosen came to the door. It was a thick iron door, locked. Although there is no key, a mere door can't stop him at all. He took Eyes' hand and walked straight in. Next second. He took Leo and Eyes through the wall, directly ignoring the gate, and came to the inside of the auditorium. Who? In the auditorium, a sturdy elder sister with triangular eyes and thick lip gloss quickly noticed the presence of Rosen and others. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that in addition to the little human race, there is also the sound of a human's heartbeat. Yi Zi touched his head and smiled. The fat lady. Rosen knows too. Don Quixote Family Plum Blossom Army, a special ability core affiliated to Torpal, Paramesha Art Fruit ability, Cora. How did you get in? Jorah was startled. The iron gate is clearly intact, but it is really puzzling that these people can come in. Ray Leo. Suddenly, a mini figure in the cage on the auditorium table let out a cry. Wu, are you here to save me? The figure quickly noticed Leo on Rosen's shoulder. Princess Mancherry. Leo was instantly overjoyed. Finally found Princess Mancherry. They haven't seen each other since the crybaby was taken away by the Don Quixote family. Oh ho ho ho, it turned out to be here to save people, it's really daring. Jorah Yishan specializes in her own art paintings, so she didn't pay attention to the events of the previous 2 days, and naturally she didn't know Rosen. In her eyes, she just regarded Rosen and his party as intruders sneaking in. This person used to abuse Mancherry, so beat her. You can do it. Rosen looked at Leo, the little man on his shoulder. Some grievances, it is better to let them resolve themselves. At the same time, Rosen also wanted to see what kind of performance the first warrior of the Dongdonta clan did. As soon as he heard that Princess Mancherry was often abused, Leo's eyes burst with astonishing anger. Unforgivable. In the next second, his figure suddenly disappeared. 069 New member, Ultimate of Power, Skyhorn Ant form. When Rosen walked out of the palace auditorium, it was more than 10 minutes later. After going through the wall, on his shoulder, the rescued Princess Mancherry was summoning the healing dandelion to treat Leo's injuries. At this time, Leo had scars all over his body, he was exhausted, and it was difficult to breathe. After all, Jorah is one of the cadres of the Don Quixote family, and his strength is beyond doubt. As an art fruit ability person, it is extremely difficult to be able to turn the target into a work of art imagined by the ability person. Although Leo is the first warrior of the villain race, at this time he has not yet obtained the ability to sow the fruit, and it is extremely difficult for him to deal with Jorah, who is a capable person. But fortunately, in the end he burst out of his potential. In the face of this guy who often abused Princess Mancherry, Leo did everything he could. With his flexible and miniature body, he successfully escaped the opponent's artistic smoke attack, and then relied on the strength several times stronger than human beings. After a hard fight, Jorah was finally defeated. And he himself, with all his strength, collapsed to the ground. The healing dandelion in Mancherry's hand radiated a little starlight and slowly melted into Leo's body. Even if it could be seen, Leo's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his physical strength was quickly recovered. In less than a moment, Leo supported his body and stood up. I did it. Leo looked at Rosen tiredly, as if he wanted to prove himself. Rosen helped him rescue Mancherry, and he would never violate the agreement between them. Welcome to join me, my botanist. Rosen smiled and reached out to him. Alternate member. Leo. Prep position. Botanist. Bounty. 0. Abilities. Innate divine power, plant affinity. Normalization requirements. Become a Zone-U demon's ability. Aware of Rosen's approval of him, Leo immediately became happy, and immediately reached out and held Rosen's fingers. Captain, the Dongdonta family, Leo will report to you. At this moment, Leo seemed to be full of blood and resurrected. With such a simple character like the Dongdonta family, even if they are recognized by others, they will be excited for a long time. The future captain of the 5th Division of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet joined Rosen's team. This is a welcome gift for you. Rosen takes a fruit out of the space ring. Wrong, this fruit is quite similar to the one I picked up 2 days ago. Leo is attracted to devil fruit. The sowing fruit he picked up before is still in his house, and once eaten, he will immediately become a sowing fruit ability. Fortunately, Rosen came in time. If he finds Leo later, it is estimated that he and the first warrior of the little human race will be completely missed. Eat him and you will gain powerful abilities. Rosen said with a smile. As that's so, I'll try. Leo didn't ask why, he just believed it. The Dongdonta family never knew what devil fruit was, and even Princess Mancherry's ability to heal the fruit was only considered to be some kind of thaumaturgy among the Dongdonta family. But since Rosen said so, Leo wouldn't question it at all. The miniature body jumped directly onto the devil fruit, and Leo hugged the strange fruit that was a few circles bigger than his body, and looked at it with some curiosity. After a hard fight, he also happened to be hungry, so he happily took a bite. Wow, it's so unpalatable. He immediately showed a look of disgust and almost spit it out. But soon, the fruit ability began to take effect. A pair of insect tentacles suddenly grew on the top of his head, and faint changes appeared on his body. A heart-pounding power began to fill his small body. How is this going? Seeing Leo's sudden change, Princess Mancherry's mouth suddenly widened and she was a little surprised. Even Leo was frightened by himself. He reached out and touched the insect antennae above his head and was shocked. How so? He didn't know why. Then he looked at his hands again. Make a fist, and the muscles all over the body explode instantly, as if having a steady stream of power. Seeing his change, Rosen smiled, very satisfied. Hey, what form is this? It seems to be very good. Ease came to Leo and looked up and down. He knew very well that this was another phantom beast, devil fruit. According to Rosen, he possesses more than 40 devil fruits, each of which represents a mythical creature. What Yai's obtained was the 6-eared macaque form in Renren fruit. Advertisement. Then this little guy in front of him had a pair of insect tentacles growing on his head, which made him wonder, is this also some kind of mythical creature? Every day, horn ants. In Leo's mind, a name began to emerge. Insect fruit Eudemon species sky horn form. This is a fruit that Rosen identified through the devil fruit identification card some time ago. Insect fruit. For the miniature human race, it is simply perfect. This one is a rare beast form in the insect fruit. In the small human race, there are also 2 insects with the ability to fruit. They were Kabu in the form of a unicorn, Bian in the form of Hufeng, and the 2 captains of the Dongdongta clan corps. And now, Leo has also become a worm fruit power user, but his form is the form of the legendary horned ant of the ultimate master power. What is ultimate power? Just like Cavendish's Kunpeng is extremely fast. The horned ant has the greatest strength in the world, and can be said to be able to move anything. If the fruit ability is developed to the limit, even if it is a huge mountain, with the power of the horned ant, it can raise one hand. His power is different from Yamato's instant explosive power. If they both face the 10,000-ton Mahabe at the same time. Yamato, with the terrifying explosive force that erupted in an instant, knocked Mahabe flying. And the horned ants, on the other hand, relying on the strength of the essence, it is enough to firmly catch Mahabe's 10,000-ton body. One is explosive power and the other is pure strength. The 2 are completely incomparable. And today's Leo has inherited the super strength of the horned ant. Following Cavendish's world speed, Rosen's ship finally appeared to force ultimate. This is good, the errands and the coolies are all now available. The team of tool people seems to be getting more and more complete. Come on, punch me and let me see. Rosen looked at Leo with a smile. Leo clenched his fist and felt the inexhaustible power in his body. He instantly felt as if everything was under control. He looked at the iron door behind him. Drink. With a soft cry, his figure rushed out instantly, punching the thickened iron gate at the super fast speed of the little human race. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the entire palace was shaken by an earthquake. Eyes was taken aback by this violent reaction and looked up at the iron gate facing forward. In the next second, Eve suddenly widened his eyes. My god. Even Princess Mancheri closed her mouth in surprise at this moment. In front of this thick iron door that has locked her for several years. It was actually blown away by a punch, even if it was made of steel, it was distorted and out of shape at the moment. The power of this punch was so terrifying. Leo was also frightened by this amazing scene. He also did not expect that he would be able to blast the iron gate with one punch. Although the little human race has strength several times that of human beings, it is impossible to do this only with the strength of the little human race. Is that the fruit just now? Leo looked at Rosen in surprise. And Rosen smiled at him and nodded in satisfaction. If the explosive Yamato is not counted, the current Leo should be the most powerful person on board. Even, if you exercise well and improve your explosive power, Leo's strength will be even more terrifying. It is a fruit with infinite potential. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Soon, the movement of the palace also alerted the patrolling soldiers. It's just that the cadres are not in the palace, so these little soldiers don't pose a threat at all. At the same time, just after Ease and Leo easily eliminated the soldiers. Suddenly, a vision appeared on the horizon, accompanied by a hum sound. FK, what is that? Through his developed hearing, his eye quickly noticed the changes in the horizon. Rosen also seemed to be aware of it and turned his head to look over. One after another, white silk threads rose from the sky, forming a huge wave of silk threads that went straight into the sky, causing the entire sky to change. Advertisement. Immediately, the white silk threads began to extend in all directions, turning into thread pillars, like a semicircular cover, covering the ground. With such an astonishing movement, the entire Dressrosa noticed the changes in the sky, and looked up at the sky, terrified in their hearts. Seeing this scene, Rosen's pupils shrank. Others don't know, but he couldn't be more clear about the vision in front of him. In a hurry, Doflamingo. Rosen shook his head slowly. There is no doubt that this is Doflamingo's handwriting. String Fruit's strongest ultimate move, Birdcage, is activated. After awakening String Fruit, develop the ability to assimilate the surrounding environment to the ultimate. Countless silk threads erupted into the air, and countless transparent threads gathered in the air, and then scattered around like a meteor shower, extending to the ground in an arc shape, thus forming a connection from the air to the ground, covering everything within the range. The great birdcage of matter. Birdcage enveloped the entire Dressrosa, and even the signal was blocked. At this moment, Birdcage becomes an isolated space. The silk thread attached to the powerful weapon color is not only indestructible, but also has the ability to cut everything. Even if it is hard steel, the moment it touches the silk thread, it will be cut in half. What exactly is this? On the edge of the birdcage, the residents of Dressrosa were attracted by the sudden appearance of the birdcage, and couldn't help but walk by and touch it. In this second, his eyeballs almost popped out. Hand, my hand. With the screams, the people around him quickly noticed his situation. The finger that touched the line was cut off in an instant, and blood gushed. A broken finger fell to the ground, and everyone screamed in fright. Buzz. At the edge of the birdcage, the silk thread begins to shrink, cutting the ground like cutting tofu. Even buildings have become countless sections in an instant. Quickly, run. Residents on the fringe screamed and fled, terrified. They saw with their own eyes that the man's fingers were cut off just now, and now they saw that the ground, buildings, etc. were all cut by silk threads, and their eyes were full of fear, and they did not dare to stop for a moment. As for the residents of the city center, they looked up at the shrinking birdcage with a puzzled expression. Hey, Dover, you don't mean it, do you? Outside the Smile Factory, when Toripal and his party arrived at the scene, they were shocked when they saw this scene. Dressrosa, who has worked so hard for so many years, does he want to destroy it himself? Doflamingo stepped on the silk thread in the air, and his whole body was suspended in the air, looking at the Yamato group below with cold eyes. He had never had such a cold expression on his face, this was the first time in history. Just now, his 1,000 arrows pierced the heart feather strike line, and Yamato's Thunder 8 trigrams slammed, which was enough to pierce the heart with thousands of arrows covered with armed colors, and it was smashed to pieces within a moment, inch by inch. Broken. This is a powerful ultimate move after his fruit ability awakened. He didn't expect that in the hands of the woman in front of him, it would not pose a threat at all. What the hell does he want to do? Garrett looked up at the silk thread shrouded in the sky, a little unclear. And Doflamingo didn't say a word. If he just stole the paramesha penetrating fruit and wounded his subordinates, he could still swallow it. But this smell, well, the Jiaozha factory is what he is currently relying on to survive, and it is related to his artificial devil fruit plan. Kaido's side, there is still a large number of orders that have not been completed, the factory was destroyed, which is devastating for him. The blow started. Are you playing a new trick? If you have any means, just use it, and my aunt will take it all. Yamato pointed at the mace in his hand, and did not take Doflamingo in his eyes at all. It's been a long time since I debuted, and you were the first to push me to this point. Doflamingo spoke coldly, without the slightest expression. So what? I'm just seeking justice for the little people. After listening to Rosen's introduction to the fate of the villains, Yamato was full of anger, and when she came to the factory, she was even more angry when she saw the villains being enslaved and oppressed. She has a straight temper, and she will vent if she is upset. You bastards, die. Suddenly, the ground began to surging, and a behemoth burst out of the ground, turning into an incomparably gigantic stone giant, waving his fists, and smashing towards Yamato. Obviously, it was Pika of the Spades army who made the move. But soon, it seemed that a shadow flashed by vaguely. Immediately, the fist that was smashed like a broken bamboo stopped in midair. What's going on? Pika in the stone giant suddenly widened his eyes. Let him do his best. The rock fist that destroyed the sky and the earth did not move at all, as if there was a powerful force holding down his hands. However, when he looked around, he couldn't see any figure. On the other side, Doflamingo's pupils shrank violently. 070 string fruit's strongest ultimate move, birdcage. Hey, big man, your strength is nothing more than that. Suddenly, there was a contemptuous voice in the air. However, when I looked around, I couldn't see a figure at all. Who? Play a ghost and get out of here. The gigantic rock giant erupted with intense anger, and it was more than 10 times larger than the giant clan. Paramesha stone fruit ability. The ability person can assimilate with the rocks that they come into contact with, and take the appearance, hardness and other properties of the rocks as their own power. The incarnation of the huge rock man, just a fist, is comparable to the building of a dozen floors. Even if the giants stood in front of him, they were not even knee level, let alone ordinary humans. Yamato and the others stood on the ground, unable to even touch each other's toenails. With such a huge body, it was hard to imagine how terrifying power would erupt. The power of this punch can even sink half of Dressrosa. However, even so, there was still a mysterious force that shook the rock giant's attack, making his fist unable to move half a minute. I'm here, can't you see? Suddenly, the voice sounded again. Follow the reputation. Someone is puzzled. Some people's pupils shrank violently. It can be seen that under the fist of the rock giant, a small figure in green clothes can be seen faintly. If the rock giant is compared to the size of a normal person, that figure is not even as good as a flea, it can only be regarded as a microorganism. Level. If it weren't for the detection of the knowledge, and with the naked eye, absolutely no one would see that figure. However, it is this existence that is similar to the microbial level, pressing his hands on the fist of the 437 rock giant and pushing it up so that it cannot fall. FK, that's. Cavendish also felt a familiar aura through seeing and hearing. And Yamato, seeing and hearing is stronger than Cavendish and others, and naturally you can feel it. Is that the little guy? Yamato wondered, how could that little guy shake such a huge rock giant? You must know that he is only the size of a normal human palm. Compared with the rock giant, he is not even as good as the hare. Others say it's shocking enough that a rat kills an elephant. Then what is he? Does a flea shake a dragon? You are so blind and so impolite. Leo, who has transformed into the form of a horned ant, has the tentacles on the top of his head faintly glowing, his face also has jagged jaws, and his body is covered with a layer of black armor. Although he is small, his body contains unimaginable power. His muscles were bulging, and the corners of his eyes reflected an astonishing light. A loud shout sounded, and I saw the rock giant's fist being pushed. Oh my god. Hey, it's true. Cavendish looked in disbelief. At this moment, Doflamingo's eyelids jumped wildly, and his heart was secretly shocked. He also noticed that miniature figure. Advertisement. Although subtle, it does exist. Moreover, with only his hands, he pushed the fist of the rock giant. Little people, he gritted his teeth rarely. Before he could figure out what was going on, suddenly, his eyes narrowed. When he turned his head, he saw two familiar figures walking slowly. It's finally here. Doflamingo quietly looked at the figure walking in front. Captain, you are finally back. Seeing those two figures, Garrett and the others were overjoyed. There is no doubt that Rosen and Ys are back. Of course, there was a little man the size of a slap, Princess Mancherry, standing on his shoulders. Brother Ming, stop, just relying on your Don Quixote family, you can't fight us. Rosen looked at the figure in the air and spoke slowly. UB*************************************** D, don't underestimate us. Surprising anger flashed in Baby Five's eyes, and when he raised his hand, his hands turned into machine guns and shot at Rosen. However, with just a wave of Rosen's hand, a wall of wind suddenly blocked in front of him, blocking all attacks. A weapon fruit-capable person. The ability is good, but unfortunately, you are too weak. Rosen looked at Baby Five and shook his head slowly. This is indeed a very high-quality fruit, but unfortunately, there is still a certain gap between the strength of Baby Five and the real powerhouse. After blocking the attack, Rosen flicked his fingers, and a gust of wind blasted out, instantly piercing Baby Five's shoulder and interrupting the opponent's attack. Do it again, hit it next, and you won't miss it. Rosen didn't kill her, because, the Don Quixote family, is still useful to him. Doflamingo, cooperate with me, the next era is my era, cooperate with me, you will have a future. In New World, when it comes to connections, no one can beat Doflamingo. After all, he is New World's most famous broker, involved in every field. Destroyed my factory, and now talk to me about cooperation. Doflamingo smiled grimly. A man-made devil fruit factory. Rosen shook his head. What is a mere artificial devil fruit? It's just a failure. Among the 10 artificial devil fruits, how many can actually acquire abilities in the true sense? I believe you can't be more clear. Furthermore, it is a cruel and inhuman method, and the side effects are too great. Rosen turned his hands behind his back, and said unhurriedly, in cooperation with me, I can provide you with something rarer and more precious than the artificial devil fruit. Moreover, I also master the high-tech technology that surpasses this era. Whether it is a laser cannon, a bullet sniper rifle, an armor-piercing bullet, or a system-produced item card, space ring, etc., any one of them is enough to make a sensation in the world. Advertisement. Those item cards, just like the Demon Ability Extraction card, contain a kind of advanced technology. If they can be thoroughly researched, even mass production is not impossible. The Sea Water Curse Removal card, the Double Fruit Storage Physique Inheritance card, and the Devil Fruit Identification card all have extraordinary meanings. What he lacks now is only a qualified scientist. Hearing his words, Doflamingo suddenly laughed. Oh, you're talking about it. Obviously, he didn't believe Rosen's words. You must know that the artificial devil fruit technology has already surpassed the technology of this era, and the technology is not perfect, and it can even be said that it has not really been successfully developed. But even so, it still brought him unpredictable benefits. Rosen shook his head. You'll see, now, the time is not ripe. Medicine, and even technology, takes time. The position of the scientist on board is still vacant. There is still a long way to go. Rosen didn't explain, and certainly didn't need to explain it to him. If the time is not ripe, why should I cooperate with you? Doflamingo sneered at him. Because I don't give you a choice, and you don't have a choice. Rosen turned around and looked at him half smiling. You know, your birdcage can't threaten me. You have read the Devil Fruit illustrated book, so you should know what ability the fruit I stole from you. Rosen glanced lightly at the shrinking birdcage. Doflamingo's eyes flashed, and he was silent for a few seconds. Immediately with a wave of his hand, the cage instantly turned into countless transparent threads, gathering towards the palm of his hand. Yes, he knew what kind of abilities Rosen had acquired. With the ability to penetrate the fruit, Rosen can penetrate the armed color and directly attack the silk thread body. Without the attachment of the armed color, his silk thread is fragile, and he wants to destroy birdcage with no effort at all. After the birdcage was retracted, the oppressive feeling over Dressrosa instantly disappeared. On the outside of the city, the ground, buildings, etc. that were cut by birdcage touched everyone's heart. Seeing that the other party was so interesting, Rosen just smiled. Doflamingo is no fool, just Yamato is enough to make him feel a strong sense of pressure, not to mention, there is a more difficult Rosen. Rosen offered him the terms of cooperation, which was a good step for Doflamingo. Although he is unruly, arrogant, and ambitious. However, he is still very aware of his own strength. Facing Kaido, he showed deep fear. And Rosen also knows that in the future, when he faced Marine Admiral Aokiji, he also had to bite the bullet. Although he didn't think about it in the slightest, he was actually very scared in his heart. It won't be long before Kaido bounces around. In this world, only one strongest creature is enough. I hope that after I defeat him, your next employer will be me. After speaking, Rosen gave him a light look. Doflamingo's eyes darkened and he said nothing. After a moment of silence, he made a big move and turned to leave. 071 Overcome, the second personality. Divine Beast Pirates. Captain. Rosen Cat Fruit Eudemon's White Tiger Form Paramesha Penetrating Fruit. Vice Captain. Yamato Inu Dog Fruit Eudemon's Oguchi True God Form. Combatant. Cavendish. Lookout. Garrot. Making Yakushi. Afra. Pirate ship. Mythical beast Xuanwu. Archaeologist. Kazuki Hiyori. Bird fruit. Phantom species. 5-colored peacock form. Sniper. Izawa. Botanist. Leo insect fruit. Phantom species skyhorn ant form. Total members. 9. Total bounty. 1.63 billion Bailey, 16 draws, 2 draws available. System warehouse. Zoan-U Demon's Devil Fruitex 35 extractable. Before you know it, the members already have 9 people. Recalling the scene when I went out to sea with Yamato, I couldn't even figure out the direction, so I drifted aimlessly on the sea for several days before I barely saw the island. Compared with now, that is a world of difference. In fact, it has only been a month or two since he went to sea. Today's Divine Beast pirates already have a decent strength. In terms of high-end combat power, it is not even weaker than the Imperial Regiment. As for positions, there are cooks, navigators, scientists who are urgently needed at the moment. As for the position of the boatman, it can be omitted. Because, this ship and Xuanwu are one body. Damage to the hull is equivalent to damage to the basalt. He can gain self-recovery ability with Zoan's powerful body. Even the 9-turn golden pill is equally limited to Xuanwu. A 9-turn golden core can restore all injuries, and the damage to the hull can also be restored. Now as long as he recruits chefs, navigators, and scientists, his team can basically take shape. For the rest, just recruiting combatants is enough. The bounty hasn't moved yet. Rosen looked suspicious. This time, such a big commotion in the arena was even reported by the World News Agency for 3 consecutive days, causing the whole world to be shocked. It stands to reason that Marine should definitely respond. But even now, the bounty hasn't changed at all. Is it still weighing my threat? Rosen smiled. Back to the kingdom of Dong Dong Tower. King Goncho came to greet him with a look of excitement. Dear Mr. Rosen, on behalf of the entire Dongdongta Kingdom, I would like to express my sincere thanks to you. You rescued you and our 500 people, and also rescued my dear daughter. From now on, you will be our Dongdongta family, benefactor. Goncho, the king, saluted Rosen himself. Behind him, the Dongdongta clan did the same, and everyone was full of gratitude to Rosen. Among them are the more than 500 little people who were enslaved by Doflamingo. They lived and were squeezed every day, and now they are finally freed. Advertisement. And the one who brought them new life was this big human race man in front of them. We learned that Your Excellency is studying plants and medicinal materials. In order to express our gratitude to you, our kingdom of Dongdongta will share more than 14,000 kinds of plant seeds that we have collected from generation to generation, including precious medicinal materials. Contains more than 3,000 species. Soon someone moved out the seeds in large and small bags. Hearing his words, Afra was overjoyed. Great, there are so many. There are more than 3,000 kinds of medicinal materials, which is not a small number. It is difficult to find so many medicinal materials in all the pharmacies in Dressrosa. Maybe now we can get together the formula of Jojuan Jinden. Even the ingredients of several other medicinal herbs can also be found in these medicinal materials. However, we will have to check it out to find out. King Ganchao, Princess Mancheri, I'm going to follow my benefactor to go on an adventure. Leo stood up. After obtaining the horned ant fruit, it brought him great benefits. His body was a little stronger, the ant tentacles on the top of his head were particularly conspicuous, and his eyes also reflected the brilliance of heroism. This is really good, we can't repay the kindness of the benefactor, if you can help them, that's really good. Of course Goncho would not refuse. The little people are inherently simple, they don't have too complicated thoughts, they will take one thing very seriously, especially those who are kind to them, will be remembered by their entire race for a lifetime. For example, in the middle of the kingdom, the statue of Rolando was the one who helped the little people 400 years ago. 400 years have passed, and today's little people still commemorate Rolando's kindness, and people worship the statue every day. Rosen's kindness to them was no worse than Roland's. Even at this moment in the Dongdong Tower Kingdom Factory, there is a stone statue based on the appearance of Rosen, which is already being processed. After returning to Xuanwu, Rosen first led Leo to the greenhouse cultivation room. You mean, these nutrient soils can speed up plants 100-fold? Hearing what Rosen said, even Leo was shocked. The little people have a natural affinity for plants. After their careful cultivation, the growth rate of plants will increase several times. However, compared with the 100-fold acceleration of nutrient soil, it is not a little bit worse. With you, it's estimated to be hundreds of times faster in the future. Rosen smiled slightly. The rapid growth potion drawn from the system before can quickly convert the soil into nutrient soil, and has the magical effect of 100 times acceleration. After passing through the hands of the little human race, it can indeed be doubled several times. It's hard to imagine how big a role this greenhouse will play in the future. A vegetable may only take a few hours to mature, and those top-quality medicinal materials that have been around for thousands of years can be easily achieved in a few years. It's so stupid. Leo's breathing quickened a bit. This really gave him a surprise. With this nutrient field that has 100 times faster growth, he is absolutely confident in cultivating the best rare medicine in the world. Except growing greenhouses. The flower beds, lawns, etc. on the boat are also under the jurisdiction of Leo. With him, there is no need to worry about the greening of the boat. Coming to the flower bed, a 2-meter-tall sapling caught Rosen's attention. For flowers, 0 cent. What kind of tree is this? Why have I never seen it before? Advertisement. Looking at the Enlightenment tea tree saplings planted in the central flower bed at the door of the cabin, Leo was suddenly a little puzzled. This ancient tea tree from a different dimension world, the treasure that Rosen drew 10 times in a row, he had never seen before. A tea tree, Rosen explained. This is a new species I've never seen before. Rosen laughed. Of course you haven't seen it before, this is the only one in this world. In the future, this tree will be under your control. When he grows taller, I will build a mini tree house for you. Rosen touched Leo's head. Great, I'm also very interested in this tree, so I can study it. Leo's eyes suddenly lit up. The tea leaves of the Taoist tea tree have the magical effect of refreshing and enlightening the mind, so that he can get many benefits by living in the tree. That night, in order to celebrate Leo's joining, the Xuanwu was lit up again. Kazuki Hiyori played the shamisen, and Izawa sang with great confidence. Wine to accompany, food to match, sailor's comfort, it's that simple. Captain Rosen, as you said last time, after I overcome the second personality, there is a gift for me, right? When the banquet was about to end, Cavendish sneaked up to ask. That's right, that gift, Rosen kept for him. It's just that the time is not yet ripe, and Rosen doesn't dare to give it to him. If that's the case, then I will work hard to train my knowledge, and when my knowledge is strong enough, I can easily restrain the second personality, and even control him. Cavendish said confidently. You mean seeing and hearing? Rosen was a little puzzled. Yes, I have long discovered that the appearance of the second personality is related to the strength of my mental power. And seeing, hearing, and color is the embodiment of spiritual power. When I hadn't awakened, even during the day, that guy often appeared to control my body. It wasn't until, after I woke up and my spiritual power was greatly improved, he could only appear after I fell asleep. I think when my mental power is strong enough, I should be able to take the initiative to control him and gain his power. Cavendish clenched his fist. That guy really caused him a lot of trouble, but I have to say that that guy's strength is much stronger than him. If he can take the initiative to control him, he can get great benefits. If that's the case, then it's easy. When the new bounty is updated, you should be able to draw a lot of enhancement potions. When you use it for him, the problem of the second personality will be solved easily. It can even help Cavendish get a significant improvement. You mean, did they forget us? In the warehouse. The 2 Marine Vice Admiral who were tied up with 5 flowers showed a bitter look. Shut up. Guillaume cursed. You said the Marshal would agree to their request and exchange us back. Gage sighed. Then who knows? Guillaume didn't want to speak at all. Oh, what a sin. 072 dog fruit phantom species, 9 tails fox form. Rosen was woken up early the next morning. Captain, Marine's men are here. Hearing the news, Rosen came to the bow soon. Through the telescope, you can see a large warship slowly approaching on the sea level. The 2 Marine Vice Admiral who were tied up in the warehouse were overjoyed when they heard the news. Looking at the figure standing on the warship, a slight smile appeared on the corner of Rosen's mouth. Actually, Admiral has been dispatched, he really looks up to me. He muttered to himself. Headed by the opposite, Rosen naturally knows. One of the 3 admirals of the contemporary marine, the sparkling fruit-capable person, poor Salino codenamed Kizaru, is standing with his hands behind his back, standing on the bow of the warship. Behind him, the elite-level vice admirals such as Ghost Spider and Doberman stood with a deep expression and said nothing. On their trip, they came to exchange hostages at Rosen's request. As the elite vice admiral of Marine's younger generation, Guillaume and the super potential are extremely good, especially Guillaume, who was once favored by Marine hero Garp the Fist. As for Rosen's request, it doesn't matter to them, and of course they won't refuse. I just didn't expect that Marine would send Admiral directly in this hostage exchange. It seems that Rosen does have a certain weight in Marine's eyes. But if you think about it carefully, it is understandable. After all, even the 2 elite vice admiral in Marine, plus the CP0 organization, failed to win Rosen with such a strong lineup. How could the other Marine vice admiral deter Rosen? If only other vice admiral were sent here, it is estimated that instead of saving the 437 people, they would put themselves in. Since it's Kizaru, Rosen seemed to guess what Marine was thinking. If Admiral Akainu is here, there is no doubt that their goal is not simply to rescue the hostages. If Aokiji is replaced, it means that Marine is in the real sense, just to rescue the hostages. Since it's a yellow ape, then their goal is clear. Try it out. That's right, while rescuing the hostages, they must have come with the attitude of tempting Rosen's group. Shout, you actually choose to trade in such a barren place, what a strange bunch of guys. Kizaru stood on the bow, still with that unpredictable expression. The warship quickly docked, but they did not disembark, and everyone looked at the white pirate ship ahead. It's finally here. Rosen crossed Erlang's legs and sat on the chair in the bow, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. What about our people? The ghost spider asked with a dark face. Don't worry, let me see the person I want first, have you brought me? Rosen said casually. After all, this transaction, but he occupies the initiative. The ghost spider gritted his teeth suddenly, showing a look of hatred. Bring people up. Soon, a marine soldier pressed a woman in prison uniform with handcuffs on her hands. Seeing this female prisoner, Rosen smiled slowly. Then he clapped his hands. Soon, Cavendish and Izawa came out, pressing Kaji and Gion. Pelusalino, sir. When Ja saw Ji Lai, he was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Admiral was dispatched directly. Rosen looked at Kizaru lightly, smiled and said, 2 for 1, you earn. Whimper, what a strange kid to ask us for a mere prisoner. Kizaru was a little puzzled by Rosen's behavior. Rosen also shrugged helplessly. I want to ask for Vegapunk, but I think you can't give it. So I can only settle for the next best thing and ask you for someone who is somewhat useful to me. The ghost spider said with a dark face. Then you talk about how to exchange it. Rosen. It's simple, one-handed sigh. Aren't you afraid that after we rescue the hostages, we will turn around and not recognize the person? Advertisement. Kizaru made an exaggerated expression, and at the same time, he also slowly extended a finger, and the fingertip began to condense laser light. Seeing his movements, the people behind Rosen quickly prepared for battle. And Rosen grinned. Since I take the initiative to make a deal with you and expose our position, I am afraid that you will turn your face. After speaking, he stood up and said slowly with his hands behind his back, if you think I'm not prepared, you can give it a try. Hearing his words, Kizaru didn't have the slightest doubt. Shout, what a horrible kid. Kizaru pretended to be frightened, and the laser light in his hand slowly dissipated. Just based on what Rosen said just now, it was enough to see the horror of the man in front of him. Such a person exists in the sea, it is really a fearful existence. However, the main purpose of his trip was to rescue the hostages and act according to the circumstances. Seeing the attitude of the other party at this moment, he immediately gave up other ideas. In that case, let's exchange. He didn't hesitate at all. Soon, Gion and Cage were handed over to Marine, and the female prisoner Rosen needed came to Rosen's boat. Wow, was actually rescued by someone I didn't know. The female prisoner let out a strange laugh. Ignoring the female prisoner's smile, Rosen still looked at Marine. The deal is over, you can go one. Hey, don't be so impatient, I still have a few questions to ask you. Kizaru smiled casually. I'd really like to know, you are really legendary, what kind of physique? You ask this. Rosen's mouth raised slightly. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? I didn't expect such a shocking physique in the world. Speaking of this, even Kizaru showed a look of emotion. Then what is your second ability? You can even ignore the armed color, it's terrible. Rosen smiled without saying a word and looked at each other quietly. Well, forget it, you wouldn't say it if you think about it. Kizaru touched his head and smiled awkwardly. By the way, is the one next to you really Kaido's son? He asked again. It's a daughter, to be exact. Hey, that's it. Kizaru's heart suddenly became clear. Soon, he sighed again. Although I really don't want to miss this opportunity, it shouldn't be so easy to win you, it's really a headache. He paced back and forth on the warship, showing a tangled face. And Rosen laughed too. The same is true for me. Although I have confidence in my current strength, it is impossible to defeat a Marine Admiral easily. Otherwise, if I take your head and trade with Marine, maybe I can get a better deal. Useful stuff. Rosen grinned, showing a set of white teeth. Hearing his words, the group of ghost spiders showed anger. Who do you think you are to underestimate Marine Admiral? B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* attempt and exploded. Only Kizaru didn't think the other party was joking. The video projection from the arena was enough to see how troublesome the man in front of him was. Although with the sparkling fruit ability, he is confident to deal with this person, but if he wants to defeat a guy with a strong physique, double fruit ability, and master conqueror's entanglement, he also knows that it is not so easy. And Rosen thinks the same way. Among the three admirals, the most difficult one should be this Kizaru. Although he has always looked like he is not motivated, but in fact, sparkling fruit is extremely powerful and can almost be invincible. Although Akainu's attack is the strongest, Rosen, as a zone ability, is least afraid of hitting hard. On the contrary, the incomprehensible existence of Kizaru is the most troublesome. If that's the case, that's all it can do. Kizaru sighed helplessly. It's a shame to be led by a newcomer. Let's go. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the cabin. The ghost spider gritted his teeth and clucked his fists. Immediately, he snorted coldly and turned away as well. Advertisement. Looking at the shadow of the large warship slowly receding, Rosen was also very emotional. The next time first meet Marine Admiral, I should have enough strength to crush it. He is very confident in himself. With a system in place, it is only a matter of time before the Admiral and the four Emperors are surpassed. In just 1 or 2 months of going to sea, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. See you next time, but you won't let go of each other easily. Wow wow wow, little brother, I have seen the newspaper about you, you are recruiting phantom beasts, so you rescued me from Marine's Vice Admiral. After Marine left, the female prisoner in seastone handcuffs walked towards Rosen. Since that's the case, then quickly untie the handcuffs of my sister, and my sister will follow you in the future. The female prisoner threw a wink. Rosen's whole body jerked, and her scalp felt numb. It's really disgusting. If you get on the boat, won't you even be able to eat in the future? Not only Rosen, but even Cavendish on the side showed a look of disgust. Hey Captain, don't you really want to let this disgusting eldest sister aboard? He protested immediately. What do you mean? Didn't you save me just to make me your partner? The female prisoner immediately felt offended. It is unforgivable to say that she is disgusting. After all, she was also one of the werewolves who once roamed the sea, and was hailed by the world government as the most vicious female criminal in the world. Now that she is actually said to be disgusting, if this were changed before, she would definitely kill all those who mocked her appearance mercilessly. But now, she is still wearing sea stone, so she can only hold back for a while. To save you, it doesn't necessarily have to make you a partner. Rosen shook his head slowly. Dog and dog fruit, phantom species 9 tails fox form. This is a rare phantom beast fruit. If he gets this fruit, he will have one more member in the future. As for this Karina Dapeng, a person who used to be famous, and she was nicknamed the Crescent Hunter, her strength is naturally beyond doubt. But unfortunately, this is a ruthless and ambitious person. Rosen didn't think she would stay on the boat honestly and stubbornly. Such a person with a wicked heart, even if he became the captain of the 6th ship of the Blackbeard pirates in the future, he did not obey Blackbeard in his heart. Having someone like her around is a ticking time bomb after all. Maybe one day, she will defect. Looking at the 8 people on the Rosen ship plus 1 ship, every member is trustworthy. As for Dapeng, Rosen doesn't need it. Hey, are you asking for lousy? Seeing Rosen's anti-4.0 response, Dapeng's eyes suddenly turned fierce. Rescue Lousy just to humiliate Lousy. Boy, you don't know where to play in the mud when Lousy crosses the sea. If it weren't for the fact that she was still wearing seastone handcuffs at the moment, she might have erupted long ago. I don't care what you were like when you traversed the sea, I only know that now is the era when I traverse the sea. Rosen grinned, a wind blade condensed in his hand. B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่Seeing Rosen's anti-4.0 Dapeng quickly panicked. She thought that this time was the turning point of her fate, but she didn't expect that the development of things was a little different from what she expected. As soon as she gritted her teeth, she turned around, jumped off the Xuanwu, and ran towards the dense forest on Greenbit Island. As long as they can escape, there will always be a way to untie the mere seastone handcuffs. But how could she escape? After all, she was exchanged for 2 Vice Admiral level hostages. 3 minutes later, Rosen has a new fruit in his hands. Dog and dog fruit, phantom species 9 tails fox form. The upgraded version of Paramesha clone fruit, has ever-changing abilities, and also master powerful charm illusion. With this fruit, his future members can reach 45 members, 42 system rewards, 1 comes from Yamato, 1 for Orochi, and 1 for 9 tails. 073 shocked the world, the 5th emperor at sea appeared. It's been a few days since this incident. Suddenly, Marine released a piece of news that shocked the world. With the release of this news, the pattern of New World has undergone earth-shaking changes in an instant. When countless postman albatrosses flew out, in just a day or two, the newspaper spread all over the world. Hey, it's true, Marine is crazy, why are they? After countless people got the newspaper, their first reaction was to show disbelief. Of course, many people expressed doubts. New World, on Red Force. The red-haired Shanks held the newly published newspaper in his hand, and his pupils shrank suddenly. These guys. He grinned, his eyes full of meaning. On the other side of Moby DK's number, Whitebeard, who was dripping, also squinted. Jiuyou la 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 la, it's really interesting, the younger generation has an amazing character. And in the corner, a big man with messy hair was also holding a newspaper in his hand, and his eyes exuded an amazing light. Thief ha ha ha. In the air, only his bold and strange laughter remained. Oh, just by them. All nations, Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin, holding a newspaper in her hand, gave a grim smile. Marines bastards, what a stupid decision. Perospero showed deep dissatisfaction. Roar. On the ghost island of Wanokuni. A thunderous roar shook the universe, and in the thick cloud layer, a figure that covered the sky and covered the sun tossed in the sea of clouds, and the sky suddenly flashed and thundered, as if a natural disaster was imminent. Stupid Marine, who, a curse, accompanied by an angry roar, shocked the entire Wanokuni. Yan Ashes below has a gloomy gaze, and his face is also not good looking. The newspaper in his hand was twisted and deformed by him, and immediately a flame was born out of thin air, burning the newspaper to ashes. Just with these guys, are they worthy? Sabayati Bottom Islands. An old man holds a wine bottle in one hand and reads the newspaper in the other, with a funny smile on the corner of his mouth. And the owner of the tavern next to him has deep eyes. New World, it's going to change. Reactions like this are happening everywhere. In addition to being deeply shocked, many people showed strong dissatisfaction. The last time this happened was 3 years ago, when Marine made a decision that changed the long-standing pattern of New World. At that time, the 3-legged situation of New World suddenly became a 4-legged confrontation with the strong intrusion of a newcomer. At that time, it caused a sensation all over the world. The original 3 emperors were full of disdain for this newly appeared 4th emperors. And the other big pirates in the New World also showed strong disapproval. Immediately afterwards, an amazing war broke out in the New World. And the new emperor who has risen strongly, with his amazing strength, swept away many controversies and established his position in the new world. Since then, the new world has gradually accepted the term, four emperors. And now, only 3 years later, a piece of news released by Marine caused the four emperors, which had just been consolidated, to change again. The fifth emperor. Marine is child's play. Just a team of just a few people deserves to be called the emperor of the sea. New world, there's going to be chaos again. Looking at the newspaper in their hands, countless people expressed emotion. Advertisement. Hey, I'm already dissatisfied with the red-haired guy becoming the fourth emperor, and now there's a fifth emperor. Are all these trash? Marine, blind. In less than 2 months after debuting, you were crowned emperor. What a bunch of idiots. Marine is getting worse and worse. For a time, New World sounded countless voices. The red hair pirates became the fourth emperor after 3 years ago. The fifth sea emperor of the New World finally appeared again. However, the appearance of this sea emperor was full of endless controversy. Even when the red-haired emperor was named emperor 3 years ago, it was not as controversial as it is now. After all, no matter how young the red-haired Shanks is, he was also a crew member of One Piece Roger. Moreover, he himself also possesses extremely powerful strength. There are a lot of masters around him, and every crew member is a top-level elite. Although known as the youngest sea emperor, in fact, the red hair's debut time is not short. Not to mention his experience as a trainee crew member on One Piece Roger's ship when he was young, even if he later founded Red Hair Pirates, it has been about 20 years now. After 20 years of development, Red Hair has traveled all over the world, and gathered a group of strong and reliable partners. Even so, after they returned to the Grand Line, it took a few years for them to become famous enough to be crowned emperors. His companions, although not as many as the other emperors. However, there are also dozens of elites. Look at the fifth emperor. The Beast Pirates, Rosen. Known members, 7 people, have become, there are only 5 people. These 5 people, that is, the 5 people who have really shot in the Dressrosa arena. There are 2 other people, and Marine's spy secretly took pictures while Marine was still trading hostages with them. Marine's knowledge of these 2 people is limited to pictures, and it is still unknown what kind of strength they have. Merely, 7 people deserve to be crowned emperor. What did Marine think? Countless people are yelling. The Emperor of the Sea is no child's play, which determines the future pattern of New World. Anyone who can become the Emperor of the Sea occupies an important position in the New World. The 15th division of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard. The family group of 4 Emperors Big Mom. 4 Emperors Kaido's 20,000 strong beast group. Dozens of elites from 4 Emperors Shanks. Any imperial regiment cannot be compared by mere 7 people. However, some people also speculate that it is absolutely impossible for the Rosen group to be so important to Marine, and there may be some people who have not shown up. But that's just speculation. Of course, for some knowledgeable people, there will be no such doubts. On the Moby DK. Phoenix Marco grinned. The general members have been announced. What a horrible bunch of people. If there is no accident, the other 2 fur women who have never shot, should also be phantom beasts. A team of 7 Udemons members, what a terrible lineup. Is this what really scares Marine? As one of the 4 Emperors team, the people on board the Whitebeard pirates naturally had unique insights, and they quickly understood why the 5th Emperor was so important to Marine. Sengoku, who is Martial Marine, is also a phantom beast. Human fruit Udemon's Buddha form. So Sengoku, like Marco, is very aware of the horrors of those with phantom powers. This kind of fruit, which is rarer and rarer than the Logia fruit, has extraordinary abilities, and at the same time, it will inherit Zoan's powerful physique. And this mythical beast pirate group, all members are phantom beasts, it is difficult to imagine how terrifying the strength of these people will be. Don't say anything else. The Rosen Yamato duo, who had an amazing performance in the arena some time ago, is enough to prove it all. Yamato, who has transformed into some kind of phantom beast, is surrounded by strange frozen flames, and has a mace in his hand, and his power is not even weaker than that of the 4 Emperors Kaido. With one stick, the giant clan can be blown away, and even a 10,000-ton weight human with a single stick. Advertisement. These performances, as well as enough to prove the strength of this person. In addition, this person is also the biological daughter of the 4 Emperors Kaido, and this alone is enough to raise its threat to new heights. That captain, Rosen, was able to suppress the 3 CPO members by himself. Imagine how powerful it is. Even a few people can see that this Rosen probably already has 2 devil fruit abilities. This statement has only been circulated at the top of Marine and has not been announced to the outside world. At the same time, there is one thing that has not been leaked out, which is the confrontation between Kizaru and Rosen 2 days ago. Face off against Marine Admiral Kizaru, plus a few elite-level Vice Admiral, and the strength of a large warship. The 7 people on the opposite side didn't have the slightest fear, and it seemed that even Marine Admiral didn't care at all. This incident also became a factor in Marine's decision. Since none of these were disclosed by Marine, therefore, it is understandable that others will raise doubts. But for Marine executives, there is absolutely no problem with this decision. The change of the New World pattern has become a foregone conclusion. As a new Sea Emperor, Rosen is bound to play a world in the New World. At this time, Greenbit Island, Rosen and his gang, who were the new Imperial group, cheered the moment they heard the news. Yay, that's awesome, didn't expect us to be a royal group so soon. Quote. Garrett was surprised. Regarding the 450 method of the Emperor of the Sea, she also recently learned that when she was in Zou Island before, she did not know what the Emperor of the Sea was. They were thrilled to learn that they had become one of the 5 most powerful groups in the New World. It's true, it's too fast, it's unbelievable. Cavendish knows this best. After all, he has also completed the first half of the Grand Line, and he has long admired the Emperor of the Sea for a long time. In any case, he did not expect that, after joining Rosen's team for about 2 months, he became a member of the royal group that was previously out of reach for him. As for Kazuki Hiyori, although he doesn't know what a Sea Emperor is, he knows Kaido. Kaido, as the biggest enemy of the Kazuki family and even Wano Kuni, is also the enemy she has hated for 17 years, and his identity is one of the 4 emperors. Unexpectedly, she has also joined a team that is equal to Kaido in terms of status. Thinking about it is incredible, like a dream. As expected of a big brother, it's a cow. Sure enough, choosing this team is the most correct choice. Ease also laughed. After all, he's also one of the newcomers to Rosen's boat. Unexpectedly, this team has been promoted to the Imperial League shortly after joining. Yamato holds a dumbbell in one hand while exercising while reading the newspaper. On par with that old thing. So fast. Of course, some people are happy and some are sad. When they were all excited, there was a miniature figure, squatting alone in the corner, wiping tears. Wow, it hurts too much. The photos of, I have my shadow on them, but they don't treat me as a human being. Woo. Leo was very aggrieved. During the hostage exchange the other day, Marine took a surreptitious photo. Obviously he is standing on Aiza's shoulder, and his appearance can be seen in the photos. But even so, none of Marine's identified members mentioned him. I guess, I'm treating you as a doll pendant on me, ha ha ha. Yeezy patted him, unable to hold back his laughter. You are the pendant. It hurts too much, woohoo. Chapter 74 Auto-generated chapter title. 074.5 billion bounty, The Legend of the Black Knife. Sure enough, the Emperor. Rosen looked at the sky with a look of emotion, with deep eyes. It seems that this deliberate display of strength is a correct decision. Of course, thanks to Doflamingo, Rosen wouldn't have made such a splash if it wasn't for his gains. After all, if it wasn't for his cooperation with the CPO, the dignified world government cipher pole would not have come here, and Rosen would naturally not have killed the 3 masked men, making the world government completely mad. In just 2 months, he successfully completed the achievement of the 5th Emperor at sea. The next step is the last one piece. But before that, the power of the team, after all, must develop and grow as soon as possible. With just a few people, there is no way to stabilize the foundation of oneself. Looking at the other 4 emperors, anyone has a heritage of decades. Even the red-haired Shanks, who has just been crowned emperor for only 3 years, has been in the team for about 20 years. In addition to being strong, they also have connections all over the world. On the other hand, Rosen. Apart from these few people, there is nothing, and the only thing that is fortunate is that it has the support of the Fur tribe and the Little Human tribe. But compared with other 4 emperors, it was still far behind. It's still too soon. Thinking of this, Rosen shook his head. After all, he has only been out for more than 2 months, and the growth time is still too short. The next adventure has to continue. The rise of status, Rosen doesn't really care. Anyway, with his ability, sooner or later, he can become the Emperor of the Sea and even the Pirate King. What really caught his attention was the bounty. This time it has increased a lot. Rosen grinned. In the final analysis, everything he did was aimed at increasing the total bounty, so as to carry out the system lottery. And this time, after being promoted to the Imperial League, the bounties of him and his teammates have been greatly improved. First is yourself, Captain of the Divine Beast Pirates, 5th Sea King of New World, White Tiger Fruit, Penetrating Fruit, Dual Fruit Ability Holder, Rosen. Bounty. 1.5 billion. The bounty of 1.5 billion is already worthy of his current status.
After all, he has just been crowned emperor, so naturally it is impossible to compare himself with those old-fashioned emperors. Although Rosen is not satisfied with this, but it has to be done step by step. It must be unrealistic to want to become the emperor with 4 or 5 billion bounties from Kaido and Ant just based on one arena event. Then there is Yamato, as one of the protagonists of the arena event. The strength of Yamato also made Marine feel threatened. If Rosen is the 5th emperor of the sea, then Yamato, the deputy captain, is naturally the emperor's deputy. Her royal power is beyond doubt. Even, in terms of personal strength, among the 5 emperors and vice presidents, she should be considered to be at the top. After all, it is a ruthless character who can play on an equal footing with Kaido. And after the strengthening of the body refining pill during this period, her Zoan physique has been greatly improved, and her strength is even stronger than that of her 3 years later. The Dome battle 3 years later was Yamato's battle of conferring gods. With his excellent strength, Kaido could even eat it several times. If she was at that time, she belonged to the peak. So now, she has surpassed the peak. The second character of the Divine Beast Pirates, the deputy of the 5 emperors, the fruit of Oguchi, the daughter of Kaido of the Beasts, Yamato. Bounty. 1 billion if it was the first time, a reward of 500 million was offered, it was by virtue of her identity as the daughter of Kaido of the Beasts. Then the 1 billion this time is based on her true strength. The bounty of 1 billion is very close to the 1.057 billion bounty offered by Katakuri, who is also the deputy emperor. It can be seen from this that she is also valued by Marine. Except Yamato, the third highest bounty on the team is undoubtedly Cavendish. As a supernova of contemporary fame, Cavendish originally had a bounty of 280 million. After he joined the Divine Beast Pirates, the bounty reached 350 million Bailey. You know, even Run Ting, one of the Beast's pirates flying 6, has a bounty of only 400 million. And Cavendish, with the ability of the Kunpeng fruit not yet exposed, can get a bounty of 350 million, which shows that Marine pays much attention to him. This time, he transformed into a Kunpeng form for the first time in the arena, turning into afterimages at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, the Marines fell one after another. Such a swift and gorgeous slash is simply beyond imagination. This scene made everyone look at him with admiration. On the basis of the original strength, he obtained the Kunpeng form ability of the Phantom Beast species. The strength has undergone earth-shaking changes, and the threat level has suddenly soared. So, for him now, the bounty has been raised to 530 million. The bounty here includes his original fame, status, strength, plus his current Phantom Beast ability, the status of an Imperial Cadre, etc. The only thing missing was a battle that would allow him to show his true strength. Merely slashing a large number of Marine soldiers in an instant can prove nothing. Advertisement: if you can give him an extreme battle and let him show his true level, by then, his bounty will be increased even more. And then, it is Izawa's 160 million, and Kazuki Hiyori's 125 million. The two of them are also facing the same problem, that is, they failed to show their true level. The picture received by Marine ended at the moment when Cavendish slashed Marine soldiers and the projection phone bug fell to the ground and the signal was forcibly interrupted. So, the ensuing battle Marine couldn't see. It is difficult to judge the true strength of the two of them based on just a few sets of photos taken by Morgans. The only thing that can be known is that these two are also Phantom Beasts. A peacock-like Phantom Beast with colorful rays of light flowing on his body, holding a famous sword that is about to be transformed into a black sword. One is a macaque-like Phantom Beast with 6 ears, and the weapon in his hand is quite impressive. It is a pitch-black sniper rifle with an extremely domineering appearance. The strength of these two people is a mystery, causing infinite reverie. Not knowing the specific strength is more disturbing. These 5 people are currently known members of the 5 Phantom Beast-capable members of the Divine Beast Pirates. The remaining 2 have not even known their names. Marine was only in the process of exchanging hostages, and Marine soldiers took the opportunity to take pictures secretly, and only then did they know the existence of Garrett and Afra. Since the name is unknown, the reward order has not been made public. As for Leo, the villain in the photo, he was used as a pendant and was directly ignored by Marine. At this point, the big team upgrade and the big bounty update have ended here. Total team bounty: 3.315 billion, draws, 16 times. Lottery available, 17 times, a full 1710 draws add up to 170 items. Exciting to think about. Before that, he had only pumped 16 times and had already obtained countless benefits. In the next 17 lottery draws, as long as the luck is not too bad, you will definitely be able to draw a lot of good things. Start the lottery. Congratulations on your drawing, Weiyuan Dan X1. Congratulations, you have drawn Body Refining Pill X1. Congratulations for drawing Puppet Charm X1, Puppet Charm. A rune that can control others. As long as it is attached to the back of the target's neck, it can arbitrarily manipulate the other's words and deeds. This is a good thing, and if used properly, it can bring him great help. Rosen is very pleased with it. Immediately he continued to look down. Congratulations, you have drawn Body Refining Pill X1. Congratulations, you have drawn Seeing Color Enhancement Potion X1. Congratulations for drawing Weapon Refinement Card X1. Weapon Refinement Card? Rosen suddenly showed a hint of curiosity. He turns his attention to the item profile. Weapon Refinement Card. For weapons, it can be used to transform weapons into weapons of the Black Knife level, with armament hockey effects. For the definition of Black Knife, Rosen is too clear. So far, there are only 2 known Black Knife weapons in the world. One is the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk's Black Blade Knight. The other one is the Black Sword Kiyoshui, the weapon of Shimotsuki Ryoma, the former dragon-killing samurai. The so-called black knives are not naturally forged black knives. Instead, it means that the user continuously tempers through hockey, and finally transforms step by step, becoming a black knife with its own armed color effect. Beside Rosen, there is a weapon that is infinitely close to the black knife. The famous sword, Yanmo. Enma is a famous swordsmith in Wano-kuni, who borrowed the work of Kozaburo Dasuki, and is one of the 2 sabers of Kazuki Oden. This Enma, who accompanied Kazuki Oden for half his life, was only 1 step away from transforming into a black sword. It is a pity that Kazuki Oden was framed by Orochi and Kaido and died young. If not, with Kazuki Oden's talent, Yanmo can definitely grow into a black sword. Just a half-step black sword, Yanmo already has the consciousness to release the holder hockey without authorization. If he successfully transforms, Yanmo can become a real top-quality sword. And the weapon refining card drawn by the system can make a weapon skip the long training experience and directly transform into a black knife. It's also a rare item card. Rosen sighed. Thinking of this, he went out the door and found Kazuki Hiyori. After explaining to her the purpose of this item card, Kazuki Hiyori was taken aback. Metamorphosis into a black knife. The sword, for the Wano-kuni samurai, is the most important thing, so many people know the saying of the black sword. Kazuki Hiyori is no exception. He was extremely surprised to learn that he could directly transform into a black knife. Don't be surprised, it's the power of science, Rosen smiled. Kazuki Hiyori picked up Enma in his hand, showing a hint of hesitation. During this period of time, she has also felt the powerful power contained in Yanmo, but her strength is too weak to exert Yanmo's true strength at all. Advertisement, and this is only a half-step black knife. If it transforms into a real black knife and becomes in existence like the black knife Autumn Water, this knife will be even more terrifying. But she thought about it, and then shook her head. No, this is the knife that my father left me. I will inherit my father's legacy and turn him into a black knife with my own ability. I don't need this shortcut. Kazuki Hiyori's eyes were full of determination. Although, she is still very weak, but she firmly believes that one day she too can become a powerful warrior like her father. Seemingly feeling the belief of Kazuki Hiyori, the famous sword Yanmo also sent out bursts of excited sword sounds, as if he was expressing his gratification for what she just said. So what? Rosen was a little surprised by her words. I didn't expect Kazuki Hiyori to be so enlightened. I thought that Kazuki Hiyori, who is the most beautiful woman in Wano-kuni, with a radiant body, will have many princess diseases. Now, it seems like the right decision to have her on board. Very good, Yanmo follows you, and it seems that he did not choose the wrong master. Rosen smiled, and immediately took back the weapon refinement card, and Yi's on the other side heard their conversation and leaned over. This kind of good stuff, don't give it to me, he turned around in despair. Isn't it a pity to leave it unused? He is smiling. Rosen looks at him. Give you? Yeah, my gun should also be able to be used, maybe it will transform into a unique, black gun. Yi blinked. Black gun? Rosen was also stunned, he had never heard the term, black gun. However, according to his memory, it seems that some powerful snipers can also attach their armed colors to bullets. Like Beckman, he was able to use a gun to make the Logia capable. Kizaru, raise his hands and obediently, don't move. If the bullet had no arm color, it would never have hit a Logia capable person. Yi's touched his head. I haven't awakened my armament yet, if your stuff is really useful, wouldn't I be able to save a lot of energy? Yes, although he is very talented, he is only limited to seeing and hearing talent. Armed color is not his specialty. If his bullet sniper rifle can really transform into a weapon similar to black knife. Does Lee's might bring him great benefits, I think I can give it a try. Rosen was immediately curious, he also wanted to see if the so-called black gun really existed. Compared with swordsmen, snipers have much less requirements for armament. The swordsman must be very domineering to inject the weapon color into the weapon, in order to burst out the truly powerful power. For a long time, this slowly gave birth to the black knife. And snipers don't inject their weapons into firearms like swordsmen, so there is no such thing as a black gun in history. If Yi's bullet can really transform into a black gun with its own armed color effect. Then he created a historical precedent, and in the history of snipers, he will leave a splendid stroke. Come on, get out your bullet. Rosen holds a weapon refinement card, and Yi carries a bullet sniper rifle on his shoulder. With a flash of light, all the light gradually melted into the bullet. Immediately, the gun began to change. Damn, it really does. Even Rosen was stunned. The first black gun in history was born. The original metallic color has changed to the appearance of armed color. In the darkness, a black light flashes, and an extremely powerful aura can be felt. Izawa's face was overjoyed, and he couldn't wait to hit bullet. I can feel it. A unique power is contained in the gun body. Yi's aimed at a big tree in front of him, and immediately shot out. Peefed. The ancient tree pierced in response. At the same time, through the detection of the color of knowledge, at the moment when the armor-piercing projectile lost out, the warhead was covered with a layer of black. Wow, take off, 075 lottery, animal pet eggs, covering armed color shooting. And shooting without covering the armed color, completely two concepts. In the entire pirate world, the snipers that can be taken on the table, without exception, all shoot in the master armed color. On the contrary, except for armed shooting, all firearms and bullets are almost useless. Of course, except for Iza's bullets and armor-piercing rounds. Now, with the transformation of bullet, a black technology weapon. Even if Izai did not awaken armament hockey, his attack still had its own armed color entanglement. In the future, when Izawa truly awakens the armed color, or uses the armed color enhancement potion to obtain the armed color ability, and then cooperates with the black gun of bullet, a more terrifying power will definitely erupt. Even Rosen began to have infinite expectations for the little sniper on his ship. He should be the strongest sniper in the future. That's great, thank you, Captain. As expected of my idol, I didn't follow the wrong person. Yi's jumped up excitedly and instantly turned into a little fanboy, full of admiration for Rosen. Captain, I went to the island to test the gun, and I'll bring the prey back for you later. He couldn't wait to rush to the depths of Greenbit Island. In the dense jungle, there are a large number of primitive creatures, but there is no need to worry about the safety of eyes. After obtaining Zoan's physique, even Yiz's physique is comparable to that of a wild beast, and ordinary primitive beasts can't threaten him. What's more, with the transformed bullet in hand, the one who can get close to Yiz's body is almost impossible to find on this island. The lottery has to continue. This is the first round, and there are still 16 rounds of 10 consecutive lottery draws. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations for your draw. 9th turn Jinden X1. Congratulations on your drawing. Outer Meteorite Iron X1. Meteorite Iron, this is the best forging knife material, as long as there is a qualified knife forging craftsman. Relying on such rare materials, it is absolutely possible to create top-level famous knives. Congratulations on your drawing. Cartilage Powder X1. Congratulations, you have drawn. Body Refining Pill X1. Congratulations, you drew. Body Refinement 450 by 1. Congratulations, you have drawn. Rapid Growth Potion ×1. Rosen shines. Fast Growth Potion is back. Having picked up a bottle before, he allowed him to build a greenhouse planting room with 100 times faster growth, and the flower beds on the boat were also equipped with nutrient soil. But now, drawing a bottle of Rapid Growth Potion again means that he can get more nutrient soil. Wait, since it's a potion, suddenly, Rosen thought. If it is a potion, then Afra, can it be prepared by testing the ingredients? If it can be formulated, doesn't it mean that in the future, he will have countless nourishing soil? Once the Rapid Growth Potion is produced in large quantities, it means that he can have a large area of nutritive medicine fields, and then he can have inexhaustible medicinal materials. Awesome. Once the supply of the most basic medicinal materials is solved, the formulas and medicinal herbs can be produced in large quantities. This is really a way to make money. However, does this potion belong to the category of medicine or science? Rosen reacted suddenly. It seems that both sides are involved. The technology that allows plants to grow rapidly should not only include medicine, but also science. This is really nerve-wracking. It looks like a scientist is desperately needed. Rosen rubbed his forehead. More and more things need scientists to complete, but any scientist in this world is a famous person. Naturally, Vegapunk does not need to think about it. It is the trump card of world government. The other is North Blue's Germa 66, which is a scientific force that relies on science to make a fortune. However, the Vinsmoke family is arrogant, and the Master's powerful Germa army is naturally impossible to bend to follow Rosen. And then, there's Beast's Pirates Blight Quinn. Quinn and Jamal's Vinsmoke Judge, as well as the original Vegapunk, Caesar Current, etc., all work together in an illegal scientific research team called MADS, BFEA, and the Masters are the world's top-level science and technology. Advertisement. It's just a pity that Quinn is a member of the Beasts, and he is good at the science of mechanical weapons and germs, which is not of much use to Rosen. And then there's Caesar under Doflamingo. Together with Vegapunk, Caesar joined the world government science class after leaving the illegal scientific research team and became the top scientist next to Vegapunk. The two are quite accomplished in technology such as bloodline factor, and Caesar has also mastered a lot of Vegapunk technology. For example, the artificial devil fruit was originally a concept proposed by Vegapunk, and after conducting experiments, it was found that the side effects were too great, so this cruel scientific concept was abandoned. And Caesar, after being arrested for causing the explosion of a scientific weapon, became a pirate and cooperated with Doflamingo to continue his evil scientific research, and this is the man-made devil fruit. With his master of technology, he can meet Rosen's requirements. It is a pity that Caesar, as a paramecia and gas fruit ability person, cannot board the ship as a Eudemon's ability person. Therefore, in his eyes, Caesar can only cooperate at most, but cannot recruit. If that's the case, then you can only find a way to find someone else. Is it the former MADS research team? Apart from these 4 people, there should be many other elite scientists? Rosen thought about it. You have to pay attention to the scientific trends in this world. Maybe you can find a more suitable partner besides Caesar. Congratulations, you drew. Sword Skill Enhancement Cheats X1. Congratulations on drawing you. Universal Pill X1. Congratulations for drawing you. Millennium Ginseng X1. Congratulations, you have drawn. Body Refining Pill X1. Rosen has already drawn several books for strengthening swordsmanship, and handed them over to Cavendish and Kazuki Hiyori respectively. These props have not been able to attract Rosen's attention. What really made his eyes shine was something that appeared in the next lottery. Congratulations for drawing you. Divine Beast Pet Egg ×1. Mythical Beast Pet Eggs? Rosen was immediately interested. Is it possible to hatch a mythical beast as a pet?
This is good. Doesn't that mean that another new member can be added?
Although it is a pet, but after all, as a divine beast, it should also be able to pass the system's requirements. Rosen couldn't wait to extract the pet eggs. Immediately, a half-human high egg with ancient animal patterns on its surface appeared in front of Rosen.
Good guy. With such a large body, I almost didn't hold it when I took it out. If it fell to the ground and smashed into pieces, it would be a justifiable meal that night. This egg radiated a faint light. Rosen tried to investigate with the sight, but found that the sight couldn't penetrate into it at all. The eggshell seemed to block the perception. This alone is enough to see his extraordinary. What kind of mythical beast will hatch? Rosen couldn't help but look forward to it. The phantom beast fruits on his body are all evolved from divine beasts, and this egg, which can hatch an orthodox mythical creature, must be extraordinary. As for hatching requirements, Rosen checked it out, and it seems that there are no special requirements. It only needs to sit for a period of time, and if the temperature is suitable, it can slowly hatch. He simply fixed it with a rope, so as not to accidentally break it. Now, you just need to wait slowly, and soon there will be an extra serious beast on the ship. In the next few rounds of draws, luck is average.
In addition to a lot of body refining pills, after Afra successfully researched the body refining pill formula, there will be as many as possible. Other miscellaneous things, a lot, can come in handy, but unfortunately the price is not high. It is worth mentioning that there are 3. The first one is the Devil Fruit Identification Card. That's right, this thing draws another one. For Rosen, this thing is quite useful.
The second thing that caught his attention. Named Fixed Point Portal. As the name suggests, this thing can teleport. Just place the corresponding 2 doors in the 2 positions that need to be teleported, enter one door, and walk out of the other door in an instant. For example, one door is placed on Greenbit Island and the other door is placed on the Xuanwu. Advertisement. You can transfer back and forth through the portal.
Even if you are thousands of miles away, you can instantly teleport another door to the location of the door through the teleportation door. That's a good thing too. Rosen was pleasantly surprised. This thing undoubtedly belongs to the category of science. If it can be handed over to future scientists to study, once the research and development is successful, it can bring them a lot of convenience with the help of the portal. 1 second you may still be on Zoan Island, the next second, you may appear in Greenbit. You can imagine how convenient it is. Rosen happily closed the portal, which could come in handy. And that wasn't the most satisfying thing for Rosen. The next pill immediately made his pupils shrink violently. Damn, this. His eyes were fascinated by the introduction information of this medicinal pill, and even his eyes showed deep shock. He has already drawn many kinds of medicine pills. Body refining pill, Zhouzhang golden pill, Jiuyin pill, Weiyuan pill, crazy magic pill, etc. But only now this one really made him feel incredible. Open black lens bracket crossing tribulation pill close black lens bracket. After using it, it can trigger the heavenly thunder to refine the body. If it can withstand the power of the heavenly tribulation, it will be reborn in nirvana, reborn, and transformed into an extraordinary body. Sky thunder body refinement, rebirth from tribulation. Extraordinary body. These few words caused an uproar in Rosen's heart. What is an extraordinary body? It means that it has surpassed the category of mortals and has a body close to that of a god. Zoan's physical awakening is equivalent to an extraordinary body. Once the Zoan fruit ability is awakened, it will gain super vitality, defense power, fighting ability, self-healing ability, super endurance and so on. These characteristics have already surpassed the category of mortals and are almost immortal. Kaido of the beasts, known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, is the awakening of the blue dragon fruit, and under the original super vitality of the blue dragon, he transformed again. The vitality of Qilin, plus the vitality obtained by Zoan after awakening. The superposition of the two created his almost immortal body. In addition to him, in Impel Down, there are some prisoner beasts who have awakened Zoan's ability, and they also have the body of immune to death. Although they are not as good as Qilin Kaido, no matter how badly they are injured, they can still recover quickly. And this is the terrible thing about Zoan. But the extraordinary body created by this tribulation pill is different from Zoan's awakening. Heavenly Thunder body refinement. Once the calamity is successfully overcome, even an ordinary person can obtain a physical body comparable to Zoan's awakening. And if it is Zoan ability, at the same time obtain the body of Thunder tribulation, plus the undead body after ability awakening. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the flesh can be. Can you compare it to the awakened Qilin? Rosen guessed. One is the body of the blue dragon, plus the body of awakening. One is the body of Thunder, plus the body of awakening. If expected, it should be comparable to Kaido's body. It's scary to think about. If Rosen gets the body of Thunder tribulation, once the white tiger fruit awakens in the future. Combining the two, he can simultaneously possess the strongest destructive power of a white tiger and a vitality comparable to that of a blue dragon. This tribulation transcendence pill is definitely the most powerful of all the medicinal pills he has drawn. What if Afra was asked to develop the formula? Rosen was shocked. This medicine is definitely a real medical product. If there is no accident, Afra should be able to pass the test and slowly deduce the formula. If it is really possible to obtain the tribulation pill formula and mass produce it. Doesn't that mean that in the future, all members will be able to gain immortality comparable to Kaido? Rosen's breathing quickened a bit. This medicinal pill cannot be used and must be kept for research. 076 This island, my 5 emperors, Rosen, are single. So far, this time the lottery is only halfway through. With 10 draws left, Rosen will do it all at once. In the end, there are quite a few things that can make him interested. Seawater Curse Removal Card, Amulet, Rebirth Card. Clean Water Lotus Seeds, 100 Poisons Invincible Constitution Inheritance Card. Devil Fruit Identification Card, Distraction Control Practice Sheets. Needless to say, the Seawater Curse Removal Card and Devil Fruit Appraisal Card are of extraordinary significance to him. And the Immobilization Talisman, like the Puppet Talisman before, can exert a corresponding effect when it is attached to a person's body. Chang Tu's Reincarnation Card, this is incredible. Using this card, you can revive dead souls with the method of reincarnation technique. This technique is a well-known technique in another dimension world, and its function is self-evident. Then there is purifying green lotus seeds. The water-purifying green lotus, as the name suggests, only needs to be planted in the pool. This green lotus can purify the water quality, even seawater, and even sewage can be quickly transformed into pure water. With this thing, you only need to build a pool on the boat in the future, and you can get a steady stream of pure water. From now on, the water source problem can be easily solved. Food problems. There is 100 times faster nutrient soil, and a batch of vegetables can be ripened in a few hours. Now, the water source problem has also been solved, and even if you sail for a long time in the future, you won't need to replenish. This is a welcome news. In addition, there's 100 Poisons Invincible Constitution Inheritance Card. Similar to the previous, Double Fruit Storage Constitution Inheritance Card, by using this item card, you can inherit the corresponding special constitution. Although the physique that does not invade 100 poisons is not as good as the double accommodating physique of fruit, it is one of the special physiques, and it is quite good. Then there is Distraction Control Technique Cultivation Cheats. Similar to the swordsmanship training cheats, using this cheats, you can master distraction control, and you can operate your thoughts separately. To cultivate to the highest level, you can master 3 orifices and exquisite minds, think 3 questions at the same time, or do 3 things at the same time. This is the perfect match for a scientist. Rosen was immediately amazed. If a scientist, master with 3 orifices and exquisite heart, can carry out 3 experiments at the same time, and 1 person can be used by 3 people. In this way, the speed of doing scientific research is directly increased by 3 times. Everything is ready, only the scientists owe it. Of course, in addition to these props that made his eyes shine, he also drew a lot of miscellaneous things. Armament Color Strengthening Potion, 4 bottles. See, Smell and Enhance the Potion, 7 bottles. Conqueror's Enhanced Potion, 2 bottles. Among them, he was going to take out 3 bottles for Cavendish. Cavendish needs to strengthen his knowledge and color in order to obtain a powerful mental power. As long as the mental power is strong enough, he can completely control the power of the second personality. Advertisement: when he can control the second personality, his strength will be doubled. As for the remaining 4 bottles, he intends to leave them to the 4 members of the ship who have yet to awaken their knowledge. Garrett, Avra, Kazuki Hiyori, Leo. Once awakening, seeing, hearing, and coloring, it will also have great benefits for them. As for the armed colors, the same 4 of them, simply give them all. Awakening the armed color 1 day earlier, their strength can be improved 1 step earlier. As for Yi's, he already has a black gun, and he is not in urgent need of armed color, so Rosen is going to help him wake up next time when he draws the armored color enhancement potion.
As for Conquerors, it may not be given to them. Conqueror's Entanglement is a more powerful ability than the Armed Color Entanglement. Currently, there are only 2 masters, Rosen and Yamato, on board.
The stronger the Conqueror's ability, the more terrifying the power of the Conqueror's Entanglement, so Rosen is not going to give it to others. The 2 bottles stack up, and his Conqueror's hockey intensity rises to new heights again. 17 rounds of lottery draws have finally been drawn. This time, the harvest is much more than before, whether it is divine beast eggs, transcending tribulation pills, or reincarnation, distraction control, all of them can bring him great help. Especially the transcending tribulation pill. The appearance of this pill was far beyond his expectations. Captain, great news, 2 more days have passed. They were almost resting on Greenbit Island, and Rosen was thinking about where to go next, when Afra's excited voice suddenly sounded. These few days, she has been staying in the deep jungle of Greenbit, studying various rare plants with the little people. And now, Rosen quickly walked out of the room as her voice sounded. The angel behind Afra fluttered lightly, and quickly flew over from the jungle. After getting on the boat, as soon as the angel's wings closed, she couldn't wait to come to Rosen's side. Captain Rosen, I have finally found the last few herbs needed for the 9th turn golden pill for body refining pill. She excitedly took out the notebook, which contained the manuscripts she recorded. According to the detection of the ingredients, she finally adapted the corresponding medicinal materials. The body refining pills have all been found? Rosen got busy all of a sudden. When he first came to Greenbit, Afra said that the research on the Zhejiang golden elixir had entered the second half, the body refining pill had been tested, and the corresponding medicinal materials were being prepared. Unexpectedly, in less than 10 days, the formulations of the 2 medicinal herbs have all been researched. The little human race is really amazing. They know all the plants in the world. With their help, my research speed has been improved many times. And the most important thing is that this island is an island where the little people have lived for generations, and it almost contains a large part of the medicinal materials in the world. The most difficult medicinal materials for these 2 medicinal herbs can be found on this island. Afra said excitedly. Nothing makes her prouder than this moment. A pill that can quickly heal all injuries, and a pill that can greatly strengthen the body. Take out any one of them, and it can be called the best in the world. Her hard work over this period of time has finally paid off. Now that all the raw materials have been found, it only needs to go through the final preparation stage. The process is not difficult, it just takes a little time. For flowers. Zero Rosen is also very happy. Awesome, as expected of the Yakushi on my ship. Advertisement: she certainly did not miss her. She has been helping the goat doctor to dispense medicine all the year round, and she has obtained the true biography of the goat doctor. In addition, Her Afra is gifted with extraordinary talents, so she can achieve such achievements. She certainly did not miss her. In this case, the planting plan for medicinal herbs can also begin. As long as the required materials are clearly researched, everything is no longer a problem. Next, you can directly start the planting of raw materials. After the batches of these medicinal materials are harvested, Afra should have thoroughly researched the preparation method, and then it can be directly processed in batches. Leo, have you agreed with Gon? Rosen turned to ask Leo. It has been discussed 2 days ago, and King Goncho is very happy to hear your suggestion, Leo replied. In this way, this place can be used as my future medicinal planting base, Rosen suddenly laughed. His advice. 0. It is to ask the little human race to help him grow some of the medicinal materials he needs, and then he will buy all of these medicinal materials at the market price. In this way, the medicinal materials required for batch preparation of medicinal pills are available. And the small human race can also obtain sufficient benefits from it. It just so happened that planting medicinal herbs is also a good job for the little people, and it must be very efficient for them to help the whole country to plant them. After obtaining a way to make money, their little people no longer need to use legal theft to obtain living materials. While Dressrosa acquiesced in their stealing, it wasn't a long-term solution. If they want to better develop the kingdom of Dondonda, they still need to cooperate with the outside world after all, and exchange their best planting technology for resources to develop the kingdom. And Rosen is their most suitable partner. King Goncho listened to this plan, and immediately closed his mouth with joy. This gave them a way of development to better survive. In this way, the whole country of Dondonda Kingdom has a goal to strive for. Medicinal planting is the way out for them in the future. Rosen, your excellency must have been sent by God to save our Dondonda Kingdom. We, the Dondonda family, must remember his kindness from generation to generation. Leo remember, after he said Rosen's plan at that time, King Goncho immediately came to the statue of Rosen that had just been erected in the center of the kingdom, and worshipped sincerely. The Rosen statue has become the sustenance of the Dondonda family. Their thinking is so simple and unpretentious. From now on, just hang up my pirate flag on Greenbit Island. If you see my pirate flag, if you come and commit a crime, you will be punished even if you are far away. This island, my 5th emperor, Rosen, is in the palm of my hand. With a big wave of Rosen's hand, the whole person revealed an aura that was not angry and self-possessed. This will also be his first base in the new world after he is crowned emperor. 3MZO77 Mythical Beast Fleet, First Team, Important Chapter, Do Not Jump. This day, on the Xuanwu, the banquet hall, Rosen specially entertained representatives of the Dondonda family. King Goncho, Princess Mancheri, and Rimbad who replaced O as the new commander of the villain, plus the captains of the reconnaissance unit and the flying unit. Then, the door opened, and a few more people walked in. Advertisement, Mr. Rosen, long time no see. The visitor grinned and looked at Rosen in the banquet hall. You are finally here, please take a seat. Rosen got up to welcome. I really didn't expect that you have only become the 5th emperor after we haven't seen each other for a month. Even Lord Tiangong and the boss of Cat Viper are impressed by you. A group of people walked in with deep admiration on their faces. Pedro, long time no see. Garrett jumped up happily. Little Garrett, you are doing well too, Pedro said with a smile. The visitor was none other than Pedro and his group from the fur tribe. We received your invitation and rushed over immediately, Pedro said. I invite you all to discuss this cooperation. At Rosen's invitation, the group quickly took their seats. The fur tribe and the little people are the only supporters of Rosen so far, and they are also the races that Rosen trusts very much. Sir Yamato Inuarashi has received your notice, and they are very happy about the cooperation you mentioned, Pedro introduced. This is such a good thing, we have no reason to refuse. Hearing their words, Rosen nodded, as if he had expected such an outcome. That's the best way to go. Just as everyone is here today, I will introduce this cooperation in detail. Rosen stood up and walked to the front. As you all know, in my hand, the master has several extremely precious medicinal pills, and once this medicinal pill is produced in large quantities, it will definitely cause looting in the world. This is a 4 or 5 way to make a fortune. If it can be carried out according to my plan, it will definitely bring huge benefits for me and for your 2 kingdoms. You need these interests to develop the country and make the country stronger, and I also need these interests to develop my power and consolidate my status as an emperor. So, we can win together. Speaking of this, the 3 parties nodded in approval. I will be responsible for providing the prescription, and the Yoyoda Kingdom will plant the required raw materials, and then use the strength of the fur tribe to build a foundry in Zou for batch processing. Finally, through my method, sell these precious medicines. Rosen took a deep breath. This is his current plan. There is nothing more suitable for small people to grow and furs to process. For the kingdom of Dondonda, I will purchase the raw materials provided at the market price, and for the furry principality, I will provide all the expenses such as building factories and labor expenses. You don't need to invest, and by the way, it also helped your clansmen, solved the work problem, and brought huge benefits to your kingdom. In this way, all benefits and no harm. Rosen looked at both of them with a smile. King Goncho immediately agreed, which was a good thing for them. This means that they can earn profits with their own hands, and no longer need to obtain necessities of life through legal theft. The fur tribe on the other side had no objection. Long before they traveled, Inuarashi and Cat Viper had already made a decision, and this matter also had many benefits for them. Perhaps it can also lead their respective kingdoms to a more prosperous path. In addition, they can obtain Rosen's asylum, the patronage of a sea emperor. In New World, what await? With the emperor's asylum, they can be guaranteed from the harassment of other pirates. The situation in the entire New World is dominated by several sea emperors, such as Dressrosa, relying on the power of the four emperors Kaido, and Doflamingo also relying on Kaido's support to grow rapidly in the New World, becoming the leader of the New World's dark underground organization. In addition, the Fishmen Island was also sheltered by Whitebeard, so the pirates who passed by the Fishmen Island had to weigh their strengths before considering whether to cause trouble. There are two concepts: to have the protection of the emperor, and not to have the protection of the emperor. This can be seen from the Fishmen Island that lost the shelter of the Whitebeard pirates after the Summit War in the future. The Fishmen Island, which lost its shelter, was soon invaded by a large number of pirates and looted. It was not until the seaman Jinbei took the Sun Pirates, joined the Big Mom Pirates, and obtained the shelter of Big Mom, that the Fishmen Island regained its peace. Since the Big Mom pirate flag was hung, no one dared to go to the Fishmen Island to make trouble, which shows the deterrent power of the emperor at sea. Although Rosen is the new emperor, he has endless potential. After securing his position in the future, he will definitely have a deterrent power that is no weaker than that of the other four emperors. If you all agree, then you can start preparing when you go back. Dongdongte Kingdom reclaimed a large number of medicinal fields, Furry Kingdom built agency factories, and recruited workers. As long as my research on the preparation method is completed and the medicinal materials are in place, the first batch of processing can be started immediately, Rosen said. Pedro nodded. Old Yamato Inuarashi has already negotiated, the design of the foundry has been planned, and Dr. Leopard will also serve as a guide. If it was Dr. Leopard, Rosen would be relieved. As the pillar of the new generation of doctors of the Fur Tribe, Dr. Leopard is absolutely first class in medical skills, and she is very authoritative in the processing of drug factories. By the way, I still have a black technology here. Advertisement. Thinking of this, I took out one thing from the space ring. Take a closer look, it is two doors, full of technology wind. He called the teleportation door, and placed the two doors on Zou Island and Greenbit Island, respectively. At that time, you can use these two doors for space teleportation. With the two can be connected, and the supply of raw materials will be more convenient in the future, eliminating the need for a long transportation process. This is Rosen's idea, the best way to use the portal. They have the Xuanwu number to travel, and they are extremely fast, and they do not lack these two doors. On the contrary, factories and planting bases can bring a lot of convenience if equipped with portals. So amazing? Pedro looked surprised. The little people on the other side were also shocked. The power of science is omnipotent, Rosen smiled. Since then, he took the first step towards development and growth, even if the planning was completed. After the first batch of medicinal pills is sold and a large amount of money is obtained, his future actions will be more convenient. With this as a pillar, his follow-up plan can be carried out slowly. In the future, there will be scientific factories, weapons factories, etc., all of which must be built on the basis of drug factories before they can develop slowly. The foundation that belongs to his Sea Emperor is about to begin to take shape. In fact, we're here this time, and there is an important matter to discuss. After discussing the matter of drug processing, Pedro's eyes flashed and he looked at Rosen. Oh, talk about it. Pedro stood up. Old Master Yamato Dog, Cat Viper, I know that you have just been promoted to the Imperial League, and you are being questioned because your power is too small and the number of people is too small. As your friendliest friend, our two kings unanimously discussed and decided. We Fur Tribe, we are going to select 25 members from each of the Inuarashi Musketeer team and the Cat and Pit Viper team to form an elite team of 50 people, led by me and Pedro. Join your big fleet, as your first team, become your firm foothold in New World, the First Force. Pedro took a deep breath. Captain of the First Division of the Great Fleet of the Divine Beasts, Pedro, asked for the captain's approval. He straightened up and gave Rosen a deep salute. After these few words, even Rosen was stunned for a few seconds. Big fleet? First team? Did it come so suddenly? Before Rosen could regain his senses, suddenly, the sound of the system woke him up instantly. Ding, it is detected that the First Force has joined, and it meets the system conditions. Do you agree? Ding, the second main line has been triggered. Mainline 1, form the Divine Beast Pirates. Mainline 2, form a fleet of Divine Beasts. The formation type of the Great Fleet of Mythical Beasts. 1. Form a team of Zone Ancient Species Ability Persons, as a team, and reward 100 Ancient Species Devil Fruit. 2. Form a team of all Zone Insect Species, as a team, and reward 100 Insect-type Devil Fruit. 3. Form a team of Zone Flying Ability, as a squad, and reward 100 Flying Devil Fruits. 4. Form a team, Ocean Core as a team, reward 100, Poseidon Physique Inheritance Card. 5. Form a team, Beast Legion as a team, reward 100, Beastmaster Physique Inheritance Cards. 6. Form a team, Undead Army as a team, reward 100, Pluton Physique Inheritance Card. 7. Formation Dam. Rosen's pupils shrank violently. After so long, a new main quest actually appeared. In addition to the mythical beast pirates of all mythical beast species, the system also asked him to form several special teams. All members of the ancient species, all members of the insect family and even the marine army, the beast army. These squads, just hearing their names, feel a little incredible. Isn't this FK about to take off? In addition to the main group of all you demons, there are so many teams with their own characteristics. If nothing else, just take the squad of the ancient species as an example. You must know that the rarity of the ancient species is almost comparable to Logia, and its strength is extremely terrifying. Such as Ancient Mammoth, Jack the Drow, Ancient Brachiosaurus, Plague Quinn, Toothless Pterosaur, Fire Embers, Allosaurus, Drake, Spinosaurus, Peggy Wan, Ancient Tarantula, Black Maria, Saber-toothed Tiger, Fuzef. The last of these people is also the Beast's Pirate's flying 6th-level figure. As for all the ancient species, it is simply unimaginable how terrifying it will be. Advertisement, isn't this 10,000 times more fragrant than his artificial devil fruit? Rosen was secretly excited. There are also several special regiments. He focused his attention on those Constitution inheritance cards. Take the Marine Corps as an example. Reward 100, Poseidon Physique inheritance cards. After use, you can inherit Poseidon's physique. The Poseidon here does not refer to the legendary sea god Poseidon. Poseidon Constitution inheritance card, which means you can inherit the constitution of sea kings. How do sea kings exist? The deep seabed and the calm belt on both sides of the Grand Line are the habitats of sea kings. It is precisely because of the existence of these sea kings that the calm belt has become a restricted area for humans, and it is conceivable how terrible they are. And 100 Poseidon Physique inheritance cards means that there will be 100 members in this ocean squad who can incarnate as sea kings. One sea kings is enough to easily destroy a large warship, and 100 people of this rank exist. Simply unimaginable. As for the Beast Legion, Beastmaster Physique inheritance card, the Beastmaster here is undoubtedly the invincible Moon Lion in ancient times. Today's fur tribes are all descendants of Moon Lions. Since their bloodline is gradually thinning, they can only transform into the Moon Lion form on the night of the full moon. With the Beastmaster Physique inheritance card, it is equivalent to omitting the restrictions on the night of the full moon and directly obtaining the physique of the Moon Lion. How scary the Moon Lion form was, Rosen knew. In the original work, Garrett, who transformed into the form of a Moon Lion, destroyed more than a dozen ships of the BIGMOM pirates one after another and helped the Straw Hats escape from the pursuit. And a team of 100 Moon Lions can't imagine how terrifying it would be. This Beastmaster Physique inheritance card can also allow ordinary people to obtain the physique of the Moon Lion. However, the most suitable is undoubtedly the Fur Tribe. Ding, the first team, Beast Legion, is about to be formed, and the reward is 100 Beastmaster Physique inheritance cards, which can be withdrawn at any time. Call. Rosen took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. Pedro, Captain of my 1st Division, listen, starting today, the 1st Division of the Divine Beast Ship Regiment you lead will be named the Beast Regiment, Captain Pedro. Give you the flag of the Divine Beast Pirates, hang my flag, and from now on you will officially represent the 1st Division of the Divine Beast Fleet. Rosen's words were sonorous and powerful. Starting today, the first force belonging to him was finally born. The 50-strong Beast Army was all elites from the Fur Tribe. The maximum can be expanded to 100 people, and there is still room for expansion. When they all turn on the Moon Lion transformation, the whole world will be amazed by their strength. Now, assign your first task, standing on Zou Island, in the name of my 5th Imperial Regiment, sheltering the Fur Clan, and listening to my orders at any time. Pedro grinned. Yes, my captain. The first task Rosen gave them was to be stationed on Zou Island. After all, now Zou and Greenbit are the only 2 sites that he, the 5th Emperor, has. Moreover, Zou is also the location of his future drug foundry, which is very important to him. I will never treat anyone badly who joins my team. You are the 4.0 TH team I have in New World, and you are the face of my mythical beast fleet, so I want to give you a gift. Hear him, Garrett, Ease and the others all felt inexplicably familiar. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Rosen took out the 100 Beastmaster Physique inheritance cards that he had extracted. These 100 high-tech prop cards have the ability to awaken the physique of a Moon Lion. After using it, you can maintain the shape of a Moon Lion at any time, and you don't need to wait for a brief transformation on the night of the full moon. Hearing such words, Pedro and the others suddenly shrank their pupils. What did you say? Their breathing quickened, and an incredible gleam shone in their eyes. Rosen smiled slightly. Didn't I tell you long ago that I have a scientist friend? The power of science is omnipotent, so you don't need to question it. Rosen walked up to him. I'll keep one of these 100, 2 for Garrett and Afra, and another 2 for Cat Viper and Inuarashi, and the remaining 95 as the foundation of our first team. In the future, you can also continue to recruit suitable members and send these cards to him. But you must remember that the members who join my first team must be those who have used this item card. If you don't use item cards, no matter how talented you are, you can't let him join. Do you understand? Rosen asked with a serious look on his face. Pedro's eyes shone brightly, with a lively light flowing. He sincerely took the item card that Rosen handed him, and immediately nodded heavily. I see, Captain. For the first team, to someone like Pedro, Rosen is absolutely relieved. 078 Insect Corps was established, 100 insect fruits. Beside the Xuanwu, docked, is Pedro's ship. Like the Xuanwu, this ship uses the same upgraded body of Adam's treasure on Zou Island as the material. On both sides of the hull, there is a big number, 1, mark, which represents the number 1 ship of the Great Fleet. Now, Under everyone's attention, the pirate flag, which has always been exclusive to the Divine Beast pirates, was slowly hung on the mast of the number 1 ship. At this sacred moment, all the members of ship number 1, including Pedro, were filled with excitement. From today onwards, they officially belong to one of the 5 emperors of the New World. Captain brother, other people's pirate flags are all black flags, why should our flag be red? Yi's held back for a long time, but couldn't help but ask. Hearing this question, Yamato and others also looked over. Obviously, they are all puzzled. The general pirate flags are all black with exclusive patterns on them. Rosen's flag, on the other hand, is red with a skull and crossbones with sharp fangs on it. The fangs represent the beast, which is understandable. Like the flag of Kaido of the beasts, it is a skull with chair corners. The characteristic of beasts pirates is that almost all members have special horns on their heads, just like the horns on Yamato's head, which are also similar to Kaido. There is no problem with the pattern, but the color of the flag has made everyone puzzled. White flag, representing world government and marine. Black flag, representing pirates, as for Rosen's red flag. But it has almost never seen anyone use this color of the flag. Hear them. Rosen's eyes were like torches, looking at the flying red pirate flag, his eyes shone brightly. The red flag symbolizes great significance to me, and also represents in my mind that great country. After coming to this world, there is nothing to commemorate, so I simply use bright red to represent our mythical beast pirates. Faith, let red be famous in this sea. Rosen was filled with emotion. The pirate flag represents the belief of pirates. The red color represents Rosen's beliefs. Therefore, he wants to make this bright red the most splendid flag on this sea. Everyone was at a loss for what Rosen said. Although I don't understand it, I think red is pretty good. That's to show what's special about us. Then they laughed. The establishment of the number 1 ship of the great fleet of divine beasts. It made the hearts of King Goncho and others on the side full of surprises. They looked at each other, as if thinking about something. Immediately, King Goncho's eyes were filled with firmness, and he made an amazing. Your Excellency Rosen, he slowly stepped forward from behind. Although he is small, but as a king, he still exudes a unique temperament. There is a deep friendship between you and the furry principality. For our Dongdongta kingdom, it is a great kindness. We can't repay your kindness to us. Before this, we didn't know how to repay your kindness, but now I understand. Since the furry principality has chosen to join your force in order to support its friends, then we, the kingdom of Dongdongta, should support you more of course. He shook his beard and looked at Rosen earnestly. In the name of the Patriarch of Dongdong Tower, I announce that the Dongdong Tower Corps will select 100 elites to form the 2nd division of the Grey Beast Fleet. Power. This is to represent our gratitude to you. King Goncho bowed deeply to Rosen. As he said, the fur tribe supports Rosen, it is pure friendship. And they are for repayment. For a simple little human race, nothing is more important than repaying gratitude. Ding, it is detected that the 2nd force is requesting to join, and it meets the system conditions. Do you agree? Rosen's heart is full of emotion. I just unlocked the 2nd branch. I didn't expect that 2 forces would choose to join so soon. As long as it is recognized by the system as meeting the conditions, it means that the other party sincerely wants to join, and it can meet the plans of several major corps of the system. The fur tribe is in line with the Beast Legion. As for the small human race, it is naturally the insect army. Dongdong Tower clan is willing to join, of course I can't ask for it, Rosen smiled at Ganchao. Speaking of which, the strength of the little people is not simple. Advertisement miniature bodies, flexible hands, and more powerful than human beings, they are born with a physique that surpasses human beings. The Dongdong Tower Corps can even rely on its small body to fight against the beasts on the island. Their usual hunting targets are almost all creatures that are thousands of times larger than them. And once they get the system reward and get 100 worm fruits, their abilities will be greatly enhanced. The worm fruit is a kind of zoan, with the powerful physique of zoan. Even, once the worm fruit is awakened, it can also obtain the physique of immune to death. Although at the beginning, they may not be as good as the moon lion of the fur tribe, but zoan devil fruit has no upper limit, and once developed, it will not necessarily be weaker than the moon lion. Not to mention, now that the formula of the body refining pill has been researched, if it is produced in large quantities, it will have great benefits for zoan devil fruit ability users. Therefore, the future insect army still has infinite potential. With Rosen's consent, King Goncho was immediately pleasantly surprised, and Princess Mancheri next to him was also happy. Ranbo, you immediately rush back to the kingdom of Dongdong Tower, convene the Dongdong Tower Corps, select the 100 most elite members, and then come here to gather. King Goncho himself ordered, follow your orders, Patriarch. Rimbad was also very excited, and quickly ran towards the jungle. Leo on the side was overjoyed. Great, if it is Rimbad leading the team, I am absolutely relieved. Rimbad is his old friend. Before that, when he was the commander of the Dongdong Tower Corps, Rimbad, the deputy commander, was almost inseparable from him. Not only that, he and Rimbad have also developed a combination skill, Yo-Yo Battle Drum B-Tail Hammer. The two of them worked together, and the front and tail heavy hammer they displayed could easily smash the adults into the ground, which was extremely powerful. This time, he boarded Rosen's ship as a full member, and Rimbad also joined the Mythical Beast ship as the captain of the 2nd division. Means they can fight side by side again. Not long after, the 100 villain elites led by Rimbad came to the Xuanwu. The great fleet of divine beasts, the captain of the 2nd Division, Rimbod, leading the members of the 2nd Division to report to you, Mr. Captain. Rimbod gave Rosen a military salute. Ding, successfully formed the 2nd Division of the Beast Fleet, the division type, Insect Legion. The requirements for joining the group. Become a member of the Insect Fruit ability, the formation reward, Zone Insect Fruit X 100. The 2nd Division after the Beast Corps, the Insect Corps, was officially established. Looking at the 100 slap-sized villains, Rosen showed a satisfied look. The leader is the Captain Rimbod, the 2nd warrior of the Dongdongda clan. Behind him are Kabu, who has eaten the worm fruit in the form of the unicorn, and Bian, who has eaten the worm fruit in the form of the wasp. Send, how did you two become like this? Leo suddenly looked at Kabu and Bian with some curiosity, puzzled. Kabu scratched his head. I don't know why. They don't know that there is such a thing as devil fruit in the world, so they are also confused about their own changes. Did you eat the fruit you picked up some time ago? Rosen naturally knew what was going on. Yes. That can't be wrong. According to Leo, when the 3 of them were patrolling before, they picked up 3 colorful fruits in the forest, 1 for each. Leo's is a sown fruit, which has never been eaten at home. As for Cabo and Bian, it is the unicorn fruit and the wasp fruit. Since it has become like this, it means that they have eaten the fruit. Exactly, 2 fruits can be saved, which means that the future insect army can expand to 102 people at most. Second, Captain, Rimbod listens. Rosen's expression suddenly became serious. Exist. Rimbod stood up straight, full of energy. Give you the flag of the Mythical Beast Fleet, entitled, Insect Corps, from now on to represent the 2nd Division of my Mythical Beast Fleet. Your mission is to be stationed on Greenbit Island, shelter the Dongdongda family, and wait for my order at any time. Yes, Captain. In addition, since the Beast Legion has gifts, your meeting ceremony is also indispensable. Rosen began to cut to the chase. Sure enough, this meeting madman started again. Yamato and the others turned their heads over. They were a little curious about what this meeting ceremony would be. The high-tech card of the Beast Legion is shocking enough, and the meeting ceremony of the Insect Army, presumably, should not be worse than that kind of card. Soon, in full view, Rosen took out a large bag, advertisement. When the package was opened, suddenly, everyone's pupils shrank violently. Damn, this is. My mother, it's true. This is too exaggerated, it's not just Izawa at all. Even Pedro's group's eyes widened at this moment, and their eyeballs were about to fall out. I mustn't be dazzled, it's unbelievable. Don't say it was them. Even if anyone changed, they would be stunned to see this scene. When this big bag was opened, the colorful rays of light suddenly lit up. Compared with these rays of light, the whole world seemed to be a little dim. Evil devil fruit. FK. This is too much. I've never seen so many devil fruits in my life. I'm not dreaming. That's right, this big bag is 100 insect-type devil fruit extracted from the system. 450 if it is said that any of these fruits are worth hundreds of millions. Then a full 100 pieces, at least equivalent to more than 10 billion. How come there are so many devil fruits? Even Yamato couldn't calm down at the moment. Pick it up. Rosen smiled slightly. Yamato has this mouth. Again, it was so perfunctory last time. Could it be that these are the more than 40 Eudemon's fruits he mentioned earlier? No, there are more than 40 here. They were all puzzled. You have more and more secrets. Yamato sighed, but she was already used to it. From the moment he met Rosen, Yamato felt that he was an unfathomable and unpredictable person. More than 40 phantom beast fruits, as well as various high-tech props, as well as those magical medicine pills. All of these herald the extraordinary origin of Rosen. But since he doesn't want to say it, Yamato and others won't ask. What are these fruits? Cavendish said in shock. Since there are so many, it is definitely not the more than 40 Eudemon's fruits that Rosen said before. Unexpectedly, in addition to more than 40 phantom beast fruits, Rosen actually has such a huge number of fruits. Simply incredible. Rosen has no explanation. He looked at Rimbod. The little people know nothing about devil fruit and have never even heard of it, so their expressions are much calmer. Rimbo, I give you a task, Commander, please. These fruits, a total of 100 pieces, distribute them to every member of the 2nd Division. Eating the fruit means officially becoming a member of my 2nd team. By the way, this kind of fruit is similar to the fruit that Kabu and Bian ate before, so they don't need to eat anymore. You should keep the extra too, and recruit people if you need them in the future. Although it was a little unclear, Rimbod complied. The 100 elites of the little human race held these fruits that were larger than their size and looked at them curiously. Do I want to eat too? Rimbod looked at Rosen and asked. Of course. Rosen laughed. Good. Then, Rimbod took the lead and took a bite. Although it was unpalatable, he still swallowed it. In the next second, his body began to change. This is. Seeing Rimbod's change, everyone was stunned. 079 insect fruit mantis form. Look at his hands. I don't know who made an exclamation first, and then, everyone was surprised. Rimbod's hands turned into 2 serrated sickles in full view. Seeing his appearance, Rosen's heart was shocked. Insect. Fruit mantis form. That's right, it's a mantis. Among the insects, it is one of the most powerful races. It turned into a mantis, it's amazing, Leo exclaimed. Of course he knew what was going on. Thinking that when he ate the ant fruit of the phantom beast species, this change also occurred. It's just that one is a horned ant and the other is a mantis. This is so cool. Rimbaud looked at his jagged hands, his eyes shining. With a slight wave twice, even the air was whirling. Obviously, these two mantis knives are extremely sharp. In addition to the mantis knife, his physique has also been significantly strengthened, which is the benefit of Zoan fruit. Is it because of the fruit just now? Rimbaud asked excitedly. Rosen nodded. It's called devil fruit, which allows people to gain the power of demons. The devil fruit in your hands belongs to the Zoan insect species. After eating it, you can randomly change into an insect form and gain the ability of this insect. For example, your mantis fruit gives the mantis your sharp double knives. After Rosen explained, the 100 little people were stunned, and their eyes showed surprise. So miraculous? It was the first time they had heard the term devil fruit. Yamato and others on the side were also heartbroken. It's all insects, how can you get so many worm fruits? For their surprise, Rosen was not ready to explain. In the future, there are also ancient species, flying species, etc. It is impossible for him to explain one by one. Eat it all and try it. I don't know what forms it has. Whether you can get good abilities depends on your luck. There is no doubt that the praying mantis must be one of the best forms of insect fruit. I have to say that as the captain of the second team, Rimbaud has good luck. The little people looked at each other and immediately took a bite of the fruit. Mine are mosquitoes, and they can still fly. Advertisement. I'm a cooked worm, and I got a hard armor, which is great. Ah, why is mine a stick insect? My sturdy body has become thin into a bamboo pole, damn it. God, people have turned into butterflies, such beautiful wings. Ha ha ha, mine is a worm fruit termite form. Spitting out formic acid has the ability to corrode everything, and even corrode steel. The soldiers of the reconnaissance team, Inhire, laughed excitedly. Termites, another rare form, can secrete formic acid and can corrode even steel. In addition, there is the 7-star ladybug, which belongs to a race with amazing defensive power. It is covered with armor, and its ability is not weak. In addition, a flea appeared, which has a strong jumping ability, and at the same time, the explosive power of the legs is also very amazing. Rosen paid special attention to this flea power user and found that his power was somewhat similar to Paramesh's spring fruit. The spring fruit is also quite powerful, maybe this flea can also perform well. Insect fruit dragonfly form, insect fruit, fly form. Insect fruit fresh frog form, insect fruit, scarab form. Insect fruit cockroach form. In addition, there are fireflies, golden cicadas, dung beetles, beetles, towers and so on. 5 flowers 8 gate, everything. Looking at these newly acquired insects, Yamato and others were shocked. All phantom beasts. All insect species, it's incredible to think about. However, such an incredible thing was actually done by their captain. 100 insect fruit, no one will believe it. Most people are poor all their lives, and it is more difficult to get a devil fruit than to go to the sky. However, this man not only possessed more than 40 Eudemon's fruits, but also master 100 insect fruits. Simply unfathomable. The insect legion has finally been established. Whether it is an army of beasts or an army of insects, each has its own unique place. As for loyalty, Rosen has nothing to worry about. The props rewarded by the system, without exception, are all bound. In the bound state, even if it is used by others, he can forcibly withdraw it at any time. Even the fruit ability is the same, with just one thought from him, he can forcibly withdraw the ability. As for the physique card of the Beast Legion, the same is true. It can allow them to obtain the physique of the Beastmaster and possess the ability of a Moon Lion, and he can also deprive them of this physique at any time. Advertisement, so don't worry about loyalty at all. Moreover, the Fur Tribe and the villains are pure-minded races, and even if they don't have the function of retracting the ability, Rosen is very reassured about them. Besides, they had no reason to betray Rosen, from now on. Zou Island and Green Bit will become his new emperor's territory. Finally, I start to have the confidence to challenge other emperors. Rosen looked at the horizon, quite satisfied. Big Mom's family group, Kaido's army of 20,000 beasts, Whitebeard's 15 divisions, and dozens of red-haired powerful elites. In comparison, Rosen's 2 legions do not seem to be weaker than them. Especially the beast army composed of the Fur Tribe known as the Fighting Nation. If nothing else, this first team will become the vanguard in Rosen's hands in the future, and its combat effectiveness will explode. Because the physique of the Moon Lion is really terrifying. Take the future Wano-Kuni War, for example. There were 5 gunmen in total, including Black Buck, Roddy, and Cecilia of the Musketeer team. On the top of the dome, the 5 people turned into Moon Lions at the same time, and their combat power skyrocketed. 1 billion bounty pirates can't even beat the 5 officials of the Fur Tribe, so one can imagine how fierce the Moon Lion is. Today, Rosen's first division, the Beasts Corps, has gathered 3 of the 6 officers of the Knights and Musketeers. Pedro, the former leader of the Knights and the captain of the first team. The former cadres of the Chimpanzee Fur Group, Black Buck, and the Zebra Fur Tribe, Giovanni, one of the 3 gunmen of the original Musketeer team, are the vice-captains. After they formed the Beast Legion with 50 elites, the Musket team and the Knights were integrated and became the Knights and Musketeers, responsible for guarding the Furry Principality and maintaining order. The leader was Sicilian of the original Musketeer. Although there are only 3 cadres, their strength is unquestionable, especially after obtaining the Beastmaster Physique Inheritance card and possessing the ability to maintain the form of a moon lion at any time. Their strength is even more, the horror of Li. Besides the 3 cadres, the remaining 47 members are also elites. There are a total of 50 members of the Beast Army who can transform into a moon lion at any time. It is difficult to imagine how terrifying they will be when they transform together. If the number of people expands to 100 in the future, 100 moon lions transform at the same time, even if it is the territory of the 4 emperors, it is estimated that it will turn the world upside down for you. This first unit, obviously the future fighting army, and Rosen has high hopes for them. Of course, the Insect Legion is not weak either. Small in size, fast, and even difficult to see with the naked eye, they also possess innate powers. Now that they have obtained the ability of Wormfruit, some of them are also extremely powerful. After relying on the body refining pill to strengthen their physique to the limit, their performance will definitely be very dazzling. If the Beast Legion is the vanguard, then the Insect Legion is the raiding team. Everything is starting to get better. Rosen was full of emotion. Chapter 80, auto-generated chapter title. 080 Mad Scientific Research Team, Mad Scientist. More than half a month has passed since Rosen became the Emperor of the Sea. Controversy against him at sea continues. With a mere 7-person team, he was named one of the Masters of New World, which naturally made countless people feel dissatisfied. Even, many people threatened to take away Rosen's title of 5 emperors, and they were clamoring for him to get out and fight. No way. The status of this 5th emperor is really not proportional to the current performance of Rosen and his party. Based on the Dressrosa Arena event alone, it is far from the standard of a sea emperor. It can only be said that these people are very strong. However, the power is too small after all. Just 7 people, how can they be compared with those hundreds of thousands, or even tens of thousands of people? The Divine Beast Pirates are nothing but 7 people, how can they become the 5th emperor? Cowards, cowards, Laozi has sent them a battle for several days, these guys don't even dare to show their faces. It's really trash, it's just a false name. If I meet them, they will definitely kill them without leaving behind. By the way, there are a few good-looking girls on their boat. When the time comes to defeat them, Laozi will definitely grab them all, try them one by one, and squish. What? You ask why Laozi is so crazy? Because Laozi is the great Captain Lockley. Bronze Hammer Lockley, in the New World can be considered a well-known. It is said that the 4 emperors' big mom had recruited him, but was rejected by Lawfully. This man is infinite and amazing in strength. He holds a copper hammer, which is claimed to be a powerful force capable of overturning sea kings with one hammer. Moreover, he also has a large fleet of 800 people. Whether it is personal strength or team size, it should not be underestimated. But the biggest weakness of this person is that he is too conceited. 3 years ago, when the red hair was conferred the title of the 4th emperors, he went to the door with great dissatisfaction. The result is obvious. The team of 500 people was almost wiped out, and Clay himself was seriously injured. After being burned to death by the red fever, he still did not give up after the event, and began to recruit people everywhere, preparing to make a comeback. In just a few months, he recruited 800 people, and with this considerable force, he began to jump around in the New World again. He has always threatened to become the Emperor of the New World. However, this time, a newcomer suddenly appeared, and he was named Emperor as soon as he debuted, which made him 450 enough to accept it. For more than half a month, he has been promoting his idea of defeating Rosen and stealing the Emperor's name. However, there was no response at all. Is this Rosen really scared? It's all riding on his head and running wild, can you bear it? This is Kai Guoguo's provocation. It seems that this mythical beast pirate group is just a vain name. For the other 4 emperors, they have already made the move to make this Luckily pay the price. After all, it's just a new emperor, and this title is full of water, of course he can only swallow it. What a shame, mere 5 emperors, but that's okay. In addition to Luckley's sarcasm, there were countless disdainful voices from other places. However, they didn't know that Rosen was busy with various things at this time and had no time to take care of them, so he never responded. That Luckley is getting better and better. Seeing Rosen's delay in showing up, he felt even more that the other party must be afraid of him. So, he began to abuse more recklessly. Everyone in the New World is in a schadenfreude and ready to watch the fun. But, this state of affairs only lasted a few days. I didn't know it was the retreat of passion, so I chose to give up. Or for some other reason. From a certain day, this Luckley, in a rare way, stopped coming forward to ridicule. As this giving up, I'm still waiting to see a good show, it's useless. Many people also showed a little disappointment, until 3 days later. The latest newspaper of the World News Agency published a piece of news that shocked everyone and caused a sensation in the entire New World in an instant. What? Advertisement? The Luckley fleet, more than 800 people, was destroyed by the group. Really? That's 800 people? Did that Rosen shoot? No, it's not them. According to the news, it was a pirate group formed by a fur tribe that defeated the Luckley fleet. If it is a fur tribe, then it is understandable. After all, fur tribes are natural warriors and are powerful, but why did they attack the Luckley fleet? It shouldn't be. Someone is puzzled. Wait. Guess, what did I find? Suddenly, someone seemed to notice something. Look at the photo above. The boat that these fur tribes ride on has a red flag on it.
As far as I know, there is only one team in the world that uses the red flag.
Divine Beast Pirates. Marineford, Marshal Sengoku held the latest newspaper in his hand, and his eyes flashed with astonishing light. These guys, his fists clenched, obviously furious. Sitting next to Garp the Fist who was eating senbei, he couldn't help laughing when he saw his reaction. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have such a troubled face, it's funny how you look on your face, ha ha ha. Garp burst out laughing. Garp. Sengoku let out a loud cry, don't you know the seriousness of the matter? It's only been half a month, and someone has taken refuge in them, and it's still a powerful fur tribe. This is great news for us. Garp took a sigh of relief and didn't take it seriously. So what, who asked you to raise his threat level to the highest level? If it weren't for you, could he be called the Emperor of the Sea? Garp? Sengoku looks helpless. The existence of this person is definitely not lower than Kaido's threat level, and it may even be higher. If you don't raise the bounty to 1.5 billion to find a way to get rid of them, if they grow up, it will only be more troublesome in the future. Sengoku's face was very ugly. The bounty rose to 1.5 billion, and he was regarded as an Emperor-level threat, in order to rely on the method of virtuous incompatibility, to stimulate other pirates to shoot against Rosen and his party. Because Rosen and the others are now small in number and weak in power. Therefore, once he becomes emperor, it will inevitably cause strong controversy. And those pirates who are unconvinced will definitely take action. Just like this lawfully. In this way, you can use the hands of the New World pirates to get rid of this hidden danger. But I didn't expect that this powerful Luckley, and his 800-strong fleet, would be so unbearable. The other party didn't even come forward, and just let one team take action, and easily wiped out the army of 800 people. Even a squadron's strength was so terrifying. With only a team of 50 people, it was easy to defeat a team of 800 people. The strength was so strong that it made people feel deeply apprehensive. More and more disturbing. Green bits. After these few days of rectification, Rosen and the others have already dealt with the things that they should deal with. The portals were placed in the Yoyoda Underground Kingdom and the Kradu Square on Zou Island. These two doors are connected to each other. Entering from one door, you can step out from the other door in an instant. With this portal, the two islands are equivalent to being connected. The first team and the second team are stationed on two islands. Basically, you can rest assured. The reclamation of medicinal fields and the construction of factories are already in progress. With the abilities of these two special races, their work efficiency is very fast. BFEA. Hey, the bounty from the Beast Legion has also come out. Rosen received a prompt from the system. There are 3 people who have been offered a bounty this time. The former captain of the Nox Pirates, the current captain of the #1 ship of the Divine Beast Fleet, Pedro. The original bounty, 382 million Bailey, cash bounty, 450 million Bailey. The other 2 are Black Buck, who is the vice captain, and Giovanni. The 2 appeared for the first time, and their strength is still unknown. The tentative bounty is 80 million Bailey. Pedro, who went to sea as a captain for more than 10 years, also had a lot of fame. Advertisement even 2 years ago, he broke into the territory of the 4 Emperors Big Mom in an attempt to steal the historical text. Although he failed and was stripped of 50 years of his life by Big Mom, he came back alive after all. Therefore, long ago, he was offered a reward of more than 300 million. And this time, his bounty was directly raised to 450 million. As for Black Buck and Giovanni, since they were wanted for the first time and their true strengths were unknown, the bounty was only 80 million Baileys. That's already a high number for a first-time wanted pirate. Because of their status as the vice-captain of the 5 Emperors team, they can get such a high bounty, otherwise, it is estimated to be lower. Hey, your first division, the Beast Legion, has a total bounty of 610 million Bailey, and you can get 6 additional rewards, Beastmaster Physique Inheritance Cards. Different from the main ship, squad bounties cannot be used for lottery draws, only fixed squad items can be obtained. The Beast Legion additionally rewards the Beastmaster Physique Inheritance Card, the Insect Legion additionally rewards the Insect Fruit, and the Ancient Legion additionally rewards the Ancient Kind Fruit. Each additional 100 million total bounty is equivalent to adding 1 more member to the squad. It's quite a human setting. Captain Rosen, on this day, Cavendish seemed to have found Rosen with some joy. I finally found the information you asked me to inquire about. Cavendish flashed to Rosen's side. Besides Vegapunk, Caesar, Quinn, and Vinsmoke Judge, I really heard about one of the members of the illegal scientific research team Mads. Hearing his news, Rosen's eyes suddenly lit up. This is undoubtedly good news for him. On his ship, the need for scientists is already imminent. If he couldn't find a suitable scientist crew, he was ready to go to Caesar to cooperate. Only, there is no guarantee of Caesar's character, and Rosen is reluctant to give some of his own black technology to such people for research and development. It is better to find a scientist who has never eaten fruit and can board the ship as an Eudemon's capable person. And the world's top scientists are known only to those from the Mads research team. Speaking of this Mads illegal research team, in fact, this used to be a very scary organization. The team, originally founded by Vinsmoke Judge, joined forces with Vegapunk. Judge showed extraordinary scientific talent when he was young, and he formed the scientific team, Mads, with Vegapunk from the future country, Baltimore. Organization members include Caesar Current, Quinn and others. Unlike ordinary scientists, these guys advocate violence and are committed to developing various advanced weapons to achieve their respective goals. Mad means mad, plus the plural S, as if to imply that this is a group of madmen. Judging from what they did later, they did not live up to the title of lunatic. Mads measures the sea with scientific eyes and marvels at the rich race and diversity of this world. Murlocs who can move freely in the water, giants with huge bodies, long-handed and long-legged people with extremely dexterous limbs, and those who have eaten devil fruit with extraordinary powers. These heterogeneous physical advantages are all excellent materials for developing weapons. Led by genius scientist Vegapunk, they finally discovered the crucial lineage factor theory. The height of this discovery almost touches the realm of God, which is equivalent to the discovery of the design diagram of life. However, such a significant achievement was soon followed by the world government. They arrested Vegapunk and the Mads team on the grounds of endangering the world, but they actually wanted to bribe the team and use their research to develop more powerful weapons. Since then, Mads is disbanded. In order to restore the country, Judge escaped the control of the government, created a scientific force, and played a world in North Blue. Quinn went out to sea to become a pirate, and later joined Kaido's command as an early cadre of the Beast's pirates. Vegapunk and Caesar Current became members of the Marine Scientific Corps and came to Punk Hazard. Although the team no longer exists, they are still crazy. Based on the lineage factor theory, they began to study in different directions. In addition to these four representative figures, there were indeed some members of the scientific team at that time. Most of them have entered the scientific team of world government. Only a small number of people escaped and remained anonymous. During this time, Rosen asked Cavendish to investigate, and now, there is finally a result. This person. Cavendish took a deep breath. To be able to investigate this person, he also wastes a lot. 081 set sail, target East Blue. Vegapunk and his party were the first members to join Mads, and the person I investigated was the best of the second batch. He became a newcomer to the team as a student. Although he is a student, he has advanced wisdom. For Vegapunk's lineage factor theory, he has put forward a number of different arguments and argued, and finally overturned some unreasonable theories. Based on these new theories, he has a different direction of research than Vegapunk et al. Vegapunk and others focus on the evolutionary theory of lineage, and believe that humans can transform in a specific direction through specific methods and technologies, and acquire some powerful abilities that transcend racial constraints. Such as the human body gigantic experiment, the artificial devil fruit theory, the technology of transforming people, etc. And what this person is looking for is the theory of the origin of life. Cavendish took a deep breath. Hearing this, Rosen was shocked. Origin theory? Yes, based on these theories, he created a technology, gene cloning technology, that even Garpunk and others were amazed at. Rosen's eyes widened. Cloning technology. In his impression, this kind of technology existed in the previous world, and this technology has tended to be perfected. Unexpectedly, in this pirate world, some people actually realized the gene cloning technology. You must know that the technology in this world is relatively backward, but even in such an environment, it is unbelievable that someone can still develop cloning technology. The wisdom of this man is definitely not lower than Vegapunk. So, who is the individual? Rosen became more and more curious. This man, named Rockwell, was the youngest scientist ever on the Mads team. After the Mads scientific research team was arrested by the world government, this person disdained to be a lackey of the world government, so he escaped and disappeared. It wasn't until 3 years ago, a tragic monster attack occurred in a small town in East Blue, and after some investigation, the world government learned that the matter was related to the scientist who once made Vegapunk pay special attention. Afterwards, Rockwell, who had been hiding for decades, was officially arrested by Marine, and now held in East Blue prison. This is the information that Cavendish got. Actually, it's not a secret anymore. At that time, this incident also caused a lot of uproar and caused quite a stir. It wasn't until Marine's arrest that the matter came to an end. The giant beast attack. What exactly is going on? Rosen seemed to have heard some incredible information. It is said that after leaving Mads, this person fled to a small town in East Blue, where he began his secret research for decades. Through gene cloning technology, he cloned an extremely terrifying ancient creature, but due to his negligence, the cloned ancient creature escaped control and attacked the human town. Eventually, it was brought to the attention of the world government, which led to his arrest. Using cloning technology to revive long-extinct ancient creatures is indeed like a fantasy for ordinary people. But for Rosen, it's not incomprehensible. In the world he lived in before, there was such a theory, but because of various difficulties, it was difficult to extract the complete paleontological genes. Advertisement. Moreover, even if the clone is successful and these terrifying ancient creatures are brought back into the world, it is difficult to control these behemoths with human power. Therefore, this technology can only be stranded in that world. P.S. Cloning in reality refers to the asexual reproduction of an organism through somatic cells, and the offspring individuals with identical genotypes formed by asexual reproduction, usually using biotechnology to produce asexual reproduction with the same genes as the original individuals or species. If expected, this Rockwell masters gene cloning technology, and the cloning technology in that world should be similar. Based on the lineage factor theory researched by Vegapunk, the exclusive genes in living organisms are discovered, and some ancient genes are extracted by specific methods to clone and transfer genes. In the end, it is possible to clone those super ancient creatures that should have disappeared from the world and once dominated the world, and make them reappear in the world. This is indeed a bold idea. It's just that with his own strength, it is really difficult to really perfect this technology. Only the world government will never allow such people to exist. So, this Rockwell was arrested and is now being held in East Blue Grand Prison. Wait, genetically cloned ancient creatures. Rosen seems to have thought of something. He remembered that on Punk Hazard, the research base where the World Government Science class used to be, there was a super creature that shouldn't exist in the world. Charizard. This was by Vegapunk, but it was a failure. Could this be the legendary creature that Vegapunk borrowed from Rockwell's gene cloning technology? In addition, some members of Kaido's team ride on dinosaurs. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now that I think about it, it seems like everything can be connected. These dinosaur mounts were purchased by Kaido from Caesar. And Caesar, presumably learned from Rockwell's cloning technology, and then created this batch of artificial dinosaurs. It's just that Caesar Master's cloning technology is not proficient. Therefore, the artificial dinosaurs he made were just failures. If Rockwell's technology is perfected and succeeded in creating real artificial super dinosaurs, these dinosaurs will surely gain the terrifying strength of real dinosaurs in ancient times. And it is definitely not a creature that can only be reduced to a mount like those created by Caesar. For flowers. 0, bloodlines, genes. If it is an ancient creature, it is understandable, but the fire-breathing dragon created by Vegapunk is obviously not a creature that once existed. Is it? Rosen suddenly had a bold idea, if it's genetics. Zoan devil fruit also has specific genes. And the creature that originally only existed in mythology, the fire-breathing dragon. The only one that can extract genes is devil fruit. Maybe, that creature was cloned by relying on the genes existing in the Phantom Beast, the fire-breathing dragon fruit. With Vegapunk's ability, it is not difficult to get a new demon's fruit. Advertisement. It's just that this technology has not been really perfected, so even he has not been able to experiment successfully. But Rockwell is different. After leaving the mad scientific research team, he has worked hard for half a lifetime, and he must have gained a lot. Thinking about it this way, Rosen seemed to have discovered a new world. 0. This Rockwell, I'm bound to get it. Rosenshun got up quickly. Brothers, set sail, out to sea. After waiting for so long, I finally found a scientist I liked. This scientist, who even Vegapunk attaches great importance to, has extraordinary thinking ability, once he is won by him. For him, it will definitely be a powerful booster. Gene cloning, ancient creatures, even mythical creatures. Rosen is looking forward to the future more and more. Are you going to sea? Great, where are you going to venture this time? The people on the boat cheered up. Rosen walked to the bow, her eyes sparkling, reflecting a dazzling light. Target, East Blue in the Four Seas. Although it was hailed as the weakest sea area, in fact, Rosen knew better than anyone that East Blue was absolutely impossible to be weak. East Blue is weak because of the existence of that legend. Every time that person goes home for vacation, he will catch a large number of pirates by the way. Over time, this formed the weakest situation for the East Blue pirates. And that person is the legendary marine hero, Garp the Fist, a man who has driven Roger, the Pirate King, into a corner several times. Greenbite East Blue Shore. Xuanwu's huge body entered the sea, and the surrounding sea beasts and fighting fish fled in all directions. After finding the direction, the Xuanwu issued a roar and moved towards that direction at a high speed. East Blue. There seems to be some incredible characters too. For this trip to East Blue, Rosen has begun to look forward to it. 082 Pet Hatching, Golden-Winged Dapeng Bird, the Endless Sea. The sea wind was raging, stirring up the waves, and a sailboat with a red flag broke through the wind and waves and drove at extreme speed. After a while, the huge head protruded from the sea, and then the lower body slowly floated out of the sea, and it looked like a huge basalt. The divine beast is Xuanwu. Once it travels, all beasts retreat, and divine martial arts are unparalleled in the world. Their voyage was smooth sailing, and nothing could threaten the existence of Xuanwu. Even the bad weather was blocked by the basalt barrier and could not affect the ship. As soon as the barrier was opened, it seemed to isolate the world, turning the ship into a pure land in the world. And in this pure land, everything seemed so peaceful. In Afra's medical laboratory, she and Leo were busy testing and matching the ingredients of the medicinal herbs. The preparation of the Zhejiang Jindan body refining pill has been completely completed. The prescription has been sent back to Xuanwu, and it has been handed over to Dr. Leopard to guide the processing. It only needs to harvest the medicinal materials of the small human race in large quantities, and then batch processing can be carried out. And now, the next pill he researched was Weiyuan pill and panacea. Weiyuan Dan can quickly restore physical strength, and a panacea can cure all diseases. Once it is successfully developed and produced in batches, it can benefit the whole world. No matter how complicated the incurable diseases are, the panacea can solve them, which means that many terminally ill patients can also be treated and given new life. According to Afra, the research and development of a panacea seems to be much more difficult than the Zhejiang Jindan. However, Rosen is not in a hurry. With Afra's talent and the ability of Lei Shaoran to know all the plants in the world, the research and development of these medicinal herbs is only a matter of time. Hoo-hoo. On deck, under Rosen's gaze, there was a tall, snow-white figure standing proudly. The eyes turned red. The figure has risen a bit. Behind him, his long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was wrapped in electricity, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. So cool, Sister Garrett is so handsome and gorgeous. Ease, who was beside him, instantly turned into a little fanboy, and looked at Garrett, full of admiration. The long flowing hair and tall figure set off Garrett's beauty at a glance. And this is the legend. Moon lion form, sure enough, you don't need to see the full moon to be able to transform. And, after acquiring this physique, you don't have to worry about losing your mind again. Garrot, who turned into a moon lion, has been able to keep his mind stable, unlike before. Once he turned it on, he would go berserk and want to destroy everything in sight. This is the effect of the Beastmaster Constitution Inheritance Card. Inheriting the physique of the Beastmaster, that is, the physique of the legendary moon lion in ancient times, is equivalent to returning their bloodlines to their ancestors, and they can obtain the infinite power in their bodies at any time. Ordinary fur tribes must wait until the night of the full moon and see the full moon before they can start transforming. Once the full moon disappears, or is obscured by dark clouds, they can only be forced to interrupt. But it's different now. Inheriting the most primitive moon lion physique, even if there is no full moon night, they can start the transformation, and there is no time limit. As long as they have sufficient physical strength, they can even live in the form of moon lions for a long time. One can imagine how important this Beastmaster Physique Inheritance Card is to the fur tribe. And now, Garrot also used a Beastmaster Physique Inheritance Card. These are 2 cards Rosen has reserved exclusively for her in Afra. Before that, Garrot needed to transform into a lunar jade rabbit and summon the phantom of the moon above the heavenly spirit, so that he could transform anytime and anywhere. But no need now. She is now equivalent to having returned to her ancestors and became a real moon lion, completely getting rid of the need for a full moon. Advertisement, what a terrifying force. Garrett looked at his hands. This is the first time that she has transformed into a moon lion with a clear consciousness. From now on, she will no longer be troubled by the rampage in the form of the moon lion. Of course, now she is only in the form of a moon lion. Besides, he also has a jade rabbit form of the sun jade rabbit fruit. Master jade rabbit with slow power, plus moon lion with unparalleled combat power. Garrett's current strength should be able to easily crush Cavendish. This is the innate advantage. Come on, there will be a chance to show you. After all, I also want to see how powerful the moon lion is. Rosen said with a smile. Afterwards, Garrett released his transformation and returned to his original appearance. Although the moon lion is strong, it consumes too much physical strength. Before the successful development of Weiyuanden, the physical problem was Garrett's injury. Whether it is the moon lion or the full moon blessing of the lunar jade rabbit, it is extremely exhausting. Mr. Captain, the egg in your room is moving. After a while, Kazuki Hiyori ran over. Okay. Rosen's heart skipped a beat. Is it going to hatch? Mythical beast pet eggs. I don't know what kind of mythical creatures will hatch. Rosen hurried to the room. Yeez and the others followed behind with excited expressions. According to Rosen, that pet egg can hatch magical creatures, so they've been curious for a long time. Now that it is about to hatch, they all come to watch the fun. Crack. As soon as you entered the room, you could hear a crisp sound. Really? A group of people quickly gathered around. What a miraculous look. Garrett's big eyes flickered, staring at the egg intently. It can be seen that a crack has appeared on the surface of the pet egg, from which a golden brilliance is revealed, which is full of sacred aura. Different from ordinary creatures, what is inside is a mythical creature, which should not exist in the world. However, as an omnipotent system, such an egg was created. At present, all the people on the ship have eaten the magical beast devil fruit before they can transform into mythical creatures. And he was born with an orthodox mythical creature bloodline. Wow. The noise became more intense. In the next second, I saw the eggshell fall off directly, revealing a small head covered in gold. This is. Even Rosen's pupils could not help shrinking at this moment. A childish squeak came. Immediately, under the watchful eyes of the public, the little golden head began to, crunchily, bite the eggshell and swallow the eggshell into its belly. With the eggshell into the body, the golden figure actually began to grow gradually. Advertisement finally, he broke free from the eggshell and swallowed the remaining eggshell. The golden light soared into the sky. An extremely powerful aura also emanated from that figure. This time, the Nei was full of strong power, no longer as immature as a newborn. This is this. What is this, golden eagle? Looking at the creature in front of them, everyone's eyes widened. At this time, Rosen's heart was also shaken violently. This creature. He recognized it. No, not a golden eagle. This is. Golden Winged Dapeng. Member, Golden Winged Dapeng. Position. Pet Bounty. 0 Bloodline. The bloodline of the Golden Winged Dapeng of the Phantom Beast. Abilities. Golden Sword Chi, Dragon Claw. That's right. The legendary one, who feeds on real dragons, is the Golden Winged Dapeng of the Master Dragon Fighting Technique. I never thought that such a powerful creature could be hatched. What is a real dragon? It was a divine beast known as the strongest creature. And the Golden Winged Dapeng feeds on real dragons, so one can imagine how domineering he is. Little guy, come here. Rosen suppressed the 4.0 shock in his heart and called to him. The Golden Winged Dapeng who ate the eggshell increased in size a lot, but after all, he was just born, only the size of a palm. Hearing Rosen's call, he showed a hint of intimacy. Because pet eggs are bound props, he only recognizes Rosen as the owner. Soon, the Dapeng bird jumped onto Rosen's hand. After eating all the eggshell essence, he already had a heart-pounding power in his body. It can be seen that golden light is flowing all over his body, and every feather is shining, reflecting a fierce light. Each of his golden feathers is comparable to a precious sword and is extremely sharp. That's it, from now on, your name will be Jiuyou. Rosen named him. Pets on board also play an important role, such as Chopper from the Straw Hats, Beppo from the Heart Pirates. And Jiuyou will also play the role of a pet. 083 The Fishman Island, Mako Merman. Divine Beast Pirates. Captain. Rosen, Cat Fruit Eudemon's White Tiger Form, Paramecia Penetrating Fruit. Vice Captain. Yamato, Inu Dog Fruit Eudemon's Oguchi True God Form. Combatant. Cavendish Lookout. Garrote, Bunny Fruit, Illusory Beast Species Taiyin, Jade Rabbit Form. Making Yakushi. Afra Pirate Ship, Mythical Beast Xuanwu. Archaeologist. Kazuki Hiyori, Bird, Fruit, Phantom Animal Species, 5-color Peacock Form. Sniper. Izawa Botanist. Leo, Insect Fruit Eudemon Species Skyhorn Ant Form. Pet. Golden Feather, Eudemon Species Golden Winged Dapeng Bloodline. Total members. 10 total bounty. 3.315 billion Bailey, 16 times have been drawn, 2 times can be drawn. System Warehouse. Zone Eudemon's Devil Fruit X36, extractable. A team. Beast Legion Captain. Pedro Vice Captains, Black Buck, Giovanni. Total members. 50 number of members that can be recruited. 101, 100 cards in total, 6 bonus cards for bounty, 1 for Garrote, 1 for Fira. Total bounty. 610 million. Second team, Insect Legion. Captain. Rimbod, Insect Fruit Mantis Form. Vice Captain. Kaboo, Insect Fruit Unicorn, Fairy Form. Vice Captain. Inhire, Insect Fruit, Termite Form. Total number of members. 100 number of members that can be recruited. 102, 100 worm fruits, 2 picked up by Jacobu and Bian. Total bounty. 0, on the sea, with a high-pitched neigh, he immediately saw a golden rock bird soaring into the sky, rising in the face of the storm, spreading its wings, as if covering the sky and the sun. Those sharp eyes burst out with amazing light. I saw his eyes flash, and then swoop down and swept across the sea. Hoo-hoo, in the sea, a sea beast 10 times larger than his body was grabbed instantly, and the huge body was exposed on the sea, and his whole body was sparkling. The golden claws were deeply embedded in the flesh and blood of the sea beast, and the sea beast screamed in pain. It was a giant eel with sharp fangs. After being caught by the golden-winged Dapeng, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake those golden claws. Compared with the giant eel, even the golden-winged Dapeng is particularly small. The eel attempted to attack, however, the golden figure flashed in his eyes. Another hissing sound came. In the next second, he grabbed the pair of sharp claws of the sea beast and ripped it abruptly. Peefed. In an instant, blood was spilled, and the huge body of the giant eel was actually torn in half alive. FK. Violent. So, simply chilling. On the Xuanwu, the crew members who witnessed this scene all showed horror. Compared with the giant eel, the size of the golden-winged Dapeng is really not worth mentioning. It was like a sparrow grabbed an elephant. This is the power of the legendary beast, the golden-winged Dapeng. A mere eel, what is there to mention? He can even fight a real dragon. Although he is still young, he can still feel the unparalleled kamui of the golden-winged Dapeng. Boom. The 2 bloody eel bodies were thrown on the deck by the golden-winged Dapeng. For a time, like an earthquake, the whole ship trembled twice. Advertisement: the size of this giant eel was no smaller than that of Xuanwu, and even the deck of the Xuanwu could not fit, and half of its body was exposed, dripping blood. Afterwards, the golden-winged Dapeng swooped down and began to enjoy his trophies. The golden beak ate the body of the giant eel. After a while, the giant eel was only left with bones. He was obviously much bigger than him, but even so, he pecked the giant eel completely. After a full meal, the golden-winged Dapeng touched his stomach with great satisfaction. Immediately, it can be seen that the feathers on his body have become more dazzling. Every time he eats, for the young golden-winged Dapeng, it is a growth, and now he is only equivalent to an infant. Impressive. Is this the legendary beast? Everyone looked at the golden figure in front of them with fiery eyes. Just born, he has the ability to fight giant sea beasts if he really grows up. It's hard to imagine how far it will grow. Even Xuanwu stuck his head out and looked at this creature. In the final analysis, Xuanwu is only a product of science and technology. Although it has the ability of Xuanwu, it is not a real Xuanwu, only a person with Xuanwu ability. And the golden creature in front of him was a serious pure-blooded golden-winged Dapeng. Rubbing his stomach with contentment, golden-winged Dapeng showed his heartless appearance again, and Pityiner came to Rosen's side. Then, his size began to slowly shrink. With a flutter, he came to Rosen's shoulder, like an ornament, standing silently, motionless, only those sharp eyes staring around at this moment. It's amazing that it can actually grow and shrink. The crowd was amazed. They were still curious just now that the golden-winged Dapeng, which was not big at first, rose against the storm the moment it flew out, and became more than 100 times larger. A pair of golden feathers spread out, as if covering the sky. Now that he has shrunk again, everyone finally understands that this is one of the abilities of the golden-winged Dapeng. Is the ability of the golden-winged Dapeng? Rosen's eyes flashed, and he immediately shook his head. No, this is the ability of divine beasts, the law of heaven and earth. An ability to freely change body shape. This is a very common ability in the world of mythology, and many mythical beasts can conjure up the heaven and earth. If it is the unique ability of Golden Winged Dapeng, he will definitely show it on the identity information marked by the system to Golden Winged Dapeng. However, in the introduction given by the system, it only showed the unique talents of Golden Winged Dapeng, Golden Sword Chi, Dragon Capturing Technique, and 2 natural talents. Therefore, Rosen concluded that this magical aspect of heaven and earth must be the ability of a pure-blooded oriental mythical beast to be able to master. What a nice pet! Rosen reached out and teased the golden feather on his shoulder. For his performance, Rosen expressed great satisfaction. Captain, not far ahead, is the red line. It has been 4 or 5 days since Greenbit left. Garrett on the observation deck saw the distant picture through the telescope. Steep rock cliffs, standing on the horizon ahead, split the sea in 2, towering into the clouds. The cliffs are full of angular rocks that cannot be climbed at all. This is the famous red line in the pirate world. The red line, a ring-shaped continent covered with red soil, divides the entire sea into 2 hemispheres. Half are the east and south blue domains, half is the west-north blue domain. A route that crosses the red line is called the Grand Line. On both sides of the Grand Line, there is the ferocious calm belt, inhabited by countless giant sea kings, isolating this route into an independent existence. The 4 major sea areas are divided by the 2 crossed areas of the Red Line and the Grand Line. The first half of the Grand Line separates the east-south blue domain. The second half of the Grand Line will separate the west-north blue domain. Where Rosen and the others are now is New World in the second half of the Grand Line. If they forcibly cross the calm belt, wherever they go, it's west blue or north blue. But their goal here is east blue. In this way, you can only cross the red line, go to the first half of the Grand Line, and then cross the calm belt to reach the east blue sea at the fastest speed. There are 2 junctions between Grand Line and New World. One is the upside-down mountain at the end of the New World and the starting point of the Grand Line. All 4 sea areas must pass through this place to enter the Grand Line. Another junction is Mariajoy, the holy place where the world government is located. Advertisement Celestial Dragons, world government are all here, and naval headquarters, also near Mariajoy, on a town called Marineford near the Grand Line. Upside Down is too far from Greenbit Island, so their goal is to enter the Grand Line from the junction where Mariajoy is. And here, there are always 2 paths. One is to cross the Red Line. But this is almost impossible for ordinary pirates to do. First, the sheer cliffs of the Red Line are simply impossible to climb. Second, this is the headquarters of the world government and naval headquarters. For pirates, this area is completely impassable. The other way is from the Fishmen Island 10,000 meters below the seabed. Little Xuanwu, let's go to sea, Rosen gave the order. With the sacred beast Xuanwu that can invite them to swim in the seabed is just like their own home, and they can come and go freely. Roar. Xuanwu let out a low roar, and immediately shook his entire body, propped up the Xuanwu barrier on his back, and guarded the cabin inside. Immediately, he plunged into the sea with a savage. The existence of the basalt barrier is like a glass cover, isolating the seawater, and has a strong defense ability that cannot be destroyed. With this barrier, nothing can threaten Xuanwu Dao. Gradually go to sea. When you reach the deep sea, you can see the roots of many mangroves around. On the other side of the Red Line, this is an ancient tree that builds up the Sabaody Bottom Archipelago, spreading its roots underwater. This ancient tree is called Sun Tree Eve. No one knows what era he left behind, but the root system alone is enough to spread to the Fishmen Island, which is 10,000 meters under the sea. It is conceivable how long this Sun Tree Eve has a long history. It is precisely because of the existence of the Sun Tree Eve that it brings sunshine and air to the Fishmen Island, which is 10,000 meters under the sea, so the fish and mermen can survive here for a long time. 450 It can be said that if there is no Sun Tree Eve, there will be no the Fishmen Island today. Hey, what a big octopus! Suddenly, Garrett let out an exclamation. Following the weak sunlight brought by Yangshu Eve, you can see that there is a pair of huge eyes emitting from the gap between the roots of the mangrove root of the rooted dragon. Roar. Immediately afterwards, a roar came out. The huge figure in the darkness suddenly stretched out a long tentacle, attempting to launch an attack. Seeing this, Rosen quickly knew what was going on. The legendary North Blue monster, Kulaken. It looks like a combination of an octopus and a squid, and the individual is very huge. At the same time, he also has the fierce name of the public enemy of mankind, often lurking in the deep sea and attacking the entering pirate ship. It looks like he's watching us. The corners of Rosen's mouth twitched slightly. The golden-winged Dapeng standing on his shoulders let out an excited neigh, as if he could not wait to fight. But Rosen held him down with a finger, stopping his uncontrollable heart. This is the deep sea, not where he shows Kamui. At this time, Xuanwu, the divine beast under them, slowly raised his head. Compared with Kulaken's 300-meter high physique, Xuanwu's physique is nothing. However, after a cold gleam came out, the north blue giant Kulaken froze all over, and there was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Roar. Xuanwu let out a low roar, his eyes swept away, and Kulaken suddenly trembled. In the next second, as if the mouse saw the cat, Kulaken turned and ran, stumbled all the way into the dense forest deep in the roots of the mangroves, and soon disappeared. See Gui, Xiao Xuanwu is amazing. Yiz's worship target this time became Xiao Xuanwu again, and he jumped up on the deck excitedly. His typical little fanboy demeanor was vividly displayed by him. At the same time, on the Fishman Island deep under the sea, a sharp-nosed mako shark mermaid in blue clothes and with glamorous eyes collapsed to the ground as if she was collapsed. Incredible. How? How is it possible there was a trance in her eyes? The whole person seems to have lost his soul. Why do you see such a picture? 084 Gorgeous beauty, Mrs. Shirley, what a beautiful island. Is this where the legendary Murlocs live? As Xuanwu slowly dived, soon, they could see an island wrapped in bubbles. Without a doubt, that's where Murlocs and mermen live, the Fishman Island. I've been to this place, and I once knew two beautiful mermaid ladies. Cavendish, who was on the side, held a rose and fell into a good memory. He completed the first half of the Grand Line, and then entered the new world through the Fishman Island, so he naturally came to the Fishman Island. Really? What does a mermaid look like? It must be beautiful. Ise's eyes suddenly lit up. Most of them have only heard of the legendary mermaid. How can I say it? It's half fish, half human creature. If it's beautiful, it's really beautiful. Captain brother, let's go up and see. I've never seen a mermaid before. Ise was a little impatient, but Rosen shook his head slowly. The fish people. Forget it, come back next time, find our scientists first. As for the Fishman Island, soon, after a while, when this place becomes a borderless land, I will come to subdue it. Rosen has a plan for the future. The Fishman Island, which currently belongs to Whitebeard's territory, is sheltered by Whitebeard, and few people dare to touch this place. Rosen doesn't really want to fight against this world's strongest man, now. What's more, Summit War is only a few months away. After a while, the boy in the straw hat from East Blue should set sail, and the timeline in the original book is about to unfold. The ambitious guy on the Whitebeard ship was probably about to lose his temper. When everything happens naturally, Summit War will come after all. Although he is not sure whether Summit War will be shot, but the Whitebeard pirates will definitely undergo a huge change after this incident. When that time comes, it's Rosen's turn. It's time to start his own era. Sooner or later, he will take over the Fishman Island from Whitebeard's hands. After all, this race is not easy. His Marine Corps is to be formed after all. All this, Rosen had a plan in mind. I heard that there is a piece of historical text on the Fishman Island. Cavendish thought for a while, then said. Hearing the name of the historical text, Kazuki Hiyori immediately cheered up. But Rosen shook his head. I just need the red text of the road sign, the other stones are useless to me. The red stone points to the ultimate land, and finding all the stones means that he can become the Pirate King and get a bounty at the Pirate King level. But ordinary stones record only the secrets of history. It is said that finding all the historical texts and linking the information recorded above can form an article that can unlock the secret of the blank 100 years won. However, Rosen is not interested in the truth of history. He will only look forward and create an era of his own, instead of entangled in the truth of the 100 years. He probably already had a simple understanding of the so-called truth. It is nothing more than that. 800 years ago, there was an extremely powerful country with advanced technology, abundant resources, and a powerful ancient weapon master. However, another 20 countries joined forces at that time to destroy the kingdom and set up the world government. Subsequently, the royal families of these 20 countries, except for the royal family of Alabasta, the other 19 all moved to the Holy Land Meriajoy and began to call themselves celestial dragons. In order to eradicate its own sinful behavior, the world government began to eradicate the 100-year history and does not allow anyone to interpret it. Advertisement. The Kazuki family, who are Masons, created a historical text of the stone tablet that cannot be destroyed in order to leave the truth behind. They engraved the articles that recorded the truth on the historical text, and placed them all over the world, leaving them for future generations to interpret. Hence the historical text. And on the Fishman Island, the piece of Joey Boy's letter of remorse that exists in the forest of the sea is not attractive to Rosen at all. He is not a D family, and he does not need to inherit the mission of the D family, interpreting history or something. It has nothing to do with him. He will use his own means to create an era of his own, rather than relying on those so-called truths to achieve certain goals. That's it, that's fine. Cavendish didn't ask. It just so happens that I'm also very interested in East Blue Prison. I want to know how Marine will react when we walk away from the captured scientist, ha 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 ha. Prison robbery is a serious crime, and the world government will definitely not forgive it. It's sure to make a splash by then. The only thing to note is that no one of them currently knows where the so-called East Blue Prison is, and they have to find out. Let's go. It's starting to float. Rosen glanced at the Fishman Island below, and said nothing. After Summit War, someone will take over, and Rosen is the right person. Xuanwu raised his head and slowly floated up, following the roots of the Sun Tree Eve, all the way up. He could reach the Sabadi Bottom Archipelago and enter the boundary of the first half of the Grand Line. But not long after they just surfaced, suddenly, there was a graceful figure in the back, chasing after him. Okay. It was Izawa who noticed it first. With a slight movement of his ears, even underwater, he could hear any movement around him. Captain brother, it seems that someone is chasing us. Ise looked at Rosen. Hearing his words, Rosen was stunned. Is someone chasing? Could it be those Murloc gangsters who hate humans? Those gangsters in Fishman Street like to fight against humans the most. Once they find a passing ship, they will destroy it and let the humans on board die in the sea. If it's them, then they can't sit idly by. He came to the back of the cabin and looked behind Xuanwu. Okay. Rosen's eyes sank. Not the Murlocs, but a mermaid. The opponent's speed was extremely fast, and it didn't take long before that graceful figure was about to catch up with the Xuanwu. It is worthy of being the fastest swimming mermaid in the world. Even a Murloc, in terms of swimming speed, it is far behind the mermaid. Your Excellency, please stay. Yeez and the others were all ready for battle, but when they heard the voice of a woman, they relaxed a little. Wow. Is that the legendary mermaid? Yeez's eyes suddenly lit up. As the other party approaches, they can already roughly see the other party's appearance. Blue hooded top, graceful figure, and the most prominent fishtail. It looked like a mermaid, however, she is different from ordinary mermaids. Her lower body is similar to the tail of a shark, full of unique flavor. Advertisement. Look at the other person's face again. Lang Yan is the first feeling. Even if she swims at high speed in the water, her posture still gives people a noble atmosphere. Wrong. This. Shark merman? Kazuki Hiyori shrank back. She could see the type of the other party at a glance. It was a shark mermaid. This can't eat people. There are also sharks in Wanakuna's waters, so she's still a little scared of sharks. Please stay, I don't mean anything. At this time, the shark merman who had caught up had already arrived outside the Xuanwu barrier. Her body is much larger than the average mermaid. It was several times higher than everyone on the Rosen ship. According to preliminary estimates, it must be 4 or 5 meters high. If you count the long shark tail fin, it is estimated to be 7 or 8 meters long. Those blue eyes and cold and glamorous features made people wonder about her identity. But for Rosen, this person is no stranger. Is something wrong? Rosen was a little surprised that this person actually took the initiative to find him. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at the sharp-nosed shark merman. Yes, I have business with you, said the shark merman. Oh, I seem to have seen you somewhere. At this time, Cavendish seemed to think of something. He rubbed his temples and fell into memory, as if trying to remember the identity of the other party. Cough. Yes, I remembered. You are the beautiful lady proprietress of the Mermaid Cafe. Cavendish suddenly remembered. The proprietress of the Mermaid Cafe, Mrs. Shirley, is also a well-known figure in the Fishman Island. She is the most famous fortune-teller on Fishman Street, Malise, and at the age of 4, she predicted the coming of the age of the great pirates. In addition, she has predicted many things, although she cannot know the exact time of the event, but the accuracy rate is as high as 100%. 100% accurate. What a concept. It means that as long as it is something she can predict, almost everything happens. However, because she often predicted misfortune, she gradually began to hate divination. Even so, she can occasionally sense the occurrence of certain special events. No one knows why she has this ability, not even herself. Every divination will make her feel deeply disturbed. Shirley's appearance made Rosen frown. Do you have anything to say? Luo seems to have a guess. Mrs. Shirley nodded heavily. I'm a fortune teller and can predict some big things that are about to happen. Although I don't know the specific events of the events, almost all the things I have predicted have happened. This time Mrs. Shirley took a deep breath. I got some incredible footage. 085 please take me out to sea. Hearing Shirley's words, Rosen's heart skipped a beat. No matter who they are full of awe for the future. Because no one knows what will happen in the future, even the most amazing person can't guarantee what his future will be like. Therefore, the fortune teller is an extremely terrifying existence from beginning to end. Especially someone like Shirley who is born with the ability to predict the future. At the age of 4, he predicted that Roger would die and that the age of the great pirates would come. After that, many disturbing things were predicted one after another. Moreover, Rosen also knew that in a few months, she would predict the death of Whitebeard. At the same time, 2 years after the Summit War, she also saw the destruction of the Fishman Island in the future through divination, which triggered the Ryugu Kingdom's death. Shock. She had foreseen so many misfortunes that even she herself once gave up divination. But this time, something seemed to be calling her, so she started another divination. However, it was this divination that she saw some incredible pictures. What do you see? Rosen looked at Mrs. Shirley. Shirley's face showed unprecedented solemnity. I saw a war. Unimaginable, indescribably terrible war. This was the most terrifying picture she had ever foreseen since she was a child. Before that, whether it was the opening of the era of the great pirates, or the sacrifice of Princess Odahime, or even the death of Fisher Tiger 450, it did not bring him such a shock. The apocalypse-like picture filled her mind like a dream demon. The sound of artillery fire, the sound of swords, the sound of killing, screams, blood, corpses, wreckage, it was tragic and shocking. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanoes, ice storms, thunder, skyfires slam the earth. The roar of dragons, demons, and beasts shakes the world. It was a shocking super war, and countless people died in the war. The corners of Mrs. Shirley's eyes had already begun to sparkle. Those terrifying images stimulated her brain all the time, and every time she thought about it, she trembled and couldn't help herself. Now, even Izawa and the others behind Rosen showed indescribably shocked expressions. Just hearing these, they can faintly feel the tragic. And Mrs. Shirley actually saw that picture. It's hard to imagine what kind of pressure this woman is under. Rosen frowned too. War. In the history of the pirate world, many things have happened. The well-known battles include the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the Summit War that will take place in half a year, and of course the Blackbeard Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, BFEA, the decisive battle, and the Wano-Kuni battle 3 years later, etc. Advertisement. These wars, regardless of the number of people or the degree of tragicness, are enough to shock the world. But even so, it's not as terrifying as Mrs. Shirley describes it. The earthquake and tsunami is understandable, but it is nothing more than Whitebeard's ability, indicating that in that battle, Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, also participated. Volcanoes and ice storms are undoubtedly the work of Marine Admiral. If only these, then Mrs. Shirley's war is most likely the Summit War. Thunder, God, dragons, beasts. Summit War never happened. Thunder might be the God on Sky Island, while Tianjiao might be Fire Fist Ace. Of course, there's another possibility, that horrible old woman. And the dragon. The one who can be called a dragon, the only one in the world. Is it really that bad? Among the 4 emperors, it is possible to dispatch 3. Is it the final battle? You must know that any 2 sea emperors joining forces are enough to make the world government feel fearful. And in this unknown war, there have been at least 3 veteran emperors. It's acceptable if they don't join forces. If it is a joint effort, even the world government may suffer a devastating blow. The symbolic meaning of this war is far from what Summit War can compare to, and it may even change the pattern of the entire world. You are looking for me on purpose now. Does this war have something to do with me? Rosen asked. Mrs. Shirley's description just now did not mention anything related to him. But come to think of it, this level of war, Rosen, the 5th emperor, should not be absent. Have, not just a relationship, but a very big relationship. Mrs. Shirley looked at Rosen solemnly. If it wasn't for this man, she wouldn't have rushed out of the Fishman Island desperately and chased after him. To be precise, it is not only related to you, but also related to our Murlocs, so I will find you and tell you this. She took a deep breath. In the battle I foresee, a large number of new forces will enter the battlefield in the final picture. At this moment, Mrs. Shirley's eyes reflected an amazing momentum. Feathered men soaring in the sky, orcs running on land, insects gushing out from the ground, huge dinosaurs, undead shrouded in darkness. Advertisement, and on the sea, the tumultuous Murloc army. Speaking of this, Mrs. Shirley began to tremble. I don't know if it's because of fear or because of excitement. At this moment, her eyes were full of indescribable light. Such a picture is really unforgettable. During this period of time, as long as she closed her eyes, what appeared in her mind was the kind of shocking picture. You can see from this picture, in the future war, the Murlocs will also be involved. That kind of shocking war, just thinking about it, feels terrifying. I don't know how many people will be sacrificed. She doesn't care about others, but since there are Murlocs, she has to pay attention to it. This matter may be related to the survival of the Murlocs. In that level of battle, even the Murlocs whose physiques are different from ordinary people are not worth mentioning at all. Dragons, demons, natural disasters. None of these are existences that Murlocs can contend with. So when she first saw the Murlocs appear, her heart was half cold. But soon, the next picture, let her feel hope. Fortunately, all of these new arrivals seem to have the same leader. That's a. Speaking of which, her eyes were fixed on Rosen on the Xuanwu. Ride the giant turtle's youth. Speaking of which, what she wanted to express was self-evident. All Murlocs, including our Dragon Kingdom, obey your orders. At this moment, Yamato and others all looked at Rosen. Orcs, insects, and so on, they know nothing better. Rosen fell silent too. Everything Shirley said didn't seem to be inconsistent. Is it true that one day in the future, such an amazing war will break out? And he will also lead the Divine Beast Pirates, as well as several of his legions, into this war? Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, even Marine, World Government and maybe even the Revolutionary Army. What she foresees. Is it really the ultimate battle of the future? If a war like this does come one day and we Murlocs are forced to get involved, I hope we will have the right leader. And the pictures I saw told me everything. Mrs. Shirley's eyes shone brightly, as if Rosen was who she thought she was. Future, leader, please take me out to sea, I want to help you. 086 Ren fruit, mythical beast species succubus form. Please take me out to sea. Mrs. Shirley's eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. Since she will see the picture of the future, it means that the future cannot be avoided. And she never wanted to avoid it. Since she was a child, she has been accustomed to this feeling of being dominated by the future. She had expected the death of Princess Otoji. She had thought of various ways to avoid it, but it happened after all. Even, later Fisher Tiger, since Shirley foresaw the picture of his death, she had found Fisher. But when the other party heard her words, Qian smiled. Since I see you, it means it can't be avoided, doesn't it? If you know it can't be avoided, why bother to run away? Leaving only a free and easy smile, Fisher still chose to go to sea as usual. All that was left for her was the resolute back. Yes, now that she has seen such a picture, and her prophecy will be 100% fulfilled from beginning to end. So, she prefers to believe that the future will actually happen. Since it will happen. So no matter how hard she tried, it was impossible to avoid that war. Instead, it is better to take the initiative to welcome. And in the prophecy screen, all the Murlocs and mermaids, including the guards of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, etc., have appeared. The figure they followed was the man in front of him. All this, the symbolic meaning is self-evident. This man is their future leader, and will lead the Murlocs and Mermen to create a new future. Although she doesn't know when that war will happen, or how the war will end. However, this man is their only hope. Only when this man achieves the ultimate victory, the Murloc and the Merman will be victorious. From the moment she saw those pictures, she knew that the fate of their sea clan was bound up with the man in front of her. In order not to cause panic, I did not tell others about the predicted picture, and chose to bear it myself. But our sea clan always have to take the initiative to stand up, right? Although I'm just an ordinary coffee shop owner, since God has given me the ability to foretell the future, it is impossible for me to back down. Shirley gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, a look of determination on her face. Her divination ability is unparalleled in the world. She used to hate this ability, but now, since she saw those pictures, she felt that her abilities were not useless. At least, a lot of information can be known in advance, so that they have a certain ability to make decisions. This time, I don't want to escape this ability anymore. Since God wants to borrow my mouth to tell the world some information about the future. Well, I'll do exactly what he wants. Shirley takes a deep breath. Future leaders, please let me help you as a fortune teller. Rosen fell into a brief silence. Hearing Shirley's words, even he was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this woman can even foresee the ultimate battle in the future. Before that, he only knew that the Fishmen Island had such a powerful fortune teller, who had predicted the great changes of the times. The death of Roger, the advent of the era of the Great Pirate. The death of Whitebeard, the beginning of the most evil era. Even in the future, the destruction of the Fishmen Island. These are all major events that are enough to change history and change. Anything that spreads out is enough to shock the whole world. Yet Shirley not only predicted it, but it all happened. It is conceivable that her divination ability is terrifying. If there is such a fortune teller, it must be of great help to him. You must know that Shirley's divination ability, in addition to divination to some big events that can change the world, can also predict many small things. Moreover, if ordinary trivial matters are not enough to affect the heavenly secret, Shirley's divination can reach a relatively precise level. What's more, the mermaid clan is the darling of the sea, and it is the fastest race among the 10,000 clans in the sea. If there is an extra merman on board, it can also be of great help. At the same time, in the future, the sea clan on the Fishmen Island will be recruited by Rosen after all, and what Shirley sees is enough to prove everything. With Shirley's relationship, she and the Fishmen Island can also get in touch faster. In addition, Shirley is also a well-known and respected person on the Fishmen Island. Many people respect her very much, and many people believe in her ability to predict. Take the future for example. Mrs. Shirley foresaw the picture of the destruction of the Fishmen Island. In the picture, the Straw Hat Boy stood in the ruins of the destroyed Fishmen Island, so he was misunderstood as the culprit of the destruction of the Fishmen Island. Hearing her words, the Ryugu Kingdom would rather believe Mrs. Shirley's unsure prophecy than to believe the Straw Hat crew who was invited as a guest in Ryugu Castle. A second ago, both parties were drinking and having fun in the banquet hall, and their relationship was extremely harmonious. The next moment, after hearing Mrs. Shirley's prophecy, they directly believed Mrs. Shirley's words, turned to swords and arrested the Straw Hat guy. Although it was just a misunderstanding, advertisement. But this shows Mrs. Shirley's prestige on the Fishmen Island. Maybe in the future, she will also become an important help for Rosen to recruit the Fishmen Island and create the Marine Corps. Mrs. Shirley looked at Rosen quietly, as if waiting for an answer. And Yamato and others are watching him. Hearing Shirley's words, everyone's hearts were full of shock. The future war would be unimaginable. And they, as members of the Five Emperors team, will inevitably be the most dazzling corners in that war. After a moment of silence, Rosen finally spoke. Want to get on my boat? Yes, but there's a problem. Shirley's eyes suddenly lit up. What is the problem? Rosen looked at her, the sharp-nosed mackerel mermaid with a cool appearance and a noble temperament. Even among all the fish, Shirley can be regarded as the most beautiful kind. At least Rosen feels that she is much more amazing than Princess Shirahoshi, who is known as one of the three beauties of pirates. Shirahoshi Jun. Fufu. S. I know that crying is actually quite disgusting. The shark tail fin on the lower body is particularly conspicuous, although it gives people an alien style. But if you really want to get on the ship and sail in Shanghai, there are still many inconveniences. Do you mind being human? Rosen asked earnestly. Mrs. Shirley was a little surprised by this question. Then she smiled. Our mermaid women, when they reach the age of 30, their fins will automatically separate, turning into legs, and they will become no different from human women. I am only 26 years old now, and there are still 4 years before I have my legs. After all, you will still become human, so why bother? Really, there is a big difference between males and females. Female mermaids, when they are 30 years old, will differentiate their legs, can walk like humans, and can choose to swim to the shore and marry human men. Those who have legs, such as Princess Eiji, Granny Coco, and so on. They are all adult mermaids. The male mermaid cannot have legs, and can only be a mermaid all his life. Therefore, Shirley naturally couldn't mind being a human being, because after 4 years, whether she wanted to or not, she would become no different from a human woman. If I made you human right now, with legs, would you? Rosen looked at him seriously. Mrs. Shirley was slightly surprised. Now, that's right. Rosen nodded. After the tentative surprise, Mrs. Shirley quickly recovered and said with a smile, I can become a human in advance, of course I can't ask for it. The adult symbol of a female mermaid is her legs. When they are 30 years old and have legs, it means they can get married. All young mermen have always had expectations about coming of age and getting married. Now that Rosen told her she could have human legs ahead of time, she certainly didn't want it. Since this is the case, then I have nothing to refuse. A crew member with 100% accurate divination ability is also a powerful assistant to me. While speaking, Rosen reached out and wiped the space ring. Just a ray of light flashed. In his hand, a strange black fruit had already appeared. Just a few days ago, a Renren fruit was identified, and it was in a good shape. Rosen looked at the fruit of everyone, and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. After being crowned emperor, he drew 3 devil fruit identification cards. After some identification, he learned the shape of the 3 fruits. And among these 3 fruits, there is exactly one Renren fruit. If Mrs. Shirley got on the boat and followed them around the world, the shark fins would be very troublesome and could not walk on land, which was very inconvenient for her. It is impossible for her to always walk with a bubble circle on her body. Therefore, it is very necessary to turn her into a human in advance. And this, Renren fruit can do it. See Chopper and Afra. Afra, who was originally a squirrel girl, after eating the human fruit seraph form, her skin that was covered with fluff became as white and smooth as a human being. From the appearance of a squirrel, she became more inclined to human beings. So Rosen concluded that, after eating the human fruit, Mrs. Shirley must be able to grow human legs. This is. Mrs. Shirley's eyes flashed, and there was light in her eyes. As a highly respected person on the Fishman Island, devil fruit is no stranger to her. Since you know me, you must have read our news. The rumors are not wrong. My ship is indeed only recruited with phantom beast abilities, and all of us have eaten zoan, phantom beast species, devil fruit. For flowers. 0, if you want to get on the ship, you must also become a phantom beast. The one in my hand is the human fruit of the phantom beast species. After eating it, you can have human legs in advance, and like us, you can live on land. This is the only request I have of you. It's up to you whether you can accept it or not. Rosen put a hand on his back and looked at Shirley with a half smile. Advertisement as for his habit, Yamato and others have taken it for granted. Back then, that was how they were fooled onto the boat. Of course, it can't be said to be a hoax. After all, this phantom beast fruit can be rare and valuable, and Rosen is willing to give it to them, which is also an honor for them. Hearing Rosen's words, Mrs. Shirley hesitated for a moment. Devil fruit's curse, she is naturally clear. If you eat it, you will not be able to swim in the water. This is a very serious problem for mermaids. However, this problem is not impossible to solve. Such as Vanderdecken IX, the man who haunted Ryugujo and Princess Shirahoshi for many years, was a murloc who ate the fruit of paramecia. Vanderdecken Ix, who had lost the swimming characteristics of the murlocs, was still living in the water after he was covered with swimming coating. This kind of coating is a special substance on the Fishman Island, which can play the role of isolating seawater. After the swimming coating is applied, the ability person will not directly contact the seawater, so that he can ignore the curse of seawater and still be able to swim. After some measure, Mrs. Shirley gritted her teeth. I will accept it. 0 at the price of being unable to swim. You can exchange for the powerful ability of the magical beast devil fruit, and at the same time, you can also obtain human legs in advance. And the price of not being able to swim is not insurmountable, it is just a little troublesome for her. Comparing the two, she has already made a lot of money. If that's the case, then come in. Rosen smiled and immediately came to Mrs. Shirley. Across the basalt barrier, Rosen extended a hand to her. The basalt barrier is eternal and indestructible, and nothing can break it. But, under everyone's attention, Rosen's hand actually penetrated the barrier and stretched out. Penetrate the fruit. Yes, this is obviously his penetrating ability. Although it is impossible to destroy the barrier, it is possible to ignore the basalt barrier by virtue of the ability to penetrate all substances and directly penetrate it. In this way, the Xuanwu barrier is still intact, but Rosen can come and go freely. The target touched by Rosen can naturally penetrate freely. Take my hand. Rosen signaled. Mrs. Shirley nodded and grabbed it immediately. Mermaid skin is generally smooth and delicate. The moment when this jade hand painted with purple nails holds Rosen. Rosen pulled back. Under Mrs. Shirley's terrified eyes, he pulled Mrs. Shirley into the basalt barrier. Welcome, my fortune teller. Rosen looked at her with a smile. Thank you. In the isolated space, Shirley couldn't walk, so Rosen pulled her all the way to the Xuanwu. She sat directly on the deck, and her long tail fin was exposed, which attracted everyone's curiosity. Her body size is much larger than normal people, and with the shark tail fin, she is full of alien style. Being watched, Mrs. Shirley also felt a tinge of blush. But now she can't move, she can only sit like this. Eat him and you will have legs in advance. Rosen saw the embarrassment of the other party, so he handed over the Renren fruit in his hand. Taking the fruit of everyone, Shirley said thank you. After all, this thing is very valuable. If it is calculated according to the rarity of the phantom beast, this one is estimated to be worth 1 billion. Just give her such a precious thing so casually, and help her to transform her legs in advance. This move instantly made Molly flattered. If in the future, the leader of the Sea Clan is such a man. That doesn't seem out of place either. At least from this point, it can be seen that the man in front of him is not evil by nature, and he gives people a feeling of getting along well. Although this is only the first impression, but with her eyes on people, she is never wrong. Thank you, Captain. She blushed slightly, took the fruit to her mouth, and took a light bite. The next second, her body began to change. This is the third Renren fruit Eudemon's form Rosen has drawn, and this form also makes Rosen full of curiosity. After all, no man would reject this form. 087 The Evil Witch of the Dark Wind. Take a breath. As soon as she saw it, Mrs. Shiarly's tail fin began to slowly separate. Her body is a tip-tip shark, and her tail fin is also the shape of a tip-tip mako shark, which is longer than the tail fin of most mermaids. This also means that she will become a long-legged beauty. The blue skin gradually faded, and the shark pattern gradually disappeared, and it was about to change into two proud long T's. Yeez and the others are about to stare straight in their eyes. Even Rosen was inexplicably expecting, but at the last moment, a robe suddenly blocked Mrs. Shiarly's legs, covering everything. Cut. What? Have a finger in the pie, Yeez immediately protested. Yamato turned around and knocked at Izawa with a bang, and the pained Izawa screamed proudly. Rosen looked aside and coughed dryly. Just changing the legs is not enough. The next second, Mrs. Shiarly's makeup also began to change. The color of his lips turned black, the corners of his eyebrows were printed with black lines, and his face was also morbidly pale, full of darkness. Immediately, Mrs. Shiarly seemed to be struggling a little, and she looked up to the sky and whispered in pain. Immediately afterwards, she saw that behind her, 450, a pair of black wings that were half a foot long grew out. The wings looked very small, but they were a bit like decorations. The shape was similar to the wings of a bat, but it was full of light. Devil wings. Then, behind her, a slender devil's tail also grew out. Monster, evil, charming become synonymous with Mrs. Shiarly. This time, even Rosen, who was very determined, couldn't help but glance at him. What form has this become? Garrett's big eyes flickered, full of curiosity. Mrs. Shiarly's current change is indeed somewhat surprising, not only getting rid of the tail fin of the mermaid, but also turning into a mature dark beauty. To be exact, more like a witch. The enchanting demon wings and the demon tail can make people sink into it just by looking at it. In addition, Mrs. Shiarly's body is much larger than ordinary people, revealing her proud figure. Now she has become a witch of the dark wind, which makes people unable to turn their eyes. Succubus Rosen speaks slowly. As early as before, through the identification card, he already knew the shape of this fruit. According to legend, the evil female spirit of the fallen dream of master is synonymous with enchantment, and her whole body is full of temptation or surname. She can make people fall into the dream of desire, indulge, and even sink forever. From her makeup, you can feel the evil spirit. Of course, although it is synonymous with evil, this unique dark wind can make people feel a different flavor. Call. After completing the transformation, Mrs. Shiarly let out a long breath, but what came out of her mouth was pink fragrant smoke. What a terrifying ability. In her mind, she already knew her own form, and her ability to master in this form. Member. Molly advertisement position, fortune teller. Bounty. 0 abilities. Renren fruit, Eudemons, succubus form. What an amazing change. Even Kazuki Hiyori was amazed. The original shark fins have completely turned into long legs. Mrs. Shiarly put on a robe, but Yamato's robe only covered just enough. Is this what it's like to have legs? Mrs. Shiarly looked at her legs and enjoyed the feeling of walking on them. Although now she is not proficient in walking with legs. But it's only a matter of time. She walked back and forth twice, feeling very satisfied. Her body is currently the tallest on the ship, with a height of 5 or 6 meters, and Rosen's height of nearly 2 meters. In front of her is just a little bit. So big, Sister Shark, what exactly is your ability? Izai expressed great curiosity and moved closer. Shiarly smiled sweetly and looked at Iz. Want to feel it? Yeez thought for a while, shook his head, and nodded again, seemingly hesitant. But in the next second, Mrs. Shiarly stretched out her hand and blew a puff of pink smoke at Iz. After inadvertently smelling the sleeping smoke, Iz felt very good and couldn't help but take 2 more sips. But soon, I saw that his eyes began to blur. In the end, he fell to the ground stupidly. How is this going? Yamato and the others were immediately stunned. If Mrs. Shiarly had not become their teammate, otherwise, with their vigilance, it is estimated that they would have done it on the spot. Seeing this scene, Rosen had already guessed the opponent's ability. The ability to sink into a dream. Rosen speaks slowly. Sinking into a dream? Everyone was very surprised. Because the dream state is mysterious, and no one can explain it. And their new teammates actually have the ability to make people fall asleep in a dream, which is really surprising. Not bad ability, and this look, it suits you. Rosen grinned and said from the heart. Mrs. Shiarly's face flushed slightly. Human fruit Eudemon's succubus form. A mythical creature that controls the sleeping fog. Inhaling the slumber mist can make people sleepy. If you inhale too much, no matter how strong a person is, they will inevitably fall into a deep sleep. This is an extremely terrifying ability. On the battlefield, once this kind of fog appears, a large area can be fascinated in an instant. One can imagine how pervert the succubus ability is. Not only that, in addition to making people fall into a deep sleep, the succubus can also deliberately make up dreams. If a person completely sinks into a dream, it may even never wake up. Okay, let him wake up, don't be lazy in the daytime, Rosen waved his hand. Understood, my captain. Shirley smiled, revealing 10,000 amorous feelings. Advertisement. She gently blew a breath of awakening smoke at Eyes, and then saw Eyes' eyelids move. Within half a minute, Eyes opened his eyes. Where's the big sister just now? Why is she gone? There was still a slap in the corner of his mouth, and he slept for less than a minute, and his saliva was drooling. Where did the big sister just now go? Yi's scratched his head in confusion. Damn it, it was a dream. After a while, he reacted. Everyone around looked at him with smiles on their faces. Yi's face instantly turned red. Why, you can't even dream. Yi's blushed. Afterwards, he picked up his trousers and ran back to his room dejectedly. This room will be yours in the future. A long time ago, in order to deal with people of different sizes in this world, rooms of different sizes were set up in the cabin of the Xuanwu. What Rosen prepared for Shirley was a room that just fit her body type. What a nice room. Mrs. Shirley smiled charmingly. Relatively speaking, the layout and structure of the rooms on the Xuanwu are more avant-garde. After all, Rosen has the memory of his last life, and he still has unique insights into decoration. At least compared with people in this world, her decoration style is much more beautiful. Don't you need to go back to the Fishman Island with something that belongs to you? Rosen asked again. No, I don't have anything to take with me. Cafe, I've asked Kami to take care of it for me. After speaking, she took out the crystal ball she used for divination. With him, that's enough. This crystal ball has been with her for a long time. It was the fortune teller who used to be on the Fishman Island. Seeing her talent, he left it to her. By the way, how did you know that we would pass by here today? Rosen couldn't help but be curious. They didn't even get close to the Fishman Island. With the ability of Xuanwu, they directly crossed the red line and began to float. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Shirley still sensed their arrival and managed to catch up. Mrs. Shirley put the crystal ball on the table and pointed to the crystal ball with a smile. You forgot my abilities? Can even this be divination? Rosen was a little surprised. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what 4.0 can be predicted, but when I saw your news some time ago, I recognized you as the person in the prophecy, and made a fortune for you. I saw the picture of you passing by the Fishman Island. Although the prophecy picture is very vague, I still recognize the giant tortoise under you, so I guess that you are likely to pass by the Fishmen during this time. Island. Today, it's already the 16th day that I've been waiting for you around here. I didn't expect that I was actually waiting for you. Mrs. Shirley smiled happily. You really have perseverance. Rosen twitched the corners of his mouth. For an uncertain prophecy, and still an uncertain time, I waited for more than 10 days near here, and it was about to be replaced by ordinary people, who gave up long ago. After all, Mrs. Shirley didn't know when he appeared in the prophecy. In case of a few months, in case of 2 or 3 years, it was impossible to say. Fortunately, in just half a month, she really waited. Dear Captain. Where are we going now? Mrs. Shirley asked with a smile. East Blue. Speaking of East Blue, I seem to have an acquaintance in East Blue too. Shirley fell into short memories. 088 arrives at East Blue. Garp the Fist returns. Don't even have a cook on the ship? Do you want the captain to cook by yourself? Outside the kitchen. Mrs. Shirley crossed her hands, propped her chin, and looked at Rosen in the kitchen with interest. Sister Shark, our captain's cooking skills are amazing. You see, I've eaten for so long, and I've gotten fat. Garrett rubbed his round belly and laughed heartlessly. There are a lot of slots because I haven't found a suitable chef in a short time, so I can only cook it myself. Speaking of this, Rosen was immediately speechless. There are a dozen or so members of the huge pirate group, but none of them can cook. The dignified captain of him has to take care of meals every day. Who told you to cook well? Didn't you brag that you were a good family man? Yamato also looked over when he heard the movement. Don't you know it's bragging? You can hear it. I didn't say that I want to make food for you every day. Rosen rolled his eyes. Let me come. Shirley came in and pulled Rosen away. You can cook? Rosen looked at her immediately. I know a little bit. My cooking skills are in the Fishman Island. I can do it well. Shirley laughed. As the beautiful proprietress of the Mermaid Cafe, she naturally has to learn a little bit about everything. That's great. My savior is finally here. Rosen suddenly felt thankful. Finally, I don't have to cook by myself anymore. Shirley laughed when she saw this. Is this really the leader of the future Sea Clan? There is no pretense of being a leader at all. Freed from the trouble of cooking, Rosen felt at ease. As for Shirley's craftsmanship, since the other party dares to say so, do you still need to worry? Mrs. Shirley is also one of the most respected people on the Fishman Island. If she has no real skills, she will naturally not work with porcelain. 15 So he gave the kitchen to Shirley to play. The position of the chef is really important. At this time, they had already surfaced on the sea. Under Rosen's instructions, the Xuanwu began to sail in the direction of East Blue. The weather in the Grand Line is much milder than in New World, no longer the occasional gust of wind and thunder. Their voyage was also much easier. There was no obstruction along the way, and soon they were in the Calm Belt range. If it weren't for Xuanwu is here now, I really don't dare to go deep into the Calm Belt. Even Cavendish couldn't help but say, he was the only one on the ship who knew Calm Belt best. This is a place known as the Forbidden Area of Life, and ordinary ships cannot sail at all. The general boats are sailboats. Since there is no wind, once they enter the Calm Belt, they will be completely trapped and unable to move until they die. In addition, Calm Belt is also the habitat of large sea kings, and there are a large number of sea kings. Once attacked by sea kings, the end is very miserable. Fortunately, they have the Xuanwu number. The Xuanwu does not need to be powered by wind, and as the beast that dominates the sea, he is not afraid of any sea kings. So Calm Belt is not too much pressure for them. Through the Calm Belt, it is the sea area of East Blue, and it should be able to reach it within today. Rosen stood on the bow, looking forward. Golden-winged Dapeng stood quietly on his shoulders, like an ornament, motionless, only those sharp eyes were turning. Leo was washing the tree by the side. The ancient Wu-Dao tea tree in the center of the flower bed had grown more than 5 meters high, with several branches growing on it. Under Leo's careful care and the 100-fold acceleration of the growth of the nutrient soil, the Wu-Dao tea tree grew every day. There will be some small changes. A day of growth is comparable to a year. During this period of time, the Enlightenment tea tree also began to grow green branches and buds, exuding a refreshing fragrance. When these tea leaves are truly mature, you can enjoy this kind of tea that can make people enter an ethereal state. And on the tree, there was also a luxurious nest, which belonged to Leo. The little people have an affinity for plants, so they like to live next to plants, and living in trees is perfect for him. On the other hand, Kazuki Hiyori is practicing his sword hard. Of all the people on board, Kazuki Hiyori was the hardest worker. Advertisement because she is also the weakest person, although the master is famous sword Yanmo, but she can't exert real power. The only merit worth mentioning is the ability of the 5-colored peacock to brush everything, but this ability was given to her by Rosen and cannot be counted as her own strength. She often feels inferior for being weak, so she must practice harder to make herself stronger. Now she has significantly improved. But that's more because Rosen gave her the sword skill enhancement cheat book, so her sword skill was much stronger than the beginning. She is already a good warrior, however, compared with the real great samurai, she still has a lot of deficiencies. Hoo-hoo. Not long after, a huge terrifying creature suddenly appeared on the sea. It was a monster with the body of a deer head and a fish, full of fangs, and its body was much larger than the Karakan I encountered before. Just sticking out ahead, it was like a big mountain in front, blocking their way. Way to go. The Sea Kings have appeared. There was an exclamation from Ease. It was the first time he had seen Sea Kings. Such a huge creature was simply breathtaking. The size of Sea Kings is comparable to that of an island. It is said that the largest Sea Kings in the world may exceed 5 kilometers. You must know that the 900-meter figure of the North Blue giant monster Kulakan that I met before can make Xuanwu look extremely small. And the Sea Kings of several kilometers are several times larger than the North Blue monster. The Xuanwu number was in front of him, as if the little people were facing the big people. At this time, Xuanwu's head also stuck out. Roar. His aura was not weak at all. Although compared with Sea Kings, his size is at a disadvantage, but in terms of momentum, he doesn't have to. Even the legendary North Blue monster was frightened away by his look. One can imagine how compelling his aura was. This time, though, the Sea Kings didn't seem to be frightened by his roar. After a brief hesitation, the Sea Kings quickly made a decision. Sea Kings were originally the kings of the sea, so even if he felt the pressure of the divine beast on Xuanwu, he was not frightened like other sea beasts. He opened his bloody mouth and bit it. The next second, the Xuanwu barrier opened. The sharp fangs seemed to be biting on steel, and suddenly a row of teeth collapsed. Even the Sea Kings were dumbfounded. In fact, they possess intelligence close to that of human beings, and they are cruel in temperament and like to attack human ships. But this time, he knew very well that he had hit the iron plate. I saw a ferocious flash in Xuanwu's eyes, and countless huge water pressure cannons condensed around him. 4 god-tier beasts. The Qinglong Master destroys the natural disasters, the White Tiger dominates the destruction storm, the Suzaku has the flames that burn the sky, and the Xuanwu controls the raging waves of the sea. In addition to the Xuanwu barrier, Xuanwu also has the ability to control seawater. After going out to sea for so long, this time was the only time Xuanwu got angry. His majesty was provoked by the giant beast in the Sea of People, which was naturally unforgivable to him. Roar. As soon as the basalt barrier was closed, countless water pressure cannonballs were launched, hitting Sea Kings like an overwhelming force. These infinitely compressed water cannonballs are extremely powerful. The deer head Sea Kings was smashed and screamed again and again. The power of Xuanwu cannot be violated. Even the king of the sea is not allowed to provoke the majesty of the divine beast. There was finally a hint of fear in the Sea Kings. The most terrifying thing about Sea Kings is their huge body. But for Xuanwu, no matter how big the opponent is, he is not afraid. With the basalt barrier, he is innately invincible. Proud. This time, Xuanwu slowly opened his mouth. In his mouth, there was a cannon full of technology and technology. Ion laser cannon. Once, this cannon directly shattered Kaido's base camp. Now, the light began to condense, and a dazzling light was condensed on the muzzle. Advertisement at the same time, a terrible aura also raged out. Is this the trick again? Crazy? Cavendish and Yamato's eyes suddenly lit up. The power of their blow couldn't be clearer. The ion laser cannon produced by the system can be fully charged every 3 hours. As the most powerful ultimate move of the current Xuanwu master, this cannon has the supreme power to destroy everything. The face of the deer head Sea Kings finally changed. If it was just the water pressure cannon just now, although it hurt him, it couldn't pose a fatal threat to him. But now, he felt an aura of death from the silver muzzle. Quack. With a muffled sound, he tried to dive into the water to escape. But at this moment, the laser cannon has been fired. Hey, the next picture, there is no need to describe it. The sea was dyed red, and minced meat was flying all over the sky. The scene was once shocking. Under the seabed, the other sea kings felt the terrifying aura, trembled all over, and instantly gave up the idea of shooting. In an instant, the sea king's giant beast wandering below disappeared without a trace. Iza's ears moved slightly. They were all scared away, he said with a smile. 450 others can't perceive it, but with his hearing, all the movements around him can't escape his ears. Rosen came to the bow and patted Xuanwu on the head. Nice job. Even if it is a ship, he cannot be weak. After all, future voyages depend on him. As an important member of the team, the existence of Xuanwu will bring them a lot of convenience. Let's have dinner. Following Xiarli's call, everyone immediately forgot the scene just now and rushed into the dining room. Dry rice. But you have to be active. It took them just over 3 hours to cross the calm belt. When the wind reappears on the sea, it means they have successfully crossed the calm belt. East Blue, we're finally here, East Blue Prison, scientists. And all the potential stocks of East Blue. This trip should be able to find some good partners. East Blue Prison, where is it? Even Rosen was curious. This prison should be the most popular prison among the 4 major sea prisons except Impel Down. After all, there is an old guy who sends a lot of people in every time he goes home from vacation. As for the specific location, we still need to inquire about it to know. Let's find an island at random to inquire about the situation. After finding a direction, Xuanwu carried a group of people and drove at extreme speed. And at the same time, on the waters near East Blue Log Town, a marine warship with a dog's head logo moved slowly. Finally on vacation, that guy Sengoku, he made me add another half a year of work, and I haven't come back for a long time. That poor Brad doesn't know how the training is going. In the future, he is going to become a marine elite. The old man in the dog-headed hat laughed, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Haven't come back for half a year, there must be a lot of guys who don't have long eyes making trouble. These guys will never know long memory, it seems necessary to add a few more days of work. 089 Fistbone Meteorite, the true strength of marine heroes. East Blue. Some small town, suddenly, a violent commotion came, and immediately saw a large group of pirates fleeing frantically. Quick, run. The evil devil is back. Damn, why did I meet him here? I don't want to die. Quick, set sail, and leave this hellish place. The screams came, and the pirates who had been making trouble on this island suddenly exploded. They dropped everything and desperately wanted to get back on the boat and get away from this place. But next second, boom, there was a loud explosion. The ships that these pirates docked at the port were bombed in an instant. But, damn it, why is this happening? Is God going to kill us? That damned devil is back at this time. These pirates saw the ships being blown up, and deep despair appeared in everyone's eyes. You guys really don't have a long memory. Suddenly, a wild laughter came. Immediately, I saw a burly old man with a dog-head hat and a marine cape slowly appearing at the port. Seeing this person's figure, all the pirates showed intense fear in their eyes. Damn it, I can't escape, fight him, after all, it's just an old man, let's go up and chop him down. Seeing that these pirates had no way to escape, a ruthlessness flashed in their eyes. As the first person stood up, the others gritted their teeth and prepared to give it a go. The pirate ship has been blown up, and they have no way out, either wait to die or give it a shot. In an instant, a dozen or so figures roared and rushed out. Kill. They were armed with various weapons, some with swords, some with sticks, and they rushed over, and their momentum was not weak. On the other hand, looking at the figure on the opposite side, the corner of his mouth suddenly grinned. A bunch of rambunctious guys, I seem to have warned you last time? Actually, while I'm not around, I ran to make trouble again. Since that's the case, this time I can't let you go no matter what. The marine officer with the dog-headed hat showed a mouthful of white teeth. With a flip of his hand, a black cannonball appeared in his hand. Fistbone Meteorite. The veins on his arm suddenly burst into a throwing shape, and then he slammed it violently, and the cannonball in his hand instantly smashed into the air. Boom. A loud explosion sounded. The power is more terrifying than the shells fired by the cannons. In the next second, there was a series of screams, and in just one face-to-face, those pirates who charged aggressively with weapons were swept away by the residual power of the explosion. There is more than just the power of the explosion contained in it. More, it was the impact he threw out. No one can withstand this impact alone. Killing so many vicious pirates in one move, this scene was seen by the people who were hiding around, and their eyes suddenly showed an incredible look. Oh my god, those damn guys were killed in seconds. Lord Marine is too strong. Actually, throwing artillery shells with bare hands, the power is more terrifying than cannons. There were bursts of exclamations around, and everyone looked at the marine officer wearing a dog-headed hat with deep admiration in their eyes. They are all too familiar with the power of those pirates. Since the pirates appeared in town, they haven't had a better day. These pirates are not only powerful, but also extremely cruel, burning, killing, and looting. Unexpectedly, such a group of powerful pirates could not even hold a face-to-face in front of the big man in front of him. Advertisement. Who the hell is he? Isn't he too cool? Among the crowd, a child's eyes glowed with admiration. That outfit. Doghead hat throwing cannonballs with bare hands, could it be? Suddenly, some old man in town seemed to recognize the identity of the Marine. Is it, the patron saint of our East Blue, the legendary Marine hero, Garp the Fist? The old man uttered an amazing name. What, he's Mr. Garp who scared the whole East Blue pirates. God, I actually saw myself. It's because of his presence that East Blue is relatively peaceful, which is great. Mr. Garp is here to save us. We're saved. The eyes of the surrounding people even began to flash with tears, and it is enough to see this hero in this life without any regrets. He is not only the hero of East Blue, he is the hero of the whole sea, and his existence has suppressed the pirates of half an era. How can people not be excited to see their idols come to rescue them at this time? Really, a bunch of uneasy guys. Garp rubbed his forehead helplessly. The last time he had taught the gang a lesson, seeing that they were sincere and didn't commit too serious mistakes, so Garp gave them a chance. Unexpectedly, while he was not in East Blue, these guys actually intensified. Mr. Garp, are you going to send him to East Blue prison? At this time, a group of Marines rushed over from behind. Finding that Garp had ended the fight, his deputy Bogart stepped forward to ask. Send. Go. Give them a long memory. Garp buttoned his booger nonchalantly. Marine soldiers soon took the men away. The ones who've been making a fuss lately, and what's going on? Garp asked. Bogart took out a large stack of wanted notices and began to look them up. Recently, East Blue has been rampant. There's a group of guys called the Crick Pirates. The number of people has grown to 4,000 or 5,000. Captain Crick has a bounty of 17 million. The arrogant of the overlord of East Blue, and his methods are extremely brutal. And there are some more cunning guys who are harder to catch. Among them, a Murloc team called the Evil Dragon Pirates has been doing evil in East Blue for many years, and he has never been able to find where his base is. There is also a female pirate named Elvita who has been doing evil for a long time. Oh yes, and the red-nosed buggy I mentioned last time, it is said that you still know that guy. He is also doing evil somewhere in East Blue. He is cunning and has never been caught. Bogart analyzed it and listed some of the most noisy guys in East Blue recently. Red Nose. Garp thought about it for a while and suddenly remembered. That little guy on the Roger ship actually went to East Blue to make trouble. None of those guys can make people worry. The return of Garp instantly caused a sensation in the whole East Blue. The original rampant pirates heard the news and kept a low profile. Every time this guy takes a vacation, there will be quite a stir in East Blue. This time is of course no exception. It is said that the first time this person came back, he solved a pirate group that had done evil for a long time. This news instantly shocked the pirates of East Blue. Damn it. Why are you back? Can't Marine give him more assignments? Who can afford to go home from time to time on vacation? Please go back to work. Damn, I'm going to run away again. If he is caught, it will definitely be the end. No matter how big or small the pirate group is, they all wailed. They can only pray that they will not meet that guy, otherwise, a few years of imprisonment will definitely be indispensable. Gothic Island. On the island, an ugly woman with freckles and a fat body holds a mirror in her hand and looks at the woman in the mirror very narcissistically. As that old guy on vacation again. So what, as the most beautiful woman in the world, even that old guy will definitely be impressed by the beauty of this beauty, a little. Beside him, those subordinates immediately became ashamed. But I can only forcefully flatter me. That's natural. Lord Alvida is the most beautiful woman in the world. No one will be willing to do it to the great you. Yes, Lord Alvida's beauty is unparalleled in the world. That old thing will definitely not shoot at you. Lord Alvida is the most beautiful woman in the world. Kikaga, do you think so too? It's really insightful. The big fat man with freckles laughed wildly, and he was very satisfied with the words of his subordinates. Advertisement, you think so too? Hey, at this time, the little boy below who was rubbing the ground fortunately suddenly trembled. His body was instantly stiff, and he would feel the fear from his heart just by being called by this woman. Slowly raised his head, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Yes, Lord Alvida is the most beautiful woman in the world. The little boy answered tremblingly. Kick, I knew it. The fat woman with freckles touched her face in the mirror with a satisfied smile on her face. The other side, a certain sea area in East Blue. There are countless ships docked here, and there are more than 50 ships in total. The head is a huge 3-deck sailboat with a Black Panther-shaped bow. Damn it, didn't expect that guy to come back. It seems that our plan to enter the Grand Line has to be advanced. If you don't leave, if you expose your target and get caught by that old guy, you will definitely not be able to leave. On the Black Panther ship, a man in golden armor on the bow held a newspaper in his hand, with a cruel smile on his face. Beside him, the man with a striped turban on his head grinned. The number of people is almost there, almost 5,000 people. Ha, with such a large team and a mere Grand Line, what is there to fear for me? Send the order, we set sail. Cocoa Village, in the port, a warship is docked. On the warship, a sly-faced man wearing a marine uniform with a beast-ear cap on his head appeared at the bow of the ship with his hands on his back. That old guy is back, you should have heard. At the port, the fishman Arlong sat on the beach chair with Erlang's legs crossed, looking at each other with a half-smile. That person is not a good person, if I help you hide it. Colonel Mouse's eyes rolled. If I get discovered, my fate will be tragic. He gave a sly smile. Arlong smiled cruelly. If my stronghold is exposed and caught by that guy, you still can't run away, lol ha ha ha. Hearing his words, Colonel Mouse's expression changed suddenly. You want to drag me into the water? Arlong waved his hand lightly. Do you think that once we are caught, will your actions be able to hide your actions? A glint of greed flashed in Colonel Mouse's eyes. This time, agree in advance, you have to add money. Orangetown. Hearing the news, the clown Buggy suddenly widened his eyes. That old guy is back from vacation again. The animal trainer with the whip next to him, and the lion next to him, nodded very tacitly. Damn old guy, don't you know how to work extra hours? It's really unbearable to come back for vacation at every turn. Buggy couldn't help cursing, he knew that person too well. It is equivalent to experiencing the horror of that guy when he was still a trainee on the Roger ship. Just like ghosts, chasing them all over the world, even their captain, that great man, commented on this person as a very tricky guy. Over the years, in East Blue, he often heard that the guy went home on vacation and captured a large number of pirates by the way. Every time he encountered this time, he had to keep a low profile for a while. Otherwise, if they attract that guy's attention, with their current strength, they won't be able to turn the waves in front of that guy at all. The order goes on, let everyone not cause any trouble during this time, and wait until he is gone. Buggy ordered. Things like this happen all over East Blue from time to time. Garp the Fist's name is too loud in East Blue. He is known as the pride of East Blue and the patron saint of East Blue. With one's own strength, East Blue has become the most peaceful sea area among the 4 major sea areas. No one will underestimate his strength, including Rosen. 090 Shimotsuki Village, the legendary swordsman Kozaburo. Shimotsuki Village, Ishin Dojo, you, from Wanokuni? The owner of the Taoist venue with a smile on his face welcomed Rosen and his party very warmly. After several days of tossing and turning, Rosen finally came to a familiar place, the famous Shimotsuki Village. He had been to a few villages 2 days ago, but some small villages could not give him the information he needed at all. After several inquiries, they learned that there was a village called Shimotsuki Village on the nearby island, and Rosen's eyes lit up immediately. After asking for directions, they came up. The first time they found the Ishin Dojo in Shimotsuki Village. Knowing that Rosen is from Wanokuni, the owner of the dojo, Mr. Koshiro, was a little surprised. That's right. We did come out of Wanokuni. As soon as Koshiro set his sights on Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori, he quickly understood. In particular, Kazuki Hiyori's clothes are clearly Wanokuni's style, and the rope behind Yamato is also a Wanokuni custom. Although Koshiro has never been to that place, but when he was a child, that person often told him the story of Wanokuni, and Koshiro also had a simple understanding of Wanokuni. Speaking of which, your appearance. I seem to have seen it in the newspapers too. Koshiro gave them a pot of tea and spoke slowly, really young and promising. He said with a smile. Newspapers from the World News Service are popular all over the world, so it's no surprise that Koshiro knows their news. I just didn't expect that you were people from Wanokuni, that legendary country. I have often heard about it since I was a child. 450. Really, do you know Wanokuni too? Kazuki Hiyori was a little surprised. Wanokuni has been closed to the country all the year round. Few people from the outside world know about this country. Unexpectedly, East Blue, not far away, is actually known. Sir not only knows Wanokuni, but to a certain extent, sir, should be considered Wanokuni. Rosen looked at Koshiro with a smile on his face. Hearing his words, Koshiro was slightly surprised. But soon, he still made a smile. Strictly speaking, what your excellency said is good. I should be considered a Wanokuni person. I'm just a little curious. Why do you know? There was a little more interest in the way he looked at Rosen. There are very few people in this world who know about this. He did not expect that a young man would actually know this secret, which surprised him greatly. Rosen looked at Kazuki Hiyori. Give him your knife and show it. Kazuki Hiyori was a little puzzled, but she did. Under everyone's attention, Kazuki Hiyori handed the famous sword Enma in his hand to Koshiro. The moment he saw the scabbard, Koshiro's pupils shrank. This scabbard. Is it that knife? At this moment, Koshiro changed his smiling face, showing a dignified aura. Famous sword. How can Yanmo be in your hands? This knife, he was simply too familiar with it. Kazuki Hiyori replied, this is the knife that my father left me. Advertisement, father, are you? Koshiro seemed to understand something. My name is Moonri and Kazuki Hiyori month, no wonder. He suddenly realized, sir, do you know our Kazuki family? Kazuki Hiyori was a little surprised. Of course. Koshiro smiled again, since you are from the Kazuki family, I have nothing to hide. Exactly, Shimotsuki Koshiro. Koshiro said his real name. He has not used this name for a long time. Shimotsuki's house? Kazuki Hiyori's eyes widened. The Shimotsuki family in Wanokuni is a famous daimyo family. They are the daimyo of the Wanokuni Baimai and Belhao regions and have been around for centuries. The former Wanokuni hero, Shimotsuki Ryoma, who was named the god of swords by later generations, is the ancestor of the Shimotsuki family. Unexpectedly, people from the Shimotsuki family would appear in the Far East Blue. This is a surprising thing. Yi's and the others did not speak, but quietly listened to the conversation between the two. It sounded like they knew each other. Koshiro Masuo took Yanmo's scabbard, pulled it out for 3 points, and looked at the blade that was about to be transformed into a black sword. A trace of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. It seems that Yanmo once met a good master. He could feel the powerful breath of Yanmo. You know this knife? Kazuki Hiyori asked. This knife? From my father's hand. There seemed to be some memories in Koshiro's smiling eyes. Deliver? What? Yanmo was actually built by the father of the museum owner? It's surprising. Yamato was also extremely surprised. He has read Kazuki Oden's voyage diary, so he knows the 2 famous swords in Oden's hands very well. This is one of the 2 knives that accompanied Kazuki Oden in the battle for most of his life, the Tianjiao Zoan, which is the knife of the head of the Kazuki family, symbolizing power. One is Yanmo, which symbolizes strength. Unexpectedly, this famous sword, which is reputed to be able to cut through hell, was actually made by the father of a dojo owner in the small village of East Blue. The connection, BFEA, between this is also amazing. Thousands of miles apart, and Wano Kuni is still a closed country. I didn't expect that the person who created the famous sword Yanmo would actually appear in East Blue. Your father, Kazuki Hiyori was completely shocked. Could it be that your father was the legendary swordsman of Wano Kuni 50 years ago? Shimotsuki Kozaburo Senpai. As Enma's successor, Kazuki Hiyori naturally knew about the origin of this sword. Advertisement she had heard from her father when she was a child. The person who made the sword of Yama is a legendary swordsman from Wano Kuni. Later, when she grew up, she slowly learned that the man known as the legendary swordsman was called Shimotsuki Kozaburo. However, Wano Kuni can't find much about Shimotsuki Kozaburo's records. It is said that the man has long since disappeared, and no one has ever seen him again. Unexpectedly, the descendants of will actually appear in East Blue and set up a dojo. Of course Rosen knew about these untold secrets. This Shimotsuki Kozaburo is also Koshiro's father and Kuina's grandfather. In the original book, this person has appeared. When Zoro was a child, practicing swordsmanship alone to defeat Kuina, the old man happened to be fishing on the edge of a cliff. He told Zoro about what is a knife, and she named wisdom, but the young Zoro didn't understand much. Later, he also gave Zoro 2 blunt knives, and expressed his views on knives. These 2 knives were the 2 that were cut off by Hawkeye when Zoro fought against Hawkeye, except for Hidaui. By the way, in addition to Yanmo, this person also has a lot of amazing works. Like Yanmo, it is the same work of Dakue Dao 21, and he will shine in the world of pirates in the future. It is also the work of this old man. Look at Tsukushiro Saburo. He should be one of the few people in the history of Wano Kuni who left Wano Kuni while the country was locked down. 50 years ago, Kosaburo Senpai gave a knife that he was proud of in his life, Yama, to the Kazuki family who was the general of Wano Kuni at the time, and then left Wano Kuni, came to East Blue, and passed by after some encounters. I chose to take root here. So after all, the 2 of you still have a certain relationship, Rosen said with a smile. Koshiro didn't deny it either. It seems that Your Excellency also has a certain understanding of my father, he said with a smile. After all, a legend, of course I know. To say he is a legend is an understatement. There are so many famous knives in the world. Apart from the supreme great knife which has been lost for the most part, the most precious thing in the world is undoubtedly the 21 great knives. And among these 21 great sharp knives, 2 came from the hands of Kosaburo. Most of the other knives were handed down from ancient ancestors. Among the modern famous swords, only second-generation Guido, Yanmo, and Ichimon are the most famous. And these 3 knives are all from Wano Kuni. Second-generation Guido was created by Tengushan Faidu. Enma and Hedoichi characters were created by Shimotsuki Kozaburo. Such a person is naturally worthy of the name of the legendary swordsman. Hearing Rosen address his father, Koshiro smiled. I can feel the excitement of Yanmo's body, and it seems that he is satisfied with your master, too. He smiled and put Yanmo into the scabbard, and immediately returned it to Kazuki Hiyori. Kazuki Hiyori blushed suddenly and felt a little ashamed. Shaw's swordsmanship is not proficient enough, and there is still a long way to go to be worthy of Yanmo. She has a very deep understanding of herself. Koshiro smiled and said nothing. Yanmo's attitude has proved everything. Since Yanmo recognized this person, how can he be worthy of it? Several of Wanakuna's friends are my friends. If you need help, it's up to you to define it. Rosen's eyes flashed. Finally got to the point. 091 Pirate Hunter, Rornoa Zoro. We come here this time, and there are indeed 2 questions that we want to ask Mr. Rosen speaks out about his needs. Oh, I would like to hear more about it. Koshiro also sat down and looked at Rosen with a smile. First question. I wonder if you know the location of East Blue Prison. East Blue Prison is Rosen's main purpose here. Rockwell, the legendary scientist of master gene cloning technology, was imprisoned in East Blue Prison. It's just that, apart from Impel Down, the most strict prison in the world, the location of East Blue Prison has always been a mystery. At least according to Master Rosen's information, it is still unknown where the East Blue Prison is located. East Blue Prison? Koshiro froze for a moment, showing a hint of doubt. Your Excellency, ask this place, why do you want it? To be honest, we have a friend who is currently being held in East Blue Prison, so we want to find out the location of East Blue Prison and go to rescue. For this person, Rosen didn't intend to hide it either, and told the truth directly. Hearing Rosen's words, Koshiro fell silent. That place is related to the stability of East Blue. He seemed a little worried. He had already learned the real identities of the people in front of him on the news. One of the 5 greatest emperors of the New World, Rosen's identity is very sensitive. If this man wanted to do something against East Blue, he definitely couldn't be an accomplice. Don't worry. We're just teaching us what to save. Your worries are a bit unnecessary, Rosen said. Koshiro showed a hint of hesitation. Is that so? Immediately he shook his head. East Blue Prison is the most mysterious one of the 4 major marine prisons. Not even me, even the average marine low-ranking officials, can't understand it. East Blue has a large group of criminals, so this prison is built very solidly, except for some senior officials. No one knows the exact location of East Blue Prison. He said what he knew. About East Blue Prison, it has always been a mysterious place. He is known as the most unbreakable prison other than impelled down in the Grand Line. It is said to be extremely difficult to get to where the prison is. That's it. Hearing this, Rosen knew it. I still advise you, that place is extraordinary. It is best not to hit the idea of that place. And, recently, marine hero Garp the Fist is back on vacation and is hunting pirates everywhere. If he encounters him, even you, it is estimated that there will be a lot of trouble, Koshiro reminded. Garp the Fist. This guy is really troublesome. Unexpectedly, I happened to meet Garp the Fist who came home from vacation. It seems that this trip to East Blue is not so easy. Garp the Fist, known as the marine hero, is a legend of old times. Even the current Rosen had to take this person seriously. After all, this person's reputation is not a vain reputation. He relies on a pair of fists to hit the ground. What is your second question? Koshiro skipped the topic and continued to ask. The second question. Rosen's mouth twitched. I'm very interested in one of your disciples, and I want to invite him to go to sea together. I don't know if Mr. agrees or not. Advertisement. This is Rosen's second trip to East Blue, besides scientist Rockwell. That's right, since East Blue is here, that person. How could I miss it? In the original work, the deputy of the future One Piece, the world's largest swordsman. And most importantly, this person has not eaten the fruit. How could Rosen miss such a talented person, my disciple? Koshiro was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I don't know exactly, who is it? Many of his disciples have gone. So far, there are quite a few people who have followed him in the Ishin dojo to learn swordsmanship. In addition, students who have already graduated are spread all over East Blue. I don't know who can make the 5th emperor of New World fancy. 1. Chlorella, the one with 3 knives, Rosen grinned. With such an obvious description, he quickly realized what the other party said. Oh, do you know Zoro? It's a bit of understanding? More than understanding, it is simply too familiar. It's just that Rosen didn't say it. After all, it stands to reason that he has not seen Zoro yet. If he talks too much, it will inevitably make people suspicious. I didn't expect that boy to actually attract the attention of the 5th emperor of the New World, which really surprised me, he said with a smile. After all, over the years, the only apprentice in the dojo who has been recognized by him as a direct disciple should be this Zoro. Although I already knew that kid would do great things in the future. But I didn't expect it to catch the attention of the New World 5 emperors so quickly. It's a pity that you came a step late. That kid, he threatened to go out to sea to find Mihawk for a gladiatorial fight, but he never came back after you went out. Instead, he became a pirate hunter. You must have known his name from this title. Have you already gone to sea? Rosen was lost in thought. In the original book, Zoro went out to sea alone because he wanted to go to sea to fight with the world's largest swordsman. As a result, he overestimated his ability to recognize his own way, and after going out, he could never find his way back to the village. In order to make a living, he simply became a bounty hunter and obtained the title of Pirate Hunter Zoro. According to Koshiro, the current Zoro should have been out to sea for a while, and the title of Pirate Hunter has also been launched in East Blue. It should be several months before Zoro's encounter in Shields Town in the future. Right now, that Liu Kai still doesn't know where he is. It seems to have to pay special attention. If you want to find him, pay more attention to East Blue's news. It shouldn't be difficult to find him. As for the East Blue prison, some officers from the Marine East Blue branch should know better. Koshiro gave his own advice. Thank you, sir, for the pointer. You're welcome. Since you are holding my father's famous sword, Yanmo, you should help you, Koshiro said with a smile. Rosen turns to look at Kazuki Hiyori. Hiyori, take Yama and Mr. Koshiro to pay homage to Kosaburo Senpai later. This is what you should do. Kazuki Hiyori nodded. Got it. As the most satisfying work of Kosaburo's life, he has high expectations for Yanmo. If he knew that the current Yanmo was about to turn into a black sword, he would definitely be very relieved. Because, looking at the world, there are only a handful of people who can be called Black Knives. Once successfully transformed, Yanmo will be able to surpass ordinary famous swords and become the top-level existence among famous swords. For Flowers, Zero. After this conversation, Rosen got a lot of useful information. Although very few people knew about the Great Underwater Prison, as long as it existed, it would be much simpler. Some officers from the East Blue branch? Advertisement? There was a twinkle in Rosen's eyes. The Marine East Blue branch, unlike the naval headquarters, is filled with elites. In East Blue, a colonel-level figure can already be regarded as a senior official. For example, Colonel Smoker stationed in Logue Town is already a very high-ranking existence. It shouldn't be difficult to find an officer who knows where East Blue Prison is. With Rosen's current strength, a mere colonel is nothing in his eyes. Just want to get intelligence from these populations, you have to find the target. A tough guy like Smoker, even if you kill him, don't even think about getting any information out of his mouth. After some thought, Rosen found 2 more suitable targets. The first is the famous Axe Monka. Axe Monka, a man who achieved his current status by luck. When he was still a hot-blooded recruit, he suffered a catastrophe. 0. One of East Blue's famous pirates, hundreds of crows, invaded the warship they were on. In that accident, all the people on the warship were killed by hundreds of Kilos, and he was also crushed by Kilo's jaw. And that accident was just a tactic of escape the Golden Cicada, because he was tired of the pirate road. In order to get rid of the identity of the pirate, Crow let his subordinate Zhangao command the only survivor of the ship, Monka. Hypnosis, making Monka think he had captured Crow. Afterwards, Monka handed the disguised Chloe to Marine, and thanks to Monka, he became the ensign of the Marine 153 branch. Over the next few years, Monka worked his way up to the colonel's position and became the de facto ruler of Marine 153 in the town of Shields. If it was Monka, Rosen showed a hint of concern. Monka is greedy and cruel. Ishin just wants to be the ruler of Shields, and doesn't care much about Marine. Rosen reckoned that he probably wouldn't pay much attention to things like East Blue Prison. Even if he knew where the East Blue Prison might be, he had never been there. From him, it is difficult to get some useful information. If that's the case, then there can only be the second person. Rosen soon had a plan in mind. Take a day off, and tomorrow, let's go to sea. Rosen asked Koshiro for a rough map of the surrounding area. On the map, he found the destination of his next stop. That guy is timid and afraid of things, bullying the soft and being hard. It shouldn't be difficult to get information from him. Rosen muttered to himself. Maybe this Zhao, maybe Shirley has something to do with his wife. Rosen looked at Shirley, the glamorous beauty who had turned into a succubus. P.S. Some people say that the timeline is messed up. Can you be more specific? I think it should be fine. It's a year before Summit War, and 3 years before the second. Take the time for the second part. Odin died 20 to 3 years, 17 years. Redhead was World Summit's king 6 years ago, 6 to 3, and now top 3. Those places are wrong? Say it and I will change it. If there is no basis for it to come and spray hard, then I will not admit it. Ask for full order. Middle, 092 shock the world, Blackbeard goes into action. Cocoa Village. In the Dragon Paradise, Arlong, a Murloc in swimming trunks, soaked in the pool with red wine in his hand, basking in the sun and reading the newspaper. Another pirate has been arrested, that old guy. It's scary, he showed his mouth full of sharp serrations. As expected of the famous marine hero, it is as unfathomable as rumored. But so what, he gave Colonel Mouse so much money every year that even if he didn't have to say it, the mouse would definitely help him cover. Otherwise, once Marine knew that Colonel Mouse had accepted his bribe, Colonel Mouse would still not be able to run. That sly guy doesn't make fun of his career. The Grand Line has been very lively recently. The newspaper in his hand not only recorded what happened in East Blue, but also what happened in Grand Line and New World. It can also be seen all over the world. The 5th Emperor of the New World. Marine is really getting worse and worse, and he can't even handle a new pirate group. There was extreme disdain in his eyes. But these have nothing to do with him. He is now far away in East Blue, the Emperor is far away, and no one here can control him. His evil dragon empire has also established a considerable force. Those who want to fight in the New World, let them fight. Huh? What's going on with those bastards at Whitebeard lately? Ran ha 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 ha, it really deserves it. Who does he think he is? Why is the Fishman Island designated as his territory in his name? Just because of that junk Jinbei? Thinking of the man's face, Arlong couldn't help showing a look of disgust. The dignified Murloc Island, 450, actually needs a human to protect it, which is a shame for us Murlocs. Have you forgotten how Captain Fisher died? That guy who eats inside and out has already forgotten how he died? He actually took refuge in human beings to obtain human protection. Arlong's hand holding the newspaper was already clenched, twisting the newspaper. His eyes were full of hatred. Whenever he thinks of these things, hatred fills his eyes. Hate, not only dirty humans, but also Jinbei's traitors who took refuge in humans. Is there an infighting on the ship? A team member actually killed his longtime friend just to steal a devil fruit? Humans, as expected, are as dirty and despicable as ever, died ha ha ha. Arlong looked at the news recorded in the newspaper, and the disgust for human beings in his eyes became more intense. Since a few years ago, Whitebeard, a friend of King Neptune in Ryugu Castle, turned the Fishmen Island into his own territory and gave the Fishmen Island shelter. In order to repay Whitebeard's kindness, Jinbei took the Sun Pirates and joined Whitebeard's team. But Arlong has always been full of disdain for these. He didn't think the Fishmen Island needed human protection. Therefore, Arlong, who was originally in conflict with Jinbei, hated Whitebeard and his party even more after learning that Jinbei joined Whitebeard's team. Now that he sees infighting on Whitebeard's team, he can't even mention how happy he is. The news recorded in the newspaper happened only in the last 2 days. This topic in New World has become a hot topic after the 5th Emperor came out. The dignified Whitebeard pirates, one of the 5 New World imperial groups. There will be incidents of cannibalism. Once this incident was reported, it became a laughing stock. The 2nd Division team member killed the 4th Division captain, and the two were friends for many years, and they had a very good relationship. However, even so, for the sake of a devil fruit, that person still made a ruthless attack. As expected of the ribbed human in Arlong's eyes. Captain Arlong at this moment, Octopus Hachi rushed to the edge of the pool. Captain Arlong, there's news from the port that a ship that has never been seen is approaching, Xiaoba said. Huh? A ship never seen before? Arlong raised his brows and looked at Xiaoba. Yes, a white boat, warship. No, it doesn't seem to be a warship. The flag hanging on it is not Marine's flag, but a red flag. Xiaoba truthfully reported the information from the port. Red flag? Arlong frowned. He didn't remember anyone using a red flag. But as long as it wasn't that old Garp guy, he was fearless. It should be a passing merchant ship, sink him for me. Arlong waved his hand and didn't care much. Okay, I'll tell you to go. After being instructed, Octopus Hachi quickly ran out. However, less than 5 minutes later, the child ran back in a panic again, with a worried look on his face. Ship. Captain, it's amazing, he was breathing heavily. Advertisement, that ship is very strange. Our artillery shells can't get close to them at all, and they explode directly in midair. Now they're almost ashore. Hearing his words, Arlong still didn't pay much attention. If you want to go ashore, let him go. You take a few people there, and when they get to the shore, they will rob them. Since it is a merchant ship, there should be a lot of good things. Yahahahahaha. He laughed. Looking at the Big East Blue, there are very few threats to his existence. Except for Garp, who just came home from vacation. Others, no matter how many people come, will not pose a threat to him. After receiving the robbery instruction, Xiaoba pulled out 6 knives and showed a sinister smile with Kruby and the others next to him. Robbery or something is the most interesting. However, this time, Xiaoba and the others just went out and saw an incredible picture. How is this going? Hachi widened his eyes. Outside the evil dragon base camp, there were originally a large number of murlocs stationed here. But now, these murlocs have all fallen. Xiaoba hurried to the side of a fallen murloc. What happened to you? He asked anxiously. However, what he heard next was the man snoring. Okay. Xiaoba immediately froze. Is this so sleepy? Is it drooling too? Kruby and the others next to him also noticed this. A flash of anger flashed in the fishman Zheng's eyes. A bunch of idiots, they dared to sleep late and wake up lousy. He immediately raised his hand and hammered the head of a sleeping murloc. However, with one punch, a big bag appeared on the murloc's head, but even so, the murloc still didn't mean to wake up, instead a happy blush appeared on his face. Xiaoba also tried several times, but found that he couldn't wake up these people at all. What's the matter? Why are you all asleep? A puzzled expression appeared on Kruby's face. It's not like falling asleep normally. It's a bit abnormal that I can't wake up until I wake up, and I fell asleep all at once. Looking around, at least 20 or 30 people fell outside the Evil Dragon amusement park. This gave them a bad premonition in their hearts. But at this moment, a voice sounded in the distance. It's full of tempting dreams. People don't want to wake up, ha ha. The sweet laughter sounded, and Xiaoba and the others were suddenly stunned. This sound. From this sweet and seductive laughter, they vaguely felt that they were somewhat familiar. Then they looked up. Not far away, a graceful figure walked slowly. Blue pupils, by Jay's skin, and a faint smile on his face, he actually gave off an amorous look. You are seeing this person. Their pupils shrank immediately, and they were suddenly overjoyed. Shirley. Miss, it's great. Why are you here? The lady of Mermaid Cafe Shirley. Long time no see. Hey goddess, I pursued you before, do you remember? Seeing the person coming, Xiaoba and the others immediately showed a look of joy. Because the graceful figure in front of them was all too familiar to them. Xiaoba, long time no see, they're old acquaintances. As the famous beauty of the Fishman Island, many people here have even pursued Shirley. Why did you come here? Xiaoba's face was overjoyed. But in the next second, seeing several humans behind Shirley, their expressions instantly became vigilant. Who are they? The Murloc Zheng had a cold gaze, and he hated humans as much as Arlong. They're my friends, Shirley explained. You're friends with filthy humans. Chia's eyes began to darken. They fell asleep, you did it. Kruby next to him looked at Shirley. Advertisement. Yes, I'm afraid they will be impulsive, so let them sleep beautifully first. Mrs. Shirley showed a sweet smile, matched with the dark makeup on her face, giving a unique charm. For her to fall asleep, it couldn't be easier. Gently blow out a puff of sleeping smoke, and these people will fall into a deep sleep. If the concentration is not strong enough, it may even sink into a dream forever. Wait, how did you grow your legs? I remember you're not an adult yet, right? The fishman Mr. Zhang noticed Shirley's appearance. It stands to reason that if a mermaid wants to gain legs and have the ability to walk on land like a human, it must transform when it is 30 years old. However, Mrs. Shirley was clearly underage, and, behind her, there are demon wings, the devil's tail. This made all the Murlocs present a little suspicious. Shirley smiled charmingly, without explaining anything, but looked at Hachi. Where's the Arlong guy? Captain Arlong. Hachi seems to be hesitant. You know, Captain Arlong didn't really want to see you, so he showed a little bit of confusion. It's okay, let him come out, I know how to solve it. After all, no matter what, Shirley took a deep breath. I'm her sister too. At this moment, the atmosphere instantly solidified for 3 seconds. Huh? Sister Shark, do you have a brother in East Blue? Garrett, Ease and the others showed their faces in surprise. The two of them had never heard Shirley say this. As for Rosen, was not surprised. Shirley and Arlong are indeed siblings. However, the relationship between the two has not been very good. In other words, they didn't catch each other at all. Especially Arlong, Shirley has been full of hatred for him since childhood. I've heard it. At this time, a cold voice suddenly came from the Fishman amusement park. Looking at the sound, a figure with a dark face walked out. Xiaoba, Zhang, Kruby. Guest Arlong waved his hand in a cold tone. Captain Arlong. Octopus Hachi showed a hint of hesitation. And Kruby and the others had already stood in front of Shirley. Captain Arlong has spoken, sorry, please leave, otherwise, don't even think about leaving. There was a grim smile on their faces. If it is changed to the usual, if a stranger dares to trespass into the evil dragon paradise, otherwise it is impossible to leave alive. Letting them leave this time has already done the best of righteousness. Hey, it's best not to act rashly, otherwise. Behind the crowd, a young boy was holding a gun that was as black as ink. The muzzle had already aimed at these murlocs. Otherwise, I'll blow your head off. 4.0. The seemingly frivolous tone gave people a feeling of chills down the spine. A cold light flashed in the corner of Arlong's eyes. He came out slowly. Looking at the fish who fell to the ground and slumbered, his face became even gloomier. Want to make trouble on Lousy's territory? Humans better not play with fire. Hearing Arlong's words, Kruby already clenched his fists. As a fishman karate master, his strength is far beyond that of human beings. Others were also in a state of waiting. No one has dared to make trouble on their turf. Arlong, we're not here to fight you. Mrs. Shirley looks at Arlong. Hearing her words, Arlong felt inexplicably disgusted. Don't talk to Lousy in a high-spirited tone, who do you think you are? While speaking, the large saw blade, Xuanfeng, in his hand was already horizontal, and the air was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Lousy has never admitted that he has your sister. After that old guy abandoned me, your family has nothing to do with Lousy anymore. Lousy won't give you any face. Anger flashed across Arlong's face. For the first time, the surrounding fish people felt Arlong's anger so intensely, and they were afraid to speak. As an Arlong who was abandoned in Fishman Street and grew up as a gangster, he never admitted that he had any relatives. After all, from the time he was abandoned, he has always come alone. He doesn't care about relatives, and he doesn't need relatives at all. 093 UR. New World, 5th Emperor, speaking of Shirley and Arlong's relationship. The two do have some grudges. Arlong has been an orphan since childhood and grew up as a gangster in Fishman Street. Until he was 15 years old, a man who claimed to be Arlong's father brought Shirley to live in Fishman Street. Since then, he has learned that he also has a half-sister. Unlike his family who cared about Molly since he was a child, Arlong has never known what family is from his memory. As for the guy who claimed to be his father, Arlong never recognized him. It was never your father who abandoned you. It was your biological mother who betrayed your father and took you away in secret. Father has been looking for you for 15 years before he finds out your whereabouts, and he didn't expect that cruel woman to abandon you. After hearing your news, our family moved to Fishman Street to live. But you didn't recognize us from beginning to end, did you? Shirley spoke out a long-buried secret. Approval? Why approve? Lousy never needed any family. Arlong's eyes lit up with an astonishing gleam, paying no heed to Shirley's words. Over the years, what he should have made up for has already made up to the best of his ability. Don't you always see it in your eyes? If it wasn't for my father, how could you have been chosen by the Dragon Palace Kingdom to become a glorious soldier just because you were a gangster who often messes around in the Fishman Island? Arlong gritted his teeth. 15 was reluctant to admit this fact. Who let him meddle in his business? I think he was indeed a soldier of the Ryugu Kingdom back then. However, because of his hatred for human beings in his heart, in order to deliberately sabotage the reconciliation plan between Princess Odahime and humanity, she stole the signature that Princess Odahime had collected so much. As a result, after being reprimanded by Jinbei, he left the army in a fit of rage. In fact, you have already forgiven your father, but you are stubborn and unwilling to admit it. Shirley looked at Arlong and couldn't help but smile. You fart? Arlong showed an impatient face. If you are just here to tell me all this nonsense, then you don't have to spend all this time. Lousy doesn't have time to listen to your nonsense. The big saw blade in his hand flickered with cold light, and a strong evil spirit emanated from his body. If you don't leave, I'll kill you together. There was a cruel look on Arlong's face. This was the limit of his patience. Seeing Arlong's attitude, Molly could only shake her head, expressing her disappointment with him. I'm just telling you this incidentally. It's up to you whether you want to hear it or not. Captain Rosen, my personal business, finished. After speaking, he looked at Rosen next to him. Before that, she applied to Rosen and needed a few minutes to settle her personal affairs. So, Rosen waited patiently for them to finish speaking. Now that the private matter is settled, then it's time to get to the point. Captain, you joined the human team? Hearing this name, Arlong's face darkened instantly. In his heart, Arlong didn't really care about the father who had abandoned him. But, for humans. But never forgive, since you were stupid enough to join the human team, you can't forgive you a traitor anyway. At this moment, Arlong burst out with amazing killing intent. Everyone, listen up. These people, don't let any of them go, Jia. In a flash, Arlong's figure suddenly disappeared. Murlocs have a physique that surpasses that of humans, and whether it is speed or strength, they are more than 10 times that of humans. Advertisement Arlong, who was holding a big sword and slashing the peak, suddenly appeared behind Rosen. But next second, a figure stood in front of him. Hey, a little character like you don't need to alarm our king. The speaker. It was Cavendish. With the world's fastest Cavendish, Durandal in his hands has burst out with astonishing momentum. Beautiful sword Swan Lake. A sword fell, and he met Arlong, the Murloc. Debate. Violent sparks splashed everywhere, and even the Murlocs with infinite strength could not get the slightest benefit in Cavendish's hands. Arlong's strength should not be underestimated. As the pirate with the highest bounty in East Blue, and also the leader of the Sun Pirates who was once world-renowned, Arlong's combat effectiveness is indeed not weak. It's just that he was unlucky, and he appeared too early in the original book, so he received the lunchbox very early. The huge East Blue, among all the pirates, his strength is definitely the top level, referring to the one currently in East Blue. But unfortunately, what he encountered was Cavendish, who possessed the ability of new demons. On the other side, Kruby and the others who saw Arlong's shot also didn't hold back. 1000 melee. Kruby, the cartilaginous Murloc, is a 40-dan expert in Murloc karate. I saw his muscles swell, and he threw a terrifying straight punch, aiming directly at Rosen. But soon, a burst of multicolored light flashed, and the shock wave of his straight fist suddenly disappeared. What? Kruby's face changed greatly. I saw the woman with colorful rays of light circulating all over her body, with a slight smile on her face. Apparently, this is Kazuki Hiyori's 5-colored divine light. With a single swipe, everything can be wiped away. Sweeping away again, the impact of the 1,000-tile Junction was returned to Kruby intact. Boom. After the bang, Kruby's figure flew out upside down, and was punched by the 1,000 tiles he punched out, coughing blood constantly in his mouth. The expressions of the Murlocs present changed greatly. At the same time, the kissing Murloc who was about to spit out a water bomb to sneak attack, the Murloc cough, was shot through the shoulder by Izawa, and the blood couldn't stop flowing out. Fortunately, only ordinary armor-piercing bullets were used, and they only penetrated the shoulder. If it is an explosive bomb or an incendiary bomb, this shot was enough to kill him instantly. Hey, if it weren't for the fact that you were acquaintances of Sister Shark, I wouldn't have to let go. Issei waved his hand and said, they didn't come to kill, they came with a purpose. So the fishman Ajong on the other side was thrown over the shoulder by Leo and slammed into the air. And other Murlocs who want to shoot then was Garrett a static current, all Corona. Will? Cavendish shook his hand and sent the big saw blade in Arlong's hand flying. The master-armed Cavendish, facing Arlong, was completely crushed. In the next second, his holy sword Durandal, it was already on Arlong's neck. Just a face-to-face, all the Murlocs fell. Advertisement. Only the hesitant octopus Hachi was left, staring blankly at all this. You. Who are you? This moment, Arlong's expression finally changed after being pressed against his throat. Arlong, who prides himself on his strength, can hardly find an opponent in East Blue. But at this moment, with their strength, they can't even touch these people face to face, which is really unbelievable. He once saw the strength of Captain Fisher. He also knows the strength of that Jinbei. Although he hates Jinbei, he still recognizes Jinbei in terms of strength. And these people in front of them are even more unfathomable than those two people. Over the years, the only thing that made him feel this way. Only when facing Marine Admiral Kizaru at first, that feeling of powerlessness. Wait, I remembered. Suddenly, Arlong seemed to think of something. No wonder at first he felt that the man in front of him looked familiar, so it was. Just now, he was reading the newspaper, and the photo in the newspaper was exactly the same as the person in front of him. You are the 5th Emperor of the New World, Rosen. At this moment, even Arlong, who has always been conceited, showed deep astonishment in his eyes. No matter what, he never thought that the 5th Sea Emperor of the dignified New World would actually appear in East Blue. Moreover, he came to his territory. What? 5, Emperor. Hearing Arlong's words, Octopus Hachi was also stunned. Naturally, he had already heard about the title of the Sea Emperor of the New World. Thinking that he was also a member of the Tai 450 Sun Pirates, and followed Fisher to many places, how could he not know the famous New World Emperor? Arlong laughed. I was still wondering why a woman like you would go out to sea and join the human team. He looked at Mrs. Shirley. So, do you also want to seek refuge with the Emperor of New World? Arlong's eyes showed deep disdain, and he hated this woman even more. When did our dignified Murlocs need to rely on the protection of humans to survive? Arlong shook his head in disappointment. You are wrong, Arlong. Shirley walked up to Arlong. From the beginning to the end, the Murlocs, only by coexisting peacefully with human beings can make it work. Princess Odahime is really a great character. Just a bunch of cowards, just making excuses for their cowardice, Arlong laughed. Only with strong enough power can we Murlocs get the life we want. Hearing his words, Shirley was very disappointed. Arlong, you should know, I have another identity. He looked at Arlong seriously. Fortune teller. That's right, the former me. I predicted the arrival of the era of the great pirate. I also predicted the sacrifice of Princess Odahime, the death of Brother Fisher, and even, I predicted that you would appear in East Blue. Although you hate me, I believe that you will never question my ability in terms of divination. The reason why I decided to go to sea this time is because through divination, I saw a shocking picture of the future. Mrs. Shiarley's face showed an unprecedented seriousness. I see that the Murlocs in the future will participate in a world-shattering battle that will change the world, and it is the man in front of us who will lead our Murlocs to participate in the war. Shiarley looked at Rosen with sparkling eyes. He will be the future, the leader of our sea clan. 094 East Blue Prison. Here Shiarley. Arlong fell into a brief silence. As Mrs. Shiarley said, although he does not admit that he has this sister, Shiarley's prophetic ability is indeed famous on the Fishman Island. Because, from childhood to adulthood, Shiarley's divination hardly went wrong. This also makes Mrs. Shiarley one of the most respected people on the Fishman Island. This was something he had to admit, however, this silence is only a brief moment. Soon, a grim smile appeared on Arlong's face. So what? It's just an undetermined future. Just based on a mere prophecy, you want me to believe that our dignified Murlocs will be led by humans in the future? You think I'm a 3-year-old child? No matter how accurate the prophecy is, there will always be times when it will fail. This alone can't change his view of human beings. I'm just telling you this fact, believe it or not, it's up to you. Shiarley shook his head and didn't continue. Arlong, your strength is not bad, would you like to follow me? Rosen looked at Arlong slowly, a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He never liked being soft-hearted, especially for someone like Arlong, who was full of evil. But, since he is the nominal brother of his crew, Rosen is willing to give his mate a face. Therefore, he did not kill these Murlocs. Moreover, Arlong's strength can also enter his eyes. As far as we know, the strongest pirate in East Blue should be Arlong. If it wasn't for him appearing too early and failing to keep up with the trend of manned and armed colors in New World, he would definitely be a Murloc, one of Jinbei's juniors. We're here, so the dragon's strength has improved a few grades. After Shaw was defeated in front of him, Summit War forcibly upgraded him a few grades, so should my brother Long, with the armed color, he is comparable to the little Jinbei. There was a gloomy look in Arlong's eyes, and when he heard Rosen's words, he actually laughed. It's up to you. Filthy human, who do you think Lousy is? Lousy is the overlord of East Blue, Murlocs and dragons, lacking ha 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 ha. If you want him to bow down to mankind, it is better to kill him. Well, if you don't want to, then forget it. Rosen shook his head slowly. However, since you are the nominal brother of my crew, I will not embarrass you. I remember, you have a good relationship with Colonel Mouse, don't you? Rosen looked at him with a half-smile. He didn't forget his mission. As for the dragon, Rosen had no hope of recruiting him, given his hatred of humans. So what? Colonel Mouse is just a pawn for Arlong, and he doesn't need to play any cover for Colonel Mouse. I have something to do with the mouse. You ask him to come over, get the information I want from him, and I will let you go. What kind of overlord do you want to be in this East Blue? It doesn't matter to me. I just need to accomplish my purpose and that's enough. How? Rosen looked at him. That guy? Just a timid and greedy guy, you're looking for him? Arlong sneered. It's not something you should ask about. Killing you guys won't do me any good. I'm here just to achieve my goal. Anyway, you didn't touch my interests either. Rosen turned his back. He has never been a nosy person. Such as Doflamingo, occupying Dressrosa's throne, Rosen did not meddle with him. He only cares about things that concern himself. After all, he doesn't think he is a saint. Those sages who are idle and go to do things for the heavens, and who are still thankless, have never had a good end. If I called the mouse, would you really let Captain Arlong go? Before Arlong could speak, the octopus Hachi, who was frightened, couldn't help but stand up.
Rosen looked at him. Of course. Okay, I'll call. You must not hurt Captain Arlong. Xiaoba is also a simple person, but unfortunately, he followed the wrong boss.
Advertisement, Little 8. Arlong's face suddenly sank. He doesn't want to succumb to any human being. Captain Arlong, I believe in Miss Shiarley's prophecy. She has never made a mistake, maybe. In the future we will really live in harmony with human beings. He does not hate human beings, on the contrary, he has many human friends. Like Pluton Rayleigh and Boss Shaki, all his good friends. I think it's better for us to listen to him now. You can see their strength. He wants to kill us, but it's just a thought. Captain Arlong, keep the green hills, don't be afraid of running out of firewood, Zalba advised. Even your subordinates are more interesting than you. Rosen smiled and looked at Arlong. Humph. After a cold snort, Arlong closed his eyes and said nothing. Seeing this, Xiao Ba quickly got up and ran to the base camp to find a phone bug. Colonel Mouse, East Blue Marine, leader of the 16th branch. Marine scum, who colluded with Arlong's gang to oppress the people, was often bribed by Arlong. With his concealment, Marine couldn't get any information about Arlong's evil. Therefore, Arlong was able to run rampant in the more than 20 village chiefs nearby for a long time, and under Marine's eyelids, he established his own dragon paradise. As the leader of the 16th branch, Colonel Mouse's status in East Blue is not low. Rosen guessed that he must know the location of the East Blue prison. Moreover, this person is timid and afraid, and it is not easy to get useful information from his mouth by using some means. After telephone contact, within a few hours, a warship slowly sailed into the port of Kokoja village. Seeing this warship, a smile appeared on Rosen's mouth. It's coming so soon, East Blue Shore. A thief-eyed man with 3 beards stepped down from the warship. Arlong guy, calling me in such a hurry, is it because he heard that Garp Vice Admiral has arrested some more people, so he was scared and wanted to give me more money to make sure everything was safe? His eyes rolled. Hey, I knew you would be scared. In the end, you still have to rely on me. Colonel Mouse adjusted his collar and walked towards the evil dragon paradise very happily. However, when he came to the dragon base camp, suddenly, a piece of murloc fell on the ground, causing his pupils to shrink. This made him immediately vigilant, but in the next second, he heard the snoring sounds coming from the fallen figures, and he realized that they were sleeping. Really, it scared me. What do you sleep in during the day? Colonel Mouse breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he continued to swagger into the base camp. At the moment when the footstep tower entered, a pitch-black muzzle had already pressed against his back. Be careful, move around and blow you up. Behind him, Izawa's voice was half smiling. What's the situation? I'm my own. He quickly raised his hand, a lot of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he didn't dare to move. Be obedient, we won't hurt you. Ise pointed a gun at him and pushed him inside the door. Soon, the scene inside the door made Colonel Mouse's eyes widen. Advertisement, what exactly is going on? He was stunned. Because, the owner of this evil dragon paradise, the fishman Arlong, was actually tied up by the 5 flowers and left aside. And sitting on the main seat, it was a man he had never seen before. You. Who are you? Colonel Mouse felt a tinge of fear in his heart. He is very clear about the strength of the evil dragon pirates. Even him, in front of Arlong, is an existence that can be destroyed at the touch of a finger. Arlong bribed him only because he needed his help to cover his identity. If it weren't for that, he would have died 100 times at Arlong's hands. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. I just want to get the information I need from you. As for whether you are worthy or not, it depends on your performance. Rosen smiled slightly. Although he was smiling, when it fell into Colonel Mouse's eyes, this smile was more terrifying than the devil, making him feel a sense of fear from his heart. Cooperate. Cooperate, I will cooperate, as long as you don't kill me. The mouse panicked, he didn't want to die. Very good. Rosen stood up slowly. East Blue Prison. You should have been there, right? Colonel Mouse was shaking all over. East Blue Prison. What do you want to do? That's where East Blue is crucial, and the impact is too great. You just need to answer my question and that's enough. Rosen turned to look at him. When the mouse felt cold in his vest, he quickly changed his words. Yes, I have been there, but only once. He could feel, as if he were to say one more word, his life might not be guaranteed. Very good. Rosen is very satisfied. Then now, you show us the way, understand? Rosen looked at him again. Obviously understand, small understand, woo. He is about to cry. He had never felt such a strong sense of oppression before, as if just one look from the other party could make him breathless. East Blue Prison. Scientist Rockwell. Finally, almost found it. I don't know. Would I surprise Rosen personally? Before leaving, Rosen turned to look at Arlong. Whether you want to believe it or not, the future will eventually become more settled. One day, I will lead the Murlocs to a new era. As for your talent, it's not bad. If you are willing to join my team, I will always give you a place here. As for what to think, it's up to you. Rosen left a sentence, then turned and left. Mrs. Shirley also looked back and said nothing. Looking at the distant figure, Arlong twitched the corners of his mouth. 095 Dark Fruit is born. Relying on the ship King Jack the Drill. New World. On Red Force. The red-haired Shanks has a newspaper in his hand and a gloomy look in his eyes. That guy, has he finally shown his feet? He has touched the claw marks on his eyes. Until now, the wound is still aching. His eyes were full of unprecedented solemnity. Captain, do you know this person? Beckman, who was next to him, saw Shanks' reaction, showing a trace of confusion. It was the first time he saw Shanks make such an expression. Yes, to be precise, the origins are not shallow. Shanks looked to the horizon, seemingly lost in memories. Although the guy was very shrewd long ago, he didn't expect that he would dare to do such a thing. After seeing the news, even he felt deeply disturbed. Well. On Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin, who also holds a newspaper in her hand, has a mocking look in her eyes. That old fellow Whitebeard, what a shame, He laughed. Katakuri next to him also had deep eyes and did not express his own opinion. Is this the family he is proud of? He is really old, so old, his own son can't control it. Well. Reactions like this are happening all over the New World. Seeing the news in the newspapers, many people were really taken aback. I didn't expect that such a ridiculous thing would happen to the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the dignified old royal groups. At the same time, on the Moby DK, forget it, Ace, calm down. Dad said, only this time, it's a special case. Bo, someone is holding Ace tightly. As for Fire Fist Ace, astonishing anger erupted in his eyes, ignoring everyone's obstruction. How can it be forgotten? If you leave it alone like this, how will the soul of the killed Sachi rest in peace? That be **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** he's my subordinate. Ace shouted in a roaring voice. He showed unprecedented anger, since everyone was dissuading him. At this moment, he couldn't listen to anyone's words. Ace, don't be impulsive, it's not that simple. The Phoenix Marco was also low-hearted, although his heart was also full of anger, but he was always calm and did not act rashly. Yeah, that guy's fortress is terrifyingly deep, and he has endured for so long on the boat, he must have his back. Beasta has always felt that the guy is not simple, but usually he can't see it at all, and he also thought it was his own illusion. Unexpectedly, this time the B******D finally showed his feet. He committed such a big crime, as his captain, how could I let it go? Ace gritted his teeth, and 450 inside was full of anger and self-blame. Sachi's death hit him very hard. 2 days ago, they had a good drink together. I didn't expect such a big event to happen so quickly. And the people who caused all this were his team members. He couldn't accept it for a while. 17. At this time, Whitebeard, who was wearing a hanging bottle, slowly opened his eyes. Forget it, just this once, in my heart, there is an inexplicable unease. The sadness in Whitebeard's eyes was beyond words. Ace shouted. That guy, but committed the only unforgivable felony on the ship. After speaking, Ace took a deep breath, and, he ruined your reputation. Ace turned around calmly. He picked up his bag, and immediately jumped out of the boat with a lifelong leap. With his feet firmly on his little yacht, he clutched his hat in one hand, his eyes gloomy. I'll go get him back. The voice fell. An astonishing flame burst out from under his feet. Immediately, the flame yacht rushed out and disappeared on the horizon at an extremely fast speed. Marco and the others looked anxiously at the distant figure and gritted their teeth secretly. New world. Some island. The sky darkened instantly, and the originally clear sky seemed to be suddenly covered by dark clouds. Ha 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 ha. Power, the power I've dreamed of. It's finally here. Thief ha 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 ha. Wild laughter echoed through the valleys. The next second, a black smoke burst out suddenly, spreading in all directions. In just a split second, the black fog shrouded half of the island. The trees, rocks, flowers, etc. on the island began to sink into the darkness at a speed visible to the naked eye. When darkness devours everything. A man with messy hair in the middle of the dark, big move. La la la. All the darkness converged towards his palm. And after the darkness disappeared, the surrounding with him as the center turned into a desolation. Any material will no longer exist, as if being swallowed up by the endless darkness. Immediately afterwards, the man's eyes burst into an amazing light, and he waved his hand again. Boom. All the substances that had been swallowed up before were spit out by the darkness, and piled into ruins on the ground. Advertisement, whether it's the rocks, or the grass and trees, they have been rotten and twisted, and have been deformed by the darkness of the river. After waiting for so many years, it's finally here. Thief ha 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 ha. The plan. It's time to start implementing it. BFEA, unimaginable madness appeared in his eyes. This crazy laughter sounded, which meant that an earth-shattering event was about to kick off. No one expected that the news, which was originally regarded as a laughingstock by them, would evolve into a major event in the future. This laughter heralds the end of the old era and the beginning of a new era. But, the only difference is, this new era will be rewritten with the appearance of a special being. Marineford, Whitebeard, Marshal Sengoku was a little surprised. That man has always been Marine's greatest threat. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened on the man's boat. The latest new world. So raucous, Sengoku sighed. Some time ago, the matter of the newcomer has not been resolved, and now the Whitebeard pirates have made such a big commotion. Those guys are all tough questions. Marshal D teach. It's D again. Sengoku felt more and more nerve-wracking. Sengoku, one more thing. Next to the crane, Vice Admiral sat on the side and looked at Sengoku. You said, just received information from the frontline Jack on Kaido's side has met the fur tribe, Crane Vice Admiral said. Sengoku's pupils suddenly shrank. Jack, sure enough, they can't give up easily. There was a hint of worry in Sengoku's eyes. Since they already know that the fur tribe has joined that guy's team, they definitely can't just sit back and watch. He shook his head. New world. In a certain sea area, an incomparably huge elephant slowly walked forward. On the sea, a burly man stood on the bow of an ivory pirate ship. Have you finally found it, Zo Elephant? The burly man's eyes reflected deep anger. Those guys, since they have joined that person's team, they must be prepared to fight against us. Leave the boat to Lousy. Without a doubt, the king of ships, Jack the Drow, is here. Kidnap Kaido's daughter. Send Peggy Wanrun to prison. They also blew up their base camp. These grievances have never dissipated from beginning to end. When had they been so humiliated before? Among the sea emperors of the New World, their beasts pirates have always been the most powerful and the most domineering. With a team of more than 20,000 people, no emperor can compare. Moreover, their total bounty is also the highest of all imperial groups. Even his number 4 beasts pirates, the bounty is as high as 1 billion. They used to be powerful and brilliant. When they heard Kaido's name, who wouldn't give a face? But that fledgling boy. How dare you openly oppose them, and let them suffer such a great shame? Anyway, it is impossible to let him go. Zo Island at this time. Under the personal guidance of Cat Viper, the construction of the drug processing plant has already begun. But with the sound of shaking the earth and shaking the mountain. Everyone was shocked. Furs get out of lousy, hoo-hoo. Jack the Drow smashed a stone building with one punch, bursting out with astonishing killing intent. Afterwards, the Tester's Corps also launched a massacre. Hip's Head, the man-made devil fruit and sheep-capable person, attacked repeatedly with a long sword, and the surrounding fur tribesmen fled in all directions. Jin Lami, an artificial devil fruit springbok ability, has a pair of long legs with strong explosive power. In addition, those with buffalo abilities, those with crocodile abilities, etc., are all aggressive. As soon as they came to Zou Island, crazy destruction unfolds. After sensing the movement, soon, countless figures in the distance shuttled through the whale forest, galloping towards the periphery of Cloudu. Ow! There were bursts of beast roars, and the air was filled with a wild atmosphere. How about Beast's pirates? It's still here. Among these arriving figures, the leader. It is the squad leader Pedro of the Beast Legion. It finally appeared. An astonishing light erupted in Jack's eyes, and he raised his hand and punched Pedro, who was killing him. However, in the face of Jack's attack, the opponent did not resist at all, just a flexible dodge, then avoided the attack. At the same time, the sword swirling with static electricity in his hand slashed towards Jack the Drill. Pin. A burst of sparks splattered. This was attached with a slash of the armed color, and it fought against Jack's armed color hardening, but his attack failed to cause any substantial damage. Subsequently, the first team vice-captain, Black Buck, Giovanni, also killed Jack. Advertisement. He took 2 steps back again and again, but Jack did not show the slightest disadvantage. As a zone ability, Jack's physique is far beyond ordinary people. Elephant fruit, ancient species, mammoth form, resistance to beatings, and super endurance are his advantages. Superficial. Jack let out a roar, and immediately took out 2 sharp and slender machetes from his ivory braces. Come again. Armed with a machete, Jack killed it again. This time, the 3 of Pedro were forced to step back. Fight together here. On the other side, more than 40 members of the first team have also been killed with the Giver Legion. The first division of the Divine Beast Pirates, the Beast Corps, is under the command of Captain Rosen to protect Zou Island. Everyone who comes is guilty of murder. Ow! With a roar sounded. At this moment, all the members of the Beast Army simultaneously let out a long howl. Then, their bodies began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. The hair on his body suddenly grew, his eyes turned red, his nasal cavity was panting heavily, and a palpitating breath instantly swept the world. See this scene. Even Jack the Drow suddenly widened his eyes. How is this possible? Now, it's clearly daylight. He showed an incredible look. Naturally, he also knew something about the fur tribe. Known as the super fighters on the night of the full moon, once they become moon lions, their fighting power will increase to a terrifying level. But now, it's clearly in broad daylight, and the moon can't be seen at all, let alone a full moon. The Giver's Legion was also stunned by this scene. They don't know what moon lions are. Most of them don't know all about the fur tribe, but when they saw the scene in front of them, they felt a terrifying aura from these fur tribesmen, which immediately shocked them. Pedro, Black Buck, Giovanni. The 3 officers transformed at the same time. 1. Incarnate the unparalleled jaguar. 1. Turned into a violent chimpanzee. The other one let out a long howl, and his muscles instantly exploded, turning into a long-haired zebra. Besides, the more than 40 members of the Beast Army who used the Beastmaster Physique Inheritance card, all had a cold smile on the corners of their mouths, and at the same time started their transformation. That elegant figure, scarlet eyes, the electric current lingering on the claws. Set them off like a god of war. Those who violate my territory will be punished even if they are far away. Next second, 50 moon lions rushed out at the same time, turning into streamers and disappearing in place. Hey, in the moon lion form, their all-round attributes have been improved several times. Just by moving their body, the speed is so fast that they can't be seen clearly with the naked eye, and they can only see the afterimages behind them. Peefed. In an instant, a man with artificial devil fruit ability was torn apart by the moon lion's paw, leaving 3 scars with deep visible bones in front of him. Immediately, screams rang out again and again. Within a few turns, Jack's army of givers fell. Static electricity has a paralyzing effect, coupled with the powerful physique of the moon lion. The mere man-made devil fruit abilities can't make waves in front of them. Jack's eyes widened, his eyes full of anger. Unforgivable roar. In any case, he never imagined that even if he attacked this island during the day, he would encounter such thorny troubles. Could they have been able to ignore the restrictions of the full moon night? Jack was startled, but he couldn't bear to think about it. After a loud roar, he turned into a huge mammoth, his long nose raised high, and he slammed down towards the 3 cadres who were killing him. 3 streams of light flashed, and they escaped easily. Immediately, 2 slashes slashed on his back, and at the same time there was a heavy punch, causing severe pain to come from his body. How is this possible? Jack's eyes widened. He hasn't felt pain for a long time, and it can even be said that very few people can cause substantial harm to him. But at this moment, he was actually beaten by the 3 fur tribes with severe pain. Just pain. For him, it's already a shame. In the future Battle of the Dome, Jack was overwhelmed by the 5 transformed fur clan leaders. And now, although the other party is only human. But, after obtaining the full version of the moon lion physique, after Pedro and others transformed into a moon lion, it was more terrifying than the transformation under the normal body. 1. It is because the blood is thin, so it has to rely on the power of the full moon to stimulate the wildness in the body, so as to achieve the purpose of transformation. 1. Relying on the Beastmaster physique card, he obtained a complete physique that was infinitely close to that of the mighty Beastmaster, Moon Lion, in ancient times. It is conceivable how much has changed between the two. If it weren't for the fact that they had obtained the full version of the Moon Lion physique and not long ago, they would not have been able to exert the true limit of the Moon Lion power. Otherwise, they will be even stronger. No, it should be said that the Moon Lions are inherently invincible, but because they are not yet able to master them, they cannot exert their true strength. But even so, it is enough to gather the power of 3 people to pose a threat to Jack the Drill. Who do you think we are? We are the first team of the strongest pirate group in the future, the Beast Army. Wow, 50 super fighters who have obtained the physique of a real Moon Lion and screamed in the sky at the same time. That wild and domineering voice, mixed with Kamui's incomparable aura, echoed over Zou Island, and could not be dissipated for a long time. 096 Jack the Drill loses, Xingshang goes out. Wow hoo hoo. Wanokuni, Ghost Island Base Camp. There were bursts of phone calls in the Yan disaster smoke room. What's up? After connecting the phone, there was an anxious voice over the phone. Master Chi, Master Jack, he has an accident. Hearing the words, the burning eyes shook violently. Marineford. It was also a phone call, and Vice Admiral's scattered eyeliner sent back a startling message. What did you say? Even the always calm Crane Vice Admiral couldn't help but now, his pupils shrank. After pondering for a moment, Crane Vice Admiral nodded slowly. I see. After hanging up the phone, Crane Vice Admiral stood up directly. What's the matter? Suru. Sengoku seemed to smell an unusual aura, and his eyes also sank. The result is out. Crane Vice Admiral donned the marine cape and was about to go out. Beasts Pirates, one of the 3 plagues, Jack the Drow with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. Defeat. Hearing this, Sengoku's pupils shrank violently. What did you say? He had a look of disbelief. How is this possible? He really couldn't be more clear about the strength of those guys. The information I got is like this. Crane Vice Admiral, as Marine's chief staff officer, has eyeliners all over the world. Since her people have sent back such information, it must be credible. Although, she also felt a little shocked. However, if it is a person in that team, maybe it can really do this. Hundreds of men-made demon fruit power legions led by Jack invaded Zou Island, and in the end only 7 or 8 people survived, fleeing in a hurry. I think we need to make a trip, if we can take this Jack the Drill. For us, it's equivalent to 1 less hidden danger. Crane Vice Admiral looked at Sengoku quietly. Sengoku fell into deep thought and nodded immediately. Let Kuzan go. Relatively speaking, he is more at ease with Kuzan. Soon, the news spread, and there was a hint of surprise on Kuzan's face who received the order. Ah la la la, someone can beat those guys. Jack the Drill, one of the 3 plagues, is also a very troublesome existence. However, this time it has become a bereaved dog, which is really surprising. Is it the first team of the Divine Beast Pirates who showed up last time? After hearing the specific situation, Kuzan was stunned for 2 seconds. Just a squad? To defeat the elite of the Beast's Pirates? You must know, has this newly debuted Mythical Beast Pirate group developed to such a degree in less than 3 months? It's really disturbing potential, Kuzan sighed. Immediately, he stood up slowly, put on the marine cape, and walked towards the door. This squad seems to be beyond our imagination. In the office, looking at the large warships ready to set sail in the port, Sengoku's face showed a solemn expression. Advertisement. It has only been less than a month since the team's first appearance. Did not expect to make such an amazing record so quickly. That's Jack the Drill, one of the 3 plagues of the Beast's Pirates. Is it the 2 guys on the Roger ship who shot it? If it's those 2 guys, maybe it's understandable. In Sengoku's brain, 2 figures appeared. The 2 fur tribes on Roger's ship were also 2 very troublesome beings. If they shot, beat Jack, and let them flee like bereaved dogs, it would be acceptable. Afraid, only afraid if it weren't for those 2 guys shooting. So this news is very shocking. The screen returns to East Blue. On the Xuanwu, Rosen received a notification from the system. Huh? The Beast Legion's bounty has increased again? Opening the system panel, Rosen quickly noticed this. Last time, the Beast Army defeated the Lockley Pirates, and the bounties of the 3 squad leaders were all increased. Black Buck and Giovanni, the bounty has reached 80 million Bailey, and Pedro, the captain of the Yuang's Pirates and the current captain of the first team of the Beast ship, has increased the bounty to 400 million 50 million Baileys. And this time, their bounty has actually been increased. Black Buck and Giovanni's bounty has reached 200 million Bailey at the same time, and Pedro's bounty has also increased to 500 million. Rosen was slightly surprised. It looks like they have something big going on. They could increase the bounty, which Rosen would love to see. The higher the total bounty of the squad, the more the Beast Army can increase. Every time the total bounty increases by 100 million Bailey, you can get an additional Beastmaster Physique inheritance card. Now their total bounty has reached 900 million, which is equivalent to adding 9 additional members. As expected of his future vanguard, he could have performed so well if not let Rosen down. Captain. Garrett ran in happily, with excited eyes on his face. Captain Rosen, brother Pedro just called. How to say? He said, what is the name of one of Kaido's subordinates, who is right, Jack broke into Zou Island, and was driven away by them, Garrett said happily. You mean Jack? Rosen's eyes suddenly sank. It's that guy. No wonder the bounty has gone up so much this time. After all, it is a big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. If they can defeat that guy, Pedro and the others will get a significant increase in the bounty. What he didn't expect was that Pedro and the others were so fierce. You must know that Jack the Drow is an extremely difficult existence. With his own strength, he can fight the cat and the snake and the dog in turn for 5 days and 5 nights without rest. Of course, he didn't play 1 against 2, but because of the dog, cat, and pit viper, one came forward during the day and the other shot at night. The two seamlessly connected and took turns to fight with Jack. Although it is not a 1-on-2, but because he does not rest for 5 days and 5 nights, and he has not lost the slightest, this alone is enough to prove his strength. Moreover, he attempted to hijack the ship in the presence of Marine Admiral, Marshal Marine, and Marine General Staff. Although he escaped in embarrassment in the end, this courage alone is enough to be proud of himself. Did they not take action? Rosen asked. If Cat Viper and Inuarashi were involved, it would be another matter. After all, these 2 kings of the Fur Clan, any one of them, have the strength to compete with Jack. What's more, Rosen has given them 2 Beastmaster Physique Inheritance cards as a friendly gift. What kind of item is the Beastmaster Constitution Inheritance card? That is an item card that allows people to inherit the physique of the ancient Moon Lion. The Moon Lion in the ancient times was a well-deserved beast king, and its strength was astonishing, and the Moon Lion transformation of the Fur tribe was the Moon Lion physique inherited from the blood. However, with the passage of time, the bloodline of the Moon Lion in the Fur Clan has become very thin. If you want to turn on the Moon Lion, you must be stimulated by the full moon to stimulate the wildness in the blood. For flowers, 0 advertisement, but now they don't need it. Inheriting the complete physique of the Moon Lion, they can turn on the transformation at any time. Moreover, after the transformation, they are the orthodox Moon Lion inheritance, before and the Moon Lion who relied on the full moon to transform. Completely 2 concepts. Even after Pedro and the 3 of them inherited the physique of the Beastmaster, they could fight back and forth with Jack the Drow. Not to mention the 2 Fur Kings who are not far from Jack in strength. If you do not inherit the Beastmaster physique, compared to Jack the Drow, Cat Viper, Anufeng and Jack the Drow are 4 to 6. After the full moon transforms, it is 5 or 5. So now, after inheriting the physique of the real moon and lion, any one of them should come out, and Jack should be 6 or 4, or even 7 or 3. I just asked, Boss Cat and the others haven't had time to make a move. Pedro said that the 3 of them and the man named Jack could draw a tie, but after more than 40 members of the first team transformed, they easily crushed Jack's men. Then, those people could only escape. Pedro and the others chased after him for a while, but unfortunately they escaped in the end. Zero Garrett explained. I see, then it can be understood. Jack the Drill is not easy to say, it is impossible to be easily defeated by someone casually. But his men were different, compared with the Beast Army with the physique of the Moon Lion. Those man-made demon fruit powers are far from perfect. Since his subordinates were defeated, and Jack could not prevail in the hands of Pedro and the 3 of them, of course they could only escape. Otherwise, if 50 Moon Lions attacked together, even the rough-skinned Jack the Drow would not be able to stand it. What's more, there are 2 more terrifying kings on Udo Island. Thankfully he escaped in time. If not, if Cat Viper and Inuarashi shoot at random, he definitely couldn't come back alive. It seems that our first team is indeed very heroic. Rosen is pleased with them. Of course, then, how can we Fur tribe be bullied by others casually? Garrett raised his head proudly, quite proud, seeing her small appearance of Tsunere. Rosen secretly laughed. Captain Rosen, it looks like we're almost there. Basalt traveled on the sea for 2 days, led by Colonel Mouse, and finally, they were about to arrive at the so-called East Blue Prison. Rosen came out of the room. Big, my lord, I have brought you to your destination, and now you can let me go. If Marine sees that I brought you here, my future will be ruined. The Colonel Mouse cried. Do you still want a future? Rosen's mouth was slightly raised, looking at him. So do you want to die? He half smiled. Colonel Mouse knelt down with a thud. If you want it, please spare your life. I don't have a future, as long as you don't kill me, woo-woo. Compared with life, the future counts. Rosen's eyes sparkled, came to the bow, and looked forward. When you look at it, it's a vast expanse of white. The East Blue Prison you said is right here? Rosen's eyes sank, looking at the mouse. You don't know something, sir. East Blue Prison is known as the 2nd largest prison in the world. It's definitely not an ordinary prison. This prison, 097 Vegapunk's technology, air prison. This prison is amazing. Speaking of this, Colonel Mouse suddenly became excited. Do you know the Emperor prison in the Grand Line? It is known as the world's first prison, but it is an underwater prison. As for our East Blue Prison, although it is known as the 2nd in the world, his origin is actually even more amazing than that of Emperor Prison. Emperor Prison is known as the world's first because it houses the world's most vicious criminals. Moreover, it is heavily guarded by a warden with admiral strength and a large number of warden beasts. The history of the prison can be traced back hundreds of years after the establishment of the world government. At that time, the Emperor Grand Prison formed a triangle with naval headquarters in Eni's lobby and was connected by the Gate of Justice. Except for Marines people, no one could reach that place illegally. The East Blue Prison was actually rebuilt in recent years. With the opening of the 450s, in the era of the great pirates, the four seas are turbulent, and more criminals are wanted. And East Blue is a sea area with the largest number of arrested prisoners. The original East Blue prison could no longer accommodate such a large number of criminals. Therefore, East Blue received special approval from the world government to rebuild an East Blue prison. That's why the East Blue prison is now known as the second largest prison in the world. And this prison is said to be built with advanced technology, and its firmness is no less than the impel down of the Grand Line. Hearing these statements from Colonel Mouse, Rosen quickly learned about the prison. It turned out to be a newly built prison, no wonder it is so mysterious. Emperor Prison is a large underwater prison, and our new prison in East Blue. Colonel Mouse rolled his eyes, showing a hint of pride. It's a floating prison. He shook the mouse whiskers on his face and said so. Floating prison? Eyes and the others suddenly widened their mouths. This is the first time I heard that the prison can still float. No wonder they came to East Blue to ask for so long, but they didn't get any clues. Yeah, it's a prison built on a man-made floating sky island, and the floating sky island technology is a high-tech technology newly developed by the World Government Science Department. It was used for the first time to build East Blue prison. As the leader of East Blue's 16th branch, it was not unusual for him to know this information. Rosen's eyes flickered slightly, even he heard about the floating sky island technology for the first time. If expected, Marine definitely wants to apply this technology to more places. It's just that it hasn't really been made public yet. It seems that Marine has a lot of hidden methods. Underwater prison, no wonder this East Blue prison can be called the second in the world. Advertisement. Not only that, in addition to the floating technology, this prison island also has many high-tech weapons, and ordinary people can't get close to it at all. So, gentlemen, in order to avoid unnecessary troubles, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. This prison is not as simple as that one under the sea. Colonel Mouse rolled his eyes and admonished with a hippie smile. Your words are a bit too much. I just need to hear about the prison, that's enough. There was a hint of impatience on Rosen's face. Yes, small talkative. Colonel Mouse quickly changed his tune. What about the tech island? With their current strength, they can't go anywhere in the world. Captain, there is movement ahead. Isa's ears moved, as if he heard something extraordinary. Everyone came to the bow and looked at the vast white sea ahead. On the sea surface, a thick fog rose. According to Colonel Mouse, these fogs were also artificially synthesized, a technology called artificial fog technology. With the cover of artificial fog technology, ordinary people come here, and they will lose their way if they are not careful. After coming to the bow of the boat at this moment, they could indeed feel the movement in the sea area ahead. It's Uzumaki's voice. Ise quickly recognized it. Although it is far away, with his six-eared macaque's hearing, it is simply too easy to hear what the sound is. Uzumaki. Yamato and the others frowned. There was such a vast fog, and nothing could be seen. Once Uzumaki was accidentally involved in it, the fate could be imagined. It's an artificial Uzumaki, then Colonel Mouse spoke again. Okay. FK. Faux Uzumaki, they were startled. Guys, man-made floating sky island, man-made fog, and now a man-made Uzumaki. It is indeed a science and technology prison built by the scientific army, and the sense of science and technology is instantly full. Floating sky island, just above Uzumaki, no one can go up without Marine's orders, Colonel Mouse said again. In the air prison, there is a kind of ladder that can go up and down. Only when the people above put down the ladder can we go up. So, Colonel Mouse looked at Rosen, afraid to continue. But what he's implying is that he wants Rosen to give up. If there is no Marine's pass order, ordinary people want to go up, it is more difficult than going to the sky. You don't have to worry about it, it's just a floating sky island. Advertisement. Now that the location of the prison is known, it is no longer a problem. How about floating? For phantom beasts, flying has never been a problem. NU. Go up with us. Rosen looks at Colonel Mouse. What? Me? This, they will kill me, the mouse panicked. If Marine found out that he had exposed the secrets of East Blue Prison, it would not only be a matter of career, it would be a loss. I'm just notifying you, not asking for your consent. One. Rosen thought about it and winked at Jiuyou, who was standing on his shoulders. As a bound divine beast, golden-winged Dapeng quickly understood Rosen's idea. After a hissing sound, the golden-winged Dapeng, who had stood motionless on Rosen's shoulders as an ornament, flew straight to Colonel Mouse's shoulders. Sharp eyes staring at the mouse, as long as he has any rash action. Golden-winged Dapeng will tear him to pieces in an instant. This. Feeling the cold breath on the golden-winged Dapeng, Colonel Mouse cried and had 4.0 in his heart. This is the first time they have come to this island, so they have a lot of things they don't understand, and Colonel Mouse has been here before when he was escorting prisoners, so they naturally have a certain understanding. Get ready, we're going up, Rosen said hello in advance. Hear him, Cavendish and Yamato quickly grabbed the railing beside them. And others are still a little ignorant, but in the next second, there was a violent tremor. Some of them were almost used to fly out immediately. FK. With the appearance of a gust of wind from the bottom to the top, the huge Xuanwu flew leisurely. In bursts of screams, the Xuanwu headed straight for the sky prison over Uzumaki. The prison holding scientist Rockwell. It's finally here. 098 identities exposed. How could they be in East Blue? Mr. Bogart, you have worked hard. at the gate of the air prison, a dog-headed ship docked here. One prisoner after another was taken off the boat and handed over to the prison guards. These were the criminals that Garp caught along the way, and they were all handed over to the East Blue Sky prison for custody. With the appearance of Bogart and others, the warden of East Blue personally greeted him. After all, Bogart is the adjutant of the hero Garp, and his status is detached. Although the rank of East Blue warden has reached the rear admiral level, he still has to respect Bogart. These people will be handed over to you. You have to take good care of them, Bogart instructed. Clear. The warden gave a military salute. Bogart nodded and was about to get back on the warship. However, at this moment, several soldiers from the prison suddenly rushed out. Reporting to the warden, the surveillance screen shows. It seems that someone has broken into the floating sky island. Several soldiers looked solemn. What did you say? Warden Seymour's pupils shrank. Bogart, who was about to leave, seemed to have heard their conversation, and his footsteps suddenly stopped. The mechanical watchdog on the east blue shore of the floating sky island seemed to be attacked inexplicably. In the last picture sent back, a ship was vaguely seen falling from the sky, so I suspect that there may be an invasion. The soldier explained nervously. Over the years, the air prison has never encountered such a situation, so they rushed to report it. Warden Seymour is also on the side. Turn on the emergency alert, and let all the monitors and enforcers go to the floating sky island east blue shore for inspection. 15. At the same time, float sky island east blue shore. The Xuanwu was already docked on land, and a group of people got off the boat. Looking around, you can see that there are a lot of mechanized facilities on the island. Even just now, they saw a few mechanical dogs patrolling. Sure enough, it's a technology island. Rosen couldn't help but sigh. Man-made islands are really not that simple. In the center of the floating sky island, there is a metal building like a bunker, which must be their destination, East Blue Prison. On the outside of the bunker, there is a layer of artificial mechanical forests. According to Colonel Mouse, these artificial forests are used to prevent storms from attacking. Since this artificial island is suspended in midair, the airflow here is very strong, so an artificial forest was built to prevent the mechanical equipment on the floating sky island from being damaged by the storm. If you don't have Marine's pass order, if you want to enter the big prison, it is like passing through this dangerous and abnormal mechanical forest. There are a large number of supervisors on this island, those patrolling mechanical dogs we just saw. These inspectors carry monitoring equipment. If they are found, your location will be directly exposed. If the location is exposed, an enforcer will be dispatched on the island to destroy all trespassers. All. The mouse explained, replacing manual labor with mechanization. It really is an island full of technology. Let's go and see what level this so-called air prison is. Since it's from Vegapunk, Rosen will have to see it anyway. They walked towards the mechanical forest. In the forest, all trees are made of machinery, and there are surveillance cameras in the dark. In this regard, Rosen is too lazy to keep a low profile. Advertisement anyway, there are cameras everywhere, and if you want to sneak in, you can't do it at all. Simply, then tell them generously, Lousy is here. Buzz. Not long after entering the mechanical forest, suddenly, they seem to have triggered some kind of mechanism, and the surrounding trees suddenly lit up. Taste the taste. On the mechanical tree, countless machine gun muzzles appeared, aiming at them. Kazuki Hiyori raised his brows. The five-colored divine light suddenly appeared on his body and swept the front. In a leisurely time, all the bullets disappeared out of thin air. Then, Yamato opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of freezing air, freezing all the mechanical trees that contained the mechanism. No weight or ice teeth. This move is a powerful move that can be used against Kaido's heat. Inside the bunker in the center of the floating sky island. In the monitoring room, those marine soldiers suddenly showed their shocked expressions. Are they? Through the surveillance cameras scattered all over the floating sky island, they quickly found the footage of the intruder. After some comparisons, they finally recognized the identities of these people. Warden, Your Excellency, a marine soldier held a stack of wanted orders in his hand, and his eyes showed horror. Bogart and his party also walked in. After they escorted the prisoners to the prison, they were about to leave. But when he heard that there were intruders breaking in, he knew that this time was no small matter, so he did not leave. At this time, he walked into the monitoring room and saw the figures in the monitoring screen, and his pupils shrank violently. How is it possible? Why are they here? As Garp's adjutant, Bogart is also a high-level figure in Marine, and he is simply familiar with these figures. Contact Garp Vice Admiral for emergencies. Bogart made a quick decision. Windmill Village. Garp, who had taken off his marine uniform and changed into a floral shirt, was about to enter the mountain. Suddenly, he received a call from Bogart. What? You mean? After receiving the news, Garp's pupils shrank immediately, and his face showed unprecedented solemnity. And Marineford. Marshal Sengoku was rubbing his temples with a distressed expression. Because, there was news from Jishang just now, on Jack the Drow's side. After all, he couldn't catch up and was escaped by that guy. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, if the action goes well, can directly eliminate a powerful fighting force of the Beast's pirates. But unfortunately, they were still a step behind. Now Jack fled back, and if he wants to catch this person again, it will be difficult in the future. Wahoo-hoo. The phone worm suddenly rang, and Sengoku was shocked. Hello, Mr. Marshal. There was an anxious voice on the other end of the phone. After the other party explained, Sengoku suddenly stood up after listening. You mean, those guys, East Blue showed up, advertisement? This news is even more amazing than the news from Jack the Drill. East Blue. Float on Sky Island. With the exposure of Rosen and his party, a large number of mechanical dogs appeared around them. According to Colonel Mouse, these mechanical dogs are called supervisors. They are patrolling mechanical units on the floating Sky Island, and they have a good aggressiveness. Above the head, a large number of mechanical birds also flew. The mechanical bird, also known as the executor, is the defensive unit on the island. Once an intruder appears, these executors will fly out, quickly lock onto the target, and launch an indiscriminate destructive strike. Laser. That's right, this is Vegapunk's laser technology based on the principle of Kizaru's sparkling fruit ability. These devices have laser executors, who quickly locked Rosen and his party, and began to condense laser rays full of destructive power from their mouths. But the next second, I saw a black shadow flashing by. Gorgeous sword shadows fill the world, and in just a blink of an eye, all the executors are slashed by sword shadows. Before the laser light could be fired, the damaged executors interrupted the attack instantly. At the moment of interruption, the laser light in their mouths suddenly exploded. A dazzling effort. The mechanical birds in the sky turned into mechanical parts all over the sky and fell down. What? In the monitoring room, the expressions of Marines, including Bogart, changed drastically. The executors with destructive power were destroyed in an instant. Even they couldn't even see each other's shots clearly 450. As expected of those in the legend, Bogart was silent for a moment, and finally couldn't help but exclaimed. Warden Seymour also felt an unprecedented crisis. They have never faced such a serious threat since the establishment of the space prison. Don't talk about threats before, those pirates are a problem even on the island. Almost no one can successfully pass through the artificial fog, even if someone is lucky enough to accidentally pass through the artificial fog, but the artificial Uzumaki, for the pirates without a pass, it is almost an insurmountable way of heaven. But now, these people not only successfully landed on the island, but also destroyed the two guards, the monitor and the enforcer. Is East Blue Prison about to face its biggest crisis ever? If you have any trump cards, just use them directly. The power of these people is beyond your imagination. Even Bogart showed deep solemnity at the moment. As the second in command of the hero Garp, his strength is top-notch among Marines. 1. He is very clear about the strength of these people in front of him. Not to mention him, even if Mr. Garp himself came here, it would be very interesting now. One of the 5 sea emperors of the New World. Although he is a new emperor, but his strength, no one knows Xuanwu. In the Naval Headquarters conference room, everyone's Marine executives had seen the power of these people with their own eyes. The 3 of them in CP0, with the strength of the top Vice Admiral, can only be defeated in the face of this 5th Emperor. Today's East Blue can pose a threat to these people, and only the hero Garp is. But that's just a threat. Hearing Bogart's words, Seymour also knew the seriousness of the matter. He pondered for a moment, and then he said, activate the ultimate weapon, 099 showing real strength. Marine is collectively dumbfounded. Function. Tornado. There was a tornado condensed by the blue wind in his hand, and Rosen waved it forward. Suddenly, the super-large tornado that ripped apart the sky swept forward. The tornado contains countless turbulent winds that are comparable to blades. Under the high-speed rotation, it can strangle all matter into pieces. At the same time, it contains penetrating ability. The penetrating ability that ignores all defenses, even if it encounters steel, it can easily cut through and destroy the essence of matter from the inside. The tornado with this ability raged in the mechanical forest, and countless steel trees were torn apart and cut into countless pieces. Under the open path of the tornado, the group directly crossed the mechanical forest, and nothing could stop them. So cool, Ease followed behind, his eyes sparkling. A tornado with such a powerful cutting power, even a forest made of steel, is like cutting tofu, easily destroying everything on the route. This mechanical forest, which was originally used to block the storm, did not expect that it would still be defeated by the storm in the end. Wherever the tornado passed, it was like destroying all the matter on the route. At the same time, it also forcibly opened a route for Rosen and his party to go straight to the central fortress. It only took more than 10 minutes to cross the forest. When they came to the other side of the forest, near the central prison, suddenly, a super-large laser suddenly appeared, penetrating the tornado storm with one blow. Although, it failed to cause substantial damage to the tornado, but it caught Rosen's attention. It's kind of interesting. With a wave of his hand, the tornado that opened the way suddenly disappeared. When everything calmed down, the scene in front of me suddenly became brighter. Yamato and others turned their heads and looked. However, in front of them, rows of huge robots appeared, and at a glance, there were dozens of them. Out appeared the ultimate weapon of the air prison, known as the super weapon of the prison executioner, is the first batch of combat robots created by the great scientist Vegapunk. Destroyer. There was deep fear in Colonel Mouse's eyes. He wanted to step back, but the golden-winged Dapeng who saw him on his shoulder would not give him a chance to back down. He had already heard about this ultimate weapon. It is said that this is a super weapon of war created by the world government's scientific forces. It has extremely strong destructive power, can emit lasers, and is also a body of steel, coupled with a strong will to fight. Each one has a combat capability comparable to Vice Admiral level. The first battle robots? Rosen's mouth curled into a smile. If not surprisingly, these so-called destroyers should be the prototypes of future pacifists. The pacifist is a humanoid weapon created by Vegapunk, whose appearance is Bartholomew, one of the Shichibukai, and Neng, who has now been transformed by humanoid weapon technology, has become a transforming person. Thinking of this, Rosen's mouth twitched. Even a true pacifist, he would not feel the slightest threat, let alone these initial versions of the first generation of war robots. It seems, Marine hasn't really seen the strength of our entire team. Rosen thought about it. The two who have shown their true strength at the current position are Rosen and Yamato. In that case, brothers, show them a hand. It may not be easy to have a bounty of 1.5 billion. But for Rosen's current crew, raising the bounty to 500 million couldn't be easier. 1.5 billion for a person is only 1.5 billion, but it's 500 million people. That's 5 billion. After all, more people are more cost-effective. Understood, Captain. Hearing Rosen's words, Isegorot and the others around him were instantly motivated. At this time, in the air prison, Warden Seymour, Bogart and others were watching the intruders through the surveillance cameras all over the island. It's the first time these powerful saboteurs have been dispatched in more than 10 years. Seymour's eyes are shining. That's right, this is the first time they've used these spoilers. Before that, nothing could threaten the existence of a prison in the sky. Only this time, Marineford, for this unexpected situation at East Blue Prison. Marine also called an emergency meeting. The heavy footsteps of Marshal Sengoku rang out and entered the meeting room. Mr. Marshal, what happened? The Ghost Spider and others showed a look of doubt. It's rare to see an emergency meeting being held suddenly. Every time it is held, it means that something big happens. Is there something going on at Whitebeard? They guess? After all, the events that have been making a lot of noise in the ocean these past few days are undoubtedly the events of the Whitebeard pirates. Not them. Sengoku has the answer. This time, it's an emergency at East Blue, he said sullenly. Advertisement, East Blue Prison. The space prison built by Mr. Vegapunk? Isn't it a prison that is said to be comparable to Impel Down? How could there be an emergency? Vice Admiral frowned. It's the Rosen gang. What? When Sengoku said this, everyone in the conference room was stunned. How did those guys show up in East Blue? They were puzzled. Yeah, those scary guys again? Admiral Kizaru exclaimed. It's only been quiet for a few days, and there's actually another action. B********D. Sakazuki slapped his cigar with a dark face, and a strong killing intent erupted in his eyes. Don't they want to attack East Blue Prison? The Vice Admirals are all worried. If those guys want to attack East Blue Prison, it's really a little troublesome. Sengoku came to the front of the conference room. Warbreakers have been dispatched. This is the information that just came back from East Blue Prison, but now, don't know what the result will be. Hearing the words, Warbreaker, some people breathed a sigh of relief. If it's a war saboteur dispatched, then it should be safe. Those are the first humanoid weapons that Mr. Vegapunk built, Zon-Taomaru said. When it comes to humanoid weapons of war, they know nothing about it, especially Zon-Taomaru, who is the commander of the pacifists. He is very clear about the power of these humanoid weapons. Although the Warbreaker is the humanoid weapon of the first generation, its power is not much weaker than that of the pacifist. It can even be said that the humanoid weapons of the first generation are even more powerful. The biggest difference between Warbreakers and pacifists is intelligence. Pacifists are smarter and more fully functional. The war destroyers are more bellicose than the pacifists, but the disadvantage is that once they enter a state of rampage, they will be out of control. Unless all locked targets are destroyed, otherwise, the Warbreakers will not die. Because of this shortcoming, the Warbreakers can only be eliminated, and more stable pacifists are developed instead. The eliminated Warbreakers were left in the East Blue Prison to be used as the ultimate weapon. Unexpectedly, this ultimate weapon will be used one day. Mr. Marshal, the surveillance screen of East Blue Prison has been connected. Soon, after a non-commissioned officer operated under the big screen in the conference room, he connected the surveillance video of East Blue Prison. Sengoku's pupils shrank, and he turned his eyes to the big screen. The screen did appear. This is suddenly, all the officers in the conference room suddenly looked horrified. The war destroyer, that huge size, is particularly conspicuous on the battlefield. However, in comparison, the aura of the person on the other side is even more astonishing than these big mechanical guys. A flash of gorgeous sword light flashed, and when even a figure entered the destroyer, the formation of the destroyer was instantly disrupted. The speed was so fast that it was difficult to see even with the naked eye. It's the guy who slashed all the Marines in the arena before. Soon someone recognized it. Yes, the first to bear the brunt is Cavendish. Under the blessing of Fuyao Wing, Cavendish's speed was so fast that he couldn't see clearly, and he chopped out again, and sparks flew everywhere. Meow, what a terrible speed, the natural Admiral Kizaru said this. As a sparkling fruit person, he also has the speed of the world. But his speed is given by the flash, and he must transform his body into light, and through the refraction of the light, he can achieve super speed that is almost instantaneous. And the figure in the picture in front of him is indeed a real physical speed. White Horse Cavendish. Someone recognized it. I didn't expect that the supernova that made a big splash on the Grand Line in the past would change so much. Is it his second personality? No, it's not like the second personality, maybe it's the speed given to him by the Phantom Beast fruit. As expected of a rare Phantom Beast fruit, what a terrifying ability. What kind of shape is it, and it has such an amazing speed? They couldn't help but be a little curious. Kizaru's eyes glowed with light. He pondered for a moment, and he slowly said, "It should be the kind of creature in the legend." "Oh, Mr. Pulsolino, you know this kind of creature?" Someone looked at him suddenly. "I heard something. There are 3 forces in the world that can be called extreme speed. The first one is my sparkling fruit. Because of the sparkling fruit, he has researched on the speed-oriented fruit, and has come up with 3 kinds of extreme speeds. The second is a logia fruit called thunder fruit. One is light, the other is thunder. Sparkling fruit has the same effect as thunder fruit in terms of speed. And the third is beyond the above 2 substances, and it is the pure physical speed. That is the legendary beast Kunpeng." Kizaru uttered an amazing name. "That's right, whether it's light or lightning, it moves instantaneously by way of propagation. Only this Yinpeng extreme speed is a pure speed, Fly Fen Peng." The vice admirals in the conference room all showed their surprise. Although it was the first time I heard this name, since even Admiral Kizaru rarely showed a solemn expression, one could imagine how terrifying this creature was. Advertisement, use. Just when they were shocked by the appearance of Kunpeng. Suddenly, another figure in the picture entered the war destroyers. "Who is that?" The Marines shrank their pupils. Looking around, I saw that the war saboteurs in the picture were hit by the electric current one after another, and there was a short circuit. The creator of the current was a bunny girl with silver hair fluttering, blood-red eyes, and a phantom of the moon on her head. The phantom of the moon gradually evolved from a crescent moon into a full moon. Under the blessing of the full moon, the bunny girl with long hair fluttering exudes a more terrifying aura. "Yes, the moon lion, the ability of the fur tribe," someone exclaimed. The fur tribe is a world-famous fighting race, and like the Murlocs, they have a physique that surpasses ordinary people. Murlocs are able to control water currents and are also one of the most powerful races in the world. The fur tribe can control static electricity and are natural warriors. Their most terrifying means is to transform into a moon lion with unparalleled combat power on the occasion of the full moon. "It's obviously daytime. Why is she?" Marine was immediately stunned. "Can you transform without seeing the full moon? Could it be that she broke through the transformation limit of the fur tribe? It's incredible. If you can break through the transformation limit and transform into a moon lion anytime and anywhere, that would be too scary. Maybe, because of the shadow of the moon above her. Could it be, because of her Eudemon's ability?" They couldn't help but guess. Long ago, they had come to the conclusion that it is very likely that all members of this mythical beast pirate group are phantom beasts. If this is the case, then this fur-free tribe might be able to do so because of the phantom beast's ability. Turn on your transformation during the day. However, with the ability of the Taiyin Jade Rabbit, Garot has obtained the ability to turn on his transformation at any time. But this is not the main reason. This is because of the use of the Beastmaster Physique Inheritance card. So even if Garot does not transform into a Taiyin Jade Rabbit, she can still activate the Moon Lion form, and she has a complete Moon Lion physique, which is more powerful than the Moon Lion under normal circumstances. Shish. Her speed was unexpectedly fast to an astonishing level. The Taiyin Jade Rabbit has a strong jumping ability, and the explosive power of its legs is very terrifying. In her hand, the static current mixed with the power of the yin was instantly transmitted between the war destroyers. With electrostatic current as the transmission medium, the role of her lunar power was fully exerted. The power of the yin, once touched, it will be slowed down. And the current can spread to each other. As long as the enemy stands densely, the power of the yin can spread to everyone in an instant. Then, these targets hit by the electric current mixed with the power of the yin immediately entered a state of slowness. Why? The saboteurs can't move. The Marines were shocked. The war saboteurs, who were about to charge up to release the beam of light, even raised their hands very slowly. This one is slowed down. These big men turned into scrap iron that was slaughtered by others. The power of this laser beam is still very terrifying. If so many war saboteurs release the laser beam at the same time, the destructive power caused by it can be called devastating, and no one can bear it head on. But now, the destroyer's charging time after being slowed down has been multiplied several times. This makes it harder for their attacks to hit the target. After all, these people won't just wait for you to finish accumulating power. Sure enough, after all the war breakers were slowed down, others also shot. Boom. I just heard a loud explosion. In the Marine conference room, all Marine officers stared wide-eyed. What happened? In the picture, one of the war saboteurs actually exploded. You must know that the destroyer is a robot, but it is made of high-strength alloy, which is much harder than ordinary metals. Even severe blows make it difficult to break open their exoskeletons. But even so, the war breaker still exploded in front of them. Who did it? Why didn't I see someone attacking him? Why did it explode all of a sudden? The Marines were puzzled. On the other hand, Sengoku's pupils shrank, as if he noticed something. It's a sniper. He speaks slowly, because he noticed in the picture, at the back of the crowd, a little boy with 6 ears, holding a black sniper rifle, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Sniper. How is that possible? How could a mere bullet break through the saboteur's defense? They were reluctant to believe more. But how do they know that the bullets used by this sniper can penetrate thick steel plates at a distance of 1,000 meters, armor-piercing bullets? Explosive armor-piercing projectiles. A bullet designed to destroy buildings. With the penetrating power of armor-piercing bombs and the terrifying power of explosive bombs, even a heavy tank can blow you up. Not to mention these robots. In just one encounter, a warbreaker had already been destroyed, and the Marines suddenly felt a tinge of unease. 100 The horror of the 5th Imperial Regiment, Angel Sword. Just when all Marine couldn't recover, suddenly, a shocking light appeared in the picture again. This dazzling golden light made people unable to open their eyes, and a sacred aura swept through the universe. That's, under their gazes, the golden light that filled the sky gradually condensed into a sacred giant sword with brilliance flowing in the air. And behind the sacred giant sword, a sacred phantom could be vaguely seen. The phantom was holding the great sword and spreading the 6 paths wings behind him, as if it were the ruler of heaven and earth. This scene shocked everyone, including the East Blue Prison at this time, Warden Seymour, Bogart and others. All of them were surprised by this sacred phantom. The phantom with the big sword in his hand raised the holy sword high, and immediately stabbed it down. The angel's holy sword fell from the sky and instantly penetrated the body of a war destroyer. The body of the machine was cut in half, and it exploded immediately. The parts were filled with wine, and in front of everyone's eyes, this second warbreaker was also destroyed. If the explosion of the first robot was sudden and inexplicable, so now, the Marines who witnessed this scene with their own eyes finally changed their faces. That kind of attack, even if it is them, they are not sure that they will be able to take over successfully. Actually, this fruit was born. Marshal Sengoku frowned, and the phantom just now lingered in his mind, lingering for a long time. Seraph. Sengoku said the phantom's name. Every day, make.
The other Marine Vice Admirals were also heartbroken and shocked.
450 That is a very colorful creature, representing the sacred, and is known as the closest existence to the gods. Human fruit, you demons, seraph form. I really did not expect that fruit to fall into the hands of this team. No one knows better than Sengoku what this fruit symbolizes. Like him, he belongs to the Renren fruit and Eudemon species, but his is a big Buddha, and the other side is a 6-winged angel. As a nurse, Afra has a benevolent heart, but with these mechanical iron bodyheads, she didn't have much to worry about. The fiery holy light that contains the scorching aura is so terrifying that it can instantly destroy a war destroyer. This performance gave Marine a visual shock, and Afra's figure was also the first time Marine really paid attention. 3 pairs of angel wings grew from the back, and his body was filled with a holy aura. His tall figure, dressed in a nurse's uniform, was filled with terrifying power that made people feel heart pounding. This was the first time they saw Afra make a move, and the first time they knew there was a seraph in Rosen's team. It was clear that in the future, her threats would definitely make Marine feel deeply disturbed. Sing. A crisp soft moan came, the real Peacock. Kazuki Hiyori also shot. With the flickering of colorful brilliance in the sky, it instantly caught Marine's eye. Kazuki Hiyori, who has transformed into the real body of the 5-colored Peacock Man and Beast, has a beautiful face that is vividly reflected. Advertisement blue yellow red black red, the 5 colors of light flow. It was originally the 5 fundamental life feathers of the 5-color Peacock, which contained the power of the 5 elements, and the 5 elements were born together, and contained the avenue of heaven and earth. With a movement, he suddenly appeared in front of the war saboteurs, and swiped at one of the war saboteurs. Disappeared? The Marines suddenly opened their mouths? Under the watchful eyes of the public, the 5-colored light swept away lightly, and even wiped out a war destroyer in front of it. That is not a simple destruction, but a direct disappearance out of thin air. Another incredible ability. If the capabilities of the other party are known, the Marines can still work out a countermeasure. But if you can't even see through the specific abilities of the other party, that's the real tricky thing. 5-colored divine light, nothing is brushed. As long as it is a non-living body, it can be brushed into the inner universe of the 5-colored divine light. And the warbreakers are just a bunch of machines. It's too easy for Kazuki Hiyori to brush them away. Just a face-to-face, the performance of this member of the Mythical Beast pirate group stimulated the Marines' attention. Whether it is the speed of the world, the ability to slow down, or the holy light of angels, or even the mysterious colored light just now. Nothing left Marines stunned. 1. That's not all. Because, in the next second, without everyone noticing, another figure appeared among the war destroyers. The figure was unremarkable, however, his next performance made all Marines' eyes widen. Drink. A soft drink came. Immediately, he saw that a slow-moving war destroyer had his feet off the ground and was lifted up. What is that? With the sudden appearance of this scene, the Marines noticed the tiny figure. At the feet of the warbreaker, a figure with a big slab and a green suit threw the huge and heavy warbreaker up with just one hand. Immediately, the figure rose into the sky, grabbing the ankle of the warbreaker with one hand. TEP. That tiny figure slammed the warbreaker up and smashed it towards the warbreaker next to it. That huge body slammed into other war destroyers like a cannonball. The robots that were originally standing in a row were smashed like a bowling ball with a bang. FK. This. Oh my god, I didn't look at it. What terrifying strength is that, to be able to throw a war destroyer with one hand? Everyone, including Marine Admiral, had their pupils vibrating violently. Little, human race, Sengoku recognized the tiny figure at a glance. In this team, there is still a small human race, advertisement. Legend has it that the little human race is one of the most mysterious races. It has only been recorded in history, but no one has ever known where they lived. Unexpectedly, in addition to the Fur Clan, there are still small human clans. The team is getting more and more unfathomable. What form is that? Such a small body can actually burst out with shocking power. They all expressed their curiosity about the shape of the tiny figure. As the picture zoomed in, they finally saw the figure clearly. The tentacles on the top of the head and the armor on the body seem to be ordinary, but they can throw such a huge war destroyer with one hand. Mom, ant? Could it be insect fruit, ant form? They guess. Sengoku's eyes narrowed. It's definitely not just a simple ant, if nothing else, it should also be a phantom beast. It seems that the rumors about all of them have been implemented. Their hearts were full of shock. For a long time, they didn't quite believe that someone could form a team of all phantom beasts. Now, however, this rumor has finally been fulfilled. Thinking about it feels a little weird. They are far more than 7 people. This time, there are new faces. If all of them are phantom beasts, it would be terrifying. Everyone frowned. Last time, they only saw shots from Rosen and Yamato. The strength of those 2 people alone made them feel a strong threat. And now, as the other members of the Divine Beast Pirates show their strengths, they felt the unfathomable depth of the team even more. They are so brave. Mrs. Shirley stood beside Rosen, holding a pouch in one hand, spit out finish, a charming smile on her face. This is also the first time she has seen these teammates take action. Unexpectedly, apart from these 2 terrifying captains and mates, none of these team members are good. And Colonel Mouse at the back of the crowd was so frightened that his legs went weak. Strange. Monster. His legs were trembling, and the whole person was stiff in place, and there was deep inconceivable in his eyes. On his shoulders, the golden-winged Dapeng couldn't wait to have a sweet fight, but Rosen gave him the task of supervising Colonel Mouse. Therefore, he could only suppress the excitement in his heart. Yamato picks up his mace. Will Marine really see it? If Rosen hadn't held her back, this battle madman might have rushed out long ago, a robot with one stick. Of course you can. What do you think Marine is? Such an important place, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere. How could they not see it? Rosen's mouth twitched. His purpose. Just for Marine to see. These guys have been holding back for too long. It's time to give them a chance to perform and show the world their true strength. Rosen looked at the high-spirited team members on the battlefield and showed a satisfied smile. 101 Akainu goes out. Sakazuki's wrath. Boom. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, and when the last warbreaker exploded, Ys slowly put down his gun in the rear. What, you know to steal my head? Cavendish expressed strong dissatisfaction. You're too slow, Ys grinned. When it comes to headshots, there's no one better than ADC. You fart, this young master is the fastest man on board. Cavendish put on his sleeves, ready to pick up the brat. I haven't had such an exciting fight in a long time. Garrett felt that his blood had begun to boil. The moon lion's desire to fight is so strong, once the animal nature is stimulated, it will enter a state of berserk, and the more it fights, the more fierce it will be. Kazuki Hiyori also slowly put away the famous sword Enma in his hand. At the same time, the gates of the prison had been opened, and as far as the eye could see, a large number of marine soldiers could be seen assembling. Are you ready to fight to the death? Rosen looked up. With the destruction of these vandals, the East Blue prison went straight to its most urgent state. Their duty is to guard the prison and keep no one near. But at this time, they obviously realized the seriousness of the situation. The jailers, headed by Warden Seymour, gathered at the gate of the prison, and there were hundreds of them. In addition, a large number of mechanical dogs and mechanical birds gathered towards the prison gate. In addition, there are also some mechanical jailer beasts, some of which are extremely tall, so you can see that it is not easy at a glance. At the entrance of the prison, the mechanical turret has also been activated. This turret is called the Guardian. Once a hostile target is detected, the turret will automatically attack. In terms of defense, Air Prison is no weaker than Impel Down. But unfortunately, it was Rosen and his party. Hey, that person is actually there. Rosen's eyes flashed. He noticed that there was a familiar face among the assembled Marines at the prison gate. Garp the Fist's adjutant, the swordsman Bogart, a famous swordsman in Marine, and a swordsman instructor for future Garp's disciples. As Garp's adjutant, no matter where Garp goes, he follows him silently, like a shadow. To be recognized by Garp is enough to see that this person is not simple. At least among all Marine Vice Admirals, he is also considered an elite, far from the average Vice Admiral can match. I didn't expect this person to appear here, if this person is. Does that mean that Garp might be here too? Rosen was startled. It is still too early to face the top powerhouses of this old era. Fortunately, after some searching, Rosen didn't see Garp the Fist. Is it because you came to escort the prisoner, so you just met? He figured it out quickly. As soon as Garp returned to East Blue, he caught a large number of criminals by the way, so it is very likely that Bogart came to escort the criminals.
Let's go. Since people are ready, we must go and see the level of the second largest prison in the world.
Rosen took the lead and walked towards the prison gate. Among the Marines, the one standing at the forefront is undoubtedly the warden of East Blue Prison. If the air prison is the second in the world, then the warden must not be too weak. Even if it doesn't compare to the advancing Magellan, it won't be too far off. Yamato followed closely behind Rosen with a mace, and Mrs. Shirley, holding a cigarette pouch, spit out a heavy puff of smoke, and immediately stepped forward. Marineford, in the Marine conference room, the Marine executives who watched this scene had bitter expressions on their faces. Could it be that the legend of East Blue Prison ends today? There was deep concern in the eyes of the cool mouse vice admiral. The strength of these people is too strong. The two most terrifying beings haven't even shot, just relying on these crew members, they easily defeated the war spoilers. Let me go to East Blue. Sakazuki stood up with a dark face, then turned around and prepared to leave the conference room. Sakazuki Admiral, advertisement, even if you rush over now, it's too late. What's more, Garp Vice Admiral is also in East Blue, he should find a way to solve it. For their words, Sakazuki did not make sense. What can that old guy do when he is old? Let me kill these bastards earlier, and this kind of thing would not have happened today. After finishing speaking, he did not take into account any dissuasion. Don't try to stop me, let them continue, and the whole sea will never be calm. Do these daring guys really think no one can punish them? Marine is more than just some wine bags and rice bags. With a cold snort, Sakazuki squinted at the crowd, turned around, and slammed the door of the conference room shut. In the corridor, only a firm back was left. In the back, the two characters, Justice, on Marine's cape are particularly conspicuous. Soon, a large warship bound for East Blue slowly sailed out of Marineford's port. On the bow, the icy eyes looked at the front, and the whole body exuded an astonishing evil spirit. East Blue. Floating Sky Island. At the entrance of the air prison, a giant metal reinforced door slowly closed, completely isolating the entire prison. At the door, the gazes of those jailers were also extremely firm. As soon as the door is closed, it means that they have already embraced the determination to sink the boat. Swear to the death to defend the majesty of East Blue Prison. The Marine East Blue branch, aside from Smoker, turned out to have real men. Rosen watched this scene with a hint of emotion in her heart. Not everyone is a Marine scum like Colonel Mouse and Axemonka, and there are many real men among East Blue Marines. Like these jailers in front of me, knowing that he can't beat him, but still guarding East Blue Prison with the determination to die is worthy of respect. It's a pity that, with different positions, they will eventually become enemies. What Rosen can only guarantee is that the beliefs of these people will not be easily trampled on. My sniper, do you see those two turrets? Rosen raised his hand. Understood. My captain brother, the corner of Ice's mouth, for example, raised the sniper rifle in his hand. Explosive armor-piercing projectiles. Lock the turret. Just hear the loud gunshots immediately. Boom. The explosion was deafening. With two consecutive shots, the armor-piercing projectile instantly penetrated the base of the machine turret and then exploded. Nice job. Thanks for the compliment, my captain. Ease grinned. Wow. A large number of mechanical dogs and mechanical birds rushed over. After the mechanical turret was destroyed, these monitors and enforcers became the last layer of technological defense. Dense mechanical units surrounded them, blocking their way forward. Captain, go ahead, all obstacles are handed over to us. Cavendish held the holy sword Durandal, and the swinging wings behind him shook lightly. In the next second, a strange face appeared on his face. Before, I hated your presence, but now, when my spiritual power reaches the point where it can completely suppress you, your existence, it will no longer threaten me. This time, I will use your power for me. Come out, you be *****D. Dying. At this moment, Cavendish seemed to have completely changed his personality. The strange face, the terrifying breath, the blonde hair without automatic wind, the air around him is also hunting. His second personality, Rommel's Scythe, for flowers, 0. Appeared. Seeing this scene, even the people on the Rosen ship had unbelievable gazes in their eyes. Cabbage, how did my brother become like this? Advertisement. What a horrible look, they were seeing Cavendish's second personality for the first time. But this time, Cavendish's body is no longer controlled by the second personality. It was he who controlled the second personality. Before that, Rosen had used all the extra vision enhancement potions on Cavendish, so his vision had reached an astonishing level. The stronger the knowledge, the stronger the spiritual power. And his second personality can only appear when he is in a trance after falling asleep. Once he strengthens his mental power to a certain extent, then the second personality can't be taking the opportunity to control his body. On the contrary, Cavendish can use this powerful mental power to forcefully control the strength of the second personality. Cavendish, after the combination of the dual personalities, had a strange smile on his face, and his original noble temperament disappeared in an instant. Only murderous, weird. Little oops, don't try to affect our captain's footsteps, Gia. After a weird smile, Cavendish's figure suddenly disappeared. 0 like a gust of wind blowing through. In the next second, his figure had already passed through these mechanical units. 3 2 1 The screen freezes for 3 seconds. When the time is up, the lightning flashes everywhere. These densely packed mechanical units saw the current flickering and immediately short-circuited. Taking a closer look, every mechanical unit has obvious slash marks on its body. Okay, what a quick slash. Kazuki Hiyori behind him was surprised. Also a swordsman, Cavendish's swordsmanship has already reached an astonishing level. He was originally a swordsman genius, and the second personality in his body, swordsmanship is twice as strong as him. After the dual personalities are unified, coupled with Kunpeng's extreme speed. In just one breath, hundreds of mechanical units were all slashed. Unimaginable sword speed. Rosen's mouth twitched slightly. After all, we still have a group of reliable partners. His footsteps have not stopped from beginning to end, and all obstacles have been solved by the teammates around him. Just like that, all the way unobstructed, came to the gate of the prison. Raise your eyebrows and look forward. All the Marines gritted their teeth, armed with tunnel guns, and aimed at the group. Seymour and Bogart at the head, with gloomy faces, followed by the deputy warden, the warden, and so on. You guys are so bold. Seymour's face was gloomy, and his body was suffocating. Rosen looked indifferent. We just wanted to pick up a friend. Friends? There are only criminals here, criminal? That's just your definition? Rosen shook his head slowly. Because he was unwilling to do scientific research for the world government, he was arrested as a threat. B********D. If you want to break into the East Blue prison, step over Lousy's body. Seymour stepped out and stood in front of Rosen. Having developed to this point, he knows that the other party can't give up easily, but even so, as the warden, he cannot easily let people pass. What about the 5 emperors? Lousy is not afraid of you, okay. With a loud shout, Seymour burst into an amazing momentum. The next second, under everyone's attention, he entered a fighting stance. And his body has also changed. Oh, is he also a capable person? Rosen looked at the warden with interest. Middle.